Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, A New Poseidon. Third POV. Hey there, god of the sea, said Kojiro as he came closer to Poseidon. Thankyou. He finished his words and cut Poseidon's right arm, then proceeding to evade his other attack he skillfully cut his other arm. Poseidon somehow took a part of his trident in his mouth and tried to attack but only to be cut down in 4 pieces. King piece of sh*t, he said as his body separated and he died. Phew, said the Kojiro, with a tired smile he continued, I guess winning for once feels pretty good, huh? Everyone stunned looked at the winner who had killed the god of the gods, of Ragnarok is. The winner of the third bout. Humanity's Sasaki Kajiro. People started cheering while gods looked at this scene with apparent anger. Is this how I die? To a worm. Pathetic, Poseidon cursed at himself as his soul slowly started fading. Ding. What the, he said as suddenly he felt an intense pain in his soul. You dare attack a god's soul, he shouted, trying to fight off whatever was invading his soul with his fading divinity, but it proved to be futile as all his remaining divinity easily got erased and he helplessly became unconscious. Connecting to the soul nuclei of the master, successful. New master has been appointed. Proceeding with reincarnation protocol type 7. Prospecting the ratio of soul fusion. Done. Proceeding with the final procedure. Soul fusion of entities, Poseidon and Deepak, in the ratio of 4 to 6 has begun. Fusion rate, 0.009%, 10%, 67%, 100%. Congratulations on becoming master of the system of the 01. The new entity born from the fusion of both Poseidon and Deepak's soul opened his eyes and looked at the notification on the screen in front of him in confusion and shock, and then grabbed his head in pain as memories of 13.9 billion years became as clear as crystal water before they again became clouded, leaving only 10 million years of memories clear, which was actually much more what he remembered before, at least 10 times more. Poseidon. Or Deepak. Who I am, he questioned himself before looking back at the holographic screen and then around himself. He found that everywhere else but near the holographic screen was a pure dark-like void which made his soul tremble slightly, yes only slightly. The entity who assumed himself to Deepak due to the higher ratio of his soul, or to be accurate his will, felt more confident than ever. Arrogance, pride and other such emotions filled his mind. Who are you? He questioned calmly while looking at the holographic screen. The words written on the screen changed, accompanied by an androgynous and emotionless sound. I am a system, a being made by the 01 to transfer all his powers and legacy to a suitable heir, the system replied. Who is this 01 you speak of? Asked Poseidon calmly with a bit of vigilance in his voice. Sorry master, but for appropriate reasons I am unable to tell you about it right now. You need to become at least peak universe tier to gain enough authority to access this information, it replied. Tisk, he clicked his tongue and then sarcastically said, so the same old, time hasn't come for you to know about it now, sh*t huh? He stopped his mouth before closing his eyes and thinking for a bit, then looking at the screen he demanded, what is your real motive? I have already told you my objective, which is to give you the legacy of 01, it replied. He snorted and said, really? Is that so? How can I know I am not just a pawn for you, or that master of you who might want me to get strong enough to be his container or something like that? His words were straight without any hidden meaning. He knew what he did now was just stupid, as this so-called system was able to invade Poseidon's divine soul and then fuse it with another. It could kill, erase, or manipulate him easily, but his new arrogance and confidence didn't want him to become a pawn of someone while he acted like a protagonist on the borrowed power. He would rather die and let his soul get erased than live in such humiliation than have glory for a second only to be taken away, and die with humiliation. I see, that's how see me huh? Fair enough, trusting an unknown being whose words sound like devil's whisper is completely foolish. Honestly, I would have let you die if you happened to die if the time would have came, but since I am lucky enough to get a smart master, I would rather not, it said. He fumed as he heard it, and said, are you trying to laugh at me? Master has met the secret requirements, 1 absolute resurrection chance has been acquired. He looked at this with a bit of anger and interest, but then with suspicious eyes he said, fine, go and explain me about yourself more before I make any decision. Thank you. Now let me explain. My creator, who has lived for countless eons, became too bored of his own existence and finally decided to rest eternally, but not before making me on the basis of already pre-existing systems to give his legacy to a suitable heir, it said. Finally, a bit calm, he questioned, explain to me about pre-existing systems. I am a unique type of system made on the basis of 4 types of systems present in the entirety of existence. First one, parasitic systems choose a suitable host for them and then exploit them till they are completely useless and then go on to another. Examples, immortal cultivation system, dragon system, fire warlord system, business system, dual cultivation system, etc. I have got the ability to choose a new host after the previous one failed to become an heir and died. If a candidate were to die, at least in his, her power terms, like normal death, soul death, or getting his existence erased, then I would leave. If she doesn't have a way to naturally resurrect, I will have to erase her entire existence and all the changes caused by him to ensure that the next host doesn't suffer from the enemies made by previous one. Second one, symbiotic systems which depend as much on the host as they depend on them. Both of them get stronger relying on each other and even their lives depend on each other. If one were to die, like in the maximum cases the host, then the system would die as well. For example, world traveling system and gamer system. From this one, I have got a zero penalty function. I am entitled to give no penalties to the host in case the host fails to do the task, or to mention a natural possibility that is harmful to the host in case he fails to do tasks which is for his benefit as a penalty. Third one, legacy systems, which are basically systems made by powerful beings to give their powers to an heir in a systematic and symmetrical way. For example, Shadow Monarch system. From this, I have to give you a power that will basically be engraved in your soul nuclei to make it truly yours after getting a certain amount of strength. The power would be one of my creator's abilities. Fourth and last one, empowerment systems, which basically are made by a powerful being to basically make its host an op being. Small quests and crazy rewards will be rewarded. This type of system is most loved as its only purpose is to make their hosts or master strong. The strongest empowerment system to exist is Voice of the World, made by Veldanava, which, while having a set of regulations that most don't have, it's the power to empower its chosen ones to the multiversal level makes it the strongest and most desirable to have. From this, I am required to reward Master with appropriate awards for quests, but is not broken as the other empowerment systems or VOTW. Even so, it will be hundreds of times better than what normal reward legacy and symbiote system reward to their host or master. Please note that there are several other things I have from empowerment and legacy systems, but the list is too long that it will take hours to read. But yes, these are my important constitutes and functions, it explained. He nodded a bit calmer than before and asked curiously, "Tell me, system, how many hosts before me you had and how they died?" "Master, I had 12 hosts before you, and you are my 13th one. My first host was a normal Japanese reincarnation. He died due to not getting strong enough and fighting against the strong enemy for his friend despite knowing he might die. My second host again was a normal Japanese. He died due to being a wimp in front of his women and one of his women killed him in jealousy. My third host was again a Japanese but an elite one. She died due to being too scared of being a villain in the world where she reincarnated, always made softer decisions like letting her fiancé go away until he killed her by surprise despite her being nearly a demigod by that time. My fourth host was an American and he died due to teasing an overpowered Tsundere being while he just got me. In the end, that Tsundere killed him while shouting Baka by mistake. My fifth host was a European and he died due to being too scared of his Yandere lovers to accept them fully, wasted too much time running from them, and in the end they sacrificed themselves for him, protecting him when he made an enemy of a powerful being and died pathetically. My 12th and previous host was a god, but as a god, like you or your Poseidon part, he was too arrogant, did things recklessly, and survived till he became a multiversal being and in the end, decided to travel to Marvel Universe and got killed after making an enemy out of Lady Death. In the end, I made a new reincarnation protocol 7 and reincarnated you after fusing a soul of God and a human, and it finished. He was speechless hearing the ways previous masters of the system died. He sighed and then grabbed his chest. Just a final question, who I am really? You said I am a fusion of both of my previous souls, and while I feel like I am Deepak, yet at the same time I no longer feel like a human but a god, with no morality issues, ready to kill everyone against me. You can say you are both Poseidon and Deepak or a new entity made from them, which is more accurate, it replied. I see, he said, closing his eyes and remembering both of his lives. After a few minutes he opened and said, my Deepak self has no final goal but wants to become the heir, and my Poseidon self wants to battle that human again. His eyes glistened as he calmly said, Poseidon, I will be the new Poseidon. Song arts on naming yourself Poseidon. You have completed the hidden quest known as Thyself and Thy Desires. Reward, Spirit Magic Megiddo, the God's Wrath, has been acquired. Poseidon smiled seeing this. From his memories he knew how strong magic Megiddo was. It was able to destroy the souls or kill the opponent, and for the god of water, it was perfect defensive magic. He clenched his fists ready to become strong and see where this journey of his leads him. Sasaki Kajiro, he said to himself, and then said, I will battle with you again and defeat you. His eyes burning with the desire to get back at his humiliation. No, he didn't think Kojiro as worm as like he did earlier. There were literal gods layers out there, many of them being human, cultivators strong enough to destroy galaxies and gods like him easily. It will be useless of him to think himself as a supreme being when his strength is not even in the middle of the ranking of strongest humans. But yes, as God on whom the whole gods have put their hope, his brother Hades especially, he has let him down, and knowing his end result in Ragnarok he can't help but grit his teeth. I would fight him again and get back my dignity. He finally finished with ambition. To be continued. Chapter 2, A Short Training and Fate Verse. Poseidon POV. Finally finished swearing the oath to kill that human Sasaki Kajiro, I asked the system, so what now? Will you reincarnate me or transmigrate me in someone else's body in another world or what? If you want to reincarnate me then seal my memories till I reach an appropriate age like 10 or 12, and if you want to transmigrate me then do it by transmigrating me into an orphan. Master, I do have that options, but there is something else I want to recommend to you, it replied. What is that then? I asked, and the system said, Master, rather than reincarnating or transmigration I prefer you become a divine spirit in Throne of Heroes in Fateverse, as this will not provide you a weak form of immortality type 9 and you won't have to go process of reincarnation again and reacquire your power at all. Hearing that, I started going through my memories as Deepak, and saw all information about Throne of Heroes, a place existing above 8 dimensions and a place so perfect that even the word perfect can't describe it. One of the biggest dislikes that I had at least is that the heroic or even divine spirits are just mere copies of themselves, and when they die their memories will go back to their original existing selves in Throne of Heroes. I don't like to be cloned and let them clone does things that are not within my control. Thus I asked, you should know my worries about the Throne of Heroes and other things, care to explain to me how the entire Throne of Heroes works? Gauging Master's current authority level, sufficient. Master, Throne of Heroes is a separate dimension independent of time and space above 8 dimension within the 9th dimension. The souls of heroic spirits, monsters, and divine spirits are stored here. There is a separate realm for every being and they are divided into 3 categories. Divine Realm, a copy of the divine realm that divine spirits used to reside when they lived on Earth, each divine spirit having an independent realm where they other than simply existing can't do much. Myth Realm, a copy of a place that is close to the hearts of the mythological heroes, it has the same functions as Divine Realm. Monster Realm, a copy of the reverse side of the world where souls of divine, mythological, and powerful monsters like the 7 evils of humanity reside, it has the same functions as above. During the Holy Grail War or any summoning of these 3 types of spirits, a clone or vessel is materialized by the Holy Grail and their respective masters provided mana for their servants to materialize for short periods. In this the consciousness of the real spirits gets transferred to this vessel temporarily while the original body goes in a coma-like state. Till their death their consciousness remains in this body and then gets transferred back to their original body in Throne of Heroes. Also note that spirits carry their memories to their next vessel and no memories are sealed or erased. But there is a high chance that spirit is other than one previously summoned, for example, the same spirit but of another timeline which might be summoned, as there are several versions of the same heroic spirits with many of them being the same other than having no different than being of different timelines. Due to this it is assumed that heroic spirits do not carry their memories after they are summoned again. For example, Iskandar from Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night Alpha has the same abilities and class but are different, and in a possible timeline Iskandar is summoned in Fate Zero again after 4th Holy Grail War might not know Waver due to being of a different timeline where Waver never summoned him. Next comes divine spirits, which are stronger than heroic spirits but weaker than their actual god forms which they used to roam on Earth during the peak of the Age of Gods. They have most of their abilities according to their classes, and all the stats except their divinity, which is severely weaker than their actual bodies. I hope you understand it now, Master. By letting your true body in Throne of Heroes, not even a peak universe entities which are generally 5th to 6th dimensional beings can't truly kill you, and you can roam in all the timelines, in a vessel that will have all of your power except your divinity, it said. Till now I was listening to the system's words carefully, and what he said made me impressed. Using this method I can explore the Fate verse, which is a strong verse free from tensions of truly dying, at least until I go after multiversal beings. I can only see too many pros but fewer cons. It made me curious, didn't tell about this to your previous masters? I did tell 3 of my previous masters who met enough conditions for me to give them this suggestion to them, but 2 of them dismissed it due to wanting to experience reincarnation as they were too weak in their previous worlds, and becoming weak heroic spirits wasn't to their liking. They wanted to become a master of a servant rather, and other one just didn't want to start with this world due to being too scared, it replied. Hearing that I snorted. They were lucky enough to get to know about this opportunity and left it. Pathetic. Anyway, I am not going to miss this opportunity to get Type 9 immortality, so I said, I choose to connect to the Throne of Heroes. Proxetting with the order, connecting to Moon-type universe. Connecting to Throne of Heroes, creating a suitable divine realm, successful, system said. I suddenly find myself in another place. The walls, floor, and even roof were made of purely gold, with the room was filled with Greek decorations. I looked around to see the room was fairly open from all 4 sides due to big doors or windows. I wasn't able to differentiate due to their peculiarity. There were white curtains, so I assumed it is windows as I remembered how Greek buildings used to be. Well, I can't blame it on my memory since I was too busy handling the oceans or simply holed up in my underwater palace, which was quite different as compared to standard Greek buildings. I walked towards the window and then looked down from there to see a vast ocean. A smile came on my face as I jumped from there, diving down into the ocean. Splash. With a huge splash that caused a small tsunami and turbulence in the water, I dived deep into the water several hundred meters till I reached the seabed. I closed my eyes feeling cold, calm, and complete. I opened my eyes and thrusting myself above, jumping several hundred meters above before again falling in water, but this time I used my divinity to land on water and then walked on it like it was solid. I looked above at the sky, which was blue and filled with translucent white clouds, and saw that small golden floating room. I connected with the ocean below me to gauge the depth and length of the sea, and I found its area 10 km2 and 367 meters evenly deep. After that, I jumped above again hundred of meters, reaching that floating piece of golden room, and then grabbing its edge I stopped further ascension and entered inside it. This place is very small, I commented, and as always system replied to me, Master, a personal realm in Throne of Heroes is generally very small for most of the mythological figures, just an area of few hundred meters or so, then for most famous or strongest heroes or lower to high divine spirits it is an area of 1 to 2 square kilometers. Only divine beings who classify as god kings or primordial have a realm as big as your, like Zeus, Hades, Shiva, Odin, Vishnu, Amaterasu, Indra, etc. Oh, I said, and then after accepting my situation, I tried to will my trident in hand and it just got summoned in me, and as it happens with all heroic spirits, then swung it lightly, which was enough to cause a small turbulence in wind. I asked, how strong my trident is as compared to the standard of noble phantasms. Master, your trident is ranked as D+ as noble phantasm, and before you ask any further, let me explain that the main power setting of fate is noble phantasm, using which even mortal heroic spirits kill divine spirits or even gods, but if they don't have it, then a person like you who have great mastery in your weapon, you can kill most of them easily, as you can easily decimate Artoria Pendragon at her full stats with your moves if she doesn't have Excalibur. I frowned, since the fact that my trusted trident was that weak didn't feel good to me, but then again the system was right, my skills, and especially with the 3 techniques that I have refined over millions of years, I can easily kill most of the heroic spirits even with noble phantasm. Sighing, I said, so what now? Will I be summoned or something else will happen? Master, firstly you will need to go through the transformation which will change your power level from Record of Ragnarok level to Fateverse parameters. Doing so will give you unique abilities as your powers belong to another power system. No already existing ability of yours will be erased but only be changed to its power level, which will make you stronger, it said. Then do it, I said, and then new words appeared on the screen. Changing power system. Successful. Status. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/divine spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, peak god, A. Endurance, peak god, A. Agility, peak god, A+. Magical energy, N/A, C. Luck, good, N/A, since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, luck is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm D+, A. Personal skills. Divinity, peak god, A+. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave, C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea, B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood, A. Compatible classes, Lancer, Avenger, Ruler. Looking at the screen, I carefully read every piece of information and nodded satisfied. Now that my noble phantasm has become stronger, at least I don't have to worry about my trident breaking while fighting against spirits with strong noble phantasm, especially Gilgamesh. Also, the fact I have acquired magical energy which wasn't present in the previous world makes it only better. Master, you can go to any timelines at any point without any problem as long as requirements, and since Throne of Heroes and you are free from shackles of time, the fact that many important events of Fate Stay Night/0 or other timelines have passed won't affect you. You can go to whichever point of time, system suddenly said to me. Nice, I muttered and decided to practice a bit before descending as divine or heroic spirit in any timeline. Thus I again jumped into the ocean and then started practicing my 3 techniques. A few days later, I finished practicing my 3 moves and sat on a golden throne which luckily had a soft cushion on it. Then I sighed, bored, as in this realm I can't do much, not even eat or conjure food due to the fact I don't need it. Master, you have a starter gift that you haven't used, system suddenly said to me. Oh, a starter gift, I guess it only makes sense, huh? But to be honest, due to the fact I am already a god, I thought I won't receive it. Anyway, show me what it has, I said curiously. Master, you can choose 2 power systems of any world listed and learn them. Only magical and physical power systems are included, and while you will get the potential and method to learn them, you have to learn them on your own. They are given below. Miram World, 70 heavenly steps up to perfect level. Miram World, lightning sword technique up to perfect level. Mage World, magecraft from apprentice to master level. Harry Potter World, witchcraft up to Dumbledore and Voldemort level. Mushoku Tensei World, all magic types up to god level. Redo of the Healer World, Krylet sword skills up to divine/god level. More, plus. I looked surprised at the variety, and quickly searched for magic from Tenshura or Slycoverse, but found that they weren't on the huge list. Thus I searched for magic from Marvel and DC, and did find the versions from the movies, but I decided to search for something better if possible and soon found it. Overlord/Yggdrasil, all magic spells up to 11th tier. I choose that without any hesitation. The magical system of Yggdrasil is not only powerful, versatile, and has all necessary defensive, offensive, and auxiliary abilities, it even has abilities to teleport, resurrect dead or manipulate time, though only briefly. It also has a great range of summoning abilities and can be said almost omniversatile due to having a spell nearly for every need. Thus I decided to choose this. Now only physical skills are left which have a huge range from martial to specific weapon techniques. Yes, unlike magic, only a specific technique to its peak mastery is given, and I didn't care much about it, as having a lot to eat won't do any good. Just master a single weapon style or martial arts to its limit is good, otherwise being jack of all trades but master of none will be a waste. I pondered for a bit on what type of technique I should learn and then dismissed any lance or trident type, as I already have mastered my trident to peak with 3 very powerful techniques. Maybe a martial art or sword technique would be good. Thus I scrolled down the screen till I found a suitable technique. Mushoku Tensei World, Water God style up to God level. As a water god, this sword style is most suitable for me, as not only it would be easier and faster for me to learn it and master, but also its battle power will be greater as I am a god of water. Thus I selected it without any hesitation. Master, congrats on making extremely good choices. Now memories of how to do magic and technique will be transferred in your mind as memories, including memories of first and third person of people doing this, with theories, the system said. Suddenly I felt a small discomfort in my head as memories related to Yggdrasil magic and water god technique flooded my mind. Once the pain got over, I went through my memories, causing me to smile like a maniac. Now here comes the interesting part, I said, and decided to start training after a short meditation in underwater. 6 months later on. After I finished training my magic, I sat on my throne and closed my eyes to take a small nap. After a few hours I opened my eyes satisfied with the nap, and yawned a bit. I have been training for the last 6 months straight without any rest, as I do not need to sleep, eat, or drink, but I did take a small 30 minutes deep underwater meditation once in every 24 hours. I have mastered water god style up to god rank in the last 6 months. The fact that it was a battle style suitable for me, and me having billions of years of experience, I did this incredible feat while I was able to learn magic up to 4th tier only. Still, I learned all the necessary spells and the ones I desire and can do silent casting of 1st tier spells. From system, I have come to know that Megiddo has power ranging from 8th tier to 10th depending on the amount of mana I use, and I can boost it up to 11th tier by using my divinity as well, which was very convenient for me. Now my current status looks like this. Status. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/Divine Spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Magical energy, B. Luck, N/A. Since master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, luck is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm, A. Personal skills. Divinity, A+. Water Battle God Aura, A. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave, C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea, B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood, A. Flow, C. Absolute Counter, A. Deprivation Sword Kingdom, A. Tier Magic, B+, up to 4th tier. Silent Casting, E+, up to 1st tier. Compatible classes, Lancer, Saber, Caster, Avenger, Ruler. My newly learned ability Battle God Aura is the most special of what I have learned. Basically using it I coat myself and my weapon with 2 ki, a form of mana, which not only increases my parameters temporarily but also my weapons, and I have got 2 compatible classes as well. Now I am all ready to go out of this place. I have also made my major plans or simply goals which are priority-wise. First, become extremely strong, go back and defeat Sasaki Kajiro, and then continue becoming strong. Second, enjoy new life, explore, and learn new things in different worlds. Third, get a harem of loyal women, because why not? My Deepak side wanted to do and would have gone on gotta catch them all if not for my Poseidon self which loathes relationships, but my new self does want to get a harem and my only requirement for women is extreme loyalty and love. For strength I can make them stronger myself. System, I want to go now, I said. Master, please choose a timeline from the below. 1. Fate Stay Night, Route Saber. 2. Fate Stay Night, Route Rin Tosaka. 3. Fate Stay Night, Route Sakura. 4. Fate Zero. 5. Fate Grand Order. 6. Fate Apocrypha, More Plus. I discarded Fate Stay Night all routes and Fate Zero, firstly because the Holy Grail is corrupted and I would rather go for a Grail which works. After a bit of thinking over I decided on Fate Apocrypha. Please select your class. 1. Saber. 2. Lancer. 3. Caster. 4. Ruler. I selected Lancer without a second, as only if I am Lancer then I will be at my strongest. My sword abilities and magical abilities still can't compare to million years of trident mastery. As for why not a ruler? Because there is already a ruler present in this timeline, so my abilities as ruler and divine spirit will be weakened as it happened with Jeanne d'Arc. Proceeding on creating with a vessel, successful. Suddenly I felt my body becoming limp and then I fell to the ground. Next moment I was looking at my own body in spiritual state, then automatically my soul flew up ignoring all obstacles and cross-dimensional boundary, then I lost consciousness. To be continued. Chapter 3, Lancer of the Red. Poseidon POV. I opened my eyes to see a white-haired person. He had tan skin and golden eyes. The man in front of me was none other than one who wanted the salvation of humanity. He came forward and said, "Lancer of Red, nice to meet you. I am Shiro Kotomine, who would be temporarily taking charge of in place of your master." I looked around to see 2 more servants. They were no other than Atlanta and Achilles. I glanced at them and then turned my eyes back to Shiro Kotomine and asked, "Let me ask you, what makes him worthy of being my contractor?" He becomes surprised and stops for a bit before asking me a question of his one, contractor. I refuse to call anyone my master just because they summoned me, and the fact he isn't even present here speaks volumes about him. I replied, I have already thought of 3 scenarios which include a beneficial relationship with the person who has summoned me. Firstly, if the person is stronger than me in power or has an extremely charismatic character with ideal goals, I will acknowledge him, me as my master temporarily. In the second scenario, I will establish an equal relationship with my summoner, and in the third scenario I will be taking charge, and I have an extra plan as well in which I simply don't acknowledge anyone as my master, partner, or underling and become a loner. Sorry for that, Lancer, but apparently, for some reasons your master isn't present here. It isn't just you, but archers and riders' masters aren't present as well, he said. Yup, you see, Lancer, our masters aren't present here as well, said Achilles. Then Atlanta said, like this fleet-footed boy said, our masters weren't present when we were summoned as well, only this extremely suspicious white-haired guy was present, saying same words he said to you just now. Shiro coughed and said, I didn't know I was suspicious, Archer, but well, anyway, Lancer, can you tell me your true name? To be honest, you don't fit the image of the servant your master was hoping to summon. I looked at him and simply said, if you are thinking that I am Karna, then sorry to burst your bubble, but I am not him. Is that so? He asked, and then pondered for a bit and asked me, then are you Arjun? I shook my head. Any one of the other 4 Pandavas? I again shook my head. Interesting, then you must be Karna's friend. What was his name again? Duryodhana, eh? Durya, yes, Duryodhana. I rolled my eyes, said, Duryodhana, it's Duryodhana. He smiled hearing that and excitedly said, right. You are Duryodhana then? I simply said in my monotonous voice, nope. He became depressed while Achilles started laughing. Haha, the first battle I see was the battle of words. Anyway, Lancer, just tell us who you are. By the way, I'm the famous Greek hero Achilles and she is Atlanta, he said. Atlanta glanced at him angrily and said, you idiot. Even if you wanted to reveal who you are, why have you to reveal my identity as well? Achilles laughed nervously and said, sorry, Missy. But our masters and this Shiro guy should have known our identity already. Atlanta just snorted at him while I looked at them as if looking at idiots. Shiro clapped his hands and said, it seems you both already know each other. Wonderful. Teamwork will be quite important for the battle against Servants of Black. Now, Lancer, if you don't want to tell me your true identity, then fine. I will respect that, but I have a job for you. He turned to me and asked me, before that, what is the name of the person who summoned me? He replied, his name is Friedvor Sembren. I smirked and said, thank you. He froze, seeing my expression, knowing something is wrong but not giving him any chance. I silently chanted camouflage, making me blend in my surrounding. Then I quickly silent chanted spells bunny tail, lesser mind protection, odorless, rabbit ears, and rabbit foot, depleting 7.8% of my mana, which quickly started refilling due to connection between me and my summoner. Then, moving quickly from their field of vision, I chanted invisibility. It was a 2nd-tier spell and superior to camouflage and truly made me invisible to see. Then I silently chanted compass, and in a few seconds found out where was the body of my summoner. Running towards there in the middle, I lowly chanted silence, which eliminated all the sounds of my movement in the area. I reached the room where my summoner was held. I quickly summoned my E-rank sword in my hand and destroyed the door, cutting it into several pieces. Then coming inside, I saw 4 unconscious people. Using the connection I had to the command spells, I quickly found him, and without a second thought, I cut his hand having command spells. Having accomplished my goal, I quickly made a run out of there, while summoning a few 3rd-tier angels and undead as cannon fodders while I escape. 3rd POV. He escaped, said Semiramis with an angry expression while revealing herself in presence of Shiro, who sighed. He also took the command spells, he said as he looked at the unconscious master of Lancer who had one of his hands missing. Semiramis grabbed his shoulder and said, he will pay. I have my doves over all the area, finding him will be easy. Shiro shook his head and said, leave it, for now. We should focus on summoning Berserker and contacting the master of the saber now. He won't survive long without a master, and if he makes a contract with another master, we will think how to handle him later on. Suddenly a foppishly dressed man appeared and said loudly, amazing. A servant going against his own master and escaping the den of threats so proficiently as if he was an assassin. I can already get some ideas from this. Semiramis's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the most useless servant she presumed to be in this Holy Grail war. She angrily questioned, let me ask you, idiot. What were you doing when Lancer was escaping? Can't you be of some use? William Shakespeare laughed amusedly and said, I was writing an intro of every servant in my room. I was also wondering how this Holy Grail war might go, and I was pondering over that. Master, as I previously warned you, this guy Shakespeare is up to no good. You apprehend him and I will concoct a poison that will take his ability to think away. Semiramis said. Shakespeare stopped, knowing he **ket up, and quickly hid behind me. Shiro, oh. Great Queen of Assyria, please spare this humble writer from your wrath. She angrily summoned some poisonous balls in her hand, making him cower. Leave him, Semiramis, for now just focus on completing the ritual, Shiro said, causing her to stop. Fine, I will let this idiot go away because you told me. Remember that, Shakespeare, if you don't prove to be of any use I will kill you myself, she said. William replied, don't worry, oh great queen. Me and my stories, I mean my noble phantasm will definitely be of some use. He changed his words in middle while Semiramis simply vanished, not wanting to hear his stupid words anymore. Poseidon POV. I finally got quite far and escaped from there. Firstly, I had no desire on involving myself in the so-called foolish plan of salvation of humanity, and getting the Holy Grail for myself meant going against him from the beginning, so I simply ran away from there and broke their control over me getting the command seals. Now I am free to find a person who will act as my mana battery and I can do whatever I want. But before that, show my parameter status, I said to the system, and a holographic screen appeared before me. Status. Name, Poseidon. Race, semi-divine spirit, currently, God. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A+. Endurance, A. Agility, A+, A++. Magical energy, B. Luck, N/A, since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, luck is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm, A. Personal skills. Divinity, B, A++. Water Battle God Aura, A. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave, C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea, B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood, A. Flow, C. Absolute Counter, A. Deprivation Sword Kingdom, A. Tier Magic, B+, up to 4th tier. Silent Casting, E+, up to 1st tier. Class Skills. Magic Resistance, B. I could see my agility and strength being weaker, other than my divinity, which was severely weaker up to the realm of demigods, and my resistance towards magic as a god manifested as a class skill. How useless. Anyway, it's time I find a mana battery for me, otherwise I have only a few days before I disappear. Thankfully that much time is enough. I quickly went into my spirit form to weaken my consumption of mana. While other servants will still be able to sense my presence, they won't be able to do anything till I materialize, so with that, I began my search for a suitable mana supply. Third POV. Jeanne d'Arc was on a truck when she felt the presence of a servant. She quickly stopped the truck driver, and after thanking him she quickly moved away from there. "Who are you?" she asked while transforming herself. She saw a servant manifesting in front of her. He was an extremely handsome man with golden blonde hair as well as light blue irises and black pupils. Obviously, even Jeanne d'Arc got a slight blush seeing his exposed abdomen and muscles. She lowered her guard a bit and asked, "What are you doing here, la?" She got surprised seeing his true name due to her skill true name discernment, Poseidon. "It should be impossible for a divine spirit to manifest in the Holy Grail War," she said, shocked while gripping her holy fag tightly. "Why are you getting worked up, ruler? Can't you see I have manifested just as a demi-divine spirit?" Poseidon said to the ruler, who after hearing that again looked at him and used her class skill and then bowed. "I am sorry for the hostility, still I need to know why you are here," she said. Poseidon took out the hand having his command spells. "Surprising, ruler, that are command spells." She frowned and looked at him. She knew whose command spells they were, and Poseidon said, "Well, you see, the person who summoned me was just a pawn for another master, and as God, even if I am currently only a semi-divine spirit, I can't allow myself to get reduced to a pawn of someone else, so I cut his arm and escaped from other servants of Red. Now I want you to become my contractor before I get reduced to fumes." She said, and then continued, "I am only here to ensure that Greater Holy Grail War is conducted properly. I cannot make a contract with you, and why do you even want to contract with me, Lord Poseidon?" She completed her words flustered. She knew who the being in front of her was. He was an actual god, even not the one she is devoted to, but she must respect him as he is a deity. Poseidon meanwhile frowned, sensing other people's presence. He looked above to see some doves and gritted his teeth, something which ruler didn't miss, and turned her head where he is looking and saw doves as well. Then she heard him sighing, and then his face turned serious as he looked at her. "Ruler, how we make a deal? You, to be more accurate, your Laetitia part, become my contractor, and I will tell you the reasons behind your improper summoning and the person who you must have to encounter." Hearing that, she wavered a bit, but then again with firm eyes, she said, "Sorry, Lord Poseidon, but as the ruler presiding over the Greater Holy Grail War, I can't show favoritism to anyone." Poseidon sighed, looking at the idiotic woman in front of him. Currently she was his best bet and candidate for mana bat **** supply. "Are you an idiot?" he questioned with a serious face, making Jeanne d'Arc flustered. "Lord Poseidon, that's so mean," she said. He walked in front of her, towering over her with his height. Flustered Jeanne grabbed her holy flag tightly. "Listen, ruler, you aren't showing any favoritism by making a contract with me. Not only you will get to know about the answer you are searching for, but also get 3 command spells over me. Even if I am currently a semi-divine spirit, my parameters are highest. Of every servant, I can easily decimate anyone, and being a god also mean I am an extremely unstable factor. Thus by getting these command spells you will get more authority over me and can stop me from doing anything absurd. So how about it?" Ruler looked at him, finally wavering a bit. "Do you think your 2 command spells will be enough to stop a god?" She finally gives up and looking at him said, "Fine, then transfer those command spells over to me." But before he could give her the hand, someone attacked. Poseidon summoned his sword and boosting it to D+ Noble Phantasm by covering Tuki solely on it, he easily countered the attack, sending the attacker a bit far. "Finally the time you and your master dared to come out," he said with a smirk on his face, looking at one of the strongest saber class heroic servants, Saber, Siegfried, and his master, the fat blonde, Gourds, who looked at him in fear. Siegfried quickly win this battle and go all out. Don't give them single chance to make the contract. Poseidon squinted his eyes hearing his command. I guess he isn't that stupid at all. It seems I need to go out and finish this quick, he thought, and then turned to Ruler, who looked conflicted, using his agility to make some distance between him, and said, no need to interfere, Ruler. As I said, our contract will only involve you giving me mana supply and control over me with command spells. She nodded hearing that and declared, then I will not interfere and preside over this battle as judge. Seeing this, Gourds looked relieved. Meanwhile, Siegfried attacked Poseidon, who quickly unsummoned his sword and summoned his trident. I have only half of my mana left, no need to wait anymore, I will go all out, he thought, and then parrying Siegfried's attack he quickly used his strongest technique, Medusa Elope Demeter, while coating his entire body in Tuki, doubling all his stats, and obviously, he didn't shout it stupidly, which only boosted the element of surprise, and the next moment something extremely shocking happened. Poseidon's speed reached EX rank and a dome of aftermirages surrounded Siegfried, who was too late to react. Hundreds of holes riddled his body and several strikes managed to strike his core, effectively killing him. No surprise, no drama, no miracle. Siegfried, one of the strongest servants, died just like that. I'm impossible, cried out Gourds in fear as he fell on the ground in fear, trembling, shocked by how easily his servant was killed. While Poseidon, who finished his attack, was disappointed a bit. He only managed to counter a few of my attacks. I get it now. While Fateverse is way stronger than my previous world, the main power of servants comes from their noble phantasm, so if they are unable to release their noble phantasm, then anyone who has extremely high pure fighting skills strikes them first, like me, can easily kill me, he thought, satisfied with himself learning this fact. He then looked at Gourds, who has wetted his pants by peeing. He quickly knelt while trembling and said, "Ple, please God Poseidon, spare my life." Tears dripped from his eyes, while Poseidon looked at him apathetically, but knowing that doing so might make Ruler go against him, he decided not to. Lord Poseidon, please leave him. He had lost his servant, so now he is disqualified, said Ruler, not knowing he already spared him for her. Run away before I change my mind, he said emotionlessly, making Gourds feel extreme joy. The thank you, Lord Poseidon. He quickly stood up trembling and ran away at the maximum speed he could, and seeing this, Ruler sighed in relief. Poseidon came towards her and handed over the hand. Now comes our deal, she nodded looking at him and grabbed the hand, closing her eyes. Soon command spells appeared on her hand and Poseidon felt relieved as his almost empty mana quickly started refilling. Then he looked above, targeting the doves, and jumped at a quick speed and killed them. Third POV. Meanwhile, Semiramis, Shiro, Shakespeare, Atlanta, and Achilles, who were spying on him seeing, were shocked. The whole place was silent until Shakespeare broke it with his iconic laughter. Impressive, amazing, and miraculous. Impossible has happened. A divine spirit manifested a semi-divine spirit, something unheard of, and got summoned in the Great Holy Grail War. This is so much interesting. Haha. Meanwhile, Semiramis glared at the idiot who was laughing and doing a ballet dance. If her glares could kill him, then he would have died thousands of times. Shiro, meanwhile, seeing this, had a headache. Ugh, how much I miss my class skill, true name discernment, he thought sadly. Suddenly Atlanta and Achilles changed their position and looked at them. Semiramis glanced at them, knowing they are up to no good. She quickly started preparing her spells to bind them if needed. Now tell us, priest, what is really going on? Asked Atlanta with a serious voice. What do you mean? Semiramis angrily asked a question of her own. Oh, calm down, O great queen of Assyria. Listen to us first. Things have gone off our hands. We both will be possibly fighting a god that we prayed for our whole lives, so we at least deserve to know the truth and what you two are planning, Achilles said. Semiramis was ready to deploy her spells when Shiro stopped her. Then walking towards them, he said, you both are right. I will tell you about the truth, and then started explaining his involvement from the previous Grail War to the current day, his ideals, and his wish for the salvation of whole humanity. Finally, when he stopped talking, he looked both at Atlanta and Achilles, waiting for their reply. Achilles snorted hearing his absurd wish, but Atlanta, surprising him, knelt before him and said, Missy, what are you dash? She glanced at him and then looking at Shiro asked, let me ask you, ruler, your true wish is salvation of humanity, right? Shiro nodded and replied, yes, and for that, I am ready to sacrifice my everything. Then, I chaste huntress acknowledge you as master, and will give my all for your cause, she said, making everyone surprised. Missy, is this related to your wish of the salvation of children? Asked Achilles. Atlanta nodded and said, yes, my wish is the salvation of all the children around the world, and since ruler's wish is salvation of humanity, then it aligns with mine own. Achilles sighed and said, fine, since Missy is here with you, I would rather not fight with her, and our wish, while doesn't align, really doesn't go against each other's either. With all said, Achilles will fight with you. Shiro nodded, seeing this happily. Meanwhile, Shakespeare, who stopped dancing, said, another twist. Two servants who before didn't even trust a suspicious white-haired guy are now completely loyal to him. So much delight. So much surprise. Semiramis glared at him and then looked at Achilles and asked, let me ask you, Achilles, shouldn't you have known of how Poseidon looks like? He is the one who gifted you your chariot after all. Achilles sighed and said, indeed, but it wasn't like he was present before me when gifting me the chariot. He never revealed himself to me, and even from the stories, god Poseidon was as tall as a mountain with a huge trident in his hand. His body was extremely muscular and his face was unknown. Well, he does match the description somewhat, especially the muscular part, but it does begs the question of why he is in the Holy Grail War, said Shiro. Achilles shrugged and said, who knows, but let me tell you in advance I will not fight him. He is the god who blessed me with my beloved chariot, and even if he is currently as strong as demigod, I don't have any chance of defeating him at all. Shiro nodded, though worried. Defeating him will be a hassle. We would have to battle him as he will come after Holy Grail. Ceremonies nodded and said, I should be able to hold against him for a while. Thought if he comes inside in Hanging Gardens of Babylon and might be able to kill him with my poisons. Shiro nodded. Even then we will need more backup plans. Currently we don't know who our saber is, unless he or she is exceptionally strong going against Poseidon and other servants of black. Simultaneously will be hard. Thankfully we haven't summoned Berserker yet, so we can try to summon a stronger Berserker. Atlanta, hearing that, suddenly said, how about we try to summon Hercules? He should be able to go against Lord Poseidon, especially with his noble phantasms. Hearing her, Shiro exclaimed happily, yes. If we can summon the strongest Greek hero, then our chances of winning will increase exponentially. Achilles said, you will need a suitable catalyst as well. Do you have anything related to his legend? Shiro nodded and said, it might be possible. I have several other suitable catalysts other than the 2 catalysts used to summon you both in store, although I haven't been able to identify them. It might be possible one of them being a suitable catalyst for Hercules. Achilles smiled and said, show them to us, we would be able to tell about the suitable one. He nodded. The servants of Red started their extra preparation against Poseidon, and the servants of Black, the butterfly effect from Poseidon's summoning has already derailed the plot quite a bit. Fortress of Igmalenia. Vlad III was looking out of the window silently when he heard footsteps. Is there anything, Darnik? He asked, turning towards him. Darnik nodded with a solemn face and said, Lord Vlad, there is a piece of bad news. Vlad III said, speak. Darnik started explaining him everything, and by the end, Vault had a cruel smile on his face. Interesting, a divine spirit somehow manifested as a demigod and then manifested as servant in Greater Holy Grail War. Darnik looked at him confused. Although he had absolute confidence in his strength and went as far as pledging to him, which is a part of his plan, it doesn't change the fact they will be fighting a weakened god, a being who is supposedly as strong as a magician according to the legends. Vlad noticed this and said angrily, tell me, Darnik. Do you think I will be defeated by him? Darnik quickly bowed and answered, my lord, I believe in your strength and in your leadership. Vlad nodded satisfied and said with a smile, without a worthy opponent a battle or war is tasteless, and now there is an opponent worthy of going against me. It only provides fuel to ignite my battle spirit. I will pierce his body with my noble phantasm and bath in the blood of a god. Darnik nodded and clutched his hand. Time is approaching. I can't afford to lose this war, he thought. To be continued. Chapter 4, A Short Day with Ruler. Poseidon POV. I told her everything about Shiro being a ruler, a bit of his past and why she was summoned improperly. She looked at me grateful and giving a bow said, thank you for telling me all of this, Lord Poseidon. Then she transforms back to her normal mode. Her clothes change back to one of a university student, funnily enough. I decide to follow her till the battlefield. I mean, we both will be going to the same place, why separate? So I said, ruler, how about we stay together till we reach the Igmalenia fortress? She nodded, and thus we decided to follow the road. She glanced at me and asked, Lord Poseidon, can't you change to a more casual look? I shook my head and replied, we won't have any problem. If anyone asks, then I will just say I am cosplaying. She looked me a bit confused before searching the meaning of what I said in Laetitia's memory and then looked me in an understanding look. I see dash, she said as in the middle her stomach burped, expressing its need for food. She blushed heavily, not being able to look at me. I smiled, amused at this spectacle. She is quite shy. I guess part of Laetitia is heavily affecting her while she is in her normal mode. Sighing, I say, let's go to a nearby town. I want to taste some good food as well. She shakes her head and says, Lord Poseidon, I do have some food for myself. Opening the bag she was carrying, she took out some cookies wrapped in a cloth. I looked at this and then, giving me a nervous look, she said, do you want one, Lord Poseidon? I nod and she hands one over to me. I look at it for a bit and then eat it. Munching down, I can say it's okay, although not delicious, it's fine. I reply, it's quite plain, well eatable but not tasty. She gets flustered and replies, I made it myself. I give her a simple look and say, well, you should stop cooking or learn to make something better. It is made out of refined flour and not exactly healthy, I said. She blushes in embarrassment and asks, how do you know about what is refined flour anyway? I just ignore her and start running toward the nearest settlement to eat something good. She sees this and starts following while holding her bag. Wait for me, she shouted, and well, I am not gonna wait for her. Most of the work I had with her is done, and even we separate, it doesn't matter much to me. Soon I reach a nearby settlement. I could see many people shifting their focus at me. Several girls and women, seeing my abs, blushed heavily. I come near a woman and ask, hello miss, can I know if there is a place to eat nearby, like a cafe or restaurant? She blushes and replies, yes. Sir, if you were to go right you will find a place to eat. I reply, thank you. Ready to leave, she grabs my hand and asks, C.A. can I know your name? I look at her and sigh, leave my hand. I said. She leaves the hold of my hand and said, I am sorry, sir. But please, can I know your name? I say to her simply, no, and quickly leave, not wanting to spend any more time on her. Soon I found the place she told me. Suddenly I hear Ruler's voice behind me. Lo RD Poseidon, I finally find you. I look to see a flustered Ruler. I quickly ask her, hey Ruler, do you have money? She looks at me and nods, then taking out her purse she hands over to me, easily surprising me, since no one would do that and I was quite mean to her, to be honest. But then again, she is a saint and is like this. I look at the amount of the money and frown from the knowledge I gained from Holy Grail. I did understand the currency of Romania somewhat, and from what I know the amount she has is quite low. She, seeing me frowning, explains, Lord Poseidon, since the money belongs to Letitia, so I just brought some of it as it would have been unfair to use her money. Understanding this girl's brain circuit, I replied, thank you, I guess I understand why everyone calls you a saint. Anyway, come with me, I will give you a treat. I hand back her purse, surprising her, and then got inside the cafe. I look at the list and selecting a few of them I quickly ordered them. I relaxingly sat on the chair while Ruler fidgeted nervously. She moved towards me and said in a slow voice, Lord Poseidon, I don't have that much money. I just sighed and smacked her head. Ouch, she cried in pain and looked at me pitifully. I said, are you deaf? I told you it was my treat, don't worry much, just enjoy and eat some food that actually will not only just fill your stomach but is healthy. She nods, looking at me grudgingly, and said, Lord Poseidon, you are so mean. I rolled my eyes and said, tell me something I don't know. Then placing my hand below the desk I chanted in a low voice, lesser item creation, and thus mana from my body drained rapidly up to 20% as I created an entire bundle of notes of Romanian leu. It doesn't miss Ruler's eyes as she looks at me gobsmacked. I smiled and said, don't worry about money, just order whatever you look. She looks conflicted as the waiter came and delivered the food. I slid 2 plates of dishes towards her. She looks at me and says, Lord Poseidon at dash. I glared at her, shutting her up, and said, I order you as a god, eat my treat. She nods rapidly, finally accepting the food and starting eating, and by the end, she ate 2 plates more than me. By the time we were finished it was already nighttime, and coming out I said, Jean, there should be some time before the war begins, let's rest for tonight. She replies, okay, I guess she is more cheerful after eating the food. Third POV. Shiro smiles looking at the berserker in front of him. Semiramis meanwhile looks at the Greek's strongest hero wary, and says, this idiot damaged my hanging gardens of Babylon. Hearing that, Hercules roars but doesn't attack as Achilles and Atlanta had him controlled. Hey. Don't anger Hercules again, it took us a lot to calm him down, said Achilles. Ceremonies just grunted and turned her head away. Shiro shook his head and then looked at Hercules. He moved forward and bowed. Strongest Greek hero Hercules, I need your strength to fulfill my wish of the salvation of humanity. Will you help us in our noble cause? Hercules roars loudly and then nods. I will take that a yes then, said Shiro happily. He then looks at Achilles and Atlanta and says, please make sure he remains calm. We both are going to meet our saber and his master. They nod and Achilles said, don't worry. We both are Hercules' best buddies. With us, he won't do anything serious, he said. Nice, anyway assassin, let's go. She nods, and then both of them leave. To be continued. Chapter 5, God of the Gods v/S, the strongest Greek hero part. Poseidon POV. I entered the forest near the Igdamelenia fortress. If I am not wrong, the war between the two factions should start soon. It was currently evening, and I traveled in my spirit from finally finding something. So someone, it was none other than the two gay bois, Astolfo and Sieg, who has no name right now. I watched silently as Astolfo dramatically told Sieg the meaning of life and freedom. Soon some golems appeared which were quickly finished off by the trap. I decided to materialize and did just that in front of him. He saw me warily, stood in front of Sieg and said, how about we talk on it a bit later on? Quickly run away from here. Then he quickly attacked me with his lance. As Sieg started running away, I summoned my sword and covered it in Tuki, making it a D-rank noble phantasm, same as the rank of his lance except the fact I don't have any energy-related moves. He quickly got ready, Trap of Argalia, and shouted his noble phantasm's name. His lance started glowing. I decided to not dodge it despite being fast enough to pull off a dodge, as I wanted to test my sword technique absolute counter. After all, I need to know if it can counter energy attacks as well, which are 70% of the noble phantasm's attacks in this entire moon-type universe. His lance threw a blob of shining golden energy and I used absolute counter to counter it, and thankfully the technique worked as I intended to, as it countered the attack and threw it back to Astolfo, who despite being surprised managed to dodge it. He looked at me shocked and shouted, just with raw skills. TSK, it is going to be harder than I thought. I calmly put my sword back, surprising him, and looked at the Sieg, who while quite far has stopped running and was looking at our battle. Your name is Astolfo, right? How about we stop our battle? You want to make that homunculus free, right? So you better escort him far away right now before your master arrives. He looked at me surprised and wary, but then suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and asked, really? I didn't think you would understand my feelings as well. And yes, now that you say, I do need to escort him a bit far away so he can truly be free, thank you. Lord Poseidon. After that he quickly summoned his hippogriff and looking at Sieg he said, come on, we gotta leave you a bit further from here. The homunculi nodded and came near with apparent fear towards me. I asked Astolfo, what is his name? He stopped and looked genuinely concerned. He doesn't have one. How about I give you one? How does Rema sound to you? No, it's too girly. How about Arthur? No, that's a name of a famous king. Usha. Eh? So what you want is your name? He looked at him for an answer. Sieg looked troubled and confused by Astolfo's rant and said, I don't know, I sighed and said, Eston, how about we name him Eston? Astolfo looked at him and he nodded. That sounds good. Astolfo came and grabbing my hands he started swinging. Thank you for the name suggestion, Lord Poseidon. Thus the boy who was Eston now said, I want to thank you, sirs, both of you. He bowed gratefully. Astolfo waved his hand and said, no need to thank me, Eston. Now get on Hippogriff. I need to make sure you are away from all the conflict here. He nodded and got on it. Then Astolfo gave me a thumbs up and said, see you later on. Now let's fly, Hippogriff. The beast roared and then flapping its wings it flew up. Once he went considerably far away I muttered, that was weird. Well, I can't say much about Astolfo's weird and cheerful personality. On top of it he has a curse called evaporation of reason which might be a factor in how weird he is. I decided to ignore it and go to the battlefield where top servants like Achilles, Atalanta, Vlad 3 are. My plan was fairly simple. Kill them, win the Holy Grail war and that's it. As for why I left, Astolfo left because while weak he is useful to have as an ally, going against Ceremonies who is the queen of poison will be a hassle, especially when I am a demi-divine heroic spirit and susceptible to her attacks which might be fatal, so having some loyal help will be fine, and knowing his personality I am sure he will more than happy to help me. I soon reached the open field only to see Achilles and Atalanta fighting against homunculus and golems which were just acting as cannon fodder. They quickly spotted me and stopped for a bit. I walked slowly while summoning my sword. Achilles with a smile bowed and said, nice to meet you again, Lord Poseidon. You should have at least told us who you were last time. I could have at least thanked you officially for gifting me my chariot. I took a fighting stance and said, let's stop this useless chat and start fighting. He chuckled and said, sorry Lord Poseidon, but I'm here to defeat a worthy opponent, not an opponent who can decimate me in seconds. Thus he will be fighting you. Atalanta, who had finished up all of the homunculi, stopped and said, let's get back, their battle might be a lot more dangerous. I quickly without saying anything attacked Achilles using my quick agility, but he parried it and said, I know I can't fight you but he can. My eyes widened as both of them changed into spirit forms. I angrily grunted as I heard a roar, looking towards where the roar came from and saw a huge figure coming towards me at an extremely fast speed. My eyes widened realizing who he is. Hercules came towards me, speed breaking sound barrier easily. I quickly covered my sword in denser Tuki making it D+ temporarily, and using counter I deflected his attack, but the force of his attack made my hand a bit numb and the ground below me cracked. I quickly made some distance between us and thankfully my agility was A+ compared to his A, which made me able to go twice as fast as him if I gave my all, and I did just that and quickly asked the system, will my abilities will be counted as a different type of attack even if I were to use the same weapon for it? Yes, master, that's the case. However, after using a technique, ability, or spell once his defense against it will become higher, making it difficult to kill him again with that attack as it is almost nullified till his actual death, the system quickly explained to me. Meanwhile, Berserker chased me at a rapid pace, but with my superior agility I dodged his attacks and continued making some distance between us. Finally, I stopped and coated my hand and sword in dense Tuki. The rank of my noble phantasm aka sword remained D+ while my strength increased to A+. I quickly used my rank technique absolute counter to counter his attack. Clang. Huge air pressure was generated breaking ground around us as I countered his attack, and the force of his attack returned at him, but surprisingly only a small scratch appeared on his chest. Grunting I continued using absolute counter to counter his attack and inflict damage at him. Clang 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 clang. Asterisk roar asterisk, he roared as he suddenly jumped hundreds of meters high and like a meteorite using gravity to his advantage breaking the sound barrier leaped at me and swung his axe sword. I smiled bloodthirsty, not wanting to waste this opportunity, and using absolute counter at its full power I countered the huge force of his attack. Crack. The ground below me cracked even further as all the debris was thrown away due to the huge pressure. I gritted my teeth as I tried to counter the huge force from his attack and managed to do that. I quickly returned all the force on his chest, finally managing to inflict a deadly attack. Asterisk rower asterisk, Hercules quickly made some distance between us and then looking at me with intense anger he leaped me at again. F asterisk king cockroach, I cursed as I again deflected his attack but used C-rank skill counter instead, not wanting to waste mana any further. Thankfully my sword style countered his aggressive fighting style, but we are in a deadlock. I tried to inflict some attacks with aggressive attacks, but with his budget spider sensibility he somehow evaded it. I finally coated my whole body in Tuki, doubling all my parameters and mixing my fighting style with the sword style. I started attacking him. Asterisk roar asterisk. He roared in pain as with my superior parameters I started inflicting injuries on him, while not very fatal once taken together with his previous fatal injury and all other I inflicted on him it can be deadly. Clang. With my temporary 4x agility, I used the absolute counter attack on his chest, dodging his attack and managed to inflict another fatal wound on his body, as a deep cut appeared on his chest which even showed his heart. Asterisk roar asterisk, he roared in pain as his body started slowing down and he finally died. At least once, I quickly made some distance between us as his body glowed brightly. Smoke came out of his body as all of his injuries healed, letting him return to his top shape. I smirked and said, I am finally gonna all out against you, a mega cockroach. He roared and grunting came towards me angrily. I used my strongest sword ability, Sword Deprivation Sword Kingdom, and my 4x BAS agility became even higher as I used the strongest of 5 secret arts. Unsurprisingly I easily countered all of Hercules' attacks, and at a rapid speed. Clang clang. Using the full power of this technique I attacked him from different sides, several attacks at once which defied the laws of physics as I simultaneously performed all of them. Just in a few seconds of the ordeal, I managed to kill him. Fatal injuries appeared on his chest, his both hands separated and so did his head. I made some distance again waiting for his next resurrection as I thought, there goes my other ability. Thankfully all of my 3 trident techniques are aggressive so I should be able to kill him 3 more times with them. I watched him resurrecting helplessly, but just as he was about to resurrect, I summoned my trident, and approaching him from behind I used my technique Wrathful Amphitrite and the moment he finished resurrecting a circular hole appeared on his chest killing him again. He roared helplessly as he resurrected again much quicker than before. I jumped in the air hundreds of meters above leaving a huge crack in the ground. Breaking the sound barrier in half a second I was above hundreds of meters. I quickly aimed my trident below as I started falling to see Hercules who has already jumped towards me and approached me at a rapid speed. I gave a bloodthirsty smile as I used my second trident technique. Countless afterimages of my trident appeared before Hercules as helplessly all of his limbs separated from his body at the same time leaving gaping holes in his chest. We both fell and I landed breaking another piece of ground. Smoke started coming out of Hercules' dead body which was hundreds of meters away. Half of my mana has already been used up and now came for me to use my strongest trident technique. I took my stance as resurrected Hercules ran towards me breaking the sound barrier. I finally shouted my technique, Medusa Loptometer. A dome of countless after mirages of me surrounded him as breaking the law of physics I attacked him with hundreds of attacks simultaneously. Thousands of deep holes appeared all over his body, and roaring in pain he fell on the ground. Stopping I clicked my tongue in annoyance, and he has 7 more lives to go while I am finished using all of my techniques, I thought as I unsummoned my trident as well. Finally unequipped I clenched my fists covering my whole body in Tuki. If I don't have any more techniques then I will beat him using my fists, I thought as I gave resurrected Hercules a bloodthirsty smile. Come here you king of cockroaches, have a taste of my fists, he roared as he leaped towards me while swinging his sword axe at me. To be continued. Chapter 6, God of the Gods v/S the strongest Greek hero part. Poseidon POV. If I don't have any more techniques then I will beat him using my fists, I thought as I gave resurrected Hercules a bloodthirsty smile. Come here you king of cockroaches, have a taste of my fists, he roared as he leaped towards me while swinging his sword axe at me. Boom. I grabbed his sword axe. To his surprise, after coating my whole body in Tuki our strengths were pretty similar but it didn't change the fact that his base parameters are stronger than my base, and while I could feel my hand burning in pain as it bled, with my other hand I have his free hand grabbed and right now we both are facing each other with menacing smiles. Boom. Using my superior agility I left the hold of his free hand and punched him in his jaw using all the strength I could muster up. A sonic boom sounded as my punch sent him flying away meters away as he crashed against tens of trees though he managed to stop and leaped at me again. In the meantime I decided to go all out and chanted quickly, maximize lesser dexterity, maximize lesser strength, maximize haste, maximize penetrate magic. Author's note, bro I had to read about how Overlord magic works and its F***king complex. Thankfully while I missed some knowledge previously it didn't leave any plot holes and yeah this maximize magic can also be used for all the tier spells so no plot holes here. I have decided to write a small note on Overlord tier magic and how it works later on, so make sure to check it in case you don't understand how he uses spells that sometimes don't make any sense. I again grabbed his incoming axe attack but this time was different. My strength has become way superior for a short period. I gave kick on his knee making him fall on the ground and quickly punching on his face making him lose his balance. He tried to punch me but I simply took it as it didn't affect me even a bit. I grabbed his leg and started swinging him round and round at an extreme speed and threw him away. ****, he roared as he flew away hundreds of meters in a second. I grinned maniacally as I could feel my strength become 4 times my base along with my other parameters. As for my agility it was whooping 8 times, but it wasn't without any cost. I could feel my remaining mana draining like crazy and just 3 minutes were left before I will be out of mana. Author's note, please note that he still has nearly half of his mana at this point. I ran towards Hercules thrown away half a kilometer. I reached there in half a second, and using my legs I kicked at his head with my full strength. On top of that the immense force of my speed stacked on it as his skull cracked due to immense speed. He again was thrown away but with my speed, I quickly moved. Everything seemed in slow motion to me. Hercules' body was flying away tens of meters before my eyes which saw everything in slow motion. He couldn't even understand what was happening. My attacks were just too fast. I moved at supersonic speed along as his body and using my hand I gave a powerful chop on his neck from down to upwards. Crack. His neck cracked as the force of my attack changed his direction, and he flew straight up hundreds of meters. I jumped following after his dead body which shone in midair. Just as he was resurrecting I got above him and I chanted, maximized burn lance. A lance made of pure fire appeared on my hand. Resurrected Hercules roared in fear apparent in his eyes, as I grinned while we fell both down with my body above him. He tried to change his direction but not letting him do it I stabbed the lance at his heart. The fire lance penetrated his chest, burning his heart into crisp. Boom. We both fell to the ground, and his sturdy body below me took all the damage even if it was not needed. I grabbed the jaw of his dead body. Thankfully there was a short period of delay in his resurrection and I took full advantage of it and threw him in the air like a ball as his body broke the sound barrier. Boom boom. I followed after his flying body and decided to repeat the same thing I did previously. Getting above his flying body quickly, I quickly chanted, maximized critical lance, As I finished chanting Hercules has already resurrected, he quickly attacked me with his both hands. I grabbed both of his hands with all my strength as we fell. Crack. Both of his wrists cracked, causing him to roar in pain. I left the grab of his hand and pointed my hand toward his chest. A cold lance manifested after my hand launching at his chest and barely penetrating it. Boom. After we fell with my body above him, the force of inertia made a spear-like ice object come out of his chest going upward. I grabbed it, and using both of my hands roaring, I quickly stabbed his chest. Take this. Splurt. A small fountain of blood gushed out from his chest as the ice lance pierced deep in his heart. He roared in pain loudly. Roar. Mercilessly I took out the lance from his chest and stabbed his neck, finishing off again. This time I decided to not throw him away air again. His body shined brightly as a huge amount of fog came out of his body as he Titan resurrected. Meanwhile I quickly chanted, penetrate shock lance. A spear of pure thunder manifested in my hand, and just the moment Hercules resurrected trying to get up, I stabbed the lance directly in his heart. It penetrated through his heart. He roared in pain again as he died. Without waiting any longer I again chanted another spell, penetrate holy aura, and the moment he got resurrected again I pierced his heart with a super hot ray of light, but this time somehow it didn't kill him. Seeing this I stabbed his chest, which had a deep wound due to my spell, and with my bare hand I pierced through his flesh, and grabbing his beating heart I crushed it. I quickly used another spell, maximized silver lance. I tried to attack his chest again, but this time Hercules resurrected faster and quickly punched me away. Without having any guard I was thrown away like a rag doll before I was able to balance myself again. In the meantime Hercules had quickly approached me and swung his axe, aiming my head. Unable to dodge it, he successfully hit the area around my jaw. Crack. Some of my teeth broke as my jaw bent slightly in an unnatural direction. I quickly dodged another of his attack. Grabbing the lance of silver element in my hand with a strong grip, using my superior agility I quickly got behind him, leaving after mirages in front of him which he didn't attack due to his budget spider sense, and tried moving backward. But he was way slower and I successfully managed to stab his neck. His body stopped as his mouth opened wide, roaring in pain. To my shock he turned backward, still alive, and attacked me with intense anger visible in his eyes. I smiled bloodthirsty seeing this and chanted while meeting his attack head on, penetrate silver lance. Another silvery lance manifested on my hand. I stabbed him in his heart with my full strength before he could do anything. Unfortunately for me the lance broke in the middle, leaving a deep wound in his chest. Seeing this I quickly performed a kick, bending my body and kicking his elbow sideward. He lost his balance as I chanted again, penetrate silver lance. A silver lance manifested again, but taking the opportunity of the short period where I chanted, he successfully hit me with his sword axe on my chest with his full strength. A shockwave ran throughout my body as I felt the side of my chest rib cracking. Ignoring the pain I stabbed the silver lance through his eyes deep inside to his brain, killing him brutally. I made some distance between us, breathing heavily, tired from the ordeal and groaning in pain. How many lives he has left? I asked system. Master. He has only one life remaining, the system replied to me quickly. I grinned upon hearing that. I could feel less than 10% of my mana remaining, and Hercules resurrected one last time, ready to face. Now it was a battle of attrition. If he can survive till my mana finishes then I am done for, but if I manage to kill him then I win. He approached me roaring, swinging his sword axe. I managed to dodge it, but my speed had decreased and just 10 more seconds remained before all of my enchantments wear off. I continued dodging his attacks, thinking about how to kill him. I had no more attacks that could deal damage to him. Even if I had several other spells in my arsenal, I already had used the strongest spells of every element, and by now attacking him even with a different spell wouldn't affect him as it was of the same element I used earlier. I was nearly out of options. Thankfully I had a plan for this before, just in case something similar happens, and I chanted the last spell which emptied almost my whole remaining mana. Summon 4th tier angel. A principality observation appeared behind me and I shouted, give me your mace. Suddenly my all enchantments wore off, making me return to my base parameters. Crack. Due to that Hercules managed to land another hand on me, but somehow I managed to take the hit on my hand which broke my entire right hand. I roared in pain as I fell on the ground. Hercules, seeing this opportunity, again swung his sword axe. I looked at the approaching attack, completely tired, unable to dodge it. Boom. Fortunately, the angel that I had summoned blocked the coming attack with his small shield, and threw over his lance towards me. Hercules, seeing this, angrily threw him away like a rag doll. I grabbed the mace with my left hand and, ignoring all the pain, I went at my full base speed, and managed to hit his neck, twisting his head 180 degrees. His body stopped as he fell, dying the final time. I balanced myself holding the lance and watched the body of Hercules disappearing into small particles. I hate cockroaches, I said, groaning. I used my left hand to fix my slightly bent jaw. Finally, when he disappeared, I fell on the ground, unable to move even a bit. I guess it was not bad for the first time, I muttered in a slow voice, closing my eyes, knowing that I will die probably. Despite not winning the Holy Grail, I was content with the fact that I managed to defeat one of the strongest servant while having a no superior advantage against him like what Artoria, Altar and Gilgamesh had, and thus I let my consciousness go away as I left my survival to fate. Is he alright? Asked Mord as Kairi Sisuga checked on him. He sighed and said, he is still alive, and thankfully due to being a servant, if he is treated quickly then he won't die. A smile came on Mord's face as she heard him. Nice, master. Let's go and get some medical supplies from the Igdmalenia fortress. Hearing that, Kairi hesitated and asked her, are you sure, Saber? You have seen his fight with Hercules. If we were to heal him, then your chances of getting the Holy Grail will be almost none. Mord snorted and said, what are you talking, master? Even if that's the case, as King Arthur's son and a knight I can't kill an opponent who is at his weakest. If I were to win the Holy Grail this way, then it will be a stain to the name of the Pendragon, which I can't allow it. Hearing his servant, he sighed and said, then let's go. From what we saw earlier, most of the servants should be in that flying fortress, so their fortress should be empty of any servants, so we should get the medical supplies quickly. Mord smirked and said, now let's save a god. To be continued. Chapter 7, Wounded Poseidon. Third POV. Mordred and Kairi quickly came towards the Igdmalenia fortress. Seeing that huge parts of the fortress have been destroyed, Mord commented, it seems they had it pretty tough, huh? Anyway, master, hurry up. You are slow as a snail. She turned back, looking at her master carrying heavily injured and unconscious Poseidon. If one was to consider him by normal human standards, he was pretty fast and was showing no hint of tiredness, but that logic didn't apply to Mordred's dictionary. Sari continued, not minding his servant's rants, looking around the destroyed fortress and said, there still will be quite a lot of homunculus and some of their masters. Mordred casually punched in the wall of the fortress, destroying it and creating a big enough hole for them to pass through. She replied, I will just kill them, then don't worry about it, master. Anyway, let's bandage this god up. I want to quickly join the fight in that floating piece of rock as well. Kairi nodded, and then they entered, only to be greeted by a blast of noble phantasm. Trap of Argalia. Mordred just quickly comes in front of her master. Her armor absorbs the attack as it provides no damage to her, and she shrugs it off and said, another twerp. Come out, let me see who is the idiot attacked me. Astolfo comes out while holding her lance. He looks at Mordred, nervous as his strongest attack did no damage to Mordred, who smirked looking at her. He bravely declared, I am Astolfo, one of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne. Mordred and Kairi became speechless hearing him giving away his true name, and Mordred said, blinking her eyes, okay. Then quickly summoning her sword, she attacked him without any further waiting. Astolfo tried parrying her attack only to fall back due to the pure difference between the raw strength between them. Her parameters are way above me. He bit his lips nervously as he parried her attacks. Mordred grunted, seeing Astolfo being able to dodge and parry her attacks, though barely. Damn. That F*King B*TCH's attack has made me more wounded than I thought, otherwise I would have killed this F*King third-rate twerp already. Clank clank. Sounds of the exchange of blows filled up the area. Astolfo barely managed to dodge and parry Mordred's continuous attacks, which became harder for him to do as her attacks became faster and stronger with each passing second. Mordred's anger started rising, and she angrily said, you are F*King annoying. Her speed suddenly increased by a level as she slyly attacked Astolfo with a sword and then kicked her away. He flew away tens of meters, crashing into the wall of the fortress. Mordred got ready for the final blow, which was sure to kill Astolfo, but the moment she swung her sword at Astolfo, he teleported. What the dash? She quickly turned around back to see Astolfo in front of her master. Astolfo himself looked surprised as his body went against his will, attacking Kairi, who was unguarded, but seeing the face of a familiar person on his shoulder, he somehow managed to change the direction of his attack before it landed on Kairi and shouted, run away. Kairi, seeing that, quickly moved to make the distance between them, while Mordred was already behind Astolfo and kicked him away with full force. Geuk. Blood came out of Astolfo's mouth as he was yeeted outside the fortress. His several bones broke and he tried standing up back against his will, but his body gave up as he fell unconscious. Mordred grunted, ready to kill him, but hesitated and asked, did you see that, master? Kairi, who was sweating a bit, and said, he intentionally changed the direction of his attack. Mordred unsummoned her sword and, glancing at his unconscious body a final time, she said, I guess he gets a chance to live. She smirked and said, anyway, let's not wait any longer. He nodded as both of them started raiding Igdmalenia fortress for medical supplies. That F*King piece of SH*T, cursed Selenik, seeing the unconscious body of Astolfo on the holographic screen. I wasted 2 F*King 2 command spells to give him the perfect chance to win, and yet this pathetic servant failed to kill Saber's master. She shouted angrily, gnashing her teeth. Behind her, Gords, Calls, and Fiori looked worried as well. Damn it. Currently, there is no servant with us as well, said Gords fearfully. Fiori looked at him and said, Sir Gords, there is nothing to worry. I can summon Archer anytime with a command spell. He looked relieved hearing that and asked her, then summon him now. She sighed and said, Sir Gords, calm yourself. Chiron is battling with Lord Darnik and Lord Vlad 3. Summoning him now will prove disadvantageous to them. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he glanced at the screen where Mordred shamelessly demolished doors and walls as they searched for a room having medical supplies. He sighed and said, I am sorry for losing my calm. He apologized to them. Call suddenly looked around to find Selenik missing and asked, where is Miss Selenik? They looked around to find her missing. Gord said, you two wait here, I will go and look for her. He then left both of them alone while they looked worryingly at the holographic screen. Selenik, with a sadistic smile, walked towards Astolfo's unconscious body, and then swinging her whip she whipped him. After a few times, Astolfo woke up in pain and looked to see his master. Master! What are you doing? Selenik angrily shouted. You F*King B** starred, how dare you to waste the chance to kill Saber's master? I wasted 2 command spells for it. She kicked him on the stomach, making him groan in pain. She then sneered and smiled sadistically. I will show you your rightful place, servant, she said as started whipping him continuously causing heavily injured Astolfo to cry in pain. Master, stop, it hurts. She put her leg on his head and said, see this? You are nothing but a mere servant in front of me, and now for making me waste 2 command spells I will punish you till you regret it. Astolfo cried in pain as Selenite continuously kicked him. Normally with his endurance it wouldn't have hurt him, but he was heavily injured from Saber's attack and his chest bones were broken, making him feel intense pain. What are you doing, Selenite? Shouted Gourds, making her stop. She looked back at Gourds and shouted, I am just showing this pathetic piece of sh*t his place. Gourds hesitated to see this as he was angry at Astolfo for failing them as well, and turned his head away and said, fine, but make sure he doesn't die. She smiled hearing this and was about to continue whipping him when her head separated. Gourds seeing this fell on his back in fear and said, Selenite. He saw Saber in her terrifying armor holding her sword from which Selenite's blood dripped. He trembled seeing this, and when she turned to look at him he begged, please. Let me live. Hearing that, Mord snorted and said, pathetic. She then looked above and jumped above the fortress left, making Gourds breathe in relief, and he soon fainted due to the pressure. Sir Gourds, shouted Calls looking at his unconscious body. Behind him was a female homunculi. He then turned to look at the dead body of Selenite and conscious Astolfo, who groaned in pain as his body started disappearing. He quickly ordered, take Sir Gourds to safety. The homunculi nodded and lifted the fainted Gourds and quickly left while Calls came towards Astolfo. Astolfo, quickly make a contract with me, said Calls, hearing which Astolfo nodded. Fine, you will be a better master than her anyway, he said with a bitter smile as they started making a contract. Poseidon POV. My eyes fluttered as I opened them, only to find a certain blonde holding my hand. Lord Poseidon, you finally woke up, said Jean happily. I grunted looking around to see Chiron, Astolfo, and another blonde. Finally the time you wake up. And for your information, is it me who saved you, said Mordred with a smirk. I grunted a bit in pain and asked Jean, can you leave my hand? She blushed lightly and replied, yes. Here you go, and left the hold of my hand. I came out of my sleeping position and looked to find Astolfo leaping at me and hugged me. Finally you are awake, Lord Poseidon. I grabbed his head, surprising him, and then placed him on the ground. Don't jump at me like that, idiot, I said as Chiron came forward. It is nice to see you well, Lord Poseidon. He came and gave a bow. I replied, you are Chiron, right? Anyway, now can anyone explain to me what exactly happened? Mordred came forward and said, I and my master found you half dead on the battlefield and then saved your life. You can be grateful. Author's note, for your information guys, Chiron knows all Olympus gods, but of his world, all will be explained later. I looked speechlessly at Mordred, who looked at me as if I owed her my life, which, while true me being a heroic spirit, made it technically wrong. I closed my eyes and checked on my mana reserves, and then chanted, maximized heavy recover. A green light came out of my hand. I put my hand on my chest as all of my injuries healed. I sighed and muttered, that's better. Astolfo, seeing me all healed, said, whoa. How did you do that? I ignored him as I unwrapped all the bandages around me. Then standing up I looked at Jean, who nodded and started explaining to me what happened. I soon understood what happened. It went as this. Mordred found me, then with her master, she broke into Igmalenia Fortress and fought Astolfo, who got heavily wounded, then got tortured by Selenite, who got killed by Mordred, who after killing her went in Hanging Gardens of Babylonia. Then Ruler and Chiron escaped from there after Mordred broke in, and then she told them about me. When they came back they found Astolfo had made a contract with Calls. Finally, they waited till I woke up, which wasn't long considering my huge endurance. I sighed and looked at Mordred and said, thanks I guess. Though I didn't ask for your help, she sneered hearing that and said, so what? Be grateful. I came near her and said, I am grateful, but I am not going to owe you anything. She snorted hearing that and said, fine. Now, what plans do you all have? I asked them, though knowing what they are gonna say probably. Jean came forward and said, Lord Poseidon, I have decided to stop Shiro Amakusa. I nodded, and Chiron suddenly came forward and said, Lord Poseidon, I have a question to ask. I looked at him and said, if you are gonna ask who I am, then it's stupid. I am Poseidon, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, albeit from a different timeline. He stopped and then said, I see, that does make sense. I grunted and flexed myself a bit. You didn't tell me how you healed yourself, asked Astolfo, pouting. I looked at him deadpan, and while he did look cute, unfortunately he was a trap, so I replied, divine magic. Others looked intrigued hearing my words, and well, overlord spells are just divine magic, even the lower tier ones. I started recalling how the future events were to play out and suddenly asked, who is the caster of the black? Our caster is Avisborn. Unfortunately for us, he had betrayed us, said Astolfo. Obviously only he will shout out others' true names without any concern, and now that I have realized they are the same with similar events happening here just like the canon, then, *ck, here we go again, I thought, and soon a few seconds later a roar sounded. Man, what timing, I thought, amused. To be continued. Chapter 8, The Cheap Atom Ripoff. Poseidon POV. Coming out we find the Avisborn sitting on a huge black golem which was absorbing a few Igmalenia homunculus. The two brothers and sister duo were out as well. Avisborn looked at us and said, well, I guess you all are lucky enough to see my greatest creation, Atom, which shall bring forth the salvation of humanity. My eyebrows twitched in annoyance hearing that in fact, almost every supervillain in Fate's main goal is the salvation of humanity. Goetia's goal was to bring humanity salvation by completely obliterating them, and Tiamat's goal was to make humanity her children by transforming them. Other beasts' goal were quite similar as well. Beast 3 Kiera wanted to bring salvation by literally fucking up the planet, while Kama wanted to do by performing sexual acts with all humans. Anyway, enough of that. I need to get rid of this quickly, as supposedly the more time passes the stronger this thing gets, and so while Avisborn was arguing with other servants, I quickly attacked, breaking the sound barrier with my strongest technique. Unfortunately, despite me stabbing it all over the body and focusing mainly on its heart and head, it was still alive. Dang it, I hate having no powerful energy-related attacks, I thought as I made some distance between me and the giant. Meanwhile, others were stunned as I attacked the golem in the middle of the battle. Out of nowhere I quickly shouted, "What the fuck are you all waiting for? Let's quickly deal with this thing before it gets any stronger." My harsh words broke their stunned state and they quickly started attacking it as well. Chiron quickly finished off Avisborn without delaying any further. Mordred attacked the golem's hand with her mana burst, damaging it a bit. Astolfo quickly summoned her hippogriff and tried saving all the homunculus nearby to save them from becoming food for the giant golem. I attacked the golem's leg, barely scratching it, causing me to click my tongue. Freaking reality manipulation. I attacked the other leg, this time using my whole strength, successfully destroying half of it and causing it to stumble. Jean at the same time defended against the golem's attack while Chiron released a barrage of high-speed arrows like he wasn't using a bow but a minigun. I quickly attacked Golem's other leg and destroyed it, but in the meantime a few seconds its other leg was healed completely. Mordred sent deadly attacks at the giant golem while Jean defended against its attacks. Archer provided support while I stopped and started going through my memories as our attacks were not working. No, there is something I am forgetting. My eyes fell on the plants growing near its feet, causing my eyes to widen. I see, I remember it now. Its feet should be not on the ground at the moment when it simultaneously attacked at its heart and head, only then we will be able to kill it. I thought, I loudly said, I have the plan to go against him. Mordred came near me and asked, "So what's the plan, Mr. God?" I said, "We need its feet above ground to inflict any real fatal damage, and its heart and head both need to be destroyed simultaneously, so my plan is simple. I will get that thing in the air, you will then aim and destroy its head using your noble phantasm, and I will destroy its heart." "Well, sounds like a plan to me. Very well, tell me when you are ready to kick that giant golem's ass," she said with a smirk. "Then, I and Chiron will keep it busy in the meantime," said Jean as she struggled to defend against the golem's attacks. Her strength is only B while golems, so that wasn't surprising. I quickly started chanting, maximized lesser dexterity, maximized lesser strength, maximized haste, maximized penetrate magic, fly. My parameters became twice, and I coated my entire body in Tuki, doubling them again. Now my strength, endurance, and agility were 4 times what I had previously made them all go to the realm of EX rank. I will be doing it now. Mordred, get ready. I sent a mental message to Mordred. Author's note, please note that mental communication between servants is only one and not in a group, so for that reason Poseidon didn't use mental communication earlier. She smirked and replied, "I am ready," she replied. I kicked on the ground, breaking it, and then arriving at the golem at nearly the speed of 10 Mach. I punched it, throwing above tens of meters. "Now," I said. Mordred, who was readily used her blood, Clarent Arthur, obliterating the golem's head. At the same time, I unnaturally changed my direction since my spell fly was in effect, making me turn myself in midair. I covered my whole weapon in Tuki, making it A+ noble phantasm, and with the effect of penetrating magic, I destroyed its heart, thus finishing off the so-called Adam Ripoof. "That's what I call a perfect headshot, big-ass giant golem," said Mordred with a smirk at the golem, which broke into pieces and died. I breathed in relief, as if this golem was to fully mature it will become a 1,000 meters giant, and then it will take several first-class servants to bring it down, which would have been impossible in our case. "Lord Poseidon, are you all right?" asked Jean, coming near me. I raised an eyebrow at seeing a similar scene which shouldn't have been possible. Attributing it to fate or coincidence, I smacked her head, surprising her, and said, "Asking me if I am all right? I appreciate your concern, but asking that a god like me is very insulting to me." She rubbed her head and said, I just wanted to ask you, since you were injured quite badly not long ago. You didn't have to hit me on my head. You are so mean." I ignored her ranting and looked at the dead Adam. I will need an attack that could fire multiple powerful targeted beams at the target so I can solve if any similar situation was to happen in future. I guess I have to put it on my learn list, I thought. Jean transformed back into her human form. Astolfo landed near and said, "Man, battle was pretty tough." Hearing his words, I said, "You didn't even do anything, Astolfo." He pouted and said, "Come on, I prevented him from eating homunculi so it didn't get stronger faster. It did help you guys a lot." My eyes fell on Fiori and Calls, who were looking at us. I find Gord's here, who stumbled the moment I glanced at him. He trembled in fear, looking away. I guess our previous encounter left a trauma in him, not that I cared. Now comes the issue, should I stay here and help them with the case of Zack the Ripper, or should I go away? Well, that depends. If I were to get something by helping them, then I would have stayed here, but I won't. They can't give me any reward of any use to me, and system hasn't given me any voluntary quest related to them which would reward me either, so I am free to do whatever. Though I might get a better final reward by helping them, it won't be much better by a huge margin, so not lucrative enough for a god like me to do menial work. So yeah, I have decided to leave them to do my work. I need to do some of my tests as well, but well before that I would like to have a good meal, and I am pretty sure these guys in Ig Millennia would not mind it. Anyway, it's time to relax. I munched down the chicken leg piece, enjoying its flavor. Mordred, who was sitting beside me, said, "Hey, that's mine." I looked at her and knew this brat was going to make a big deal out of this, so I handed over it, surprising her, and said, "Well, then enjoy." I wasn't in the mood to fight over a bratty girl like some retarded person over a chicken leg piece, and it is not like there aren't any more fried chicken pieces on the table. She looked at me and smiled. "Haha. I like you," she said, and munched down the chicken leg piece. Astolfo, looking at this, said, "Hey. That's an indirect kiss." Mordred just ignored him and continued eating, so did I. Astolfo looked at others and said, "Why don't you all say anything about this?" Jean gave her a smile and said, "I don't think that's something to make a fuss about it." Astolfo sighed in defeat and said, "Fine, since you all don't care, then I won't either," and continued eating her food. The atmosphere can be said very harmonious. Fiori came near us and asked, "So do you all enjoy the food?" "It's good," I simply replied, and others praised her food as well. Earlier after the battle, Jean's stomach made a huge roar, declaring its hunger and embarrassing her completely. Fiori then offered her food and I joined the offer as well, followed by others, which leads to the current situation. Even if I don't need to eat food doesn't mean I won't eat food. I desire food more than ever after not eating anything for the last 6 months. After all, eating food and enjoying its taste satisfies the mind, and currently, it's my 5th time eating food since I have been summoned. Soon we finish the food. "Ah, that hits the spot," said Mordred, rubbing her tummy, which haven't bulged even a bit. Others were satisfied too. Chiron suddenly said, "Now that we have finished eating the food, I think we should start planning the battle against Servants of Red." I stood up and walked towards the Fiori, who became nervous seeing me approaching. "Yes, Lord Poseidon," she asked, making sure to mention an honorific title. In fact, everyone who knows that I am a god has made sure to use an honorific before my name. Anyway, thankfully, due to my Deepak side, my face rather remained passive and had a bit gentle look rather than my Poseidon's. I don't give a shit, or, it's going to be fun showing this insect at places. Look, otherwise she might have just freaked out. My hand slowly approached her, freaking the hell out of his brother. "Sister," he shouted, only to be surprised the next moment finding me head patting her. Not to mention Fiori, even everyone was surprised. I said, "Thank you for the meal. Also Chiron, I must say your master is quite cute." "See, you cut cute," said Fiori, blushing heavily. Chiron looked at me stunned, so did Claus. Mordred didn't seem to care even a bit, and Jean showed a bit of jealousy. Well, not surprising, I guess, and Astolfo looked very shocked at all of them. I stopped patting her and said, "Anyway, now I must go." "Wait a minute. Lord Poseidon, where are you going?" asked Jean, standing up. I said, "I have nothing else to do here, so I am leaving." Astolfo stood up and said, "We still have to make a plan to fight against Servants of Red, and fighting them against as a group will be much easier." I looked at him and replied, "I am not the one to work in groups. If the situation is dire then I might, but currently they have one less servant than us, so it is not needed." And then I went to my spiritual form and disappeared from their sight. Author's note: the biggest pothole in the entire Fate series is why servants don't turn to their spirit form to escape from enemy servants when the situation is dire. Third POV. "Stop it, why were you trying to convince him anyway? He is a god and isn't the same as us," said Mordred. Jean looked at Fiori, who was still blushing and murmuring. He said, "I am cute." Call, seeing her sister's state, said, "Sister." She broke out from her trance and said, "I am sorry, Calls, I was just too surprised." Chiron said, "I am as well, Master. I never expected Lord Poseidon to say that you are cute." Astolfo replied, "I am surprised as well. How did he didn't find me cute? I am dressed up all cute." He pouted, making others look at him weirdly, but most troubled was Jean. She felt something she hadn't ever, jealousy, and as a saint, she shouldn't have felt it. Why do I feel angry at this girl? It's like she has taken something precious from me. Is this what they call jealousy? Jean thought, troubled, but soon she resolved it. It would take much more than that to even make her feel jealousy, even at the level of a normal person. Chapter 9, The Sea. Poseidon POV. I walked on the sand, leaving my footprints behind me as I gazed at the sea before me. The sky was orangish red, and I stepped on the water, waves moving to and fro, cleaning my legs. My mind felt peaceful looking at the sea. I felt like I was at home. I continued walking forward as my body slowly submerged in the water of the sea. I dived down, and then like a jet of water I moved straight at a fast pace, going to the deeper parts of the sea. Soon I reached the deepest part of the Black Sea, which was 1,000 meters deep. I could barely see any fish due to the anoxic nature of the sea, which made it inhabitable for the majority of the species of fishes. I closed my eyes and started meditating, trying to connect with the significant body of water. Hours passed as my connection with the entire Black Sea and the ocean, in general, became deeper and deeper until it reached a breaking point. Master, your divinity has reached a rank. With this, by using a huge amount of magical energy or gaining faith energy, you can ascend to a divine spirit for a short period, System informed me. I opened my eyes, looking calmly at the blue water. It feels nice to be at home, and I guess my divinity works similarly to what it worked previously. I thought, I am a god of water, which means I am god of seas and oceans as well. Not only that, I am god of earthquakes and horses, and if we were to go by fate standards, then the divine core I should possess within my saint graph should be the divine core of the sea god. Now comes the interesting part: divine spirits, which are deteriorated forms of the god that appeared at the end of the age of gods. In this state, a god needs a vessel to descend, and their battle power is dependent on the amount of faith of the humans they are receiving. Real gods are independent of that and just basically can destroy mountains with their divinities. For me, for example, I can flood the entire world within the ocean if I am a fully fledged god, but as a divine spirit I can barely control the water of a lake with my current power, and I will get strong enough to control a big part of the ocean if millions of people have faith in me. That's a big qualitative difference. System, tell me when the Age of Gods ended, I asked. To be honest, one of the biggest mysterious things about of Age of Gods is when it officially ended. In Mesopotamia, it ended thousands of years ago, while in different places in the world, it lasted longer. Master, Age of Gods officially ended in 700 AD, and there have been 2 phases of the end of the Age of Gods in every part of the world which normally people don't know. In the first phase of the end of God of a region, the local divinities became unable to descend into the human world anymore. They stayed in pocket spiritual dimensions in which they resided after being unable to descend to the material world. It is called Divine Realm, and which is different from the Divine Realm of Throne of Heroes, which is more of a subthrone of heroes, especially for divinities. Gods stay in the former divine realms, which are their actual homes, when they are alive, and then they materialize or descend into the actual world. In this case, gods still live in the divine realm though are unable to descend, while the latter is throne of heroes for the dead gods. In the second phase of the end of the Age of Gods, the local divinities start dying, and if they are famous enough then they are immortalized in the Throne of Heroes subsystem divine realm. It actually doesn't have any actual name, and despite being part of Throne of Heroes it is basically for divinity, so it can't be called Throne of Heroes either. And now that I think it will be more confusing if I was to continue calling it Divine Realm, so let's prefer to say it as Throne of Divine. Anyway, Master, in the second phase all gods die residing in their local divine realm, and the famous divinities get a chance to be immortalized in the Throne of Divine, and officially the second phase of the last Age of Gods in the entire world ended at 700 AD, marking the end of the Age of Gods. And please note that, Master, depending on the timeline the Age of Gods might end at different periods, System explained. I sighed and muttered, that's a lot to take in and it is too much complex stuff. I decided to not worry about it now and instead focus on winning the Great Holy Grail War. I also was disappointed by the level of divinity I achieved by connecting myself to the entire Black Sea and somewhat shallowly to the entire world ocean. If I were to spend a few weeks then I might be able to ascend to a proper god by connecting myself to the entire ocean of the world. Since I am a god who embodies an aspect of nature, by getting a deep connection with that aspect I can ascend my level of divinity. This quality is special to the gods related to forces of nature. For example, if Zeus, my moronic brother, was in a similar situation as me, then during storms or severe rain he would have been able to ascend to a divine spirit by connecting himself with storm temporarily. As a god of water, I have an advantage over him as the ocean is permanent but storms aren't, so only during the duration of a storm he would have been able to ascend to a divine spirit. Same implies to gods of sun and moon, as only day and night this process will work. Anyway, I aren't worried about my shallow divinity. I just wanted to check if this was to work. With this I can be more assured in my battle prowess in my future battle. I am a god, not a heroic spirit, and if I want to fight against a powerful opponent in fate then I would need to be at my best. It will be unrealistic to fight against a freaking evil of humanity as a mere demi-divine being. My most powerful weapon, my divinity, won't be effective if that were to happen, and I won't be able to win. Heck, no matter how much I learn new things, if my base parameters weren't increased then it won't make much of a difference, and for that, I need my divinity to be effective. Satisfied with my test I jumped out of the sea in a few seconds, nearly at the speed of 2 Mach. Due to the force of my movement a big wave erupted from where I jumped out, becoming calm after reaching a few hundred meters. Chanting fly spell I flew up looking at the ocean. What a nice view, I commented. Now it is time to have some sightseeing before I chase after Team Red, and I am very curious how they are gonna fight. They have 5 opponent servants while they have only 4 servants excluding Shiro. Even if we were to go overall quality they are at a disadvantage, and I know they clearly understand it as well. I wonder if they are gonna surprise me by doing something amazing and different like they summoned Hercules. I thought, curious as a bloodthirsty smile came on my face. I hope they don't disappoint me, otherwise one-sided beating is all they will receive, I said. Third POV. We are clearly at a big disadvantage, said Shiro. Others looked at him. Saramani said, that's obvious, they have 4 servants, same as us, but if we were to consider ruler is going against us, well, that will make 5 servants. Overall it will be 4 top-class servants against us and a highly supportive servant, while we have only 3 high-class servants, including me, Achilles, Atlanta, and a completely useless one. Hearing her words, William Shakespeare quickly denied, "O great Queen of Assyria, you have mistaken something. I am fairly useful as well, even if I am a support servant I am still useful," he said. Saramani snorted and said, "Really? Then tell me how you failed to defeat even the Berserker of the Black. She was fairly weak if we were to consider as well, other than that your battle prowess is complete garbage, it makes you as good as useless." A smirk appeared on her face. He wanted to retort further, but suddenly Achilles stepped in and said, "He isn't completely useless." Saramani's raised an eyebrow and asked, "Really? Then please do tell me," Achilles said. "He promised to write a love poem with me and Missy as lovers." She became speechless as she really considered his words seriously. Atlanta just ignored it as she did every time Achilles courted her. Shiro started laughing while Saramani started fuming in rage. Shiro came forward and stopped Saramani's from killing poor William Shakespeare and said, "Now, that's something hilarious. Anyway, Williams has proven to be useful. After my incarnation I lost many of my abilities, including true name discernment and my noble phantasm, but with the sword he made I can join in the battle as well, though unfortunately, I won't be able to as I need to handle to Greater Grail. About that world salvation or whatever, You earlier told us that you would need to get inside Greater Holy Grail to manually handle it to realize it. So how much time it would take us? Asked Achilles. Shiro replied, at most a few days. Once completed we will win and they won't be able to do anything to change it, but if I was to interrupt it during the process then it will fail. I doubt they will give a few days, at most after a day they will attack us, Atlanta said. Shiro nodded and said, yes, so it makes stalling for a time a risky strategy. We will need to win this war, Achilles said. Sigh our chances in winning this aren't very good considering we will be fighting Lord Poseidon as well. Saramani said, he is the most worrisome to deal with. He defeated Hercules who coupled with his noble phantasm was enough to finish the Team Black. I regret that we sent him to deal with Poseidon first. If we had deployed him against the servants of Black then we would have to worry about it only. Shiro said, what is done, regretting about it won't help us, that leaves us with a single choice, we need a new servant. Others raised their eyebrow hearing him. Achilles said, hey, I don't want to sound rude but, is your mind working correctly? Summoning a new servant now is impossible. Shiro smiled and said, I thought you all would say something like this. Don't worry, being a ruler has its own perks, and I know there is another extra servant class beside ruler, Avenger, a class which has fairly dangerous servants, but we have no choice and need to do it. Everyone hearing him became surprised. Well, what a sudden turn of events, commented William Shakespeare, and just like that another big deviation occurred. Chapter 10, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. One can see a man with long white hair, wearing a traditional Japanese samurai dress and holding a long katana looking at the men with a similar face to him. He said, so you want me to guard your asses until you succeed in providing salvation to all of humanity? Shiro nodded at his counterpart and said, yes, that's the case, you are me so you should understand how important it is for me. The man clicked his tongue, straightening his back. He looks at the Shiro Kodomine aka this world's version of him with a smirk on his face. To think in the proper human history I would be like this. Well, this is the first time I met myself of other timeline and to be honest I am very disappointed. Is that so? Asked Shiro Kodomine while his eyes narrowed as he continued focusing on his counterpart, who started laughing crazily. Save humanity. The salvation of entire humankind. Such a big joke. You want me to help you save the freaking humanity? His eyes became dangerous as he unsheathed his katana. A crazy smile appeared on his face. Thank you in advance, because of you I will be able to achieve my dream of eradicating whole humanity even if it is just mankind of a single timeline, he said. Then he attacked him only for his body to be frozen in the middle. What? He shouted trying to move his body. Shiro smiled and said, you are opposite of me, it seems, otherwise you would have no telling your intentions to the other party when it is not needed is a completely foolish move. You bastard, he grunted angrily. Saramani's came out of Shiro's shadow and putting her delicate hand on her mouth she said, my, to think you would summon another version of you, that was something completely unexpected. She eyed at the other Shiro amused by the turn of such events. He sighed and said, is it ready? She nodded and said, I have concocted the potion. Though we were tight in resources I was able to make a single potion. As expected of you Saramani's, now we better hurry before the effective command spell wears off, he said. She nodded and smirked. Meanwhile Shiro Tokisada angrily looked at them. Both of you will pay, fucking bastards. Shiro Kodomine calmly said, open your mouth. Shiro Tokisada forcefully opened his mouth as Saramani's chugged the potion down his throat. He grunted in pain as his eyes soon became bloodshot. He fell on the floor and shouted, what? What did you give me, bitch? She smirked and said, nothing much, just a potion that will take your ability to make any decisions away. He looked at her with hatred and soon started screaming in pain while holding his head. Soon his voice calmed down while his eyes became somewhat hollow. Shiro Kodomine said, with my command spell I order you, from now onwards you will listen to my every order. He nodded and said, yes master. He smiled hearing that and said, Saramani's, now I will be beginning the process. I leave everything to you. She nodded. He then took out his clothes and went inside the Greater Grail. She then smiled and said, now, we should get rid of the remaining servants of Black first before we go against that god. A cruel smile appeared on her face. Poseidon POV. I gazed down at the beautiful scenery of nature as I munched down an apple. Being close to nature calms my nerves down. Once I finished eating the apple, one lay on the soft grass closing my eyes ready to take a nap. This is life, I thought. Though soon I got a mental message, Lord Poseidon. We need your help. Said Jean. I frowned and muttered, there goes my sightseeing. I replied, what happened? She said, Shiro. He summoned a new servant. I raised my eyebrow and asked, which class? She replied, Avenger. My eyebrows twitched hearing that. Firstly Hercules and now an Avenger. What a minute, this can be really bad. If he had summoned freaking Ingramenu by any chance, then my dream of obtaining the Holy Grail will be been drowned in evil mud. I asked, how does he look? She replied, he is Shiro Tokisada with Avenger class ***. Hearing that I breathed in relief and got up. Use a command spell and summon me, I said. Soon I felt my body entering a wormhole, and the next moment I was in front of wounded Jean. Blood leaked from a big wound in her left hand and chest. I quickly felt the change in the air. It is poisonous, I thought as I came near her. You are here. She looked at me relieved while her face being pale. I took her body in my arms and asked, how did you get so injured? She smiled weakly and said, we were fighting against Assassin of Black when they attacked, At the first battle was pretty even, but then he joined and trapped us in his reality marble. Dozens of monsters surrounded us, coupled with poisonous air and fully powered attack from Achilles and Atlanta, Chiron and Astolfo died. I sighed and said, we need to move first. I quickly started running and looking for a safer place. Lord Poseidon, Mordred is still fighting against him. Please leave me and assist her, she said weakly. I gave her a glare and said, shut up, if you were to die then Laetitia's backup body will be exposed and she won't be able to escape this reality marble. She bit her lips hearing that and became silent. I moved from tree to tree looking around. There was a fire burning the trees as far as I can see. I soon found an area where the fire hasn't reached, and getting there quickly I chanted, create water. I created a huge amount of water encircling us, preventing the fire from getting in. I put her body on the ground and quickly chanted, maximized detoxify poison, maximized heavy recovery, maximized protection against negative energy, maximized temperature change. I cast one spell after another. The first one detoxified poison from Jean's body, and thankfully while fatal it was rather normal poison, not a curse or something else. My second spell completely healed her wounds. My third spell dispelled all the negative energy around her and nullified further poisoning. My last spell changed hot temperature around us to a cooler one. Soon she felt much better and looking at me she said, thank you. I just gave her a nod and standing up I said, stay here, I will go and kill him. She hesitated for a bit before she resolutely said, I will go with you. I smacked her head and said, nope, you will stay here, don't make me repeat myself again. Boo but, she said grabbing her head. I clicked my tongue and said, it seems you need to be punished. She flinched and said, I will stay here. I nodded and gave her a smile. Good girl, patting her head a bit making a completely blushing mess out of here. I left the area. I activated my divinity completely nullifying poison. Then I chanted, maximized compass. Soon I got his direction and ran at that direction. Third POV. You fucking bastard, Mordred grunted as she stumbled, her body completely poisoned and seriously wounded. She looked at the long white-haired men who looked at her emotionlessly. Well, you are not bad yourself, he said as he glanced at the huge wound at his right hand. He smiled cruelly and said, now, it's time I finish off you. Mordred's eyes became bloodshot hearing that. She laughed and said, finish me off. Sorry, but I will be the one separating that nasty head of yours. She stood up activating her mana burst ready to go at her full strength. Shiro narrowed his eyes, got in position and said, well then do entertain me. Both of them got ready for the second round of the battle. Chapter 11, the final battle approaches. Third POV. Both of them got ready for the second round of the battle. Mordred attacked him, not waiting any further, swinging her sword with intent to cut him down. Shiro blocked it and parried it. Both of them started exchanging moves. The sound of their swords hitting each other reached far and wide in the reality marble. Clang clang. Mordred suddenly threw her sword at him, taking him by surprise. He narrowly dodged it only to be welcomed by a powerful kick in the stomach. He coughed out blood as lightning cracked around Mordred's leg as she kicked him again, this time on his face, throwing him meters away. Using her immense speed she reached above his body and started sending a barrage of punches at his face. Coupled with her hard armor and mana burst she broke his nose and half of his teeth, though he managed to regain his footing as blocked her attack with his hand and made some distance between them. And you call yourself a knight, fucking bitch, he said with anger. She smirked and said, I am a knight, but winning a battle and being a knight are two different things. Then she summoned her sword at her hand and so did Shiro. Both of them again ran towards each other, breaking sound barrier and started fighting each other. Clang clang. The movement of their attacks reached tens of swings per second. From time to time Mordred would attack in a way that could be only said not knightly, but Shiro this time was more careful and easily managed to avoid her attacks. As time passed Mordred started falling disadvantage, while Shiro's wound started healing, hers only got worse. The fact air was poisonous didn't help her either. By now it was only through her fucking sheer will that she was still attacking. Her body was completely poisoned and she didn't have much time left. Soon she reached her limit. Fuck, she said, feeling pain throughout her body. Shiro smiled and said, it seems the effect of the command spell your master had used had worn off. She grunted as she stumbled and fell. Master, use another command spell on me. She mentally messaged him but didn't get any reply. Her eyes widened as she again said, Master, can you hear me? But again didn't get any reply. She grunted and looked at slowly approaching Shiro and said, what the fuck you did? He stopped and then cruelly smiled, trying to contact your master. It's useless now. Before it might have worked, but my reality marble is completely on full throttle now. It's completely sealed from the outside. Even command spells are useless, he said. Her eyes widened. This is how I die. Without getting my wish, she muttered. The image of her father flashed through her mind. I wanted to become king, so I can end his solitude. She again muttered, closing her eyes as she felt her life slipping away. Shiro didn't attack as he wanted to die, her slowly writhing in pain from poison rather than giving her a quick death. Maximized Thunder Lance. A lance of thunder attacked Shiro, who partially evaded it, though it managed to hit his chest, partially passing through it and burning the skin on his chest. Another one, Shiro said, getting ready to attack only to be stabbed through trident. Next moment, he coughed out blood looking at the figure who held the trident. Oh how, he said in disbelief. Poseidon didn't bother to reply and quickly severed his head using his sword. Next moment, after that he quickly chanted, maximize fireball, and a fireball appeared on top of the magic circle in his hand. He threw it on Shiro's body, burning it, then turned to nearly dead Mordred and quickly moved to her. Maximized detoxify poison, maximized heavy recovery, he said. The first spell dispelled all the poison from Mordred's body, and the second one healed her injuries. Poseidon felt more than half of his mana being completely depleted. He took her in his arms in a princess carry and waited for a bit before frowning. System, why the reality marble hasn't been destroyed yet? He asked. System replied, Master, one cannot escape this reality marble through normal means as long as it has a mana supply which it is getting from another Shiro, so this reality marble can persist as long as he isn't killed or mana supply isn't cut. He clicked his tongue hearing that. What a hassle, he said before looking at unconscious Mordred who started getting poisoned again. He used a normal detoxify poison spell on her before using maximized protection against negative energy and then started running back towards where he left Jean. System, is there any way to escape this? He asked while running. Yes, Master, by claiming the reward you got from slaying Siegfried you can escape. I will give you a reward specifically for this, System replied. His eyes widened a bit before he asked, you can do that? Master, it isn't a voluntary and specified quest, so depending on your merits and wishes I have to reward you. Although this won't work with voluntary quests since they will have a fixed reward, they have an advantage over involuntary quests that their rewards are generally better than merits you need to do to complete, while in involuntary quest the reward is proportionate to the merits, System explained him. He smiled hearing this, and soon he reached back to Jean who seeing him said, Lord Poseidon, you are fine. She looked relieved, then glanced at the unconscious Mordred who looked was sleeping rather than being unconscious as she drooled while snuggled near his chest making herself comfortable in his arms. Jean looked at the scene speechlessly while Poseidon dropped her on the ground without any care. Ouch, she said as she opened her eyes. She rubbed her head before looking at Jean and Poseidon. I am still alive, she said in disbelief as she examined her and found no wounds, which further surprised her. She glanced at Poseidon and understood what happened and asked, Are you the one who saved me? He nodded and said, Yes, I saved you, so that returns the favor I had for you saving me earlier. She smiled and said, Thanks. Anyway, where is that long white-haired bastard? He calmly replied, Dead. Mordred became disappointed and said, Is that so? I wanted to be the one to kill him by separating his nasty head. Don't worry, I did separate his head while finishing him off, he said. She smiled happily and stood up then patted his shoulder. Nice. It seems we have a lot in common, she said. Poseidon just ignored her. Meanwhile Jean suddenly asked, He is dead? Then why this reality marble is still here? Mordred looked around a bit confused, while Poseidon asked, You didn't use your skill to check this reality marble? Jean's face became flushed as she replied, I forgot to do that. She lowered her head completely embarrassed. Poseidon coldly said, You have been too clumsy. Hearing that she bowed and said, I am sorry. Well, that doesn't matters. How are we gonna escape from here? Asked Mordred. Jean somehow calmed herself down and said seriously, I don't know. This reality marble is weird and command spells aren't working either. Poseidon sighed and said, System, I claim the reward. Now give me something through which we can escape from here. Ding. You have completed the hidden quest, Slay a Dragon Slayer. Details, Dragon Slayers think of themselves as bosses since they slay dragons. Show them their place and give them a reality check by slaying a powerful Dragon Slayer. I bet they didn't see that coming. Rewards, 1/4th part of custom divine dividing sacred gear. Note, it is completely immune to dragon slaying magics and weapons unlike the original version. Ding. You have slayed one of the strongest dragon slayers of all time. For that, a reward will be bestowed. Custom reward, Absolute Spatial Teleportation Card X. Note, it can teleport one anywhere without any cost of mana, northwest matter the place, even if it is a different timeline or world it can teleport you there. Though do remember it will fail to work if you try to teleport in the past or future, it works on omniversal time, thus if you try to teleport to a different world please do not expect to get teleported to the period you wanted to. Also, be careful with selecting the place. If you do not specify the place then you might be ET'd to a random place, random world, or random timeline. Using method, it will teleport you to the place you want and it will do it. Poseidon's eyes widened seeing the rewards, especially the first one. He knows how powerful divine dividing is. Though it does have a major weakness of being weak against dragon slaying magics, abilities, or weapons, this version of divine dividing doesn't have this weakness, making it op as fuck. He smiled excitedly, completely confusing Jean and Mordred who saw his expression. After that, he checked on the second reward satisfied, though he became wary after he finished reading the description and asked, System, we won't be teleported to a different period if we were to use this right? System simply replied, Nope. Hearing that he breathed in relief and summoned 3 teleportation cards, piquing Mordred and Jean's interest. What is this? Asked Mordred as Poseidon handed him one. Jean too looked curiously, unable to discern it with her skills, though she could feel it was something special. Poseidon said, It is our ticket to out here, just hold it and wish to teleport out. Also do make sure to specify the place, otherwise let's just say you will be at a place you wouldn't want to. Really? These card-like things can teleport us? Is that your noble phantasm? Asked Mordred, excited and curious. Poseidon said, It is more like a consumable. Anyway, I will see out of here. He teleported outside. Mordred pouted seeing that he teleported, not answering her question. Wait a minute. You need to tell me, she said, and teleported outside as well. Jean followed them as well and teleported outside. They appeared in the place where servants of both teams battled, As soon as they came out, Claws approached them and asked, "Where is Astolfo?" Fiore moved towards them as well and asked, "Where is Archer?" Poseidon patted Jean's shoulder signaling her. She nodded and then looked at them. "They are dead," she said. Hearing that both sister and brother became sad, Fiore clenched her fists and so did Claws. Seeing this, Jean sighed and bowed, surprising them. "I apologize, it was due to me not doing my duties, I failed," she said, clenching her fists. Fiore said, "No need to apologize for it, ruler." She replied, "No. It's my mistake. As a ruler, I have failed in my duty as overseer. The greater Holy Grail war wasn't conducted properly and Master of Red summoned a new servant." "A new servant?" gasped Claws. Fiore said, "But that should be impossible. Every servant has been summoned already." Jean nodded and said, "It should be impossible to summon a new servant, but he abused the fact that he is ruler and summoned an extra-class servant called Avenger." Mordred nodded and angrily said, "That bastard trapped us within his reality marble. We were welcomed by the full-powered attacks from Archer and Rider of the Red. Other than that, air was poisonous. He managed to kill them and I died nearly as well." Then she glanced at Poseidon. With a happy smile she patted his back and said, "Thankfully, this Mr. God saved me in time." "Is that so, Saber?" asked Kyrie, who suddenly appeared. He was able to hear Mordred's words thankfully due to her loud voice. She moved towards him and said, "Oi, master, see. I am fine." He nodded with a smile and then looked at the brother and sister duo. Claws said, "That means we have lost." Jean felt bad hearing that. They were right though. Igmalenia has lost Great Holy Grail war as the remaining servants of Black died. Claws started crying and so did Fiore. Poseidon moved toward Fiore and patted her head. She was surprised, and looked at him. He smiled surprisingly and said, "Do not shed tears, he didn't want for you to cry over him." She blushed and nodded. Poseidon looked at Claws and said, "Astolfo and she gave their best for you. Do not cry over their death, rather be proud that they were your servants and fulfilled their duties till the last breath." He nodded and rubbed his tears. "Thankyou." Poseidon nodded and then looked at Jean and Mordred. His eyes narrowed and he said, "Now, it is time to destroy them for once and all." Jean nodded, while Mordred bumped her fists and said, "I am all fired up. They will pay with interest for using such a dirty trick against us, especially that bitch." And just like that, the final battle was near. Chapter 12, Jean's Feelings. Third POV. Achilles angrily walked towards Ceremonies. She saw him coming towards her with a mischievous smile. She asked, "What happened, Ryder? You seem to be quite angry." He glared at her and shouted, "What was that, assassin? You said we would be fighting them in a reality marble where the terrain will be advantageous to us. You didn't tell us about the toxic environment and used a command spell to force me to kill Chiron by surprise." Author's note: Shiro gave Ceremonies a few command spells before he went inside Greater Grail. She smiled and said, "Is that what you are angry about?" "That's quite hilarious, to be honest." His eyes became red hearing that and he pointed his lance at her and said, "Don't try to test my limit, Ceremonies. You forced me to kill my teacher against my will. You didn't give me a chance to properly fight him." "Calm down, Achilles," said Atlanta holding his hand. He looked at her angrily and said, "What about you, Missy? Don't you feel angry about her using us like tools?" She replied to him, "I do not care. For my wish, I will do anything." He became shocked and took a step back, then he started laughing. "Is that so? I didn't think you will go to such lengths for your dream, Missy," he said. Ceremonies clapped her hands, gaining their attention, and said, "Well, will you look at this?" A holographic projection appeared showing 3 servants on it. Achilles' eyes widened looking at Poseidon and so did Atlanta's. She said, "It seems ruler succeeded in using a command spell before that reality marble became fully operational, and even then he managed to kill him in that type of environment, and if that wasn't enough they somehow escaped from that reality marble." Achilles smirked and said, "Are you surprised? Do not forget that he is one of the 12 great Greek gods, and even then he is in the top 3. If not for the fact that he is only a semi-divine spirit, he could have beaten all of us easily." Ceremonies' eyebrows twitched in anger while Atlanta remained silent, though she agreed with Achilles' words as well. Even if he is not the god she is devoted to, he is her uncle and one of the major gods of Olympus, thus his battle prowess is undoubtedly at a level they can't even think of. Approaching. Whatever, now the only thing is left to stall for some time and we will win regardless. It will take them 1 or 2 days before they can reach us. After that, we only need to keep them busy for some time and we will win," she said with a haughty smile. Achilles stepped forward and said, "I will be the one fighting him." Both the women raised their eyebrows hearing that. "Achilles, what do you mean?" asked Atlanta in disbelief. He grinned and said, "My wish is almost as good as lost by now after that act of your Ceremonies, but if I can fight him, even if I was to lose, even if I know it was futile, nothing will bring me more pride than giving my all to fight against someone so strong like him." Ceremonies put her hand on her mouth and said, surprised, "Is that so?" Then she smiled and said, "Very well, you can go and try to keep him busy." Achilles clicked his tongue and said, "Just now that I am not doing for you and that white bastard's stupid dream." Her eyes narrowed hearing that and she said, "I won't stop you from doing whatever you want, but try to go against my master's wish and you will regret it." He smirked and was about to say something again when Atlanta grabbed his hand. He looked at her and she said, "I will accompany you as well." He smiled hearing that and said, "I will be more relaxed with you, Missy." Then he looked at her and said, "Tell me when they arrive. I am in no mood to talk with you any further." He then transformed into his spirit form. Atlanta looked at her and said, "Do same for me," as he said. She transformed into spirit form as well. Ceremony seeing this clenched her fists. these bastards, they dare to act like that in front of me, she said angrily, then she said, humph. Whatever, she decided to ignore their actions for now. Oh great Queen of Assyria dash, unfortunately for William Shakespeare, he decided to intervene at the wrong time. He gulped nervously while being wrapped in chains. She smiled at him and said, here are you bastard, most annoying and bothersome of all. You see, I was thinking about trying to concoct some new type of poisons in my free time, though I need a test subject as well, so will you be kind enough to be my poison tester? Phew, he started shaking in fear. What he experienced next can be only said as hell, and the details better be left unknown lest some of you kick the bucket just by hearing it. Third POV. Jean opened her eyes and looked at Laetitia in front of her. Laetitia, she said. The latter looked at her and said, Miss Jean, it's about your feelings. She sighed hearing her words, and asked, is this about Lord Poseidon and the weird feelings I hold in for him? Laetitia nodded and replied, you can feel it, right? Jean looked confused and asked, are those mine or yours? She looked at her, and Laetitia smiled and replied, it is ours. Jean became confused hearing that and said, ours. Laetitia nodded and said, you have my memories and some of the personality, right? In the same way, I have seen your memories, the sacrifices you have made. I know you hold no grudge for what happened to you at the end, but you do feel regret, right? Jean replied, yes I do. I always think about what would have happened to me if I decided to not join the war. What would it have felt like to live like a normal village girl? Maybe I would have married someone I love, have children, and spent the rest of my life with them. Laetitia smiled and said, although I don't understand much about the throne of heroes or whatnot, essentially it makes your soul immortal, right? She nodded, and Laetitia continued, this means you can overcome your regret. You love him. He is a caring person and it would be a lie that I don't. Feel the same for him. Tears started dripping down her eyes, shocking Jean. Laetitia, do you dash? She nodded and said, you are quite late to catch up, Miss Jean. You have given your entire life for others. It is time you live for yourself. Be happy. Jean started trembling in shock and said, does that mean you love him and I do as well? She put her hand on her chest and closed her eyes. She started recalling every moment she spent with Poseidon, and then opened her eyes. It seems the answer is clear, but Laetitia, you do love him, right? So, I think. Laetitia shook her head and said, I don't think it is possible, Miss Jean. He will vanish after the Great Holy Grail War, right? Relationship between us is impossible, Jean muttered. Is that so? She knew a way for Poseidon to stay longer on Earth, but for that, they would need to lengthen the duration of their contract, and Poseidon needs to agree for that as well. Other than that, he would need a mana supply to stay here, and Laetitia isn't a mage. Currently, due to them being fused, Poseidon can get mana via her. Author's note, both of their personalities are fused as well, thus this Jean has 40% of Laetitia's personality, making her weak to men, especially men like Poseidon who are totally Laetitia's type. Even if Jean was to become how she was previously, her feelings would remain. Feelings aren't Laetitia's but hers own. Only some of Laetitia's personality is temporarily affecting her, and Laetitia's own true personality is suppressed for most of the time, but she can see what is happening like a movie. Thus she fell in love with Poseidon much faster than Jean. Yes, unlike original where only Jean fell in love, and this she did as well. I don't know, Laetitia, these feelings are new for me. I have never felt something like this. I don't know what to do, or how to approach him, Jean said troubled. Laetitia wiped her tears and coming near her, grabbed her hands and looked into her eyes with a smile. She said, don't worry about it, Miss Jean, just believe in yourself, he will accept you. Jean said, what? What if he rejects me? Laetitia puffed her cheeks and said, you are thinking so much, Miss Jean. Just go and tell him about your real feelings already. And don't worry, I have watched hundreds of romantic movies. Everything will be fine. Jean flinched hearing that, then she closed her eyes and smiled. I see, thanks for helping me, Laetitia, but it isn't the time I tell him about my feelings. I see, I wish for both of your happiness, said Laetitia, happily though sadness was visible in her voice. The next day after finishing breakfast, all the three remaining servants, Kyrie and Claus, and Fiori Igdamilenia were gathered as well. We need to catch up to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon quickly and prevent Shiro from accomplishing his goals at all cost, said Jean. Others nodded. Mordred bumped her fists. I am all fired up. The question is, how will we do it? We can use our private airplanes if needed, said Fiori. Poseidon said, how about you send us near them with your airplane and I will fly us inside of Hanging Gardens of Babylon? Mordred asked surprised, you know flying magecraft? He nodded and she said, I would like to have a taste of flying like a bird as well. How about you, master, want to join the ride? Kyrie put his hand on his head feeling a headache while others awkwardly laughed. Now, let's finalize our plans, Poseidon said seriously. Others became serious and all of them started discussing the plan. Soon after half an hour everything was finished. Very well guys, let's go and kick their balls, said Mordred fired up. I don't think Assassin would have balls though, said Kyrie. Mordred looked at him angrily and said, Master, don't ruin my dialogue at least. He took out a cigarette and said, fine, let's go kick their ass. Mordred smiled and said, yes, that's the thing. Kyrie lit up a cigarette and started smoking. After that, they dispersed as they still had a lot of time before the plan officially begins. Poseidon decided to chill while laying on soft grass till the Igdamillennia Bother and sister duo finished setting up everything. While he was doing so, Jean came near him and sat down. "Why are you here, Jean?" asked Poseidon, dissatisfied that his peace has been disturbed. "I am sorry for disturbing you, Lord Poseidon, but can I stay here beside you?" she asked in anticipation and nervousness. He nodded, making her feel relaxed, and they stayed like that. Jean slowly moved towards Poseidon while blushing. Poseidon took notice of her small movements and looked at her, his eyes narrowed. Jean's face became red in embarrassment. Lord Poseidon, I can explain this." "Hey Jean," he said. She replied by instinct. "Yes," he continued. "You remember when I asked you to make a contract with me and transfer all the command spells to Laetitia instead of you?" She nodded, confused. "I did it intentionally. You were getting a mana supply directly from the Holy Grail, and your huge mana is incomparable to the meager amount of mana even the greatest magus holds in this era. So by making a contract with you I gained a robust supply of mana, being able to battle without any tension. Also, I had made the contract with your Laetitia part, so in case you were to die, I won't vanish, as she will have my command spells and can use them to empower me despite not providing me any mana." He became silent and didn't speak any further. Jean trembled and asked, Why to tell me?" He stood up and said, "In case you misunderstood my previous actions. After all, I am no fan of misunderstandings." He then glanced at her and said, "Anyway, I will be in my spirit form, call me once it's needed," and he disappeared. Jean looked at the place he last was and thought, "It doesn't matter to me though. After all, Lord Poseidon, you do deserve to be a little selfish." Then she flinched and became sad, remembering something. "I wasn't able to tell him," she said, disappointed. Meanwhile, Poseidon, who was underwater in his spirit form, closed his eyes and thought, what a hassle. He knew Jean's feelings for him. He wasn't a stupid dense shonen protagonist, but while he liked her he didn't love her. He wasn't obliged to accept her feelings, but he didn't want to break her heart by outright denying her. Maybe a bit cowardly of him, but he knows better than others how much rejection hurts. Truly what a hassle, he thought for the final time before he fell asleep. Chapter 14, The Final War for the Holy Grail Part. Third POV. The final war approached, and it was finally time for the remaining servants in this war to meet each other and give their all to fight to win the Holy Grail War. Remaining servants were utterly ready to battle against each other for the omnipotent wish-granting object known as Holy Grail. All their goals were somehow related to it, even if a few didn't want it in the end. "We are near," said Mordred, excited. Jean nodded, and Poseidon looked in front. In the distance a small object can be seen floating and flying away at quite a good pace. He said, "This much distance is enough. If we move any closer she will fire beams, and even an A-rank magical resistance won't help us much against them." Mordred and Jean became surprised hearing that. "You know a lot about servants and their abilities." "A lot, Lord Poseidon," said Jean. Mordred nodded in agreement. "Is that some personal skill of yours? Or a noble phantasm?" asked Mordred, intrigued. She and Jean have noticed Poseidon often knows how to deal other servants, their noble phantasm and details about them. Even revealing their true names won't grant this much info. At first Jean and Mordred didn't think much about it. For them it happened the first time when he battled with Hercules. Mordred was watching their battle and was first confused why he's fighting Hercules so weirdly, and even was disappointed by the fact with how weak he was before he killed the Hercules for the first time. But once he killed him once and Hercules resurrected, she understood that Poseidon probably knew about Hercules' noble phantasm, and what followed was just Hercules' repeated deaths shocking her to the core. Hercules' ability was perverted, and after talking with Jean and Chiron during when Poseidon was unconscious, she got to know Hercules' ability made him immune to his previous cause of death. While surprised by Hercules' cockroach-like life-saving abilities and impressed by Poseidon's strength and capability to kill someone like him, she didn't think much about it either, considering they were of the same homeland. But after repeated displays of him knowing almost all of the abilities of other servants, even of not belonging the same homeland, even a battle junkie like her would know something is interesting. As for Jean, she was confused as well, since from her skill she knew that Poseidon possessed no such skill that could give him such info. Poseidon looked at them and said, "I am a god, and as a god, it is normal to know everything." Mordred's face twisted in confusion and she asked, "Huh? As a god you are supposed to know everything? What kind of stupid logic it is?" On the other hand, Jean looked enlightened and said, "Is that so? I understand it now." She smiled, content with his answer. Mordred looked at her speechless and said, "Oi, you can't be serious, right? That doesn't make any sense." Jean retorted and said, "God is supposed to be all-knowing, and as Lord Poseidon is a god, so he is supposed to know everything. See, it makes complete sense." Mordred sighed in defeat and said, "Whatever," and looked at Jean, who for some reason looked a bit dumb to her. Well, despite how serious Jean is, people don't know she is a bit dumb and an airhead, though it isn't as exaggerated shown in Learn with Manga parody, fortunately. Otherwise Poseidon himself would have converted her into materials instead of Kodako. /n***, we got a bit distracted here. Anyway, if Holy Virgin was to sweat, will it be considered holy water? Thinking face. "Oi, master, how about you join us as well?" asked Mordred, smiling. Kairi looked at her and then at Poseidon and said, "If he doesn't mind, then sure." She smiled and said, "Okay. Master is going with us as well." Poseidon meanwhile cast some spells on himself and then said, "Let me warn you, if he went with us his chances of dying is as high as the chances of dying a guy with lung cancer, brain tumor, and heart attack simultaneously." Kyrie's eyebrows twitched hearing that, wondering if Poseidon was cursing him, while others were dumbfounded as well. Anyway, let's not wait any longer and leave, they might fire if we wait any longer, he said. Mordred sighed and said, Master, then wait for me to come back with the Holy Grail. He nodded helplessly. The gates of the airplane opened and Mordred quickly hopped on his back sticking like a koala, and said, Let's go, Mr. God, don't disappoint me. Jean looked confused about how to grab Poseidon, who sensed it and took her in a princess carry. Lo Lord Poseidon. This, she said, blushing heavily while stuttering. Poseidon said, Stop stuttering like this and focus on the objective. His words washed away all the mood of Jean, who sighed and nodded. He then looked at Kyrie, Claus, and Fiori a final time and nodded at them before jumping out. Lord Poseidon, take care of yourself, shouted Fiori, surprising her brother a bit. Oh. Yeah, Mordred shouted as they fell a bit before suddenly they flew towards the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, breaking the sound barrier, and started approaching it at a fast speed. Ceremonies, who was inside the throne room, smiled seeing this on a holographic magical projection before her. Finally out of those flying pieces of metal, huh? Let's see if you can survive my magic cannons. A huge magic cannon aimed at them and fired a powerful magical beam. The powerful beam of super-condensed super-hot mana could even pulverize servants with a rank magical resistance, but Poseidon showed no movement to dodge it. Hey. Dodge it. What are you doing? Dodge it, shouted Mordred on top of her lungs. She closed her eyes, ready to feel extreme pain. Jean didn't shout, unlike her, and instinctively hugged Poseidon while closing his eyes, but as a few seconds passed they felt nothing. They opened their eyes to see a thin barrier of water reflecting all the magical power away from them. Ceremony stood up from her throne and looked at the spectacle on the holographic projection, shocked. What the? Her eyes focused on Poseidon to see a thin blue light shining on him. Her eyes widened as she quickly checked it using her magecraft, and once she did, a look of horror appeared on her face. It can't be. How? How is he able to use his authority? She shouted, shocked beyond any measure. What separates a god from humans? Their divine potential. The presence of true ether inside them. Huge amounts of pure mana. Nope, all of these things can be attained by humans, but there is a hurdle they can rarely cross, a thing that makes God a god. It's their divine authority, or divinity for short, different from the divinity of demigods. Divinity of a true god is said to be omnipotent. While exaggerated, it is true that the divinity of a god is on a whole another level, though in Fate there are many ways to kill a god, making them look weaker than they're supposed to. It doesn't change the fact that a god's authority is something so strong that it is often compared to true magic's. Poseidon, as a top-tier water god, has one of the highest divinity and powerful authority among all gods. His control and sheer power over is simply something third-rate gods like Uriel and Stheno can't compare to. Even as of now being reduced to mere A, didn't mean it can't go against a powerful magical attacks of Ceremonies. Ceremonies, who herself felt proud of her divine heritage, knew better than anyone the horror of a god's authority. She gritted her teeth looking at the screen. If Poseidon was to fight with them as a divine spirit, then they were pretty much finished. She forcefully calmed herself down and looked at the screen, seeing them entering Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Achilles, Atlanta, they are inside, go and fight them. She telepathically sent them a message. Okay, she received the reply and sighed. Then she started thinking about how Poseidon was able to use his divinity. She knew that after the end of the Age of Gods, no god was supposed to born, and even a summoned divine spirit can't use their authorities. Even if they somehow manage to remain as divine spirit summoned after the end of Age of Gods, their powers will weaken as hell. She started ramming her brain searching for an answer and looked at Poseidon and the other two making their way inside, destroying all the Tooth Warriors as they proceeded. Her eyes quickly catch on the fact that Poseidon didn't have his authority right now. Her eyes twinkled as a cruel smile formed on her face. I see, it is just temporary. While it didn't change the fact that Poseidon was the biggest hurdle in front of them, it did make her more relaxed, realizing Poseidon can access his authority only temporarily, which increased their chances of winning against this abomination greatly. For their winning didn't mean they have to kill him, but only delay for a bit. A god, huh? She muttered, remembering someone she extremely loathed. Then her mind went to Poseidon's lore on how he was pissed and did several heinous things. Obviously the modern world has several origin stories of mythical heroes, gods, etc., which while do affect them to an extent, like granting them an ability or noble phantasm, it doesn't change their original persona. In Fate's world, for example, Poseidon wasn't pissed, and neither did he ever ped Medusa. Impressed by her, he rewarded her a divine Pegasus, which later on manifested as her strongest ability after becoming a servant. Obviously it is Fate Poseidon we are talking about, not this Poseidon who is of a different verse, but due to parallel world phenomena. It made no difference to anyone, whether servants or magus, that the person they know is a different version of their world. For them they are same person while being different. Ceremonies didn't know that Poseidon belonged to the other timeline, unlike Jean and Mordred, but it mattered little to her, and she already believed in the origin story of Poseidon, which depicted him as a heinous pissed than someone who granted heroes rewards impressed by them. Her personal bias made her blind and stupid in such things. Thinking of being able to kill a bastard, self-proclaimed god like him, her eyes twinkling, after experiencing one mood swing after another since the beginning of the Great Holy Grail War due to Poseidon, and now her mood has become worse for the bad. Well, I guess it will be worth it making him suffer, she muttered with a smile. It seems she has finally released her evil side. Mordred and Jean followed after Poseidon, who led the way. They also encountered tooth warriors and even dragon-winged warriors, but for first-class servants like them, it was as easy breathing for them to dispose of such beings who would give any modern magus run for their magecraft. They weren't that far from throne room by now and ran at a mild pace. Suddenly an arrow headed for Jean, only to be cut in half by Poseidon using his sword. They went in defense knowing who has arrived. Atalanta and Achilles came out of hiding. Achilles pointed his lance at them and said, "Sorry, but you aren't allowed to go any further." Mordred grinned upon hearing that and said, "Really? Then all I have to do is kill you, bastards." Poseidon walked forward and said, "You two go and I will take care of them." Mordred grinned and said, "You take that girl, I will take on this boy." Poseidon replied, "Nope, he has a bad match for you." Mordred froze and then glared at him. "Are you saying I am weaker than him?" she shouted, summoning his sword and pointing it toward him. Everyone was baffled by the turn of events. Jean summoned her holy flag and gripped it tightly, ready to defend Poseidon in case Mordred tried to attack him, while the Greek hero duo was dumbfounded. How Poseidon reacted to it. He gave Mordred a powerful smack on her head before she could process, and the next moment her head started hurting. Her sword fell from her hand as she grabbed her head in pain. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts, she grunted in pain. Angered, she wanted to attack the person who smacked his head, but before she could, Poseidon said, "That guy Posse's a powerful divine nature, thus one would need a divine nature equal or higher than him to even hurt him. Well, you can bypass this by using your mana burst. In a battle of attrition you would still lose." Now that Poseidon has explained, she calmed herself, and clicked her tongue. "What with the heroes of your mythology being so resilient like cockroaches?" she asked. Obviously she didn't receive no answer, while Achilles and Atalanta fumed in anger hearing her words. Poseidon summoned his trident and said, "Jean, go and stop Shiro." Jean nodded and said, "Okay, Lord Poseidon." She quickly left without waiting any further. He then turned to Mordred and said, "You wanted to fight ceremonies, right? Go straight to the left side and take a right turn. You will get her inside the room, which has a large and luxurious gate on the front." Hearing that, Mordred's mood became better and said, "Thank you, and don't take my previous words to heart." "Okay," he nodded and she left. Poseidon looked at the duo still waiting like idiots. To be honest, he was ready for any surprise attack. Using surprise attack on him wasn't that useful, as he was always on guard. Still, he was surprised at how the two waited for their little chat to be over. He looked at them and said, "I am surprised you didn't attack us while talking." Achilles smiled and said, "As an honorable hero, how can I attack someone when they haven't got ready to attack?" Atalanta snorted hearing him. Unlike him, she believed on killing the opponent no matter the method used to achieve it, and despised the weak. However, due to Achilles and his dream, she decided to put some of her personal feelings aside. Even if she didn't like the fact that this bastard courted her, he was still one of the few people she could call a friend, and she thought that she is nothing losing by helping him fulfill his dying wish, while her is already secured to be fulfilled, and thus waited for Achilles to strike first and officially began their battle. "Oh, it is rare to see a person like you," said Poseidon, ready to attack. Then he smiled and thought, "Who is such a big idiot?" and dashed towards them. Chapter 15, The Final War for the Holy Grail Part. Poseidon POV. Dashing at Achilles, I stabbed my trident at him. He smiled, and with an equal speed he deflected my attack. I quickly dodged some arrows shot at me by Atalanta. She wasn't using her trump card like the original, so my current circumstances were better. I continued fighting with Achilles, who displayed an equal amount of agility like me. His swiftness was more than me, but my experience in using trident made me calmly fight against both of their attacks simultaneously. "As expected of you, Lord Poseidon, being able to keep my speed, and considering my vessel is currently able to display 100% of my speed parameters wise, it is impressive," he said, praising me wholeheartedly with respect and admiration. I ignored him, and destroying all the arrows shot at me by Atalanta, I performed dozens of stab at sound-breaking speed. His eyes widened seeing this. The next moment he was meters away with a serious look on his face. "I see, I have been disrespectful to you by not going all out. Very well, I will give my all," he said as his body shone lightly in the green light. "Here it comes," I thought, getting ready to fight him. Achilles used his noble phantasm Dromius Comets. His speed instantly quadrupled as he dashed at me. I covered my whole body, doubling my all parameters, and swiftly blocked his stab. He smiled and continued doing stabs at me. I blocked them and grinned. I started doing stabs at him, and while his movement was twice as fast, I easily managed to stand against his rapid stabs and responded with the same. Meanwhile, Atalanta had stopped shooting her arrows and watched us as we fought against each other. I did a powerful parry with my trident and managed to throw him a few meters away. He quickly moved to regain his balance, and circling me, he managed to get behind me and stabbed me with his lance. I calmly blocked it using my trident without even looking back and threw him away. He again circled me and moved so fast that a tornado formed. "I will win this," he shouted, running around me. The next moment dozens of his aftermirages covered me while all of them stabbed at me. Not bad. He managed to make a half-ass copy of my technique after seeing my own, but well, I thought, and used my strongest technique, Medusa Loptometer, and I got behind all of his afterimages. He looked back in surprise, and the next moment he was greeted by hundreds of my aftermirages stabbing at him. His face looked at me stunned as my trident ripped his body with countless holes. "Ah!" he cried in pain as our battle ended, blood spewing out of deep holes in his flesh. He looked at me gobsmacked. "Your half-ass cheap copy didn't stand a chance against the real deal," I said calmly, glancing at Atalanta, who looked at me with her angry eyes. He started laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, even short, that was the hardest battle I ever had, and I feel pride that I stood against you, even if to lost." he glanced at Atlanta who aimed her arrows at me. Missy, it seems I failed this time making you my wife, but fret not, I know we will meet in future. She grunted and said, who wanna meet you again, bastard? Just die already. Achilles laughed and she snorted, though if one were to see in her eyes one could see a bit of reluctance and sadness. Awk, she coughed, blood surprised as my trident pierced her. This surprised both of them, confused by what happened. It is simple, I didn't waste my time, and using my immense speed I stabbed her while distracted. Truly an idiot she is. It would seem your flirting didn't go to waste, Achilles, I said, amused. Achilles started laughing while Atlanta glared at me and said, fuck you too. Achilles turned into golden particles vanishing, and I took my trident out of her chest. She fell on the ground and her body started vanishing as well. I unsummoned my trident and quickly moved toward the throne room. Entering, I was welcomed by the scene of the separated head of ceremonies whose body started vanishing and a fatally injured and poisoned Mordred on her last leg. I quickly approached her, ready to detoxify the poison and save her, but she stopped me. I think it's my time to leave, she said with a smile. I asked her, not want to fight for Holy Grail? She smiled bitterly and said, I am content, especially after killing that bitch. Also, what's the use of staying here? You bastard will win anyway. A creepy smile came on my face, scaring the hell out of her. What's with that smile? She asked, crept out. Don't ever use bastard word to call me again, get it? Otherwise, I will call you a bitch, I said, smiling. She nodded frantically and said, you know what, I will refrain from calling you from I mean that, and you won't call me a bitch. I nodded, and standing up I said, well, it was nice meeting you, son of King Arthur, knight of betrayal. The legends about you did forget to tell one thing. I stopped saying any further and turning around I started leaving. Hey, Mr. God, at least tell me what was that thing, she shouted, and I continued walking away, ignoring her. Tisk, truly a troublesome god. It was the last thing I heard from her before I left the place, breaking the sound barrier. Third POV. Tisk, TSK, at least he could have told me what that one thing was, said Mordred, pouting. Do you feel regret, Saber? Kairi sent a telepathic message, smiled, closing her eyes, and replied, I don't feel regret, master. It's just, she opened her eyes and finished, he is similar to my father, even if it's just a little bit. Her body started vanishing until not a single speck of her existence remained. Kairi, on the other hand, in the aircraft, sighed and looked at the last command spell on his hand. It was truly an honor fighting with him. His face softened, remembering her daughter, and he smiled. You make me remember her as well, he said while clenching his fists. Poseidon POV. I entered to see a distraught Jean and William Shakespeare with Gillis summoned as Saber. This idiot managed to summon him as Saber after he abused Holy Grails, another mechanization. Though Gillis is extremely weak, reduced to the level of a low-level servant as a result. I glanced at them and walked towards her. Oh. So she is the god you have fallen for, my Jean. What a heinous sin. By doing so you betrayed the Lord, Gillis said dramatically as she trembled. I looked at the two jokers and, not waiting any further, I stabbed William through the chest. Asterisk puff asterisk. He coughed saliva, looking at me shocked. At least you should have. Let me finish my play. His eyes became hollow as his body started vanishing. Truly a low-level servant. Then I made quick work of Gillis as well, while Jean was sulking, not caring about what is happening. Finally finished, I looked at her and sighed. A person can be strong-willed and weak at the same time, and undoubtedly William as a writer knows this. With his intellect, he somehow managed to make her end up in this state. Tears streamed down her cheek. I made myself at her level and grabbed her cheek. She looked at me with teary eyes and said, Lo, Poseidon, am I right? I betrayed my god. Do you love me? Her words barely made sense, which made me realize that this time William went further than he did in the original. I sighed and flicked my finger on her forehead. She grabbed her head in pain while looking at me pitifully. I stood up and said, being right or wrong is subjective. What defines that you are right? What makes you wrong? Just because you think you are right makes you right? Do you think you are wrong just because others said so? See, it is hard. She looked at me with full attention. Her purple eyes glistened as she went ahead and grabbed my hand, bringing it to forth her tear-stained cheek. She closed her eyes and asked me, what do you think, Poseidon? Was I wrong? I ruffled her bright blonde hair and said, you truly an idiot, Jean, to not know about yourself, but yes, I consider you are right. Her purple eyes looked at me with warmth, and she replied, I see, I am truly an idiot. Suddenly clapping sounds reached my ears. Not surprised, I turned back to see Shiro, a holy virgin falling in love with a Greek god. It is something that I even haven't thought in my dreams, he said with a smile on his face. I looked at him uninterested and said, you will die here, Shiro. All your servants are dead, including ceremonies. His eyes narrowed upon hearing that, then returned to normal. Indeed, you are right, but before that, he turned towards Jean. Will you join in my goal of salvation, ruler? Jean replied firmly, I won't. Your approach, your method, your goal is something that goes against humankind until the end. I will stand against you and your goal. So a no, huh? But let me ask you, ruler, what about your act of falling in love? Didn't you give your entire self to Lord? Even falling in love would be counted a sin, much less falling in love with another god, he said. Jean gripped her flag tightly before taking a deep breath and said, I have sinned the moment since I have held this flag. By now I don't care about it anymore. Shiro's eyes narrowed upon hearing that, and he said, truly, you are a hypocrite. I moved forward with the intent to finish this bastard off, not wanting to hear his rants anymore, but Jean stopped me, holding my hand gently, and looked at me. Her face started turning into a shade of red as her lips moved. Please, Lou, let me. Let me protect you this time. With her face flushed, she looked at me in anticipation. I smiled and said, then go ahead and protect me, Jean. A big beautiful smile appeared on her face. Shiro grunted, taking a battle stance, and shouted, stop flirting in front of me, bastards. He dashed, attacking us. Jean quickly parried an attack from his sword with her holy fag and then said, La Pucelle. Fire manifested around her. The battle between her and Shiro raged on in a similar way to the original, as I watched carefully with my eyes as the battle unfolded before me, ending with Shiro being severely injured and Jean losing. I quickly took her weak body laying on the rubble in my arms. She looked at me and grabbed my hand. You haven't told me yet, Lord Poseidon, do you love me? I replied, I like you, Jean, but no, I don't love you. My cruel words struck her heart, and tears came out from the corner of her eyes. Can I know why? She asked me, broken-hearted. I sighed and said, ruffling her hair, cost of loving me isn't something you can bear. Her eyes widened hearing that. I continued, there are many things I don't accept about you, and again there are many things I like about you. It's my own selfishness. I can't accept you, someone like you. I see, she said as her body turned into particles, revealing the backup body of Laetitia, who was unconscious. I heard a laughing sound and turned to see Shiro standing up, his one hand good as gone. He spits out his 2 broken teeth and said, that was some unexpected drama. Next moment I appeared near him and pierced his core with my trident. He looked at me with a weak smile. It's useless. I have won and it can't be stopped. My only regret is I won't be able to see it with my own eye. Before he could say anything further, I separated his head with my sword. I looked at the brightly shining greater grail threatening and started walking towards it. Lord Poseidon, said Laetitia. Without looking back I said, stay there for a bit, I will come to fetch you shortly. Then I went inside the greater grail, not wasting time any further. Coming inside I was greeted by a flower field and a woman with long white hair. She was none other than Justice Lisrich von Ainsburn, a human and user of the 3rd true magic, and she was the person whom the homunculi of Ainsburn are based on. Ding. You have won the Holy Grail. Please choose a wish. 1. Attain 3rd true magic. Advantages: extremely pure mana, soul manipulation, soul immortality, extremely fast mana regeneration. Disadvantages: as you are not directly attaining it from the root and due to your unsuitability for it won't fuse with your soul nuclei, using your soul as a medium to work instead, can result in tremendous pressure on the soul. Can result in the destruction of the soul if overused. Second, wish anything you like, the Holy Grail will achieve it within its limitations. Advantages: you will get what you want. Disadvantages: worse than 3rd true magic, wishes won't be perfectly what you want, you can't wish for the power of any other verse. Third, use Holy Grail to get a well-suited reward by the system. Advantages: you will get what you need. Disadvantages: you can't wish for anything and you won't get anything specifically you wanted. Your reward won't have any nerf or other disadvantages, it will be simply made for you. My eyebrows twitched, seeing the best option among them has too many disadvantages. I angrily asked, System, are you trying to control me? Make me depend on yourself? This option seems to limit my strength. I narrowed my eyes. A/N, he is not wrong, but it is me who is doing that, not the system. Master. I am just giving you the answer to what will happen if you choose any of these and what will be the consequences. Your reward will be decided by you. In fact, with all your merits you can even erase their disadvantages, but 3rd true magic is too powerful that, I calculate, if you were to get 5 times more what you have now by earning merits, I can erase the disadvantage of the magic. Also, it can't grow any further under normal circumstances. You will hit a bottleneck with it in future and would have to do something else to make it grow, System replied. I sighed, taking a breath, then I asked, my rewards for the merits I have earned till now and Holy Grail are different, right? System replied, yes, Master. I said, I choose the 3rd option. Ding. You have been bestowed a reward, the system said as the entire greater grail was sucked into nothingness, making me teleport outside of it. You have got a mana heart, EX, growth type. Functions: absorbs mana from the surrounding rapidly and then pumps them into your body as several times purer mana in your blood. Advantages: act as a reservoir of mana, increasing mana capacity, it regenerates mana rapidly, its current speed is about 100 times the mana regeneration of a normal peak human from Age of Gods, also due to its ability to absorb mana from the atmosphere makes you independent of a master, unlike other servants. If damaged or destroyed it can regenerate itself entirely, though the speed of regeneration is very slow and may take several days to completely regenerate. Disadvantages: you will lose mana stored in it and all of its mana absorption if destroyed. The above-mentioned effects are severely weakened when damaged, System said. My eyes opened wide seeing the reward. I smiled seeing this. Well, I guess it's still good, heck better than what I anticipated. Still, forcing my excitement down, I looked back and saw Laetitia, who seemed afraid of the breaking rubble showering slowly. I knew that hanging gardens of Babylon isn't gonna last long, so I quickly grabbed her in a princess carry, surprising her. Then I quickly cast a fly spell and started escaping from here. Some broken rubble fell on me, but I easily destroyed them and successfully came out. Laetitia gripped my neck tightly, scared of the height. Don't be scared, I said, and she nodded. Then I flew towards the airplane. yes, the plane has been flying behind Hanging Gardens of Babylon 2 kilometers behind. I approached it flying, and then looked through the window signaling them to open the door and then came inside. I was greeted by clauses, Fiori, and Kairi. I have won and stopped them, I said, making them breathe in relief. Fiori asked me, Lord Poseidon, what was your wish? I put Laetitia down, who said, blushing, thank you, and then turned at them, who sweated and replied, pure mana. They became dumbstruck hearing me. Kairi asked me in disbelief, just that? I nodded and said, Holy Grail's mana is as pure what I had while as God. They gasped in shock. A/N, he is referring to his other self in Fate, and worded his words with double meaning, so yeah, he didn't lie. As for why he refused to tell them, simply he isn't that big of a jerk to who helped him, even if it's a little. Ah, I see, I forgot you were a powerful god, said Fiori, shocked. I patted Laetitia, who seemed down, and then looking at them I said, can you do a favor and please escort her to her home? They looked surprised seeing me using the word please. I mean, I just didn't want to jerk when I needed help. Sure, don't worry about Lord Poseidon, said Fiori. I smiled as my body started disappearing. Laetitia hugged me, taking me by surprise. I looked at her face stained with tears and sighed, not again. I thought, what about Lady Jean? She asked me. I replied, it depends on fate. She then hugged my vanishing self tighter and said, thank you. I said, you know, you might find someone else who would truly love you. She looked at me surprised. I smiled, ruffling her hair, and vanished from this world. Third POV. Yes, I may find someone who might truly love me, but would my heart love that someone? Jean muttered sadly. To be continued. Chapter 16, The Rewards. Poseidon POV. I opened my eyes to find myself back in my divine realm. I stood up slowly and then walked towards the window. Looking in the distance that was covered by fog, I looked down at the swaying water and sighed. The time I spent in the apocryphal world while short affected me more than what a million years affected me, which is quite amusing to think about it. System gives me the remaining rewards, I ordered. Now every action that I take which is recognized by the system as worthy enough to be rewarded with something is called merit. System has previously told me about it and asked if it should make extra merits which do not give any reward to be calculated in system points which I can use to buy things from the shop. It does have a shop, but usable only if I want to, and system points as well, since the merits usually give me a specific reward based on my completing voluntary or involuntary quests like secret quests, or simply are used to give me a random reward which will benefit me in some way. Instead of giving me merit as system points or something, I had already told it to give me rewards that I need if required, as it did with giving me that Dimsenional teleportation card, or either save excess merits for me to use it, upgrade my power, erase its disadvantage, or so on, but I refrained from making merits being calculated in system points, as simply assigning anything specific value sucks, for now. I don't want something like, but I might change it later on if the need arises. A/N, for information, it doesn't nerf him anyway. The merits earned will be the same whether calculated by the system in simply a specific amount of merit or system points, and I think the former is better because it is more flexible, but yes, tell me your thoughts about it. Ding. You have finished the secret quest, go berserk against the berserker. Completion condition, kill one of the strongest berserkers in Fate. Reward, Mystic Eyes of Terror, gold rank. Function, instills fear in the target's mind just by simply looking at them. It can paralyze them, make them unconscious, induce them into a coma, or even kill them depending on the user's will. Advantages, works on opponents even stronger than the user, can be used on several enemies at once depending on the user's mana. Disadvantages, if the power gap between user and target is too big, then it fails to work. You have finished the quest, I shall slay the Herc. Completion condition, kill Hercules, the strongest hero of the Greek mythology of Fateverse. Also, you should reap all his life by yourself without others' help to complete this quest. Reward, anti-immortality 2 key. Function, by coding yourself or your weapon you can induce your weapons with attacks that negate regeneration and immortality. Works against immortality type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. Works partially against type 6 and type 8. Advantages, works on opponents far stronger than you, your regeneration and immortality are immune to its effect, and wearing this while fighting against someone with similar powers can help you negate the effects of their attacks if they are weaker than you, and helps in lessening the effect of the opponent stronger than you. Disadvantages, doesn't works on the opponents too much stronger than you, and doesn't affect the remaining types of immortalities. You have completed the quest, I will punch this berserker to oblivion. Completion condition, kill a powerful berserker with your fists without any weapon. Reward, water stream rock smashing fist style. Function, a powerful martial arts style specializing in defense. Advantages, fairly powerful, can be used as both offense and defense. Disadvantages, you will have to learn it yourself, and while you can use it with your original body at its full power without any restriction, your martial abilities will be severely weakened once you appear as any class other than Shielder, Avenger, or Berserker. Report. All the remaining merits earned do not qualify for any reward, storing them for later use. My eyes widened seeing the rewards. All of them were associated with me killing the mega cockroach known as Hercules, and to be honest, they all are powerful in their own right, but yes, this is Fate, and most universal or multiversal entities have thousands of abilities lying in the corner, so I wasn't overwhelmed to see my rewards in the least. Show me my status, I said to the system. Okay, master, system replied. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/Divine Spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Magical energy, A. Luck, N/A. Since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, the chance is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm, A. Personal skills. Mana Heart, EX. Anti-immortality Tuki, A++. Divinity, A+. Water Battle God Aura, A. Mystic Eyes of Terror, A. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood A. Flow, C. Absolute Counter, A. Deprivation Sword Kingdom, A. Tier Magic, B+, up to 4th tier. Silent Casting, E+, up to 1st tier. Compatible classes, Lancer, Saber, Caster, Avenger, Ruler. I appreciated my status and also noticed that my mana has become A+ after gaining Mana Heart, unlike before which showed the limit of mana that I can have. This time I have the amount of mana up to its limit. For example, I had just a bit more than B rank mana, around 45 times, and when I manifested as a servant I had around 42 times mana, so while greater than B it was not by a large margin. Since in Fate power tiering, the plus parameter is used for both potential and ability to have twice the base, my mana was listed as B+ rank, and in actuality, I didn't possess 80 times mana but now I possess nearly 97 times mana. With my experience with my mana I gained learning magic, it is easy for me to calculate how much mana I possess. Also, since Mana Heart is a growth type, after putting in some effort I can reach EX rank mana and improve my mana infinitely. Obviously, it doesn't change the fact that in the future I would have to get rid of the disadvantages of the Mana Heart, otherwise it would prove to be a fatal weakness later on, but for now I will be focusing on other things. I looked down on the small sea and jumped from the window. Falling at a fast speed I fell on the water creating a huge splash, and dived deep down the sea. I closed my eyes enjoying the cold water brushing my body, and connected to the sea. I quickly found out that the sea was bigger than about 35% as compared to before, which surprised me. I decided to ask about this from the system later on and fell asleep. 30 hours later on. I opened my eyes gently to be greeted by the blue scenery around me. Nothing beats other than having a relaxing sleep in the deep sea or ocean. It is something I loved from my childhood. My body all relaxed, I swam up till I reached the surface of the water, then I easily came out of the water standing on top of it. Remembering something I asked, "Hey system, it seems my divine realm or divine throne or whatever is bigger than compared to before." The system replied, "Master, as you will become stronger this divine realm will expand. Also by using your merits you can combine your divine realm with another heroic spirits, or even make it a proper divine realm which isn't limited to holding souls but is a separate dimension or world owned by you." Hearing that I pondered for a bit. Something like this could be heavily beneficial to me, but again it might take a lot of merits, and so I asked, "Do I have enough merit for it?" The system replied, "No master, it would take about 50 times as your current merit." Hearing that my eyebrows twitched as I am clearly dissatisfied with this amount. Even the cost of erasing third true magic's disadvantage isn't that much. "Master, please note that I am an empowerment system as well, and my rewards are of the best among the best. Proper divine realm, I meant a perfect divine realm as well. Within this divine realm your power level will be at universal level regardless of your strength. Weaker than it, no one would be to steal or cut your connection from it unless they are multiversal level or possess a strong universal ability to steal it. The divine realm will also be a world creating treasured items regularly. Mortal and other divinities would be able to live, and it will also give you a huge amount of regular divine energy or extremely pure magical energy even outside of it through its energy creation core. In simple words, you will be the almighty of this world, so that's why it costs too much," system replied. I was pleasantly shocked hearing all of it. I was now satisfied hearing its uses and advantages. To be honest, I was forcing myself to not drool now because what it had in store for me was simply marvelous. That's it. I will be saving my merit for it. I want a world where I can be the almighty soon. As for other things that I would need, I already have a lot on my plate to chew. I need to master the Yggdrasil magic, master the martial arts, learn the other two secret arts of my sword style, learn how to incorporate my new Mystic Eyes of Terror and Anti-Immortality Tuki in my battle style. I will need to take my Water God battle aura to the next level as well. I had put Megiddo on hold as well. So yeah, I still have to firstly consume these all to refine myself and become stronger before getting or learning a new ability. Being jack of all trades but master of none is not something I want to do. Instead, I want to become the master of all trades. For example, with powerful sword ability in some verses some characters can cut through time and space. With magic one can reverse time, wrap space, control reality, create life or sun. Thus being master of all is my goal. It's something I have taken seriously since I got defeated by Sasaki Kajiro. I pondered for quite a while and asked myself why I got defeated. Is it because of my arrogance from using my full strength? It might be the case, but by the end of the battle I gave my 90%, yes, not 100%, since he separated my head before I could do so. But that isn't the only reason. In fact, the biggest reason is the stupid fact that I considered myself to be perfect. Once I considered myself to be perfect, I stopped growing stronger. I became shackled by my own notion of being perfect. From my Deepak side's memories, I realize how much of a big stupid mistake I did. I had 13.9 billion years to grow for Ria's sake. And I wasted them. Yes, once the notion of being perfect got instilled in my mind, I stopped getting growing. If I just dedicated myself even a bit and never stopped learning, I could have become the strongest god in heavens, so strong that beating my moronic brother Zeus and my good brother Hades would be as easy as moving a single step. But I wasted it, and now that I have learned my lesson, I have no idea of stopping on my path to greatness. I will achieve it, and my arrogance and pride will be built upon them, as pillars not as shackles. Thus, taking a breath with determination, I decided to start training and learning new magical spells. 2 years later on, I glanced at my status, which had changed severely from before. I have grown much stronger than I was previously. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/Divine Spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Magical energy, A+. Luck, N/A. Since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, the chance is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm A. Personal skills. Mana Heart, EX. Anti-Immortality Tuki, A++. Divinity, A+. Water Battle God Aura, A. Mystic Eyes of Terror, A. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood A. Flow, C. Water/C. 100 Pieces Water Strike, B. Absolute Counter, A. Deprivation Sword Kingdom, A. Tier Magic, A++, up to 7th tier. Silent Casting, C+, up to 4th tier. Multicasting, EX, can be used on any magic no matter its power as long as a user has appropriate mana and control. Megiddo God's Wrath, B. Compatible classes, Lancer, Saber, Caster, Avenger, Ruler. My mana has grown up to 145 times, which might seem quite slow, but considering that if we were to compare my growth to other mages, it would be tremendously quick. I also mastered magic up to the 7th tier and improved my silent casting. The multicasting is what came as surprise. Essentially, Megiddo is easier for me to perform due to its nature. I am a water god and Megiddo uses water droplets as a medium for condensed solar beams to attack. Now I can feel the water, sense it, and do just too much more due to my divinity. So while I was learning multicasting enchantment and Megiddo simultaneously, by learning the latter due to me having specialization in water and it being a magic which has multicasting at EX level, thus, I somehow just comprehended the essence of multicasting, gaining an EX rank skill for it. Other than that, I learned the remaining 2 secret arts of water god style. Previously I decided to discard them due to them being essentially weaker than my other 2 abilities, and I wanted to focus on these stronger ones and make them even stronger, but after my experience with Hercules I decided to learn them as well. I know now that I have anti-immortality Tuki, it is essentially useless in this way, but then again it is fate and better be safe than sorry. I have spent 2 years on this, and now that I have become this strong I have decided to finally take part in another important event in Fate. My eyes are mainly on Fate Grand Order timeline and its singularities, which are simply a buffet for merit points. System, show me the voluntary quest related to this timeline. Okay Master, the system replied to me. Soon a list of quests appeared before my eyes on a holographic screen. As I gazed upon it my eyes fell on a particular one, and after seeing it a smile appeared on my face. Now that's interesting. To be continued. Chapter 17, Jalter my servant. Poseidon. I kicked the stomach, and the ground below her cracked as well as her ribs as she coughed a bit of blood. Her yellow eyes looked at me with hatred, and she gritted her teeth as I kicked her again. With my cold eyes piercing through her spirit I looked at her and said, "Surrender yourself to me or die." Fake Jean Dark. Her face twisted in anger as she heard that but didn't say anything. I turned my focus to chain Gillis. I had chained him using a 6th tier spell, Chain of Restriction, which binds the target and suppresses his mana and strength if the caster is stronger than the target. I also had used Rejection, a 5th tier spell which rejects the target's attempt to summon anything. Normally he can summon his strongest monstrosity that he summoned in Fate Zero, but that takes a lot of time and preparation, so he was good as a loser. I then pointed my hand at him and chanted, "Holy Aura," and attacked him. As the holy aura reached he cried in pain, screaming loudly, "G.I. Gillis," muttered Jalter as she looked at Gillis in horror. "Ag. Do don't give up, Jean." "Ag," he said, causing my eyes to narrow. I calmly pointed my hand at him and chanted, "Holy Smite." "Ah!" he screamed loudly, breaking his voice box. Blood started coming out from his orifices as his skin started becoming scorched, and his muscles started melting until he was dead and his body started disappearing, and I calmly chanted, "Phoenix Flames." His body got covered with fire which healed all his injuries and resurrected him. Gillis was unconscious this time and I again chanted Chain of Restriction and Rejection on him. Then I turned towards Jean on the ground. I got myself at her level and grabbed her hair. I said, "I ask you for the last time, surrender or die." I used my mystic eyes of terror on her. She started trembling with a look of horror morphed on her face. Suddenly I smelled something and looked to find that she has pissed. I was a bit surprised to find Jalter pissing. I sighed and stood up. Death it is, I said, ready to finish her off. Please, she said, and I halted on my steps. Her eyes looked at me with fear. She knelt trembling and moved her head down. I surrender. A smile came on my lips hearing that. Then I glanced at unconscious Gillis. Moving towards him I grabbed his head and using my eyes of terror I awoke him. His eyes looked at me as his inferior mystic eyes of fear got suppressed by my own. He started shaking in fear, but then suddenly broke from its effect, making me frown. I cast mental distortion, greater word of curse, I chanted. His eyes started bulging out and the effect of my mystic eyes started affecting him again. Not before long he was shaking in fear and muttering incomprehensible words. I snapped my finger and stopped the effects, making his return to reality. Who are you? He asked me with fear evident in his eyes. I left him without answering and then glanced at injured Jean. I chanted, heal. It is a 6-tier spell that could even regenerate a person from the brink of death, and just in a few seconds she was as good as new. Walking towards in front of them I chanted, greater item creation, and before their eyes, I created a chair out of mana. Also it was as good as E-tier noble phantasm. I sat on it making myself comfortable and then looked at them. Jean, so would you surrender wholeheartedly or have some other plans? I said, giving her my maniac smile. Her body chilled, and she kept her head low and said, I surrender. I won't even think of betraying you. Ding. You have completed the 50% of the quest, help that witch. It is recommended to the master to complete the entire quest to claim the reward. Seeing the system notification I felt satisfied. If Jean hadn't really surrendered to me and had plans on betraying, then the system notification wouldn't have rang. Yes, this is something I found out earlier, and decided to order the system to tell me the rate of completion the mission, as it can be used like this, telling if the person had really surrendered or not. Obviously, I also asked system if it would be counted as a loophole, and he replied it isn't. It's just me using him smartly without trying to abuse him. Quite amusing if I must say. Anyway, I looked at Jean and Gillis, who waited quietly for me to say something. I said, good, you are my subordinate now, and what about you? I turned at Gillis ready to finish him for the last time if he was to disobey. If Jean agrees, then I have no problem, but remember it. You dare try to do anything bad to her and come between her revenge, then His words got cut in the middle as I used Shining Burst on him, turning him into dust. I then looked at Jean with fear visible in her eyes and sweat dripping from her head. Scared of me? I asked, amused. She looked at me and replied, why yes. Her voice trembled a bit as she stuttered, not bad, my mystic eyes aren't bad at all, still its rank is too low. I will think of upgrading it later on when I have enough merits, as guys like Gillis, who already are crazy and have the power to induce fear as well, are very resistant to it. I asked, do you remember anything before you got burned? I wanted to look at her reaction. She started thinking deeply and then looked at me with a bit of shock. I don't remember anything before I was burned. I only have some memories of fighting in the battlefield before I was burned, she said, confused. I smirked and said, obviously you don't remember anything. After all, one needs to have passed to remember something. She looked at me confused and asked, what? What do you mean? My eyes become emotionless as I used my eyes of terror on her again. She froze and making her head down she said, I apologize. Listen to it well, call me Lord, anything else isn't allowed, and don't try to raise your voice in front of me, get it? I said. She nodded and replied, yes. I get it, Lord. I continued, now, firstly you aren't a true heroic spirit, heck you aren't even a proper Jean Dark, you are nothing but a twisted form of the original created by Gillis's own twisted desires, you are nothing but a person he created to fulfill his own desires. Impossible. Oh, how can I be a fake? She said. As soon as she finished speaking she started trembling. I said coldly, does my order fall on your deaf ears? She replied, no, I cast a simple 4th-tier chantless holy magic on her. It caused immense pain and quite a bit of damage to her, as holy magic of Yggdrasil not only causes damage to dark beings but also one with evil alignment and negative karma. Thankfully I am immune to this, firstly as a god and secondly due to being free of constraints such as karma, and luck due to the system's courtesy. I did make sure to cut the spell in the middle, otherwise she would have died. She grunted in pain lying on the ground. I cast heal on her. Her injuries healed again. I stood from my throne and walked towards her sighing. Stand up, I said. She did it without any hesitation. Then I inserted my hand inside her belly. Instead of getting in her flesh, it went inside as ripples formed around her belly and I took out the Holy Grail. Her eyes widened. I smirked and said, see. You are nothing but a fake. In fact, if you were to die now you will be good as gone, and you won't be getting in Throne of Heroes or having another chance so easily. Her eyes widened in horror. I calmed myself down as I had started enjoying this and my sadistic side was coming out. I grabbed her chin, and then looking directly into her eyes I said, become my subordinate and I would save you off this pitiful fate. You want revenge? I will help you in that and make you stronger, so give me a final answer, Jean. I left her chin, and she coughed a bit and then looked at me, her eyes deep in thought glancing at me. She then knelt and summoned her holy flag, dark flag, and said, I pledge my loyalty to you. Ding. 60% completed. I said, now, I will provide you help but I won't be a part of your revenge directly. If you win, then you win. If you fail, then you fail, though don't worry, I won't let you die, get it? She nodded and replied, yes. I put the Holy Grail back inside her, surprising her, and said, go, and summon some servants, along with what I am going to summon for you should be enough. She looked at me surprised, and said, okay Lord. Meanwhile sitting on my chair I silently chanted, summon angel, and before my eyes around 500 third-tier angels appeared, though that didn't drain me off mana as I had myself connected with the Holy Grail. Yes, I am its the new owner after killing Gillis. Then I again silently chanted and summoned 25 4th-tier angels, and then I chanted, summon undead, 25 5th-tier undead appeared, summon angel, and 3 7th-tier angel appeared. Jean looked at my display of summoning shock. I looked at her, causing her to flinch, and said, why surprised that I can summon angels? She nodded and I replied, well, just know that I am not related to that god you are thinking of, and think of them as angels I created as God. She replied, I see, I get it, Lord. Then closing my eyes I said, go ahead and summon your servants. She did as I said and started chanting. Soon 5 servants appeared. I looked at them. They were Chevalier d'Eon, Vlad 3, Atlanta, Martha, and Carmilla with madness enhancement of the Berserker class. She had summoned Fanfur as well unsurprisingly, and she possessed EX rank dragon witch skill for a reason. The dragon roared, trying to show its superiority. It looked me with its eyes and roared. Jean looked at it and said, be quiet. Hearing it became quiet. She said, apologies to Lord now. The dragon glanced at me and released a low roar. I said, well, you summoned a dragon, not bad. She replied, thanks for the praise my lord, then looked at the servants and said, you have arrived my fellow servants. I am your master and the man sitting on the throne is my lord. She smiled and then looked at me with hesitation. I said, go ahead and begin your revenge. I won't be taking a direct part in it and won't provide you with any more new summons. She nodded and said, yes, my lord, then I shall begin my revenge. A cruel smile formed on her face, then looking at the summons and servants she said, let's wait not any further. And just like that the events of the first singularity began with my own twist. Well, it won't be long before the quests finish and I am interested in seeing the last master of humanity. Will it be male Ritsuko or female, or someone else? Things are going to get interesting now. Chapter 18, Orleans Singularity. Poseidon POV. In Fate Grand Order timeline after the events of the Fourth Holy Grail War, in which Solomon, who wanted to live up like a human, gave up on being a heroic spirit and became an entirely new human having no relation with Solomon and came to be known as Dr. Romani Archman, having lost all his powers except his budget omniscience, universal. At first he was happy, but soon having visions of Goetia stealing his body and enact the incineration of human order, he was horrified and decided to give his everything to stop it. Goetia on the other hand began his plan of saving humanity by incinerating them as well. He stole Solomon's body and became a budget grandcaster. Coupled with his beast persona, his powers only increased. He made a plan that spanned centuries, and during the Fuyuki Singularity it was finally enacted. Now all of the humanity incinerated except Chaldea, who placed their entire hope on Ritsuak Fujimaru and Mash Kirilight. Former was a normal civilian with barely any Magus capability at all. He was the only one left among the injured masters with the capability to ray shift in the whole of Chaldea, the latter being the only survivor of an experiment that tried to create demi-servants. They were the only one who could stop the incineration. With Leonardo da Vinci and Romani acting as the head of the current Chaldea and the whole operation, they were sent to the first singularity known as the Orleans Singularity to correct human history. In this singularity, after Jean d'Arc was burned at the stake, Gillis was summoned. Granted Holy Grail, he tried to resurrect Jean but was unable to do so. He still didn't give up and ended up creating an entirely new Jean having little to no connection to the original Jean. She was formed by his ideals and wishes of Gillis, making her an extremely cruel woman who wanted nothing more than revenge from the people who burned her at stake. She possessed little to no memories of the original, only the hatred of her being burned at stake and betrayed by the people she fought for. After that, she summoned 5 new servants enhanced with madness enhancement and fanfare courtesy of her dragon witch skill, and thus she began her rampage in France, killing men, women, and children indiscriminately. In the process she burned Pierre Cauchon, the bishop responsible for Jean's death, and Charles VII. Holy Grail found the situation to be wrong as Gillis got Holy Grail without fighting. Holy Grail summoned new servants to create a balance, in which several new servants including the original Jean, who was burned at the stake in this timeline as a ruler, and Siegfried were summoned as well. Ritsuka and Mash shortly meet the ruler class Jean after arriving in this singularity. Before Jean's eyes, Jean Alter, who possessed no memory of her, burned an entire village and Jean's mother before the real Jean's eyes before surrounding them with the servants she summoned. Thankfully some new servants arrived to help them and they managed to barely escape from the clutches of the dragon witch. Just like that, one thing leads to another, with humanity's last master and Chaldea successfully winning in the end. In the singularity till the end, Jean Alter, blinded by hatred, never got to know she was fake, created by Gillis's imagination with the help of Holy Grail. Fortunately, the fame she earned in the singularity was enough to ascend her to throne of heroes, making her an original person. Later on, she appears in other singularities with no change in her personality whatsoever, but with less hatred for humanity, and depending on circumstances she would either face Chaldea as an enemy again or help Ritsuka and Mash with their goal. That was an overall summary of the singularity, and now comes my involvement in this singularity. I looked at the holographic screen before me which showed the mission I had taken for this singularity. You have taken the mission called, Help That Witch. Condition, you would have to make Dragon Witch surrender to yourself as a subordinate and help her in her revenge. Current completion rate, 80%. Note, other than making her surrender and providing her help, whether she achieves her revenge or destroys humanity's last master doesn't matter. Reward, 1/4th piece of custom divine dividing gear. Penalty, you won't get a loyal subordinate with no moral issues and the reward. Bonus quests. 1. Kill Siegfried summoned in this singularity. Completion rate, 0%. Reward, 1/4th piece of custom divine dividing gear. Penalty, you won't get the reward. 2. Kill more than 10,000 humans on your own. Reward. Penalty, you won't get the reward. This is the reason for me beating both Jean Alter and killing Gillis this brutally. Making her a subordinate is a very difficult task considering her personality, so without any hesitation I took on the make her terrified route. With my power I absolutely suppressed her and tried to make Gillis as a temporary servant of mine considering his usefulness of being able to summon monster beasts. Alas, that idiot kept on crossing my line, so I disposed of him, and now with Jean as my servant, I only need to wait for a bit before my first quest gets completed. It has been more than one day since she went with her group of servants, and my summons to do genocide. I decided to eat something to soothe my boredom, and standing up from my throne I walked a bit down, then I chanted, greater item creation. With my multicasting I easily created an entire long dining table surrounded by several chairs, each of them being equal to E-rank noble phantasm, and having plates and glasses made of gold and silver. I sat on the most comfortable chair, making my body comfortable. Create food item, I chanted again, this time using a 6th-tier spell used specifically to create cooked food, and before my eyes, a large variety of food appeared completely covering the entire table. My eyes fell specifically on megaladen stew, jellyfish stew, and chicken biryani, and thus without waiting in further I started munching down my favorite dishes down my throat. Ding! You have completed the first quest. You have been given the reward. You have received a 1/4 ton of the custom divine dividing sacred gear, the system announced in my head as well as presenting it on the holographic screen before my eyes. I stopped for a bit, and after looking at the details of the mission and my reward I continued eating food. By the end of an hour January 4th th of the entire food on the table was finished and I was satisfied enough to not eat any further, thus sipping a glass of Pepsi for the finale I burped satisfied. My lord, this? Asked Jean Alter arriving at the castle and looking at me and the scenery dumbfounded. I looked at her and said, if you want to eat something then go ahead, with my magic I have created the finest food in all of France. She looked at the plates filled up with alluring dishes, she licked her lips and said, if you don't mind me, then I shall join you, my lord. Thus, Jean sat on a chair and took a bite of a chicken leg piece. Her eyes lit up and she started eating food lavishly. Other 5 servants followed behind her to the inside, seeing her master eating varieties of dishes, whose alluring smell reached their noses making them drool a bit. They glanced at the food and gulped down their saliva. Jean saw them and looked at them. What all are you doing? Stop looking, she said with anger. They sadly turned their head away, and suddenly Atlanta Berserker's stomach started roaring, stopping everyone. I started laughing, amused by the situation. Servants do not require food to sustain themselves and thus they don't get hungry, but seeing that Atlanta is feeling hungry because of wanting to eat delicious food. Go on and eat it as well, I said. The servants looked at me with a shine of gratefulness in their eyes. Even Vlad 3 Berserker looked at me with the same look. Jean remained silent for a bit and then shouted, what all you are waiting for, huh? Lord has granted you the privilege to eat with me, so come and eat, my fellow servants. They nodded and without any further wait, joined the feast as well. Once they finished eating all of them looked at me and said, Lord, thank you for the feast, their voice filled with gratefulness. I just swayed my hand, then looking at Jean I asked, so what's the progress with your revenge? She glanced at me and then held her head down. A sadistic smile formed on her lips and she said, my lord, it is going well. With the servants and your summons it's a breeze killing all of those betrayers. Their faces when they saw me alive, especially that fat bastard and king, were quite amusing, to say the least. It even became better when those angel-like beings decimated them into half, bringing the holy judgment upon them, she said. You know that you are not real Jean, right? I asked her. She became silent and then said, yes, I understand that, my lord, but that bastard Gillis made me likes this. I have this hatred in my heart and the only way to soothe it is by acting upon revenge. She clenched her fists with a look of hatred morphing on her face. She suddenly looked down in fear. I noticed it and understood that she might have misunderstood that showing such a look to me would make me angry. I moved beside her, causing her to flinch a bit, but she didn't move, ready to face whatever I was gonna do. I ruffled her hair. She looked me surprised. I smiled and said, when we meet first we were enemies. I seek you as my subordinate as you had qualifications and I needed to do so, and when we fought we were enemies, but right now you are my subordinate, so as long as you don't do something extreme I won't punish you, all right? She nodded and replied, I understand, my lord. I nodded and thinking something I said, Jalter. She looked at me in confusion and I said, Jalter, let that be your new name. You might have Jean Dark's look in some of her memories, but you are not her. Let it be your own name depicting that you are someone else entirely. I see, she said with a tint of blush appearing on her face. She looked at me gratefully. I shall cherish the name you bestowed upon me, lord, she replied. I just gave her a nod and then I moved and sat on my throne. She looked at me and said, my lord, there is something else I want to say. I gave her a nod. She said, it would seem that the Holy Grail has summoned some new servants other than what I have summoned, and 3 of them have tried to save those humans fighting against your summons. I looked unsurprised and said, Gillis got Holy Grail without winning a Holy Grail war. It is to be expected, so do you think they will be of any threat? She shook her head and said with a smile, those weaklings can't do anything, they barely managed to kill some 20 weakest of your summons before they had to escape. I glanced at other servants remaining silent before me. I said, you have Fanfor right. Use its authority as a dragon to summon and command wyverns, they would prove to be helpful to you. She nodded and said, as you say, Lord. I closed my eyes to take a nap. After all, it would still sometimes before they get here. Till then all I plan to sleep and eat. Third POV. A few days later on an open land surrounded by forest, two people appeared from thin air. It would seem we are here, said Ritsuka with nervousness. Mash nodded and said, yes senpai, also it would seem we are in the middle of some forest. Suddenly they heard another voice, Phew. Mash looked surprised as she found Phew on her shoulder, which jumped on the ground and then declared it came as well. They looked at the bundle of cuteness surprised, unknown of its true might that would give Goichi a run for its curses. They smiled awkwardly. This guy tagged with us as well, said Ritsuka speechless. Maybe it slipped inside one of the coffins. Senpai, said Mash. They looked a bit relaxed seeing the cuteness of Phew, not knowing how F** up their future is gonna be. Chapter 19, The Last Master of the Humanity. Third POV. So did you learn anything? Asked Dr. Romani from Ritsuka Fujimaru, who nodded and replied, after talking with locals we got to know someone who might be the cause of this singularity. Leonardo da Vinci sipped coffee and said, so who is that person? Mash answered, from our investigation, we came to know that the famous Saint Jeanne d'Arc who was burned at the stake not long ago returned to life giving holy judgment to the people. Holy judgment, huh? Said Leonardo taking another sip of coffee. Romani sent something about the words Mash said and asked, why holy judgment? Ritsuka answered, well, doctor, the locals have told about some white-winged angel-like beings accompanying her and following her orders. Both hearing that stopped in surprise. Everyone else in the Chaldea was the same. That isn't the worst part. Apparently she is riding on a dragon as well. Ritsuka replied, now that's really bad news, said Leonardo concerned, is that so? I am not a magus so I can't really understand, said Ritsuka. Well, you see Fujimaru, the species of monsters that appear in myths and tales are called phantasmal species and the beings who are the strongest of this species are dragons. If it's a named one then that's even worse, a high-ranking servant can't even compare to them, but that's not the really bad part. In 15th century France dragons shouldn't exist, said Leonardo. After that, they continued talking for a bit when suddenly someone shouted, angels. They are coming. Ritsuka and Mash quickly got on their guard and looked above to see tens of white-winged angel-like creatures flying towards them. To make matters worse, several wyverns followed them as well. Seeing this, Ritsuka shouted, Mash. She nodded and quickly took a battle stance holding her shield and replied, understood senpai. Beginning dash, her voice got interrupted by Leonardo who said, stop. Listen, Mash, Fujimaru, I can't let you fight here. You have got the information we needed and now it's better for you to take refuge somewhere safe. Ritsuka asked her confused, what do you mean? There are people here, Leonardo sighed and replied, listen to me well Fujimaru, Mash, a singularity is an isolated space detached from another era. Strictly speaking, if you were to repair the singularity then everything that happened will be erased, hence even if the people of this era were to die there won't be any problem. Thus, the only people not allowed to die are you and Mash. Ritsuka clenched his fists hearing that. Leonardo continued, your judgment will save us all Fujimaru, so I really want to understand the meaning behind these words. He looked around seeing the trouble, and suddenly his eyes fell on a child crying in the ground as an angel approached him ready to turn him into meat puddle. By the nick of the time Ritsuka Fujimaru managed to save him, then started running with the child in his hand. Fujimaru. Didn't I just tell you dash? He interrupted and said, I know. Boo, but I don't want anyone to die. Leonardo sighed in defeat and replied, fine. A smile appeared on her face and then she started ordering others to handle the situation from their side and prepare if the need of help arises. Ritsuka Fujimaru ordered Mash to commence combat, and thus their battle against angels and wyverns began, but unfortunately from the beginning, the battle started looking deadly for them. Winged angels while not powerful didn't die easily and to defeat a single wyvern Mash had to use her full strength. Only if we had another servant, Ritsuka said nervously as he watched the chaos unfold. He quickly moved towards a soldier and said, Sir. This kid had been separated from his parents. Can you take care of him? The soldier replied, got it. He handed him over the child and then looked around the chaos. People were running trying to save themselves. Soldiers and men tried to fend off the attack while women and children started evacuating to a safe place. His eyes fell on a hooded woman falling on the ground as a wyvern approached her. He looked in dread, closing his eyes not bearing to look the bloodied scene. Who is that? A soldier shouted and Ritsuka opened his eyes to see the wyvern had stopped in his tracks. It wasn't just him, but all the surrounding wyverns had stopped shivering in fear. His eyes fell upon an extremely handsome man. His dirty blonde hair swayed with the wind. He forwarded his hand to the hooded woman who was looking at him stupefied. Fear can be seen on her face as she glanced on the wyverns nearby. He looked at the wyverns who cowered in fear moving back and then bowed their head down. What is happening? Wait, who is he? Thought Ritsuka Fujimaru in shock. This. He is definitely a heroic spirit, said Leonardo on the comms. The hooded woman shaking took his hand. He smiled a bit and said, Miss, you better leave now. After all only a bloodbath is gonna follow here. The hoodied woman looked at him in a trance. Who are you? He said. That doesn't matters. Don't worry, they won't hurt you for now, but I recommend you move in that direction or better stay in the forest. After all, cities and towns will be turned into ashes soon. She looked at the wyverns cowering around him. She was confused but knew it wasn't the time to stay still. She said, "Thank you," and ran away towards safety. Some people other than Ritsuka noticed that the wyverns and angels didn't go after her. Heck, a wyvern moved beside her but totally ignored her. The men suddenly looked in the direction where there was another hoodied woman. He looked at her with an amused expression and then turned towards Ritsuka, whose body froze as his eyes fell on him. What is happening? I can't move, he thought, scared. A wyvern meanwhile approached him with the intent to rip his head off. Ritsuka looked at this in dread as death approached him. Just before the moment the wyvern could rip him apart, a hoodied woman saved him by ripping the wyvern apart with a single stab of her lance. He looked at her trembling as his body finally reacted again. "Are you okay?" asked the hoodied woman. He replied in affirmation, "Yes." "Senpai," shouted Mash as she ran towards him and quickly checked on him. "Are you okay, Senpai?" "I am sorry I wasn't able to react quickly," she said, apologizing to him. He smiled weakly and replied, "Yes, I am all right, thanks to her." They looked at the hoodied woman who asked, "Can you both follow me?" They looked at each other for a second and nodded. Ritsuka looked around for the men but didn't find him anywhere. Where did he go? He thought. Deciding that wasn't the time to think about that, he started following her with Mash while killing the wyverns and angels on the way. Poseidon POV. I teleported back to my throne satisfied with what I have discovered. So male Ritsuka Fujimaru, I muttered, totally unamused. It would be a lie if I was to say I wasn't hoping to see the female one. I was really curious about how her personality would be and if it was going to be anything like from the parodies I have seen it that would have quenched my boredom to see an interesting character like her. But the final result was the same old male Ritsuka. In the end, I decided to test if he is going to die easily and paralyzed him while a wyvern attacked him. Fortunately for him, Jean saved him. Not that I cared. If he had died, I would have definitely got something from killing a protagonist. And if that resulted in the damnation of humanity, then the rewards would have been greater, though I doubt something like that will happen. After all, Romani is the real Solomon and he won't let that happen. Again, now that he has survived it better this way, after all, this guy and his servants can be good cannon fodder in the later singularities. Also meanwhile, I saved Jean's mother as the butterfly effect had started flapping in wings, and I am pretty sure if not for me she would have kicked the bucket, considering Jean was quite at the distance from her that time when she was attacked. I heard the sound of steps and looked to find Jalter and 4 servants following her. She held a beaten-up half-dead Atlanta by her neck and kneeling down she said, "My lord." It would seem that her madness enhancement wore off. I wasn't much surprised by this. After all, the madness enhancement isn't absolute, and after days of seeing the bloodied bodies of children and killing them against her will, it was gonna happen at some point. I replied, "You want my help with this?" She lowered her head and replied, "Forgive me, lord, for asking this, but I would need your help in this." I stood up from the throne and walked towards them. She threw Atlanta a bit forward before my legs. Atlanta looked at me with a look of hatred and said, "I am not gonna forgive you. Yo, you bastards. For doing such heinous crimes." I sighed and chanted, "Over disord moral." She stopped suddenly and then started grunting in pain. Her eyes became blank as the madness enhancement took over her again. I cast a healing her and said, "There you go. Also don't trust on madness enhancement. After all, it isn't absolute." She nodded and said, "Thank you, my lord." I asked her, "I would be eating some food, wanna join?" Her eyes lit up and she said, "If you don't mind, my lord, then yes." I looked at the other servants who nodded as well. "I won't mind joining as well," said Martha with an emotionless look. Jalter glared at her, causing her to flinch. "Don't try to put yourself before me in front of my lord, get it?" she said. Martha nodded in acceptance. If I am not wrong, then Martha is sad about all that massacre as well, but she can't do anything with the madness enhancement, which makes all the orders of her masters almost absolute, like a command spell. Even if not impossible to break from it, one would need a near Yandere level of emotions for that, like Atlanta's love for children. Not that I care. Anyway, we started with our feast and finished it by an hour. Jalter rubbed her belly satisfied, and even the other servant's mood looked better after eating. "Jalter, the real Jean is summoned to fight against you, it would seem," I said casually. She stopped and then a cruel smile appeared on her face. "Is that so? Nice, I would be able to prove that I am the better Jean. Fake or not, I am better than stupid her," she said. I yawned and said, "Fine, anyway I will be sleeping. Awake me if something serious happens." She nodded and said, "Okay, my lord. I shall commit the sin of disturbing your sleep if the need arises." I stopped a bit surprised by the way of her words. Deciding to ignore it, I said, "Hey, also Jalter, I found your mother. Well, if you consider yourself to be Jean, even if partially." She looked at me surprised and asked, "My mother?" I nodded and said, "I saved her from becoming a wyvern snack. After all, that would leave a bad taste in my mouth." She looked at me dumbfounded. I see, then I would try to not kill her by mistake." She said, "Well, that's new. She is okay with killing her but is refraining from doing so since I saved her. Well, she is surprisingly loyal and dedicated for her personality. Anyway, it's time to rest. It would be weeks before the final battle even approaches. In the meantime, I would eat, sleep, and follow up them for enjoyment." Third POV. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jean, who had introduced herself to Ritsuka and Fujimaru, was discussing another Jean known as the Dragon Witch. "The most surprising would be those white-winged creatures. I could feel holy aura of them and even purity," said Jean. Ritsuka and Fujimaru were troubled by this. "Well, how strong are they?" asked Ritsuka. Jean replied. Most of them are even weaker than wyverns at the level of a low-level servant, but I have sensed quite a few at the level of mid-servants and one at the level of a high-level one. They gulped hearing that. Any idea what they are? Asked Mash. Jean shook her head and said, although not sure, I think they are angels, or at least based on them. Romani said, is that so? Does Dragon Witch has an ability which lets her summon these beings, or it is the work of someone else? Ritsuka suddenly said, Doctor, also that blonde-haired man. You mean the men before whom the wyverns cowered, said Leonardo, and Ritsuka nodded. With a serious face he said, when he looked at me my whole body froze. I felt intense fear, and if not for Miss Jean I would have been good as gone, fear evident in his voice. Both Romani and Leonardo looked at him concerned. He looked at me as well when I had my hood on my face, Jean said. Romani sighed and said, I have a feeling that he is involved with the wyverns and those angel-like beings, and my mind tells me he belongs to Dragon Witch's camp. Hearing that they became nervous, Mash asked, then why did he save that woman? Ritsuka nodded and said, I heard some of his words and he looked a bit concerned for that woman. Now that we can't say for sure, said Leonardo. Jean looked at them and clenched her fists. That woman was my mother, she said, surprising them. She continued, I don't know if I am right, but maybe my other me might have sent him to make sure that our mother doesn't die. That might be the case, said Romani, agreeing with her. That means the other Jean isn't that bad, we assume, said Mash with a bit of relief. Leonardo shook her head and said, bad or not, she has committed a massacre. Saving one person doesn't change that. They became silent and Jean said, yes, she is right, that's why. That's why I will need to stop her. A conviction could be seen in her eyes. Ritsuka and Mash looked at her and nodded. We wish for the same, Miss Jean, said Mash. Thus their first day in the singularity passed. Chapter 20, Unexpected Situation. Third POV. The next day it was early morning, the sun had just risen and birds were chirping. Jean was sleeping quietly beside a tree covered in a robe, and just a bit away there was the tent of Ritsuka Fujimaru and Mash Kirilight. Suddenly a voice sounded in Jean's head. Her eyes widened hearing the voice. Meanwhile Romani shouted in the comms and woke up the master-servant duo, informing them how they detected a powerful life signature a few kilometers away. They came outside and met Jean, whose face had become pale. Ritswak, worried, asked, are you alright, Miss Jean? Your face has become so pale. Jean interrupted him and said, but that's not important right now. Ritsuka replied, yes. Let's head in that direction right away. Jean, without waiting any further, made a run in the direction from where she could feel the servant. Ritsuka got on Mash's back, who followed after her. Soon they reached the place and the view before they shocked them to their core. The town that was supposed to be there was completely obliterated. Jean fell to her knees, her face became pale as the shock was written all over her face, and no mother. Her voice trembled as she said these two words, beautiful isn't it? She turned in that direction, the voice, to find another her, the one behind this. Jalter chuckled and said with a sadistic smile, oh, how pathetic, Jean, you weren't even able to come at a time to see them burned into ashes. Jean trembled to look other her and said, the other and me. She quickly made some distance and summoning her holy flag held it tightly in her hand. Jalter smirked and said, you think you can beat me? I am better in every way, either in parameters, skills, or being a WOM, you know what, let's leave it that. Jean trembled as she asked, WY? Why? You should have known who was there. Jalter stopped laughing for a bit only to look at her with a grin. Oh. Do you mean, mother? She was lucky enough to be warned the day before. However, she ignored the warning and joined the herd of these pathetic people anyway, for that she deserved to be burned into ashes, right, she said. Jean's eyes widened in shock hearing that. She couldn't believe that other he would even burn the entire town knowing that their mother was there. Just how can she do this? She thought as she couldn't believe that she could be like this, like her, while Jalter enjoyed the inner suffering she was facing. Well, I did take the liberty of sparing that pathetic excuse of my mother. After all, Lord personally saved her for my sake. Can't give up on her dropping dead now, can I? But not that she needs to know, she thought, amused by the expression Jean was making. There is another Jean Dark Senpai, said Mash. Ritsuka awoke from the trance. He was just too shocked to react now. Jalter's eyes fell on them. Remembering what her lord told her earlier, she smiled. So that small and pathetic looking man is the last master of humanity. That's completely hilarious. PFTT. Ha ha ha. Oh, that made me wheezing. A person who isn't even a third-rate magus will save the fricking humanity, she said with an amused smile. Ritsuka and Mash froze hearing that. They didn't expect this other Jean to know them this well. Ritsuka clenched his fists at her words, which touched his spore spot. Mash meanwhile took a defensive position, standing in front of her senpai to defend him from any attack. Jean too got over her shock and held her holy flag in a defensive position. Jalter smiled seeing this and said, now let's get that over, my servants. Show yourself. Suddenly a group of servants surrounded them. No. That's not good. Get away from there quickly. Every single one of them is a servant. You won't be able to survive this, Ritsuka replied, frustrated, even if you say that. In this condition we can't escape. A look of fear appeared on his face as he finished saying this, realizing the grave situation they are in. Getting scared from this already? I have more surprises for you all. "Ta-da," she said with a sadistic smile as a group of angels composed of more than 50 low-level angels, 10 fourth-tier angels, and 2 high-tier angels came out and surrounded them as well. If that wasn't enough, a group of fourth-tier undead warriors surrounded them as well. All of the three's faces became paler seeing this. Jean gulped a bit seeing them, especially those angel-like beings, as she still couldn't understand how this creature having a holy aura could commit such atrocities. She asked her, "Why? Why are you doing all of this? Why do you want to destroy France?" Jalter looked at Jean speechless, with, "Are you serious?" "Look," then she said, "what is this sh*t? Don't you know it better than anyone why I am doing this, or you are just that dumb?" "Other me," Jean replied, "I would never do this. Also, what are these holy creatures and why they are committing such atrocities?" Jalter clicked her tongue, baffled by other Jean. Even Ritsuka and Mash, who understood their situation well, couldn't be more speechless. "Miss Jean, I don't think she is going to tell us," said Mash. Jalter smirked and said, "Learn from that pink-haired girl. Even that pathetic girl is smarter than her. I thought I would need to prove myself better than you, but now I realize there is nothing to compare. You are more pathetic than I assumed to be." Jean, anyway, finished them off. As the last words reached everyone's ears, the entire place became silent. In Chaldea, meanwhile, Romani was having a PSTD, prepare ray shift quickly. "He won't be able to survive in such a situation," a worker replied. "Working on this." He looked nervously at the screen. The servants got ready to attack them as suddenly the sound of carriage sounded with someone's shout, "Vive la France!" They looked above to find a carriage flying. Jalter got on the defensive as shockwaves plus music even affected her a bit. Ritsuka and the other two became surprised. The carriage approached and stopped near them. "Quickly, get in. There is no time to talk. Hop on the carriage," said Kyoheim. Ritsuka, Mash, and Jean knew this was their only chance and quickly got in the carriage. Jalter looked at this unbothered. A small smile formed on her face, looking at them as if looking at fools, and said, "Idiots." The next moment, as the carriage took off, something unexpected happened. Hundreds of angels formed a spherical barrier around them. "Let's go." "They aren't that strong," said Elizabeth, and thus their carriage moved rapidly as Kyoheim and Elizabeth destroyed the angels. Unfortunately for them, they didn't expect a large angel to appear. The angel used Holy Smite on the carriage. The spell was holy in nature, causing extra damage to the evil-aligned beings, and not long after the attack struck, Elizabeth and Kyoheim screamed in pain as the spell caused intense damage to them. Others, while not affected at the level of others, were still mildly injured. As for Ritsuka, it was even worse. Their carriage fell on the ground, and all of the servants fell off the carriage. "Ritsuka! Mash!" shouted Romani with a pale face. The only person who remained mostly unaffected was Jean, but even then the Holy Smite did a bit of damage on her. She looked with a worried face at others, her eyes horrified as they fell on Kyoheim and Elizabeth, who were gravely injured, and their almost entire skin was scorched. Author's note: don't go cussing me around, okay? Although a second sphere angel is not comparable to a first sphere angel, they are fairly powerful. In fact, against a first sphere angel, even Ains would have to go all out to defeat a single one. Obviously the biggest reason for it is that he is an evil-aligned being, but again, he is Ains for F***'s sake. Even Jalter couldn't help but sweat a bit, so strong. Even if the Lord told me earlier that they cause immense damage to evil-aligned beings, but for a mere summon to do this much damage on servants. She thought. Her face became a bit pale as she remembered she was an evil-aligned being as well. Then a sadistic smile appeared on her face. "And all of them are under my control," she thought. Jean looked at the servants, worried, not knowing what to do. On the one hand, they were surrounded by enemy servants, and on the other hand, some of these unknown servants were injured. Even if they hadn't come to save them, she would have tried to save them against the enemy, as long as they aren't enemy themselves. This is just how she was. Jalter smirked and said, "You see these white-winged chickens around us? They are something called angels. You know what it means, right?" Jean's eyes widened hearing that. She muttered in shock, "I'm impossible." "Oh, how can they?" "No, you are lying." Jalter grinned and said, "Why? Find it impossible to believe? Just look behind you. 2 of those twerps are nearly dead. Do you know why? Because anything evil is purified by their attacks. Ha 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 ha. Do you get the irony?" Jean's expression became worse as she looked behind. She found Kyoheim and Elizabeth to be half dead. Meanwhile, Marie and Wolfgang stood up, looking around the enemies who had surrounded them with worry. "Senpai. Are you all right?" said Mash, horrified, looking at the injured Ritsuka. He smiled weakly and replied, "I am fine, Mash, thanks to you." Yes, if Mash hadn't used her body to shield him, he would have kicked the bucket after receiving that attack. After all, the 7th tier angel is capable of destroying Middle Ages cities alone, let a normal person. "Commence ray shift now," shouted Romani in the comms. "Commencing ray shift," a worker replied. 3, 2, 1. "Ray shift," another worker replied. The next moment all of them held their breath, waiting for Mash and Ritsuka to reappear in the coffins, but nothing like that happened. Romani looked at this shocked, and said, "What happened?" He suddenly heard a voice. "Now that's rude." He looked at the screen to find the same blonde-haired men from the day before. Ritsuka, Mash, Jean, and the other 2 looked surprised to find him, and then something more surprising happened. The other Jean, or Jalter, before their very eyes, without any hesitation kneeled in front of him. "My lord." She quickly made her head down. Respect, admiration and a hint of affection could be seen on her face, but that was nothing compared to the fear that can be seen on her face. Even if Poseidon treated them differently compared to when he met her first and explained to her how she as his subordinate won't be punished as long as she doesn't do something extreme, can't change the fact that she was brutally beaten to submission just a few days ago. The other servants knelt as well. Author's note: all these servants in the original at first acted just as background, and even here when Jalter has other new servants in the form of summon, the situation has only worsened. LOL. Poseidon glanced at Ritsuka Fujimaru and said, "Why don't you show yourself their leader?" A holographic projection appeared in the air. The face of tense Dr. Romani Archman appeared on it as well. Poseidon looked at him and said, "You might have sent them into this era out of your own obligation, but you can't leave without my permission." "Can we talk about this?" Romani said with a helpless look. Poseidon ignored him and then glanced at Jean. "You suddenly are almost the same as her. I would think the only difference would be that she learns things a tad faster and is a bit less dumb," he commented amusedly, comparing her to Apocrypha's Jean, while Jalter and FGO Jean looked confused and doubted if he was comparing both of them. "Who are you? She said, only to stop suddenly. Silence. Poseidon chanted a 6th-tier spell which silenced Jean. Normally a spell even at this level wouldn't have affected her. After all, she possessed EX rank magic resistance, but her spirit origin was extremely unstable, and coupled with the fact that she had no master worsened her magic resistance to sea level. Poseidon continued, now. Chapter 21, A Chance. Poseidon POV. I decided to watch the confrontation between Ritsuka and Jalter. Having nothing better to do than eat and sleep, I followed after her and saw the difference between what was supposed to happen if I wasn't here and with me here at the very beginning. Jalter didn't wait for much time before burning down the entire town, though she ordered a 7th-tier angel to take her mother to castle. Her mother kept screaming Janet as she watched her supposedly daughter burn down the entire town before fainting in shock. After she left at a safe distance, she slaughtered everyone with a few dragon breaths of fanfare. Not long after Ritsuka, Mash, and Jean Dark of this timeline arrived. After that, a followed chat with Jalter basically insulting Jean at every opportunity she can get. Maybe she desires to prove herself to be better than the original Jean or something like that, or it's simply how she is that is the reason behind her making such sarcastic remarks about Jean. Jalter then ordered her servants to surround them before my eyes, and just as they were feeling helpless, other servants summoned in the singularity by Holy Grail to oppose Jalter arrived at their rescue. Unfortunately for them, unlike the original, with me here, the situation of Jalter had changed greatly, and coupled with the summons I gave her, it didn't take even a bit of time for them to be trapped and then beaten up by a single blast of Holy Smite from one of the 3 7th-tier angels. It was a causal attack from it, but proved enough to take 2 servants down. Looks of dismay appeared on the faces of the rest who survived being defeated as Jalter slowly approached to finish them off. Due to such turns of events, Dr. Romani decided to use Ray Shift to call Mash and Ritsuka back. I clicked my tongue, seeing this. After all, if he leaves, then who would provide a boost to my merit? Even if he is a useless master as a protagonist, just his presence boosts the amount of merit I get by a large margin. I decided to try a spell that is supposed to stop the target from teleporting, maximized lesser dimensional lock. I chanted with a low voice. The spell I used is a 6th-tier spell and a weaker counterpart to its fully powered 8th-tier version, with maximized enhancement that supposedly drains a lot of mana to bring any spell to its extreme limit. I expected it to work and I wasn't disappointed. It was enough for to cancel the Ray Shift. "Now that was rude," I said, dispelling all the magics I had cast on myself earlier to make my presence low. Just as I appeared, Jalter quickly knelt respectfully before me and said, "My lord." I just gave her a small nod, after which she kept her head down, still fearful of me, huh? Well, it is to be expected. After all, I did give her quite a beating. "Why don't you show yourself, their leader?" I demanded, wanting to see the face of the legendary Grandcaster for real, and a holographic projection appeared from the Ritsuka's watch in the air in front of me. In the projection, the face of Romani Archman was visible, who had a look of helpless. He cautiously glanced at me. I said, "You might have sent them into this era out of your obligation, but you can't leave without my permission." "Can we talk about this?" he asked me. I decided to shift my focus for a bit. After all, he can wait, and thus looking at the Jean of this world, I commented with amusement in my voice, "You suddenly are almost the same as her. I would think the only difference would be that she learns things a tad faster and is a bit less dumb." "Who are you? Before she could speak any further, I chanted, "Silence," a 5th-tier spell, and silenced her. She isn't the Jean who fell in love with me and the one I personally like, thus there was no need for me to polite to this dumbo. I continued, "Now all of you are here to oppose my servant, and when you found the situation to be unfavorable for yourselves, you tried to run away, huh?" I said, glancing at Ritsuka, who was supported by Mash. Their faces became tensed as I gazed upon them. Romani said with a nervous voice, "I am sorry, but they had no intention to oppose you nor your servant. They are sent there only to fix the singularity and nothing more." I moved a bit and ruffled the hair of Jalter. She bit her lips, feeling the touch of my hand on her head. A tint of blush appeared on her face. "If they want to fix the singularity, then it means that they have to eliminate who is the root cause for this, who is none other than my servant, which means she is your enemy, right?" I said with a mocking smile. He gulped his saliva in nervousness and clenched his fists. "See, can you leave them?" "I promise that we won't send them or anyone there again," he said. The smile on my face disappeared. I replied, "What a pathetic lie. You need to correct the human order, right? For that, all the singularities are needed to be fixed, which means in the future they or someone else will be sent definitely." His face twisted hearing that as I caught his lie. Jean, Wolfgang, and Marie meanwhile remained silent, assessing me carefully for any opening or chance to escape. I glanced at the three. Jean, from whom my spell's effect has worn off, looked at me with a cautious look. She said, Ritsuka, Mash and you all escape from here, I will keep them busy. The two-lover duo nodded while Ritsuka hesitated and said, but, Jean bit her lips and said, there are no other choices. I will give you all enough time to argue. I teleported and grabbed her by the neck. She gripped my hands, trying her best to free. Others looked at this stupefied. I said with anger apparent in my voice, you all sure have guts to talk in front of me like that. Do I look some joke to you that will let you escape despite such a big apparent advantage? I tightened my grip around her neck, causing her face to morph into one of pain. Miss Jean, shouted Mash and Ritsuka simultaneously with worry visible in their eyes. I threw her away as she crashed tens of meters away on the ground with such a huge force, causing the ground below her to crack. Her voice quivered as she looked at me helpless. She muttered. I looked at the holographic projection and said with a smile, you want me to let them go? Fine, I shall allow these two, no, all of you to go. He looked at me with shock. Others had the same faces. Jean meanwhile tried to stand up and coughed saliva violently. I ignored her pain and continued looking at them. You would let us leave? Asked Ritsuka with a look of disbelief and suspicion. I nodded and said, I have decided to not participate in Jalter's revenge, and thus I can let you all go away, and it will be a pity to see you die this pathetically. At least given some time you would be able to group and show me with amusing fights before your end. He clenched his fist, hearing me. Gritting his teeth he looked with shame. Senpai, Mash said, looking at him worried. He glanced at her and nodded, then looking at me in the eye he said, you want us to entertain you? Fine, we will give you the best fight we can, and we won't just give our best but we'll win it. Marie froze in fear and muttered, B-boy, that's not how you talk in front of a person who can kill you. I rolled my eyes looking at his cliché words. I asked, Jalter, you are fine with this? She replied, I do not have any problem if that's what you desire, Lord. I snapped my fingers as the formation of the angels around us broke and they made the distance from us. I grinned and said, then show me that all of you are worthy of being left alive. I turned back towards Jalter. Moving towards her I stopped beside her, and with my fingers, I played with her hair. A tint of a blush crept upon her cheeks as well as the tips of her ears. Satisfied enough with her reaction, I said, come back quickly, we will be having a feast. She replied in affirmation, yes. Then I teleported away. Third POV. As Poseidon teleported away, Jalter breathed in relief, then standing up she grinned at Jean and said, as much as I want to rip you apart, my lord had prevented me to do so for now. I shall honor his will and let you and that pathetic man with the group of those third-rate servants alive for now. Jean didn't reply despite her taunts. Jalter clicked her tongue seeing this and said, anyway, we shall depart, my servants. The servant still kneeling stood up and nodded. She whistled as the fanfare, who was a bit far away, flew to her and landed before her. She made her head down for Jean to get on her, who got on top of her. She looked at them for a final time before flying away. The undead, the angels and her servants followed after her. After a few minutes, when everyone finally left the place, the remaining servants breathed in relief. That was intense, said Marie. Wolfgang nodded. Then they turned at Jean with doubts, but remembering their comrades, their faces become worried. They quickly looked behind to see both of them half dead. Kyoheim, Elizabeth, they shouted as they quickly moved and checked them. Finding them still breathing made them a bit of relieved, but they knew they were still in danger. Curse forgot a boo about us, right? Said Kyoheim, who opened her eyes creepily glancing at them. They felt chills seeing her face but shook their head. Don't talk. You are very badly injured, Marie said. Kyoheim replied. Mash and Ritsuka looked at their saviors worried as well. Ritsuka approached and looked at the bodies of the two. Their skin was completely scorched and even some of their muscles were melted, showing a horrific sight. Ma Marie, muttered Elizabeth. Yes. I am here, Elise, replied Marie as she gently held her hand. They are in a critical situation. Is there any way to save them? Asked Ritsuka. Both of them. They looked at him and then at each other. Nodding they replied, we can heal them but it won't be enough. They will need mana to survive, otherwise said Wolfgang, stopping at the end as he looked helpless. Ritsuka hearing that made a decision and said, then make a contract with me. They looked at him surprised and Wolfgang said, are you sure? I don't think having 3 contracts at a time is a good idea, Romani shouted. Ritsuka. What are you trying to do? 3 contracts at once will be fatal. You won't be able to handle it. As Romani said, Ritsuka, your body won't be able to keep up with them and transfer, said Leonardo. Leonardo, said Ritsuka surprised. She replied, yes, everyone's lovely Da Vinci-chan is back after the break. Also, I leave for 1 hour to take a bath and fresh myself while everything goes to sh*t, Ritsuka said. There is no time for it. We need to save them. Jean came near the Kyoheim and Elizabeth's bodies. Her face turned sour seeing a holy aura penetrating their bodies. Just how, she thought, still now understanding how they are able to control those angel-like beings. You want to do this, Fujimaru? For serious? She asked him. He nodded with determined look. She sighed and said, fine, then go ahead and make a contract, otherwise they will vanish apparently in 1 minute 30 seconds. Her words stunned Romani, who said, but, she stopped him from speaking any further by putting her finger on the lips. She said with a smile, he has made a decision and we have to respect it. Also I want to see how his body will react after making 2 new contracts. Romani's eyebrows twitched while Ritsuka replied in the comms, I have finished the contract, he said surprised. That was fast. He then grabbed his head and muttered, I am not fit for this job sigh Leonardo chuckled and asked, so how you are feeling? Ritsuka replied, I feel strained and a bit drowsy. Senpai. Senpai, Mash shouted as Ritsuka became unconscious. On the other hand, Kyoheim and Elizabeth's vital signs stabilized. Chapter 23, Regaining the Authorities. Author's note, give me power stones guys. Take this fanfic to the top 30. Poseidon POV. On arriving back to the castle, the first thing we did was to have a feast which lasted 2 hours long. It made everyone, including the servants of Jalter, who in a sense didn't like her, feel better. Once the feast had finished, Jalter rubbed her belly with a satisfied look on her face, and like always it didn't bulge even an anometer. After the feast, Jalter shortly ordered all the servants to go and continue their massacre. Unable to reject her command, they could only obey and leave. I cleaned all the dishes using the clean spell, and then I asked her, Jalter, I have something to ask. She stopped and looked at me respectfully and replied, yes, my lord. I said, what do you think about my decision of sparing them? Do you like it or not? She became stunned and after a bit replied, as long as my lord you want something, I have no opinion about it. I sternly said, truthfully tell me what you think about it. She paused and bit her lips in fear. I didn't like Lord's decision of sparing them at first, but after pondering about for a bit I realized that it is better that way. It will be interesting to give them hope only to ruthlessly break it. She replied as her mood changed with a sadistic smile forming on her face. I ruffled her head, causing her to blush lightly as she looked at me surprised. I mean, they're soft to be not played with, and her face with a blush looked quite cute to me. See? That isn't hard, right? There might come times when lies are needed to be spoken, but for the most of the time saying truth is the best option, even if it is cruel and disgusting. Good girl, I replied. She nodded slowly as I continued patting her. I understand, my lord. I shall follow what you taught me, she said stuttering. I stopped patting the poor girl. She felt both fear of me and affection towards me when I patted her head. Though I expected that with time her fear of me lessened considerably, I have already decided to make this girl my permanent subordinate who will do my bidding. I mean, doing everything by myself is exhausting. Man, I am missing that lackey who used to assist me and do all the miscellaneous jobs for me, and well, I didn't bother to even remember his name considering him a weakling. Even my Deepak self doesn't remember him considering he was shown in the manga only once. I guess I can thank him when I return, and I am pretty sure he will be quite surprised by it. Anyway, I want her to make extremely loyal to me, so much that she won't mind sacrificing herself for me. At least that's my current plan with her, but she is someone with whom I am free to go further if things go right. Whether we will become more is completely unknown as of now. This might be the first real relationship I might have. Amusingly, my sister Demeter did pursue me and I had some sexual adventures with her, losing my virginity to her, but I rejected her proposal considering her not worthy. There are many other goddesses I rejected back in heaven as well, including Aphrodite. I am proud of this fact that I did reject her. She like a whore, she has tried seducing me and it did work a bit. I banged her straight for 5 years and showed her rightful place, and by the end, she was begging me to make her my sex slave and even proposed to abandon her prostitution, but I considered her nothing more than a fine pussy and rejected her coldly with a few slaps when she didn't stop begging me. I slowly came out of my thoughts and glanced at Jalter, who was sweating nervously, seeing me quiet. I smiled and said, Jalter, proceed with your endeavor. I have something to do, so I will be absent for a while, okay? She nodded in affirmation. Then I shall wait for your return, my lord, she replied. I teleported myself a bit far and then silent chanted fly and compass spells respectively. I started hovering in the sky towards the direction of the sea. Third POV. Same day but nighttime. So how are you feeling? Asked Romani anxiously. Ritsuka replied, I am feeling fine, professor, although there is still a bit of strain in my body and weakness. My situation is slowly improving. Romani sighed in relief hearing that. Thank God. Leonardo stepped forward in front of the comms and asked, can you explain me exactly what are you feeling? Also, what is it like to be master of 3 servants? Romani's eyebrows twitched hearing that. Ritsuka laughed nervously, seeing Leonardo's curious face in the holographic projection, and said, I will talk about that in detail later on. For now, I think we should think about how to defeat them. Everyone near him became silent for a bit. Listen, kid, you have seen their prowess, right? Even then you believe that you can win against them, said Elizabeth. Kyoheim snorted and said, humph. Why scared? I get it, you are a scaredy cat, but I and master aren't like that. She smirked, causing Elizabeth to become angry. Huh? What are you talking about? And how the fuck did this guy whom we met just hours ago became our master? Even if we have a contract, it is just a temporary one, and this guy is not my type at all. Kyoheim, meanwhile ignoring her, approached Ritsuka, grabbed his hand by surprise and said, he is an ideal master, unlike Anshin-sama who ran away from my love and forced me to burn him into ashes. He came and helped me when I was near death's door. Isn't that romantic? She started rubbing her head against him, who looked shocked and confused on how to respond. He looked at Mash for help, who turned her head away. No, Mash, he thought with a betrayed look. Sorry, senpai, but the matters of love are unknown to me, so I don't know what to do in such a situation. And for some reason look on Miss Kyoheim's face is too scary, she thought with guilt. Leonardo, Romani, and the entire Chaldea staff looked the scene at the holographic screen speechlessly. Don't you fucking ignore me, shouted Elizabeth. Kyoheim smirked and replied, don't disturb us in our lovey-dovey moment, you frill-neck lizard. Elizabeth stood up from her place and cracking her fists with a mad look said, do you want a beating, you bitch? Kyoheim's smile stopped. Her face became creepy as she waved her fan and said, "If you want to test how hot my fire is, then come on, I am ready to shot flames of my love." Marie sighed and said, "Girls, it is not the time to dash." Interrupting her, both of them looked at her and shouted simultaneously, "Shut up!" A vein appeared on Marie's face as she smiled. Wolfgang looked in fear and then glanced at the two women and prayed for their well-being. Next moment cries of Kyoheim and Elizabeth resounded the area. Both of them lay on the ground flinching on pain while Marie looked with a happy smile on her face. Ritsuka, Wolfgang, and Mash looked at her with fear. Scary. They thought, "Is it me or just these two servants that dumb?" said Leonardo, earning the ire of two almost unconscious servants flinching in pain. "They are covered in bandages from head to toe, their injuries haven't healed completely yet, and from my calculations, it would take at least 2 weeks of repeated healing procedure with continuous mana supply to get them healed enough to fight a proper battle, and fighting now with each other is an easy ticket back to the throne of heroes," said Leonardo. Soon the two servants recovered and became docile under the gaze of a cheerful Marie. Wolfgang said, "Now we should continue with our strategy." He glanced at Jean, who was silent till now. She realized his look and asked, "Yes," Marie said, "you are another version of her, right?" She nodded in affirmation. "Since you are here, is there anything you can help with us about her?" asked Wolfgang. Jean shook her head and replied, I can't even comprehend how she can be this cruel, other than that her spirit origin, while same as me, her abilities are vastly different." They sighed in disappointment hearing that. "Well then, that leaves us for only one option," said Marie. Mash asked seriously, "What is that, Miss Marie?" She replied, "We need to find other servants possibly summoned by the Holy Grail and form an alliance with them. Unless our prowess increases considerably, chances of us winning against her are none to zero." Everyone's faces became dejected hearing this, unable to refute the statement. They knew better than anyone how true her words are. Ritsuka clenched his fists and said, "Yes, we need more servants with us if we stand a chance of fighting against her, but I'm not gonna give up. We will win this together." "Boy, did anyone told you that you are a good motivational speaker," said Elizabeth. Ritsuka blushed in embarrassment hearing that and replied, "Well, no one told me that, at least till now." Others started chuckling. The mood of everyone improved. Leonardo said from the comms, "Nice. Now that you have regained your will to fight, how about we go through every enemy servants?" They nodded. "Let's see, we have the photos of each one, so yes, this is the first one," she said as the holographic projection with white hair held a specter in her hand. Elizabeth looked at the girl and raising her hand, gaining everyone's attention, she said, "You all see, she is apparently my older self." Miss Elizabeth, isn't that something impossible? "How can both of you be summoned at the same time?" said Ritsuka. Romani replied from the comms, "You see, Ritsuka, it is possible for the same servants to be materialized at the same time in a different class, though it's a very rare phenomenon." Elizabeth nodded and said, "As that orange-haired man said, she is my older self, and the biggest reason behind her existence is some fucking novelist messed up my legend and made my elder self a vampire, TSK, making me, who has the blood of a dragon, a pathetic vampire, as expected of a fucking novelist." Then they moved to another one, and then another, but unfortunately for them, they didn't know anyone else other than Jalter, who is Jean's alter self. Even then they barely knew her abilities, which included controlling wyverns and riding a dragon. Finally Poseidon came into their topic. "So, who is he?" asked Mash. Jean replied, "I don't know much about him, but from what I have seen, my other self is very respectful towards him." Others nodded and Marie said, "It isn't just respect, but I have seen fear on her face as well when she was kneeling before him." Ritsuka commented, "From the moment he appeared till the moment he gave her signal to stand up, she kept kneeling, ignoring all of us." "That means either she is very loyal toward him or extremely scared of him," said Elizabeth. Romani asked Leonardo beside him, who was sipping coffee, "Any idea?" She shook her head and said, "I don't know, but my calculations say that he has the Holy Grail and might be the one who summoned the other Jean Dark." "Well," said Wolfgang as he started thinking about Poseidon deeply, he started comparing him to the heroes of the legends he knew, and others did the same until Elizabeth couldn't hold it in. "This is fucking confusing. We barely know about the enemy servants and that man. How are we supposed to do anything against them?" she shouted. Others looked helpless. "Thinking about it any longer isn't gonna help. Let's take a rest and tomorrow we will begin our search for other servants," said Wolfgang. Others agreed with his opinion and decided to have a proper dinner before sleeping. Poseidon POV. A few days have passed since I started growing my connection with this world's ocean. Using a large amount of mana gathered by my mana heart, I used them to temporarily activate my divinity, speeding the whole process by tens of times, and considering that the rate of consumption was just barely 10% higher than the rate of my regeneration, the whole process went very smooth, and now I have reached a level where I don't need mana to keep my divinity active. But it isn't enough, and I have been trying to take it further and do what I have tested in Fate Apocrypha World. I continued deepening my connection for another 10 hours till I achieved what I wanted to. Ding! Your divinity has reached A. You have reacquired your divine nature. Your heroic spirit body has been converted into a proper divine spirit. Some of your parameters have increased. You have got an A rank all type resistance. Your divine spirit body has regained immortality types 1 and 2. Due to deepening your connection with this world's origin, you have regained your divine authorities. Authority of the water, A. Authority of the ocean, A+. Authority of the earthquake, C. Authority of the horses, D. Congratulations to Master for completing the secret quest, the only remaining divine. You have been bestowed a reward. Reward completion condition, you need to be the only divine being in a world where there is no existence of a divine being. Note, as long as the world is without gods the quest will be considered complete, it doesn't matter if you are the first divine being in that world or not. Reward, divine nature, omniversal. Function, no matter the world, timeline, or dimension you will always have your divine authorities even if the laws of that world don't allow a functioning divine authority. Advantages, you will have your full divine nature and authority no matter the world, even if it is a Miram world, Xianxia world or Sif world not permitting divinities. Disadvantages, you will have full power only with your true body, and your powers will always weaker in a vessel, system announced. The reward wasn't unexpected after I considered how the system functions. To be honest, I was 45% sure that I would get a reward, but the quality of the reward surprised me. Although it won't be able to show its full usefulness in this verse full of divine beings, at least I would be able to manifest as a proper divine spirit even in the time periods where the age of gods have ended. I teleported outside of the deep ocean on its surface, standing on the water's surface betraying the laws of physics. I took a deep breath and muttered, "It is nice to feel this power again." I gazed at the ocean and smiled. I have 60% of my peak power, but considering after my parameters were converted into Fate's power system which made me stronger including my divinity, I expect EX rank authorities of water in the ocean when my full divine nature is manifested, I said satisfied. Now let's see if my guess about that secret quest was true or not, I thought teleporting back to the castle. To be continued. Author's note, my rankings fell from the top 33, still I am grateful to all of you who didn't let it fell at the bottom. Chapter 24, Siegfried the Dragon Slaying Hero. Third POV. In a few days when Poseidon was gone to regain his divine authorities, a lot of things happened with the Ritsuka's gang. Firstly, Jean met Gillis along with some soldiers surrounded by the wyverns, and being the saint she is, went into the battle against the wyverns and saved them only to be rewarded with stones thrown on her face as they misunderstood as Jalter. After that, unlike the original, they didn't encounter Martha and instead left the place while the soldiers still throwing stones at them and spewing all the hate they had for the Jalter and the atrocities she committed against them. They continued their journey jointly till the third day they decided to split as they weren't having any luck with encountering a new servant with whom they can ally. The team was divided into two parts, one had Kyoheim, Elizabeth, Mash, Jean, and Ritsuka Fujimaru, and the second team consisted of only Wolfgang and Marie, basically the lover duo. The reason both Kyoheim and Elizabeth were with Ritsuka's team as they were still quite injured and more than a week was needed before they even healed enough to fight again. So, due to their dire situation, it was decided they will be going with Ritsuka Fujimaru along with Jean and Mash, who could do both offensive and defensive if such a situation where they had to fight or escape arises, and they could protect Kyoheim and Elizabeth who are at their weakest. And for Ritsuka he could only be with Mash, and with him being near the injured duo they will get a constant supply of mana preventing them from kicking the bucket. Wolfgang and Marie, while not battle-oriented servants, still had quite the prowess due to their useful abilities and could escape if the need arises for them to do so. Their extremely good coordination due to being past lovers made it only better, thus they formed another team. Both of them went in separate ways, and soon Ritsuka's team reached Montlucan where their luck turned around, and to their surprise they found two new servants. One was named Georgios, a rider-class servant, and most especially the other servant they meet was Siegfried, the one the most if not the most famous dragon slayer. Unfortunately for them he was severely wounded and had multiple curses placed on him by one of the Jalter's servants. This got them worried as the moment they heard that the other servant is the famous Siegfried who slayed the evil dragon Fanfur, they got their hopes up as with him they had the chance of slaying the dragon of the Jalter. So what to do now, said Ritsuka worried. Jean came forward and said, "No need to worry Mr. Fujimaru, I and Georgios have the power to lift the curses. Unfortunately as we are non-contracted servants the process will take quite a while, depending on the situation it may take up more than 1 month." Others became relieved hearing the former half of her sentence, but the latter half crushed their excitement. More than 1 month. "I don't think our enemy is gonna give that time," said Elizabeth, annoyed by their circumstances. Ritsuka clenched his fists, and then looked at the command seals on his hand. "A contracted servant, huh?" He then looked at Jean and said, "That's it. If that is what it takes to heal him and defeat the enemy, then I want you to make a contract with me, Jean." Everyone became surprised hearing that. "Huh?" all of them said. Romani shouted in the comms, "Have you lost your mind? Your body has just started adapting to the strain of multiple contracts, and even then you have been quite lucky with how it played out. Normally, any other master would have died in your situation." Ritsuka and Mash looked nervously at the holographic projection of the angry Romani archman who was against the idea of Ritsuka forming a new contract. Suddenly Jean pushed Romani's side with her hand and came in front of the comms. "Nice idea. Why don't you make a contract with Siegfried as well? I am very curious about how your body will react and how much strain it will put on you, and your body is also interesting," she said. Romani pushed her to the side and shouted, "Have you gone mad, Leonardo?" She looked at him and said, "Firstly it's Da Vinci-chan. And secondly, it's time you take a proper break. You haven't slept more than 9 hours in the last few days, and after the precious accident you have been getting more annoying." He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't." "If I was to take a broken, God knows what will you do?" Leonardo smiled and said, "Is that so? then next mochi attacked Romani. What the dash, Romani muttered in shock as not long before he was tied in ropes and tape, he struggled to break through it crawling in the ground like a cockroach. Phew, here you go, nicely tied up, and also don't try to break from it. You will be met with nothing but failure, and as the genius I am. I have tied you in such a way that all you can do is stay still tied up, she said proudly. Romani struggled trying to break from it. She looked below and said, can someone carry him to his room? Some members of staff nodded and did as she said. Romani looked at the staff with a look of disbelief. As they took him, Leonardo took out the tape from his mouth and he started shouting, what the heck all are you doing? Unbind me now, a staff member said. Sorry Commander, but Miss Vinci is saying the truth, you have been pretty annoying for last few days. Thus without listening to his pleas, they carried him to his room and then closed it off. Meanwhile, Ritsuka and his gang looked at the situation from the comm speechlessly. He had gone to take a rest, now Fujimura quickly proceed with the contract, she said with excitement on her face. He sweated and thought, why I am feeling like a lab rat. He nodded and then made a contract with Jean, after which he fainted much to the worry of Mash, Jean, Kyoheim, and Leonardo. He recovered in the evening and cried in pain as his body was aching. The next few days are going to be quite painful for him. On the Jalter's side, she lost one servant known as Phantom of the Opera, a servant she summoned later on who fought with Siegfried and returned heavily injured. Jalter, dissatisfied that he failed in his task, ordered one of his two newly summoned servants, Charles Henri's son, to finish him off. He did gladly as she ordered him to do. The other servant whom she summoned was the Lancelot of Berserker class, who under madness enhancement and found Jalter's face similar to Arthur, which caused him to follow her orders without fail, in which he massacred an entire village. Then she put him on the guard of the castle with Chevalier Dion. A/N. I forgot about her totally, lol, she is just that much of a side character in the Orleans Singularity. Anyway, she is a knight of the White Lily. She is said to be a woman who was a man or a man who was a woman. See, confusing, right? Her current gender is unknown and she looks female. Her pick. She also waited for Poseidon's return every day, along with the fear she admired his strength and liked the care he had shown in past days despite her personality considering such things meaningless. It affected her overall and she was changing, slowly but gradually, and it was another day she was looking outside of her castle wanting to see a glimpse of him if he were to return. I am back, she heard a voice from behind her. She moved backward rapidly and found Poseidon's figure in front of her and knelt on the ground unhesitantly, and greeted him. Welcome back, my lord, she said. He nodded and said, you can stand up. She stood up and looked at him. For some reason Poseidon looked a bit different to her. It seems you have noticed it, huh? Good job, you have got a keen eye, he said, praising her. Obviously, it was more surprising that he understood what Jalter was thinking from the minuscule expressions on her face. It does show that his 13.9 billion years of life had taught him many things, even if not made him overpowered. Jalter blushed lightly hearing his praise as she felt extremely satisfied to be praised by him. He said, you see, when we meet first my divinity hadn't manifested properly. Now I am no longer a mere heroic spirit but a divine spirit. I have proper divine authorities, unlike before where I was able to use pseudo-authorities for a short period of time. She became stunned hearing that. Poseidon released a bit of his divinity to demonstrate, and not too long after that Jalter was trembling. Fear gripped her heart as the realization hit her. I knew he wasn't at his full power, but this difference in strength is enormous. Poseidon looked at her and said, stop getting scared on just my aura. She stopped and replied, why yes. He looked at her coldly and said, I know you fear me and you should fear me, but remember, if you fear this much strength, then how will you handle against other powerful divine servants? I don't want a weak servant. She nodded and said, yes. Her voice contained much vigor this time. Poseidon became satisfied hearing that. If he needed Jalter to be his servant, he needed to make her braver against more powerful enemies, something which had become a problem after he beat her up brutally, and considering how powerful his future opponents might be, he didn't want a servant who freezes because of fear. For him, it's okay if she was to feel fear, but if that fear becomes the limitation, then she will be pretty much useless to him in the future. And yes, he hasn't developed any romantic relationship with her to treat her softly with love and care. It's a possibility but not the current reality. Thus, he is going to be both strict and caring for her, though mostly strict as when rewarded in a desperate situation. That reward feels more satisfying. Knowing this ideology, he was going to make full use of it. He asked her, anyway, tell me about our and your other self's current situation. She nodded and started telling him everything she knew about her other self's team's situation and their situation till now. Once she finished reciting everything, he looked satisfied. Good, you didn't disappoint me, he said and patted her head. She lowered her head in embarrassment as he treated her like some child and rewarded her. To be honest, considering Poseidon's real age, she was a child in front of him, but she didn't know it and neither Poseidon cared much about it. Now, let's have a feast, he said. Jalter's eyes lit up hearing that. Since the time he has left, she hadn't eaten or tasted anything. Only Poseidon had the ability to create the food, so she had to spend her time without enjoying the lavishing dishes. She followed after him to the dining table, and then he created food using his mana, much to Jalter's delight. Master is the best. She thought, joyed by the scenery of lavishing dishes presented before her. Poseidon didn't waste time and started with his favorite dishes, biryani, megalodon stew, and jellyfish stew simultaneously, while Jalter, before taking a bite, thanked him and then began eating. Chapter 25, The War for the France Part, Prologue. Third POV. The days passed slowly. Ritsuka's team started preparing for the war. Meanwhile, Jalter's servants continued with their rampage, which cost the lives of hundreds of people. Yes, only hundreds, as Ritsuka's team managed to save a lot of the people, helping them to escape to safety. It angered Jalter to no end, but it also made her excited for the final fight, on how she will crush them entirely, see their beautiful faces of despair before finishing them all, and then continue with destroying France. Jean and Georgios finished healing up Siegfried, the dragon slayer who made a contract with the Ritsuka Fujimaru. This time, considering the situation, Dr. Romani let Ritsuka make a 5th contract, and while his body has adapted quite a bit after all of these days, the strain on his body remained. Making another contract came at the cost of Ritsuka feeling constant pain and stress in his body, but gritting his teeth for the future of humanity, he bore this intense pain, earning the respect of all of the servants present, Elizabeth including, who didn't like him even a bit, but after seeing his conviction, even she was impressed. So while Ritsuka's gang trained and prepared for the battle, on the other hand, Jalter enjoyed lavishing feasts bestowed by the god of the gods himself. Her servants, half of which disliked her, got to enjoy the same treatment as well. Just like this, 3 weeks passed and Ritsuka's team was all ready for the finale. "It is going to be a nightmare to win this," said Ritsuka looking at the castle in front of him. "We will win this, senpai," said Mash as she came beside him. Siegfried smiled and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said, "You can count on me to slay that dragon." Jean smiled and answered, "Me too." "Now can we stop talking and get over with this already?" said Elizabeth, grumbling. Kyoheim waved her Japanese fan with a smirk on her face. "Watch me properly, frill-necked lizard. I will show you how a real dragon does its job." Veins appeared on her forehead. Hearing that, she glared at the latter and said, "Are you picking up a fight?" Kyoheim grinned and spoke nothing. It only fueled her anger against Elizabeth. "Answer me." Suddenly Marie came between them. She looked at both of them. "Stop it, you two. It is not the time to fight between us. Doing so will only weaken us. Let's focus on our objective." They grunted and nodded. "Fine," they replied simultaneously. "It's time to show them the true powers of lovers," Marie said with a serious face. Wolfgang behind her smiled hearing that and nodded. "Guys, you have got this," said Leonardo from the comms. Romani, sitting beside her, had a depressed face. "It's over, all over," he muttered. Leonardo gave him a jab, knocking him from his table. "Why did you do this?" he shouted in annoyance and pain. She sighed and gave him a hand. "Stop with this and do your job as commander," she said. He sighed hearing her words. He took her hand and got back on the table. Standing up, he said, "Very well, Ritsuka. Mash. Listen to me carefully. If you think it is too much for you, then retreat without any hesitation. Also, we are ready to reshift if the situation arises." Ritsuka shook his head and said, "Doctor, I don't think this is a war from which we can retreat." He sighed in helplessness hearing that. His visions from all of these years never showed Poseidon, and neither did now, so he had a really bad feeling about him. He smiled and said, "Fine, go ahead, I will do my best to assist you all from here." They nodded and Ritsuka said, "Let's begin now." Thus all of them ran toward the castle. Meanwhile, from the inside, Jalter laughed maniacally. She stood beside the Poseidon, who was seated on his throne looking at the Ritsuka's team on a holographic screen in front of him. PFTT. Ah. Did you hear them, my lord? I want to vomit after hearing their passionate and useless words. Seriously, what with those looks on their faces? They think they will win this. Pathetic weaklings. I will show them the consequences of going against me. Poseidon calmly asked her, "Do you think you can win this?" She stopped, then looked at him with a confident look, bowed lightly, and replied, "Without any doubt." He smiled and said, "Then go ahead and show me what you have got." She nodded and said, "Then let me show you a battle which will surely entertain you, my lord." Then she left the room ready to face Ritsuka and the servants. Poseidon POV. Arrogance is what I saw on her face while she talked with me. She is so confident that she will win this. She believes she will decimate them absolutely into smithereens. I can see my past self in her, so overconfident, arrogant, believing there is no way she can lose. System, what is your opinion on this? I asked it. Master, her chances of winning after being granted your summons are as high as 20%, it replied. I looked at the screen with an amused smile. Protagonist privileges, huh? I asked again. Yes, Master, he is someone whom you will consider a protagonist, and to be honest, they are extremely rare in Fateverse, considering this world's will plays no favorite and treats everyone equally, considering her survival the utmost priority. Thus he isn't a common protagonist chosen by World's will, but rather a rare protagonist directly choose from Fate itself, System replied. Fate, destiny, they are some interesting and mysterious things, even to me who is free from such shackles. Let me ask you, System, who is more powerful, a protagonist chosen by the world or by fate? I asked him. Master, in normal circumstances the strongest ones are those chosen by both world and fate to be protagonist. Though such chances are extremely rare, the second strongest will be the protagonist chosen by the world's will or heaven's will depending on the type of the universe, and weakest will be the protagonist chosen by the fate, System replied. Its response surprised me a bit since I thought a protagonist chosen by fate will be the strongest one, but it is opposite of what I expected surprisingly. I asked it again, interesting, can you explain it in detail? Master, a protagonist chosen by both the world and fate, is the strongest one obviously. you can consider them as those OP reincarnated protagonists who always have everything easy and hide their real power for brain-dead reasons. A hero reborn, a demon king reborn, and immortal reborn are an example of this. They might also possess the second, third, or fourth type of system that I discussed earlier. The second type of protagonist will be the world's chosen one, and the reason they're stronger than the ones chosen by fate only, as they get help directly from the world, a normal person reincarnated in the cultivation world and getting a secret inheritance, or a normal person reincarnated in a fantasy world, getting hero's sword. Demon King's inheritance is an example of this. They might possess the second or third type of system. The third and the weakest type of protagonist will be fate's chosen one. The reason they are weakest is unlike the world's will, which gives preferential to its chosen one. Meanwhile, fate, other than giving them good luck and opportunities, does nothing. Normally this type of protagonist struggles a lot even if his chances of dying are low. A person reincarnating as a villain, villainess, or a side character is an example of this. Protagonists like Ritsuka are rare, as such protagonists are mostly secondary chosen ones in the world. They compete with the world's chosen one and have a chance of overthrowing them due to courtesy of being chosen by fate themselves. In the long run, they prevail. They might have a second or third type of system. Now comes the extra class of protagonists, the ones chosen by systems only. Majority of these types of protagonists are nothing but resources for patristic systems to exploit, and meanwhile they provide them with plot armor, increasing the chances of their survival, but in return give them bad luck and create a lot of unfavorable situations for them. It is their way to earn maximum from exploiting their hosts, and this is all the types of protagonists. Master, system finished explaining. I nodded, satisfied with the info system provided me, then I turned my focus on the screen, interested in how it will play out. Ritsuka can be considered very weak as an actual protagonist, but the fact that he is still alive after making a contract with 5 servants speaks volumes about his luck. At any other first-rate mage would have kicked the bucket a long time ago from having even 3 contracts, but this guy is proving himself to be a vigorous cockroach still alive from what would have killed any other mage. Also, since the chances of Jalter losing are very high, I think it would prove a valuable lesson to her. She is underestimating her enemy, something which I have done myself in the past. The result itself was obvious. I lost, miserably, losing 2 of my limbs. If I had gone 100% out from the start, then Kojiro would have been the one banished to Niflhel. Thankfully I got the second chance, but Jalter won't be that lucky. Thus the sooner she learns of this fact, better for her. Also I am waiting for the army of humans to appear to go into action. Georgios isn't with them like the original, and he has gone to gather the remaining army of France under the banner of the Living Gillis to help Ritsuka's team in their battle against Jalter. It's better this way, as instead of me moving everywhere to kill herds of humans one by one, thousands will be here instead, ready for their lives to be harvested by me. A smile formed on my face thinking about it. I decided to view my status one last time before the war starts. Status, I thought in my mind, and a holographic screen appeared in front of my eyes. A/N, he is doing this stupid action so you guys can see the status, otherwise he doesn't need to see his situation, so don't complain. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/Divine Spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Magical energy, A+. Luck, N/A. Since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, the chance is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm, A. Class skills. Magical resistance, A+. Personal skills. Divine nature, EX. Mana heart, EX. All type resistance, A. Anti-immortality Tuki, A++. Divinity, A. Authority of the water, A. Authority of the ocean, A+. Authority of the earthquake, C. Authority of the horses, D. Water battle god aura, A. Mystic eyes of terror, A. Amphitrite, wrathful wave, C. Chione Tyro Demeter, divine lightning falling into the rough sea, B. Medusa elope Demeter, 40 days and 40 nights big flood, A. Flow, C. Water/C. 100 pieces water strike, B. Absolute counter, A. Deprivation sword kingdom, A. Tier magic, A++, up to 7th tier. Silent casting, C+, up to 4th tier. Multicasting, EX, can be used on any magic no matter its power as long as a user has appropriate mana and control. Megiddo God's Wrath, B. Compatible classes, Lancer, Saber, Caster, Avenger, Ruler. Nice, I thought, glancing at my status screen. Closing it, I looked at the screen and thought, finally it's starting. I could see Jalter dragging Jean's mother by her hair. It seems things are going to be more interesting than I assumed to be. Third POV. They are here, muttered Jean in a defensive form, looking at the servants before them. It seems all of you weaklings are here. They heard a loud voice and looked above to see Jalter holding a woman by the hair. Jean's eyes widened seeing the woman and she shouted, "Mother." Others looked surprised by such a turn of events. "She is Jean's mother," muttered Mash, shocked. They looked above to see Jalter smiling sadistically holding Isabel. She grins and said, "Surprise." Jean looks in shock and muttered, Ho how? Jalter's smile widened as she said, what is with that pathetic look? Don't tell me you thought I killed her. Oh, even if pathetic, she is our mother, right? I can't kill her, and I have brought her to let her see herself who is a better daughter than two of us. Janet, Isabel muttered, looking at Jean below the castle in surprise, then she glanced at Jalter, surprised at how two of her daughters can be. She had some suspicion since Jalter had kidnapped her. At first, she tried talking with her, extremely glad to see her alive, but Jalter didn't respond in kind and insulted her. Shocked by her own daughter's outburst at her, she considered herself to be a failure of a mother, saddened by her daughter's changes and the atrocity she committed. After that, Jalter held her prison, giving her food and water regularly, and she only met her again today. She was surprised and happy, wanting to reconcile with her daughter, hold her gently in her bosom and cry out all her apologies for abandoning her, for not being with her when she needed her the most. But instead, without getting a chance, Jalter dragged her by her hair. She kept struggling in pain the entire way, and seeing that Jean below the castle looked 100% similar to Jean, she knew a realization hit her. She gritted her teeth and shouted at Jalter, You isn't my daughter. Suddenly she bit on Jalter's hand, causing the grip of Jalter on her hair to weaken, and taking the chance of the moment she got freed from Jalter's grasp and coming at the corner shouted, Janet. Mother, shouted Jean. Next moment, before her eyes, Jalter kicked Isabel. No, she shouted, horrified, as Jalter pushed her head into the wall, injuring her forehead. Then by hair she held her in the air. My Jen dash. She fell unconscious. Blood could be seen dripping from her forehead. Jalter said, F***king B** tch. I kept you alive and yet you have gals to disobey me. Ritsuka and others gasped in horror, seeing the state of Isabel. This, muttered Mash with shock. Jean was the one who took the biggest hit. Her entire body trembled as she gritted her teeth. She looked directly into the eyes of the Jalter and said, I'm impossible. You hurt my mother. You aren't me. I can never hurt my mother. Rage could be seen on her face. A/N. Jalter this time managed to make Jean angry for real. In the original, Jean felt sad for Jalter, who killed Isabel, having no memory of her mother, but in this, she did something to even make Jean genuinely angry. Jalter grinned and said, Is that so? Why don't you check yourself it then? Jean became even angrier hearing that. Miss Jean, muttered Ritsuka in fear, seeing the state of Jean, who calmed herself down hearing his voice. Don't worry, master, I won't do anything stupid to jeopardize our mission. I will make her pay for what she did to my mother. Hearing that, everyone nodded. Ritsuka smiled and said, I will support you, Jean. Jalter snapped her finger as a horde of angels appeared before their eyes. Not them again, said Elizabeth. Jean walked forward in front of them and said, Master. Everyone, I will handle them. Are you really sure, Miss Jean? Asked Ritsuka. Jean nodded, and Romani said in the comms, Ritsuka, let her handle those beings. They are holy in nature, and from what we know they cause immense damage to evil-aligned being. Currently Miss Jean is the best match against them. Ritsuka, persuaded by Romani, nodded and said, Then I leave them to you, Jean. She nodded with a serious face, and like Romani said, she was the best match against these angels. Heck, she can be considered overkill if one was to consider all things. Unlike previously when she faced these angels, her spirit origin has stabilized a lot, and now she has a ready supply of mana from Ritsuka. Her magical resistance, while not at the level of EX rank that she can achieve, is A+ nonetheless. She is also neither an evil-aligned being nor a neutral being, which makes her immune to the extra damage of these angels, and on top of that she is a saint possessing saint skill, and blessing from Yahweh himself. Holy energy can be said her friend rather than foe. Thus, if any one of the Ritsuka's servants can cause real damage to the highest tier angels present, then it is only Jean who has the chance of achieving this, and further boosted by the luck of the protagonist, it was obvious how much of an advantage she has. Unfortunately, Jalter couldn't realize this fact. Chapter 26, Jalter's Loss. Third POV. The battle began with an obvious advantage. Jalter had better servants, more battle power, and a big army making her bid. The situation looked very unfavorable for Ritsuka and others, but that was on the surface. In actuality, it was Jalter who was on the losing side. She foolishly sent all the angels to combat the saintness, the worst matchup for them. The undead soldier was sent after the servants, and even without the disadvantage of facing a servant who had holy attribute attacks, they were no match for the powered-up Kyoheim and Elizabeth. They were quickly taken off by them. While servants on Ritsuka's side gave their all, the situation was different for the servants on Jalter's side. They were fighting against their will, excluding Carmilla and Lancelot. All of her servants didn't fight with all they had. They felt guilty about the atrocities that Jalter made them commit. By now, madness enhancement on them had weakened enough for them to realize what kind of things they did. Against the servants who were giving their all, the result was to be expected. With a single blow of his noble phantasm, Balmung decimated 3 of them into nothing, as they didn't even bother to dodge it. Finally, freed of the curse, madness enhancement, they gave their gratitude to Ritsuka and Siegfried before vanishing as bright particles that returned to nothing. Seeing the loss of 3 servants on her side, Jalter fumed with anger and deployed fanfare and thousands of wyverns against them. This move turned the tide of the battle as the situation again shifted to Jalter's favor. But they were greeted with another surprise, as Geogrios, the servant that had left them to ensure the safety of the refugees, returned with an army, strength of more than 30,000 human soldiers ready to assist them. They started fighting off against the wyverns, and even if they weren't guaranteed to win, it granted time to Ritsuka's team. As they rallied against the remaining enemies, slowly but surely they overpowered Jalter's army. She looked in anger as the last of her servants fell one by one. Wyverns were occupied by the human army and Fanfur struggled against the dragon slayer. "You have lost," said Jean as she walked towards her. Jalter glared at her and said, "Shut up. Just because the luck is on your side, don't get cocky. I don't need those weak servants anyway. I will defeat you myself." She charged at Jean and swung her sword at her. Jean tried parrying it but was thrown backward from the sheer force of it. Jalter smirked and said, "What did you say about me losing? Just this single move of mine defines who is better here. I am better, Jean Dark." "Unlike pathetic weaklings like you," Jean stood up on her feet and looked at Jalter, and said, "If these things make you happy then I feel sorry for you." Jalter's eyes became red with anger at hearing that. "What did you just say now? *tch. She again charged at her and swung her sword with the intent to cut her down. Jean blocked it with her holy flag and then attacked at her. Jalter dodged them and moved a bit back, gritting her teeth. Jean said, "Look at you, what have you done? You have committed atrocities, and done horrible things. Why? Because in the name of revenge. Let me ask you, what does it mean to have revenge for you? Killing those innocent people Jalter interrupted her and shouted, "Shut up. None of these people are innocent. All of them are responsible for my death." "Your death?" Jean sighed and took a breath. She said, "Then what about children you have ordered to be slayed? Where they are responsible as well?" "Nope, revenge is nothing but an excuse to bring out all your hatred that stems from something vile." Jalter charged at her and swung her sword. Jean blocked it again with her holy flag. Jalter used her own holy flag intending to pale Jean. Jean's eyes widened as she barely managed to parry it with her sword, but the force of Jalter's attack made her stumble. She took advantage of it and thrust the lance at her heart. Jean's expression froze knowing she won't be able to dodge it in time, but Jalter's attack was parried by Kyoheim's flames. "Are you okay?" she asked, holding her flag in front of her face. Jean smiled and replied, "Yes I am, thanks for the help." Kyoheim nodded and then focused on Jalter, who looked completely mad. "That's it. I will kill you all this bad that even your corpses will be unrecognizable." She charged and swung her sword with one hand at Jean, meanwhile deflecting Kyoheim's flames with the holy flag held in her other hand. She battled against two top-class servants at the same time. Her prowess was perfectly shown as she was the one with the advantage instead of the two. As the battle raged on, Jalter showed almost no signs of being tired, but the same couldn't be said for Jean and Kyoheim, who were breathing rapidly and sweating in disbelief. "Even with two fighting at the same time she is at advantage," said Kyoheim with shock written all over the face. Jalter smirked at them. "Did you seriously think you will win? Now, the battle has been extended longer than I intended for it. I shall finish you both now," she said. Kyoheim glanced at Jean, who glanced back at her. They nodded at the same time and Kyoheim said, "You are right. It's time we finish this." She started chanting, "Watch over me. As of now, I'll eliminate the liar." Samadhi threw transforming flames. She used her noble phantasm, and the blue fire raged around her as she turned into an oriental dragon. Her body swirled clockwise, moving upwards and then shifted towards Jalter while flames surrounded her, destroying everything on its path. Seeing this, a smile came on Jalter's lips. "Idiots," she muttered as she used her own noble phantasm. "All evil is here, the time for revenge has come. This is the roar of my soul that was polished by hatred. La Grandement du Haine." She finished chanting by the nick of the time before Kyoheim reached near her. Her flag shined brightly as the EX-ranked noble phantasm unleashed its power. Two X-ranked noble phantasms met head-on, and a huge force was created by the force generated when their noble phantasms met. The air pressure caused the nearby places to crumble, but before it could cause further damage the entire force disappeared. Kyoheim's eyes widened in shock as her body returned back to her true form. She fell on the ground, weakened from using her noble phantasm. She looked in shock as Jalter's flag absorbed the entire flag. "Take your attacks back. F***Kurs," she said as she returned the full force of the EX-rank noble phantasm, which was further boosted. Her eyes widened in fear as her own flames raged towards her, consuming everything in their path and burning it into cinders. Jean quickly came in front of her and unleashed her own noble phantasm. "Our Lord is with us. O flag of mine, protect our comrades. Luminosite Eternelle." She chanted. Her flag shined brightly like Jalter's, but unlike her, which had the capability of both blocking enemies' attack and then reflecting it with a boost in power, it only defended her. "Ah!" she groaned in pain as she struggled to deflect the attack. She gritted her teeth and glanced at Jalter, who looked at them with a smirk on her face. Her eyes brimmed with conviction as she stepped forward. "I get it now. Yo, you are nothing but a fake," she said. Jalter's face darkened and she shouted, "Burn into ashes." She supplied more mana in her attack. Jean slid back a bit. "What are you doing?" "You can avoid this attack," said Kyoheim helplessly as she lay on the broken floor without an ounce of magical energy. "And no. I will never ever abandon my comrades," she said. She stepped forward as the floor cracked. Using all she had, she successfully deflected the attack. "I'm impossible," muttered Jalter, surprised. After all, Jean's noble phantasm is reduced to A-. It isn't even A, while her noble phantasm is an X rank, so is Kyoheim's, thus the attack she reflected had the potency of an EX rank noble phantasm. Even if she didn't manage to nullify it, just deflecting it is shocking enough. "Does this mean I have lost?" She thought as fear gripped her heart. No. I can't. I can't lose. I can't disappoint him. She thought and clenched her fists, gripping her flag tightly. She looked at Jean, who was barely standing, and tears appeared in Jalter's eyes. Yes. You are right. I am a fake. But I will prove it. That I am the better one. That I am worthy, she shouted and charged at Jean. Jean didn't possess any more strength to battle against Jalter and was ruthlessly beaten up. Thankfully, even when weakened, she possessed A+ rank magic resistance. Thus it all came down to the physical attacks, and Jalter with her remaining strength let out a barrage of punches on Jean's face, who could do nothing but get beaten by her. Arg! Jean grunted as she crashed into the ground meters below. Blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. Jalter jumped on her, but her attack was repelled by Elizabeth, who threw her away in midair. Guck! She spat out saliva, looking at Elizabeth hatefully. You bastard, she said as she grabbed her stomach. What to do? What should I do? She thought, panicking. Then she remembered. Yes. Yes. Fanfare. Finish them, she ordered the dragon, but received no response. Her eye widened as she shouted again, but didn't receive any response this time either. For your information, that dragon was slayed by Siegfried not long ago. Damn, you couldn't sense it, said Elizabeth with a mocking smile plastered on her face. Jalter walked slowly, looking at her with hatred visible on her face. I can't lose. If I did, then he will leave me. I don't want that, she muttered, and then used 2 command spells consecutively on herself. She felt pain tearing through her muscles as her body struggled to handle the sudden influx of magical energy. But ignoring the pain, she charged at Elizabeth, whose face paled seeing this. Samadhi threw transforming flames. Suddenly she heard Kyoheim's voice and looked above to see an oriental dragon swirling surrounded by blue flames at her. Having no time to do a full chant, she said, La Grandement du Haine, her noble phantasm unleashed as she tried to reflect the attack. She barely managed to do it and aimed at them, only for her attack to be cut into 2 by Blamung. Her face paled seeing that she failed, but calming herself down she charged at him. Siegfried, who was tired by slaying Fanfare, struggled to fight against her mad attacks. But soon he was supported by Mash, Wolfgang, and Marie as they teamed against her. Even then Jalter managed to hold against them till the pain was so much for her body to bear that she stumbled, and taking advantage of that, Siegfried attacked her. Ugh! Jalter cried in pain as she barely managed to dodge, avoiding being cut in half. Even then it caused significant injury at her. Wolfgang, Siegfried, and Marie gasped rapidly, looking at Jalter. Did we get her? Asked Ritsuka, looking at them from the back. They looked in front as the dust settled and saw a barely standing Jalter. Blood leaked from her mouth, and from the wound on her chest. Even then she didn't give up. Walking slowly, she glared at them. For the first time, all the servants looked shocked by her tenacious will in her eyes. I can't lose. I will win this. For myself. FO for him, she kept muttering, walking slowly at them. Then suddenly she charged at them, only to stumble in middle and fall on the ground. Move it. Damn it, she muttered, feeling her body all numb. She could feel it. If she pushed any further and used the last command spell, her body won't be able to handle it and she will simply die. You have lost, Jean said, looking at Jalter sympathetically while supported by Elizabeth. Jalter gritted her teeth hearing that. I can't, she shouted, stuttering her words. Jean asked her, you hate people that much? Jalter laughed and said, hate them. I do, but it's just a fake hate created by the twisted desire of someone else. Jean's eyes widened hearing that, and she asked, what do you mean? She didn't get a reply. Jalter, who was barely consciousness, thought, why? Why I am still fighting. What's the use of it? Even the hatred I have had isn't my own, but was forced on me by that Gillis bastard. The face of Poseidon flashed in her mind. Yes, I wanted to prove to him that I am worthy of being his subordinate. I wanted to be recognized by him, praised by him. This is the only feeling that was genuinely mine. But now, she thought, ashamed of losing. After all the boasting she did in front of him, she was sure he will leave her. After all, who would want a loser like her? She herself was like that, so she knew it better than anyone. If it was her, then she would have killed her subordinate, and she did so earlier without an ounce of hesitation. How pathetic I am, she thought with a bitter smile, ready to die. Meanwhile, Ritsuka and others looked at her fallen figure sympathetically. That means only he is left, said Mash, taking everyone's focus. They glanced at each other and nodded. They took a defensive formation and looked around warily for the figure of Poseidon. Jalter, seeing this, chuckled and thought, he will come. This is just their wishful thinking. Lord has already warned me that he had no intention of participating in my revenge. If I failed, then I shall receive no help from him, and knowing how pathetically I have lost, he would even feel disgusted even by the sight of me. Tears came to her eyes as she thought, it seems you have lost, Jalter. A sudden voice surprised her. She felt a soothing feeling as her injuries healed rapidly before naked eyes. She felt her strength coming back. It's him, said Ritsuka with apparent fear visible in his eyes as he looked at Poseidon healing Jalter. We can't wait for her to heal her. Attack, said Marie, and the others nodded, charging at him, but suddenly their body froze in midair as they fell down. What? Shouted Ritsuka, baffled as all the servants fell down stunned, being unable to even move. Fear could be seen on their faces. Jean was the least affected, even so she wasn't in condition to battle. Poseidon meanwhile took healed Jalter in his arms. Her face stained with tears looked at Poseidon's. Shame struck her as she couldn't look into his eyes. Her lips parted as she spoke. Lo Lord, I dash. She tried saying but stopped, unable to speak any further. She bit her lips. Poseidon ruffled her hair softly. Look into my eyes, he ordered her sternly. By instinct she did as he said and looked into his eyes. Lord, forgive me, I brought shame on you, she said with guilt written in her voice. He said, stop with this. You have lost, so what? Let it be a lesson for you and learn from it. Losing isn't some crime, and I will not punish you for this. She looked baffled hearing his words. In disbelief, she said, but I dash. He put his finger on her lips before she could speak any further. Didn't I say to forget about it? She stopped and nodded obediently. He looked satisfied and then shifted his focus towards his enemies. Meanwhile Jalter looked at him with pure affection and a hint of obsession. She snuggled on his chest and inhaled his scent, causing a smile to form on her lips. Chapter 27, The God's Wrath, Megiddo. Poseidon POV. I watched on the holographic screen as the battle progressed. At the very beginning she sent all of the angels after Jean and I sighed at her stupidity. If she deployed even half of the angels against Kyoheim and Elizabeth, then she would have decimated them into smithers, but in the end, she chose the worst matchup for them, Jean Dark. Jean has a natural EX rank magic resistance, although weakened to the level of A+, it is still strong. However, her being a saintess grants her extreme defenses against holy beings, and she isn't an evil aligned either for the angels to do several times damage with their attacks. The final result was clear. The situation slowly started turning around and Jalter started losing. It wasn't very long till she had lost. I sighed seeing this. It should give her a valuable lesson, I thought, and decided to show up since her body might give up any time, and thus chanting a teleportation spell I teleported beside her, and quickly cast a healing spell on her, and then I took her body in my arms. Her pitiful face looked at me with shame, and she tried saying, "Lo Lord I dash." She looked away not saying anyone. I looked at her sternly and said, "Look into my eyes." Her eyes shifted at me obediently and she said, "Lord, forgive me, I brought shame on you." Guilt was visible on her eyes. Shame, huh? If it was the previous me I would have killed her for doing so, but the new me considered it nothing but a hurdle, something she has to face and overcome. After all, everyone loses in their life. I am the same, and it won't be wrong to say I had lost more pathetically than her. She lost mainly to Ritsuka's protagonist aura, something that caused a miracle like Jean being able to deflect that EX rank attack with an A noble phantasm, which is nothing but pure rubbish if I must say. It is nearly impossible to defeat an EX rank noble phantasm with A rank. If that were the case, then what's the use of EX rank noble phantasms in the first place? Yes, it is not impossible, but only under rare conditions, and taking the attack head-on is not one of them. I quickly stunned the enemy servants, and then I said, "Stop with this. You have lost, so what? Let it be a lesson for you, and learn from it. Losing isn't some crime, and I will not punish you for this." She looked at me baffled. She again said, but I dash. I interrupted the girl in self-doubt and said, "Didn't I say to forget about it?" She nodded obediently and I became satisfied. I don't like annoying girls at all. I had to rethink of my decision making her my subordinate if she kept being like that. People who take orders too seriously or too lightly are a pain in the ass to deal with. I looked front to see the servants who hadn't recovered from the effect of my mystic eyes on them and lay on the ground helplessly. I silently cast a flying spell and flew into the sky and then stopped when I was high enough. Jalter remained in my arms snuggling, not caring a bit about height. I ruffled her soft hair, which was very enjoyable, and then glanced at the huge human army who had stopped fighting. They looked at their warriors in shock and at me with fear on their faces. They could guess somewhat from seeing the people they were fighting for laying on the ground defeated. I unleashed my magical energy and then my divinity without any restraint. A huge force got created from this move and all the dust on the battlefield cleared. I looked below me and chanted a voice amplification. After that I said, "It has always been a god's duty to punish humans, and I shall do the same, for abandoning the person who abandoned her own future for you pathetic beings, for the one whom you made cry." My voice reached everyone's ears as they looked stunned, not being able to gauge the situation. Though I could hear Romani shouting in the comms and having a PSTD from what they discovered. I mean, now that they can analyze my origin, they would have known that I am a divine spirit. I glanced at the human armies, ready to chant, when I noticed Jalter rubbing her cheeks against my chest, inhaling my scent lightly, and sighed. Did she fall in love that easily? It's just me who has a problem falling in love, or it's that easy to fall in love with everyone else? I thought with doubt, although as Deepak I had seen anime where women fell for MC so easily that it is totally unbelievable. Well, maybe it's just because I am extremely attractive. I mean, Demeter and many other goddesses did fall for me, and hundreds of them, while attracted, just wanted my dick inside their insides. Whatever, I look in this for later. And glancing toward the human army I condensed millions of water droplets in the air and then I chanted, "In my name of Poseidon, gods of God, the one and only Triniacal king of the seven seas, I order thee, let me wrath tear through your very souls. Megiddo." As I finished chanting, the condensed light beams started hitting the soldiers who, like frightened chickens, started running aimlessly for their dear life, but it proved to be futile as the attacks hit them from every side, reaping their lives. "System, show me the progress of the quest," I demanded. "Okay, master. You have killed 3,029, 4532, 7899, 9199, 10,000 humans. Congratulations, master, for completing the quest. Do you want to claim the reward now?" the system said. I denied him and then continued with the human massacre, not stopping. I mean, why leave half-finished work? I am not the one to like leaving half-finished work and prefer perfect work. Though my standards have gotten considerably lower, I wasn't gonna leave any human alive. It would be not pleasing to my eyes. It was going to take a while for all of them to die, so I teleported back down to the ground and glanced at Ritsuka, who was suffering from the pain of providing mana to 5 servants simultaneously. I looked at Jalter, who looked satisfied in my embrace. I said, "Jalter, get off me." She looked at me disappointed but did as I said and got on her legs. Then she glanced at Jean, who was barely standing and had shock written all over her face. She looked at her and said, "You are right, Jean. I am a fake, I am a vile person, I am hypocrite, but there is something you can never compete with me." A genuine smile appeared on her face as she continued, "But unlike that god who isn't for you, my lord, my god is here for me." She smiled looking at me. Jean looked at me and said, "Yo, you are a god, right? Then why? Why are you doing this?" I looked at her amused and replied, "Saintness is your title, right?" She nodded, and I continued, "You are an idiot to think like that. Let me tell you a fact. Gods were never on humanity's side, to begin with. Even your god, no matter how kind he seems, barely cares for humans." Her eyes widened as a horrified look appeared on her face. It was same with others, especially Ritsuka, whose legs trembled in fear. "A god, huh?" said Elizabeth, standing up and glaring at me. She said, "You see, I don't fear you. Even if you are a dash." Her voice stopped as she fell on the ground and started vanishing. I had killed her with my mystic eyes, and then I moved at Siegfried, who struggled to try to use his noble phantasm. I killed him with another look, and he fell down much to others' dismay. "It is his eyes." "Don't look in his eyes," shouted Wolfgang. I looked at him, causing him to fall down next. My target doesn't need to see in my eyes for my mystic eyes to work. A big mistake that he did to believe in that. "No," shouted Marie, seeing her lover dead. Tears appeared in her eyes. Without caring for that even a bit, I killed her next, and then Kyoheim with a single look. Ritsuka fell on the ground in despair. Jean meanwhile stood up and glaring at me she said, "Yo, you will pay for this." She charged at me only to be killed next. Now it was only Mash and Ritsuka left. Mash stood in front of Ritsuka, shielding him from me. She showed a weak smile at him and said, "Do not worry, senpai. I will protect Yogak." I kicked her, and she fell meters away and coughed blood as her ribs broke. Ritsuka shouted, "No, Mash." He looked at me in despair. Tears came from his eyes as I have seemed to break him. A holographic projection appeared in front of me. Dr. Romani and Leonardo looked at me, and he said, "Please leave them." I grunted, ignoring him, and then looked at Ritsuka, who had given up all hope. "Let me ask you, the last master of humanity, you knew the consequences of participating in Grand Order, right?" I asked him. He nodded, looking with my despair. "Yes, I was putting my life on the line, and it would seem I wasn't really suited for this." "Sorry, Mash, doctor," he said. I glanced at Jalter and signaled her. She understood me and took out the Holy Grail from inside her and handed me respectfully. Though confusion was visible in her eyes, I looked at him and threw the Holy Grail in front of him. He didn't catch it and it fell in front of him. He looked confused and then glanced at me. "Gods are capable of giving mercy as well, and let's say you are lucky this time. I have no plan in joining the fake Solomon in his mission of incinerating humanity. I was here for a single purpose, and that is Jalter. Destroying humanity was never my goal, to begin with," I said. I looked amused as hope returned in his eyes. He asked, Do you mean?" I nodded and replied, "You have cleared the singularity, even if not the way you intended to. Go ahead in your journey, and don't worry, you won't encounter a top-rate divine spirit, much less a divine spirit in most of the singularities." He took the grail, and didn't reply as he fainted. I looked at Jalter and smiled, ready to join me. She glanced at Ritsuka and then at me. She nodded with a happy look on her face and said, "Yes, my lord." I grabbed her hand. "Wait a minute," said Dr. Romani. I shifted my focus at him. He froze and then replied with a bow, "Thank you for sparing them, Lord Poseidon." I chuckled, amused by the fact he thanked me after all that happened. "We shall meet again, and hopefully for you, I might be your ally." Then looking at Jalter, I said, "System, can you join her with my divine realm?" "Yes, master, though 10.023% of your merits will be used," it replied. I answered, "Do it," and then we started vanishing. Jalter hugged me, and I glanced at Mash, who was standing up, and then at Ritsuka, whose body started vanishing as well for the final time, and then closed my eyes, returning to my divine throne. Chapter 28, Unexpected Rewards. Poseidon POV. I opened my eyes, finding myself inside the little floating golden room that I have gotten used to living in. Unsurprisingly, there was a person laying on my chest. It was none other than Dragon Witch, Jalter, who had become a part of my divine realm, gaining immortality as other heroic spirits. She slowly moved a bit, trying to gauge where she is, then she looked at me and a blush crept on her face. Her eyes focused on my face and she continued staring at me. I sighed and said, "Get off me." She broke from me daze and quickly stood up. Then she said, I apologize for that, my lord." I stood up and just waved my hand, signaling it was fine. Then I said, "Anyway, this is my divine throne. You must have got the knowledge of it in your head by now." She nodded in affirmation and said, "I have got it, lord, and it's amazing. Throne of Heroes is actually amazing to be free from the constraints such as time. Also, I am glad that I had joined your divine realm." Her face was full of delight. I suddenly felt something changes in the divine realm and got near the window. Looking down, I found an island on top of which lay a grand castle similar to the castle where I stayed in the singularity. Attributing it to the change caused by Jalter joining my divine realm, I looked at it with an interested look. Not bad. Also, it is so much bigger than this small pocket of the room I have got here, I thought. Jalter came beside and looked at the direction where was my gaze, and find the castle. This, she said with a hint of surprise. I glanced at her and said, don't be surprised, every mythical hero receives their mythical realm which looks the same as the dearest place held in their heart. That castle where we stayed is clearly the place you most like, hence it manifested here within my divine realm. That's amazing, she said with a curious look on her face. I ordered her, now, go and check that place, I want to be alone for half an hour. Her face turned into one of melancholy hearing that, obviously something I found amusing. This is how love is. Even staying away from the one hurts this much, I thought. She replied, okay, my lord. Then she jumped from the window. I looked at her figure which was getting smaller in my eyes with curiosity. It seems not all those shows and anime were fake, still it might be me who is a failure in love, I thought, remembering both of my lives. The only people I have ever wholeheartedly loved as Poseidon is my mother Rhea, who died at that bastard Kronos' hands. Then comes my brothers, Zeus, and that no-named brother who Hades saved. They are someone whom I have affection for. Hades will be my favorite brother and someone whom I respect. Obviously Zeus isn't included, and even in my 100 lifetimes I won't respect someone like him. As for people I loved as Deepak, let's just say it's better I don't think about it after all my life, as Deepak was really F***ed up in the end. Anyway, while Jalter is busy exploring that castle down below, I should see all the rewards I have received from that singularity. I asked, system, I claim all the rewards that I have earned from this singularity. Not even a second later a reply came with a projection of a holographic screen in front of my eyes. Ding. Master, distributing the rewards for the voluntary quest. You have completed the bonus quests. Distributing the rewards. 1. Kill Siegfried summoned in this singularity. Completion rate, 100%. Reward, 1/4th piece of custom divine dividing gear has been bestowed. Current no of custom divine dividing gear, 3/2. Kill more than 10,000 humans on your own. Reward, unique skill merciless has been granted, system replied. I looked satisfied to see that only 1/4 piece of the custom divine dividing gear is left before it was completed. Also the fact that I got unique skill merciless is not surprising, but yes, I am very glad to get such a powerful skill. Any skill in Tensura is powerful. Heck, they have several sides used that aren't listed in their main utility. For example, Velador's ultimate skill has the ability to manipulate probability. System continue with the rewards. I said once I have checked everything, I knew it wasn't over since the system hasn't declared the merit points which it should have done in the end. The system continued, ding. Congrats to Master for completing 3 secret quests. You have completed the secret quest, break the faith of the believer. Completion condition, make a true saint extremely devoted to any god, and extremely selfless, doubter/his own belief. Reward, Charma. Advantages, increases your natural charm, and makes you more attractive to the opposite sex by increasing your sex appeal. This isn't the only function though, as it works the same level on the same sex though in a different way. It increases the trust of people around you, working on the principle, you look pleasing to the eye. Disadvantages, it isn't hypnotic charm, hence it's weaker than it. Also doesn't work on people who are too dense, people for whom beauty means less to nothing, or have a greater charm than you. It might backfire if you aren't good looking in the first place, as it increases your natural charm which swings both ways. Note, it isn't a hypnotic charm, but rather increases your natural charm to its limit and hence doesn't need any consumption of mana. That's why if you are handsome then you will be more handsome, and if ugly, then uglier. This is also the reason that it doesn't work on people for whom beauty means nothing. You have completed the quest, World's Chosen One or Fate's Chosen One, it doesn't matters to me. They can only meet defeat in front of me. Completion condition, defeat a protagonist one-sidedly and kill off his, her any hope of living. Reward, anti-protagonist armor. Advantages, it's the era of anti-items, hence anti-plot armor. Please do note it doesn't affect your luck in any way but rather the protagonist's luck by weakening his plot armor. If the protagonist is too weak then his plot armor will completely disappear. Even the protagonist with strong luck will be affected. It takes effect the moment you are in the world with the protagonist. It works 10 times stronger if you directly confront the protagonist. Disadvantages, doesn't works on protagonists too strong reaching multiversal level. It doesn't provide any effects other than weakening or erasing protagonist's plot armor. Note, it will be useful against those slippery bastards who are like cockroaches. You have completed the secret quest, mercy is a godly quality. Completion condition, it is often said that mercy is a godly quality, so as a god, it's your duty to give mercy to an opponent when she is completely lost and in the midst of despair. Reward, unique skill mercy. Warning. It would seem Master possesses 2 abilities of opposing nature and Master doesn't have the adaptability or any ability which lets him nullify the harm of having 2 opposing nature inside him. If these 2 skills are kept then it will weaken Master. Given solutions. 1. Adapt both of the skills, it will consume your 22.22% of merits though. 2. Get another skill of the same level, and it won't cost you anything extra. 3. Keep both the skills though it will weaken you from the inside. I took a deep breath seeing the 2 rewards, and then at the last one with a frown and asked, System, what's the ability of unique skill mercy? Yes, before I make any decision I would like to see its ability. Master. Here are the effects of unique skill mercy. Mercy bestowal. By giving anyone mercy, your abilities will increase slightly, and the increase will depend on the quality of mercy bestowed. Soul guard. Provides safety to the soul of the target from spiritual attacks to a certain limit once activated. Ultra healing. You can heal anyone from the jaws of death, their limbs, and so on. Holy light. Grants a buff on the target and is extremely harmful to evil beings and monsters. Spatial movement. Grants the user the ability to connect two places spatially. It is the nearest thing to teleportation. I looked at it, weighing pros and cons. First skill, while strong in the long run, isn't that lucrative to me as I haven't reached my limit of how strong I can get, and I will never reach that limit due to system, so it's useless considering the method by how it gives an increase in strength. The second one is more appealing to my eyes, though other than me and Jalter who have type 9 immortality, I don't care about anyone. My brothers are in another world safe from such things, so its appeal lessened. The third one is completely unnecessary as I have magic to resurrect people from a single limb now. Fourth one is not that useful as well, and so is the last one considering the 9th tier spell gate works on the same principle and can teleport me anywhere as long as I have sufficient mana. The choice became clear and I said, system, I choose the second option. Ding. Master, then choose from the list given below. Unique skill investigator, expand. Unique ski. I started looking through the list searching for skills such as gluttony, usurper, and great sage, but didn't find them, causing me to sigh. Thankfully I found a skill that wasn't bad and fitted for what I wanted. Unique skill investigator. Abilities. Thought acceleration, accelerates thought process speed by 1000 times. Analysis and appraisal, performs analysis and appraisal on the target. Pursuit of truth, allows the user to access the records of the world's events. It is a perfect skill for me and a powerful addition to my current arsenal. It will multiply thinking speed by 1000 times, which is already tens of times faster than the peak human thinking speed. Its second skill is also very good, and the last one will cover my lack of knowledge if a situation like this arrives. System, I want this skill, I demanded. Master. Unique skill investigator has been granted, it replied, putting a smile on my face. I said, show me my status, although not needed as I remember my every ability and its strength. I wanted to see it simply for the sake of mental satisfaction. Status. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/Divine Spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Magical energy, A+. Luck, N/A. Since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, the chance is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm, A. Personal skills. Merciless, EX. Investigator, EX. Mana Heart, EX. Anti-Immortality Tuki, A++. Divinity, A+. Water Battle God Aura, A. Mystic Eyes of Terror, A. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave, C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea, B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood, A. Flow, C. Water Slash, C. 100 Pieces Water Strike, B. Absolute Counter, A. Deprivation Sword Kingdom, A. Tier Magic, A++, up to 7th tier. Silent Casting, C+, up to 4th tier. Multicasting, EX, can be used on any magic no matter its power as long as a user has appropriate mana and control. Megiddo God's Wrath, B. Compatible classes, Lancer, Saber, Caster, Avenger, Ruler. Seeing the two new EX rank skill additions, I felt satisfied. Then I looked below at the castle and took a jump. I decided to meet my poor Jalter. She must be carving for my attention considering the look she gave me when I shooed her away. Chapter 29, Poseidon's Budding Feelings. Poseidon POV. Don't do it like that, I said sternly at Jalter, who sighed helplessly. It has been 2 weeks since I returned from the singularity and I have decided to train this time more than before, at least till I have mastered magic up to 10th tier and martial arts to intermediate level. Other than that, since I have a subordinate and possible future wife candidate, I have decided to train her as well. She isn't fitted for martial arts at all. The weapons she primarily uses are a sword hanging by her waist and her lance or darkened holy flag, which is an EX rank noble phantasm. Thus, I have decided to train her in how to use them both in Yggdrasil magic, and you have started with training her in how to use a sword masterfully. The thing is that my sword style isn't suited for her at all, which mainly focuses on defenses, thus I have decided to let her develop her battle style, and before that comes basics which she has to master well, and thus I have ordered her to swing her sword 100,000 times, something I did as well before learning this sword style. I wanted her to learn how to use the power of the sword at its maximum. Every strike should be powerful in its own right, whether defensive or offensive, but the sword user should be able to bring its full power. Thus, I am training her and reprimanding her mistakes. The fact that we don't need to eat, sleep, or even rest in the Throne of Heroes is something I am taking full advantage of. "Oh," she shouted as she swung her sword again. Then she started swinging several times per second, aiming at the sea, creating slashes in the water, hollowing the sea at the point of attack. I came beside her and grabbed her hand. She stopped and looked with nervousness towards me. You are still unable to bring the full potential of it. Some power in your attacks is still getting wasted, I said. I see. I am sorry to disappoint you, she said. I summoned my sword in front of her and taking my stance swung it from upwards to downwards, creating a division in the water deep up to several meters which stretched tens of meters long. I glanced at her and said, see it? It was just a casual move of mine, no special technique, no ability, nothing, but again had the power of E+ ranked noble phantasm. She looked at me impressed and nodded. I smiled and ruffled her hair and said, don't worry, you can do it in due time as well, keep practicing till you can do it. She nodded with a blush on her face and replied, yes. After that, giving her some suggestions, I left, going 2 miles away to train. I crackled my fists looking at the vast expanse of the sea, which has increased from 10 square kilometers to 12.56 square kilometers after Jalter joined my divine throne. I have plans to make this a perfect divine realm, and for that, I will need a lot of merit points. Another reason I left Ritsuka alive as a protagonist: he creates more variables and increases the gain of my merit points by 25.6783%. Anyway, I should begin now, and this time I am gonna master silent casting and learn triple maximum enhancement. Let's start with silent casting. It is spell mechanization that nullifies the need to cast a spell verbally, just thinking about it, and if you have a lot of experience then simply willing it is enough. In Yggdrasil, all players learn this enhancement at the beginning, after which they never need to learn it again. It works for spells of all the tiers, and the only reason they chant the spell names is for courtesy and having some chunny fun. It is because of having advantages of being a virtual player which I don't have that I need to master the spell mechanizations. Unlike them, I need to learn the spell mechanizations and master them to use them efficiently for every tier spell. Firstly comes boost magic enhancement that I have mastered, which as its name suggests boosts any spell. Then comes maximized enhancement, which for using a huge amount of mana brings the power and capability of a spell to its full potential. While I can use both of them for every tier spell, unfortunately the less mastery I have in them, the more the mana it consumes for any spell. My current mastery would be more than a mere 10% in maximized magic and 56% in boost magic. Next comes multicasting, which I have mastered completely. It has low cost, high efficiency, and works for every tiered spell. Lastly, comes my silent casting, which I am mainly focusing on. I am going to start training and master it till the 7th tier, then improve my mastery in boost magic enhancement and maximized magic enhancement to the fullest. I take a deep breath and aiming my hand at the sea, I try condensing a 5th tier spell without casting, remembering the feeling I got when I chanted it. Sparks of lightning starts condensing at the tip of my hand, but then it vanishes as the casting fails. Unfazed I continued my training. Time passed slowly, and after 20 hours I successfully managed to condense a lightning dragon and then attack the sea, creating a huge splash of water. Satisfied, I started doing the same with other 5th tier spells, and this time it took less time before I silent cast another one, and time got shorter with every spell until I could cast it instantly. 3 days passed. Meanwhile, I didn't celebrate my success and continued with training. A week passed without me taking rest for even a bit, but my hard work paid off as I had learned to silently cast the spells up to 7th tier. I decided to take a break finally and check on Jalter's progress. I teleported near her, and saw her swinging her sword several times per second gracefully. I looked amazed at her performance, as I could see she have done it. She have brought the full power of her swings. My lord, she said, surprised, and stopped training. I clapped my hands and praised her. Wonderful, Jalter. You have learned how to bring out the full power of every swing. She blushed hearing that and replied, I am not worthy of your praise, lord, compared to you who learned it from zero in 1 week, unlike me who took a lot of time despite have a good master over it. I ruffled her soft hair, and said, don't belittle yourself, I am giving you praise, so take it okay. She nodded and replied, yeah. Then something came to my mind and I said, how about I give you a massage? Hearing my words she hesitated and said, but my lord, how can I even dare to get massaged by you? I can't have you in the position of a servant dash. I gave a chop on her head, shutting her up. She grabbed the place with pain and then glanced at me pitifully. I looked amused, seeing her more similar to Jean than I thought, and said with a stern voice, I want to massage you, get it? She nodded her head like a chicken pecking grains and replied with a happy voice, yes, I get it. It didn't take long for us to get into the castle. She lay on a bed half naked, looking at me with a slight blush and with expectations that I completely understood. I smirked and said, close your eyes and just enjoy it. She did as I said and closed her eyes. Now let's see if it gives her intense pleasure or not. I started by massaging her back, and I started applying pressure to the points that are supposed to give intense pleasure or pain to human beings. I have got this knowledge from the martial arts received, and while there is a pleasure-related technique in it, the knowledge it gives about pressure points, how to induce pain, pleasure, paralysis is enough for me to give a first-class massage. She groaned slightly as I started with her back, and then moved down her waist and caressed it with one hand while massaging it with another. She again moaned slightly. Seeing this working, I moistened my hands and proceeded with the massage. It wasn't perfect by any means, but for Jalter, who wasn't used to such things, moaned regularly in pleasure. My dishonest hands moved to her buttock. She shrieked, there. I looked at her and asked, any problem? You want me to not do it there? She looked at me panicking, and said, it isn't the case, my lord. I was surprised, that's all. Please continue with the massage. I nodded to her relief while smirking in my mind. I was teasing her and result was indeed satisfactory. My eyes fixed on her plump buttocks, I caressed them shamelessly, enjoying their softness while Jalter released sexy moans which were extremely pleasing to my ears. After 2 minutes or so I started taking it seriously and massaging them with all I have got. Her panties were wet as fluids dripped from her vagina below the thin fabric already. Ah. More, she moaned, begging me. I gave her the treat and prepared for the final push and gave a slap on one butt cheek while caressing all the pleasure points on the other. Ah, she moaned loudly as she orgasmed, released a huge amount of fluids wetting my hand. She gasped heavily while blush adorned her lovely face. Her yellow eyes looked with me unconcealed love and she bit her lips sensually, barely getting up while her body kept trembling lightly from the aftermath of the intense pleasure. She looked at me with her hypnotic eyes. I love you, my lord. Her head moved forward, not spoiling the moment. I too moved forward and smashed her lips with my own. The feeling of her soft lips touching mine filled me. I grabbed her back, surprising her, and took her on my lap. She made herself comfortable on top of my lap and continued kissing. I enjoyed the feeling of cheery-like lips. Deciding to move forward, I attacked with my tongue. She didn't resist and despite knowing not much of such matters followed my lead and opened her mouth, letting my tongue inside it. The sweet taste of her saliva greeted my taste buds. I started kissing her aggressively while she passively took all my advances. Our tongues wrapped and coiled together as we exchanged our saliva. As time passed, she started acting aggressively as well, kissing me more passionately with all her heart. Her hands caressed my naked back while her bosom pressed against my hard chest. Our passionate kiss continued for 20 minutes before we broke it, forming a thin bridge of saliva between our lips. Her eyes looked at me with lust, and she said, "Please, make me yours." I smirked and put my finger on her lips, stopping her. I said, "It won't be that easy, my cute Jalter. You would have to impress me first." Her eyelids fluttered and a frown appeared on her face. "Impress?" she asked me, and I nodded and continued. "Yes, impress me by showing that you have the determination to love me. You don't have to do something big for it. Just train and get stronger, for example." Her eyes filled with determination hearing that. "Then I will prove it, but I am feeling itchy down here, lord," she said, rubbing her legs together. Seeing this I replied, "Don't worry, I will solve it right now," and thus I began fingering her till she orgasmed 2 times and her lust came down. As for my own lust, it's like a dam. In my 13.9 billion years of life I have got quite a good control over my lust. Obviously, once the dam opened, and my lust reached a breaking point, then I will keep ravishing any woman for months until my lust is satiated. I used the promise of reward of her becoming my woman for frustrated Jean as a motivation for her to get stronger, her working hard for me, her facial expressions, her reactions. I have came to like many things about her as time passed. I could feel it, the bud of love inside me which has long lost its vitality has regained its life. I decided to arrange a schedule where we both get time to train, relax, eat, and massage each other, thus we both got time to enjoy each other's company and have some fun together. Our actions started getting bolder slowly, from simple massage to a blowjob. My heart's desire to take her reached the limit. I couldn't wait anymore and decided to make love with her and finalize our relationship once and for all. She was surprised by it as well, since she didn't achieve the goal of her desire prowess. But that didn't matter at all anyway. Other than providing her motivation and deepening our relationship, I never cared for her battle prowess to begin with. It was time for us to become one. To be continued. Chapter 31, Grand Servant Candidate. Poseidon POV. Jalter's head laid on my hard chest, her soft hands caressed my abs while my hand caressed her back and played with her white hair from time to time. We had finished venting our lust and our passionate session lasted for a few weeks, just a bit less than a month. During this time we have explored each other's entire body. I have taken her vaginal, oral, and anal virginity. "Poseidon," she said with a soft voice. I released a low sound of HM, and she looked at me, her eyes fixated on my face. "Thank you for everything, my love," she said, moving her head forward bit and then again snuggled on my upper chest. "If it wasn't for you, I would have been dead long ago. I possessed no purpose in my meaningless life, but you gave me a one," she continued and then hugged me tightly. "I devote myself to you, as your devotee, servant, and most importantly your lover," she said and rubbed her cheek against mine. I chuckled and said, "You have become quite cute." She blushed with my praise and replied, "Only for you though." We stayed silent afterward and laid in each other's embrace for hours, snuggling together, and giving each other light kisses. Time passed and a few days later we returned to our normal routine. This time we would train for most of the day, then have a feast each time, replenishing ourselves with delicious meals, then have a quickie and relax for a bit in each other's embrace. Even if repetitive, we never feel a bit bored with each other. A few years later. Just like these years passed without notice and I achieved huge success in my magical abilities, and Jalter surprisingly developed a new sword style from my suggestions and hints. We often spared with each other, though I won almost every time. Yes, almost, considering I only used strength equal to her every time we spared. I used no magic, no skills, while she was free to use everything except her noble phantasm and magical abilities. We had sword spars with sword skills, with me limiting my skills as well. Only then she managed to win sometimes, and she didn't cheer once whenever she won against me, since according to her I just went easy against her, and celebrating such a thing would be pathetic of her. Obviously it wasn't something false, so I didn't care about such matters as well. It will be time for me to descend again and visit a singularity. I can go and visit the second singularity right now, as the passage of time on Earth is meaningless for us who reside on the throne of heroes, though it will be the throne of divine in my case, and my status looks satisfactory as well. Status. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/divine spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Magical energy, EX. Luck, N/A. Since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, the chance is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm A. Personal skills. Merciless, EX. Investigator, EX. Mana Heart, EX. Anti-Immortality Tuki, A++. Divinity, A+. Water Battle God Aura, A. Mystic Eyes of Terror, A. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood A. Flow, C. Water/C. 100 Pieces Water Strike, B. Absolute Counter, A. Deprivation Sword Kingdom, A. Tier Magic, EX, up to 10th tier. Silent Casting, EX, up to 10th tier. Multicasting, EX, can be used on any magic no matter its power as long as a user has appropriate mana and control. Maximized Magic, A++, up to 10th tier. Megiddo God's Wrath, B. Compatible classes, Lancer, Saber, Caster, Avenger, Ruler, Grand Caster, Candidate currently, Grand Lancer, Candidate currently. I managed to achieve EX rank mana equivalent in the quality that Mon Holy Grail possesses, and I possess 245 times mana as of now. My magical abilities have skyrocketed, and with enough experience, I can beat guys such as Merlin, Solomon, and Medea easily. Other than that, I got qualifications to be summoned as a Grand Servant. Being a candidate doesn't mean I am lacking even a bit of power to be a proper Grand Servant. On the other hand, I am easily in the top 5 caster servants in entire Fate with my vast magical abilities and spells. The reason for me being listed as a candidate means that if the worlds will aka Gaia desires for me to be summoned as a Grand Servant, only then I can descend as Grand Servant. Let's look at what Grand Servants are first. They are manifestations of servants with a saint graph granted above what a normal servant can possess. All of their statuses are boosted up as fuck irrespective of their true abilities, thus even a normal mid-class servant if manifested as Grand Servant will be strong enough to go against top-ranked divine spirits. They are summoned by the world itself with a superior ritual to what normal servants are summoned with. They do the world's bidding and fight against threats strong enough to destroy the entire world. The seat of Grand Servants is held by servants chosen to be Grand Servants by worlds who deems them to have enough qualifications to be one. Thus, unless one Grand Servant lets go of his seat, no other Grand Servant of the same class will be chosen. Thus, it makes 7 constant Grand Servants for all the timelines. Hence there can be a Gilgamesh presiding over the throne of heroes of every reality, but there can't be even a single Grand Servant for a single timeline. Only 7 are chosen from all the timelines. I have a 99.8% chance of being a Grand Lancer or Grand Caster if any of the current Grand Servants leave their seat of Grand Servant. Previously, due to me being a divinity, I was unqualified to be chosen as a Grand Servant, but after saving a world by my own, and resolving a singularity, world deems me worthy enough to be a Grand Servant, making me a Grand Servant candidate for this 2 classes. Now, let's take a look at my loyal servant and lover, Jalter, who had grown considerably as well. I used my skill investigator on her to get her exact abilities and parameters. Yes, my system doesn't offer free appraisal as I would need some ability to do it. Even a mere appraisal ability will suffice, and to my joy now I have an EX rank 1 capable of even analyzing universal peak beings. Previously, I didn't feel much use for such a skill since most of the servants have almost similar abilities which I remembered from my life as Deepak, and even now I feel the same, but to gauge the progress of someone and the abilities of extremely strong opponents, they are very useful. Status. Name, Jalter. Affiliation, devotee, servant, lover, and personal bitch. Too kinky. Mood, madly in love with you, Yandere. Strength, A. Endurance, C. Agility, A. Mana, A. Luck, A+, E+, due to meeting you, her luck has changed. Noble Phantasm, EX. Skills. Avenger, B. Previously worked on the principle of gathering others' grudges and resentment to fasten mana's regeneration, but now after being transformed due to usage of merit points, it works by her determination instead of hatred to fasten mana's regeneration. Obvilian Correction, E-. Previously the skill fueled her hatred, making her blind to everything except hatred, but after falling in love with you and at a level that simply could be said Yandere-ish, the skill is getting weaker and is on the verge of disappearing. Self-replenishment, A+, previously worked based on her achieving progress in her revenge and venting her resentment, which allowed her to have a fast rate of mana self-replenishment, making her capable to exist without a master at her full strength, but after usage of merit points, it works on the principle of her self-satisfaction by devoting herself to you, which replenishes the same rate of mana as before. Self-modification, EX, a special remodeling of Saint Graph done by Holy Grail which makes her fall in the chaotic evil category, has gotten stronger due to extreme love for you, which makes her want to do anything to please you. Dragon Witch, EX, gives her unique charm which makes dragon kind obey her commands. Fire Dragon Sword Style, A sword style developed by herself which focuses on aggressive attacks based on her desire to cut down every enemy of her lord. Noble Phantasm. La Grandement du Haine, Anti-Army EX, capable of defending against EX rank attacks and then reflecting them with a boost. It isn't something to scoff off, her prowess is worthy enough to be my lover and direct subordinate, and yes, the reason why 10% of my merits were used is she had a lot of skills that worked on her hatred. Her fame by the end was enough to ascend to the throne of heroes herself, and it took only small amount for her to ascend in my throne of heroes, and all the changes that occurred in my divine throne weren't caused by merit points at all. Therefore system calculated accurately and took enough merit points with which it transformed Avenger and self-replenished and erased the skill Ephemeral Dream. I can transform my skills as well by using merit points, but it isn't useful to me. Firstly, the rank of skill will remain the same, thus no increase in prowess, and it will be bad for me to get a different and new skill when I have adapted to using my old one to its limit. Again, in Jalter's case either erasure of such problematic skills or transformation of them was required, and the system did just that. Even then it didn't consume more and only on how much was needed. For example, it could have erased Obvilian Correction as well, but after calculation, it knew that such a thing was unnecessary, as Jalter's love for me would slowly erase this skill. A/N. There was an idiotic guy complaining that system was trash to take 10% of his merits. This is the main reason for all the dumb guys who search for fault unnecessarily instead of enjoying the FIC. Finally satisfied with my status and Jalter's, I started going over the voluntary quests. Unfortunately for me, the rewards of the quest-related second singularity weren't satisfactory enough, and I decided to skip over it. Going to the third singularity's quest, my eyes fell on some interesting quests and I accepted them without any hesitation. With all the preparation done, I visited Jalter, who was training, and explained about it. Is that so, my lord? If that's the case, then let me come. I shall be the sword to cut down your enemies mercilessly and the shield to protect you from any harm, she said, kneeling like a servant before me. I ruffled her hair and said, I won't be taking you in this one. I see, she said, disappointed. Then she wished me luck and I decided to cheer her up and vent my lust before leaving. Thus, we both fucked each other like beasts in the heat for a few weeks straight. Third POV. Ritsuka and Mash returned from the second singularity mostly unharmed. As soon as they came, all the Chaldea staff surrounded them with cheerful faces. They checked on them and found them all right without any hidden injuries and started celebrating. We did it. Just like that, we have got the second Holy Grail. Whoa, said Leonardo. Romani sighed seeing her drinking beer and looked at Ritsuka and Mash and asked, so how do you feel about it, Ritsuka? Ritsuka looked at him awkwardly and said, what to say, doctor? I feel that the singularity was easy. Mash nodded and said, yes, doctor, compared to Lord Poseidon we encountered in the last singularity, goddess Thena was exponentially weak. Romani started laughing hearing that. Suddenly Phew jumped on his shoulder and shouted in his cute voice as if telling he helped them as well. Romani caressed his head and said, you provided great help to them as well. Phew became cheerful hearing that, and after being praised by Mash and Ritsuka as well, he joined the small party held by the entire staff as well. Indeed, although you didn't make out an enemy of goddess Thena, she was a very weak divine spirit, Romani said. Ritsuka nodded and then said with fear, when I heard the rumors about a divine spirit in the singularity, both of us got extremely shocked and very fearful. Mash sighed with relief and said, thankfully everything went well, and goddess Thena was a kind goddess, though she did misguided us at first. We later realized it was just as a test from her, and she told us information about the capital of United Rome Empire as a reward, making our assault on them easier. Romani sighed and asked, still fearful of divine spirits? They nodded and Ritsuka clenched his fists. We were beaten mercilessly. Despite having 5 contracted battle-oriented servants, we lost easily. I thought we were goners, but he let us go alive in the last. Mash trembled in fear remembering Poseidon's angry face. He was scary, and I was useless against him. I couldn't protect Senpai, said Mash. Romani suddenly hugged both of them and said, comforting them, good job, Ritsuka. Mash, you have done well this time. Take whatever happened in past as a lesson. It will make you stronger and experienced. For example, this time just after meeting Nero you took her 2 allied servants Boudica and Spartacus as your contracted servants, right? Ritsuka nodded, and said with a smile, for previous me, it would have been impossible to have several contracted servants at the same time, but by that time my body had adapted to the strain of having multiple contracted servants, and without hesitation, I requested them to make a contract with them. Yes. Because of your quick action, we were able to get a good advantage from the beginning. He praised him and broke the hug. Then he looked at Mash and said, you were incredible as well, Mash. You protected him well. Both of them blushed to hear such wonderful praises, completely oblivious of the fact that they will encounter their nightmare soon again. To be continued. Chapter 32, Slaying Herc again. Third POV. All the crewmates struggled to keep the ship afloat. Ritsuka lay on the ground bloodied helplessly while fear struck his heart. It's all over. He thought as his eyes glanced at the mightiest Greek hero, Heracles, as he ran rampart on the ship as all the servants struggled to try to defeat the berserker. Senpai. Senpai, are you okay? Mash shouted, asking him, worried, her face horrified seeing the bloodied state of her senpai. Doctor. Senpai's life is in trouble. Do something, she shouted. Kyoheim replied, we managed to stop the blow. He has just fainted from the shock. Don't worry, his life isn't in danger. A/N, when Ritsuka is laying on the deck while bloody, that doesn't seem convincing to Kyoheim. But. Just see how much blood he has lost, she said as tears appeared in her eyes. Kyoheim slapped her, surprising her, and she gritted her teeth and said with teary eyes, you are our first line of defense. Get a hold of yourself. And don't worry. I have used a scroll on Master, I won't disappoint him, not again. Mash became silent hearing that, and then clenching her fists she nodded. I will take the front. Keep Senpai safe, she said, standing up. She held her huge shield and walked towards the battle. In front of her eyes Heracles easily fended off the attacks of Asterius, the Minotaur, another servant who possessed green hair, and fought with a shepherd's staff. Francis Drake too fought valiantly while the group was supported by a barrage of arrows of goddess Artemis from behind. Mash glanced at the Heracles who easily fought against their strongest servants and contracted at that, as if fighting against kids. Memories of Poseidon flooded in her mind as fear struck her mind seeing the expression of Heracles who charged at her. She remained stunned, unable to react, only to be saved by Asterios. Asterios, she said as she broke from her daze, looking at him worry as he shielded her against the berserker. Grhh. Grah, Asterios shouted, throwing Heracles off the ship. Taking this chance, Francis Drake and Artemis fired their fully powered attack at him. Everyone held their breath waiting for the result, and the water calmed down, revealing a not injured Heracles standing atop the water of the ocean. He is unharmed, said Francis Drake, terrified. Jason started laughing madly and said, ha ha ha. You imprudent trash thought that was enough. His noble is quite powerful. Such weak attacks can't even scratch him. He looked at them arrogantly, enjoying their despair. Medea Lily beside him giggled, and Hector watched this bored. He is standing on water, said Francis Drake, shocked as she glanced at the mightiest Greek hero who stood on the water as if it was nothing. Teddy Orion came beside him and explained, that isn't some skill but just a magical barrier between his feet and water surface. Medea said happily, you see, I am helping him out, after all I am a caster. Jason praised his dear wife for a bit before ordering Heracles to finish them off. He heeded his command and charged at the enemy servants who took a defensive stance, only to find out that Heracles was moving towards Urail. They looked horrified and quickly moving to stop him, but knew it was futile. Boom. A huge crashing sound reached everyone's ears. Jason sweated, wondering if Uraili died, and looked there hurriedly. He became surprised to see a bloodied Asterios who acted as a shield for Uraili. The goddess shouted, surprised with tears in her eyes seeing him in such a sorry state. Jason laughed and thanked him for keeping Urail alive mockingly, and then ordered Heracles sternly to kill them quickly while making sure of Urail's safety. Heracles again charged, and Asterios tried his best to fight against him, only to be beaten black and blue. Asterios lay struck on the ship's broken floor. Heracles charged at him, swinging his axe sword with huge force. Boom. What the dash! Before everyone, as a fist landed on Heracles' face, his face disfigured and then his body was thrown away like a rag doll on the sea. Heracles rolled dozens of times before he managed to regain his balance and looked at the person who punched him with rage. That was satisfying. Hey mega cockroach, we meet again, a man with dirty blonde hair said with a grin. Poseidon POV. I looked at Heracles with a grin and said, that was satisfying. Hey mega cockroach, we meet again, he roared while others looked at me surprised. A new servant, shouted David. Mash, Kyoheim and nearly unconscious protagonist looked at my back shocked. With my sense I could tell Ritsuka instantly fainted off from the fear. I'm impossible. You are Dash, said Mash, trembling. Kyoheim too had a similar expression. Others noticed this and looked at me warily. A new servant. TCH. It doesn't matter, Heracles, get rid of this trash, he said. Heracles charged at me, only for a wall of water to appear in front of him suddenly. He stopped due to his instincts, but it was already too late for him and he got trapped in a sphere of water. What? Jason looked surprised seeing his strongest servant struggling to break from the water. I jumped on the water and then stood on top of it. I looked at him with a mocking look, and he glared at me and said, how Darga? He couldn't speak more and grabbed his chest with a pained expression. Dear, Medea Lily said, coming near, and stopped seeing him coughing blood. I looked at him as if looking at some insect. You have guts to badmouth me, mortal. Where did you get such baseless arrogance? Oh, don't tell me you got it after getting the divine protection of that whore, Aphrodite. Laughable, I mocked him. In my hand, I held an astral projection of his heart and grabbed it gently, which was enough to end him in this sorry state. Medea struggled to break him from my spell and I looked amused, not ending his life, and after using more than half of her mana she successfully broke off my spell. I glanced at the trapped Heracles and with my will crushed him underwater. His body busted and his muscles and insides floated inside the orb of water while the blood turned the water red. A golden glow suddenly appeared as his body reconstructed under the tremendous pressure of water, greater than the water pressure inside the Mariana Trench. He broke outside roaring and charged at me only to fall underwater suddenly and then again turned into pulped meat. I'm impossible. His noble phantasm should have negated it, said Hector, shocked seeing the bloodied water. I silent chanted some spells one after another rapidly. The skies darkened as clouds covered the blue sky. What is happening, said Mash. I grinned as huge amounts of lightning cracked on my fists. It took the shape of a thunderbolt as a huge amount of thunder surrounded me. That's, said Jason, horrified, looking at me. Heracles jumped out of the water to be greeted by a strike of magical bolt of thunder tens of billions volt. Arg! He screamed in pain as his body turned into ash. Others behind me remained gobsmacked, even not commenting on how Heracles even resurrected. There goes your 9 lives, I said with fun. My first attack claimed 4 of his lives, the second one 3 lives, and third one took 2 of his lives. His ashes gathered again, glowing brightly as he resurrected. He quickly made distance as soon as he regained vitality and looked at me cautiously. Just who he is, shouted Uriel behind me. Mash said, trembling. He is on one of the 12 gods of Olympus. Poseidon, she said, surprising everyone. My father, shouted Teddy Orion, surprised, while Jason trembled in fear. I'm impossible. I can understand fighting goddess Artemis, but you but God Poseidon, he shouted, shocked by the revelation. I silent chanted another spell, increasing the power of my mystic of terror simultaneously with my divinity temporarily by a single rank, and glanced at Heracles. He roared and charged at me only to suddenly lost balance and fell near my feet. There goes another one of his lives, I thought. I kicked him in the air and grabbed his neck. He resurrected again, roaring, and tried breaking from my grasp only to die. His head had separated from his body as his neck had turned into a puddle of meat from the sheer force. Heracles. No, Jason shouted a cliché line as if in love with the bundle of muscles. Wait a minute, he possibly might be. After all, many of us Greeks were gay, Zeus included. Damn, I shouldn't think of my moronic brother and his moronic adventures. To take off my focus from such thoughts, I glanced at Heracles resurrecting for the final time. I summoned my trident and aimed at his head. He roared and holding his axe sword ran towards Jason. I threw my trident, which broke the sound barrier, and arrived near Heracles at the speed of thunder. He couldn't react as his brain matter spilled as my trident pierced his head and stopped, returning to my hand flying back. Jason looked horrified in disbelief as Heracles' body faded. Our retreat, he shouted. Without waiting any further, their ship started sailing away. I looked at them uninterested, knowing their fate is sealed. I came back on the ship only to be attacked by Kyoheim with her EX rank noble phantasm, Samadhi, through transforming flames, she shouted, turning into an oriental dragon. I just teleported from the range of her attack, meters away above on the air floating. Her body struck the ocean, creating a huge water wave. Meanwhile, the ship started burning due to her blue flames. You fucking idiot, Francis Drake cursed at her, seeing her beloved ship burning and sinking down slowly. I teleported on the ship and using a spray of water put the fire out, and then silent chanted the greater repair spell, which quickly repaired the ship under everyone's shocked eyes. Kyoheim returned to the ship barely standing from the huge mana usage and glared at me. I snickered, and with a single look of my mystic eyes, I made her unconscious. I then turned towards the servants. Uriel looked at me with a blush on her face. Asterios sweated cautiously as he stood in front of the lowly goddess. David looked me a cautious look as well. Artemis had a confused look and Orion had an awkward face. Mash looked at me in fear. Francis Drake, who was a living human, looked at me with shock. Their expressions were amusing to say at least. Hey, orange-haired guy, tell this pink-haired girl to stop with that defensive look. I have come as an ally in this singularity, so she better take that look off her face lest I get angered. I said. A holographic screen appeared in the air. Dr. Romani said with a panicked look. He is right. Mash, no need to get defensive, she sighed and nodded. After that she apologized. I am sorry for giving such a look. I just gave her a simple nod and then glanced at others who had questions as well. I looked at the teddy bear Orion with a sore eye. Him being a son of my alternate self didn't suit me a bit. Looking at big-chested airhead Yandere goddess, Artemis, I said, before you ask me how I am so young and handsome compared that burly Poseidon, I am from another timeline, and secondly I definitely don't have a certain perverted teddy bear as my son. That was so specific, Teddy Orion shouted in shock and then froze speechless. I looked at others and smiled. Now let's take a seat, shall we, I said. To be continued. Author's note, hope you liked the chapter, as to why he didn't use his anti-immortality Tuki or true death spell against Herc since he wanted to enjoy killing him mercilessly for the past situation. By the way, guys, are you in the mood for some Netori or not? If you have any questions then ask me here. P.S. Give me power stones and take this FIC to the top. Chapter 33, Okeanos Singularity. Poseidon POV. Ritsuka Fujimaru, after returning from second singularity and recovering from all the injuries, gets surprised when he wakes up a particular morning to find Kyoheim looking at him creepily, which scares the hell out of him. Surprised that Kyoheim is in Chaldea, he reports to Romani and Da Vinci, who attribute it to him making a contract with her in the first singularity that she managed to find her way inside Chaldea. After some analysis, they declare her as an ally, and Ritsuka finds that Kyoheim is in love with him. She is a Yandere for him, if one has to say. Ritsuka being Ritsuka doesn't cross his limit with her throughout the entire time she spends in Chaldea, which stretches further than the seventh singularity, funnily enough. Then they enter the third singularity together with Romani's guarantee that they won't end up above sea, only to end up above clouds of the ocean, and Ritsuka had to experience a near-death experience. Thankfully Mash saved them and Kyoheim carried them to a nearby island. After Romani got scolded by angry Mash and Kyoheim, they ventured onto the island searching for life and found a dock. There they meet David, a servant summoned by Francis Drake, and he invites them to the bar. Francis Drake is present. They receive a surprise when they find that Francis Drake is a woman. They try to reason with her to save the world, but as a pirate who loved sailing ships and stealing, how can she like the idea of returning the world back to what it was used to? Ritsuka, Mash, and Kyoheim battle against her and David. In the middle of the fight, Francis Drake gets attacked by an unknown servant and Mash saves her life. Seeing that he had failed in killing Francis, the servant vanishes. Later on the night, while partying, Francis gives Ritsuka the holy grail she possesses, only for them to discover it isn't the grail they were looking for. David comes and explains that Francis got the grail by saving the world, though he doesn't go into details. In truth, the Poseidon of a timeline gets summoned as divine spirit in this era by unknown means, guarding sunken Atlantis in a whirlpool attempting to drown the world, and Francis Drake defeats him barely to get rewarded by the holy grail of this era, which chooses her as its the owner. The next day they went on a voyage in the Golden Hind, Francis Drake's beloved ship, and a few days later find an island where their ships becomes unable to move. After a bit of research, they find a labyrinth on the island. Francis, being Francis, couldn't control her urge to explore the unknown and dived in without second thoughts, much to the helplessness of Ritsuka and Mash, who follow her in. There they encounter Asterios, the bull of Minos, the Minotaur, and engage in a battle with him. After a hard battle, when they had gained an advantage over the Minotaur, when one of three Gorgon sisters, Euryale, a divine spirit, intervenes and offers herself to the gang, only to realize they weren't after her. After the misunderstanding between them clears and they have a small chat, the duo decides to join Ritsuka's gang. A/N, normally a divine spirit can't manifest in a place where the age of gods has gotten over, but Euryale and Stheno are special cases. Despite being divine spirits, they are weak as hell, weaker than even third-rate divine spirits, thus they can manifest in the world. They sail again to encounter Blackbeard and the servants he had summoned. They also found out the reason Blackbeard is after Euryale, as he is a lolicon and masochistic and wants her as his wife. After trashing his image among all the people present, he engages in battle with them. Unfortunately for Ritsuka's gang, unprepared for battle, proves to be at a disadvantage and had no choice but to retreat. The next day they encounter a horde of wyverns and someone helps them by shooting them off from a nearby island. They go there to meet their helper and find a talking steady bear claiming himself as Orion, and Artemis, who forcefully tried summoning herself in Orion's stead and managed to pull it off this feat, but her divinity gets lowered to demigod levels, and Orion, who was supposed to be summoned, gets there anyway, though turned into a teddy bear with no combat power at all. A few days later they set sail and again encounter Lolicon Blackbeard, and this time they manage to get an advantage over them. A legendary battle between two legendary pirates issues. Ritsuka's gang manages to defeat most of the servants when suddenly Blackbeard gets betrayed by Hector, who stabs him with his spear. All of them engage in a battle against the betrayer Hector. When the rest of the members of Ragnarok summoned in this era appear, they are none other Medea Lily, Heracles, and their leader third-rate Gilgamesh Copy. In the end, the Ritsuka's gang manages to defeat them as well, though that proves to be a very close fight. That's the basic summary of the singularity, and now comes the quests that I had taken for this singularity. You have completed the quest, Herc's time is over. Completion condition: kill the Hercules summoned in this era without any other person's help. You must claim all of his life to get the reward. Reward: your anti-immortality Tuki gets evolved into EX rank. Penalty: you won't get the reward. Current pending quests. 1. Save the world. O Treniacal King of the Ocean. Completion condition: you are the god of the ocean. As it is Okeano's singularity, it is you who calls the shot, not some pesky demon gods. Kill Lev and finish off his horde of demons summoned in this era. Reward: a contracted divine beast, which is extremely suitable for you. Penalty: no loyal beast for you. Completion status: 10%. Bonus quest: kill the lolicon known as Blackbeard. Reward: increased charm targeted towards young girls. Penalty: you aren't getting Lolis after you. Completion status: failed. I looked at my mission status, satisfied. I intentionally didn't kill that lolicon as I didn't want any increase in my charm, especially targeted to young girls. If it was for MILFs then I might have considered it, but I don't like young girls at all. Anyway, I am laying on the deck currently stared at by some perverts. They are none other than Kyoheim, who looks as if want to eat me alive. Orion, who is awkwardly looking at me, Artemis, who is looking at me with stars in her eyes, Euryale, who has a deep blush on her face, Asterios with doubt, and Francis Drake, who has a look, "Are you serious?" I sighed and said, "Go on and speak what you have in my mind." Francis Drake was the first one to question me. She put up a serious face and asked, "Are you really Poseidon?" I answered calmly, expecting such a stupid question. "No, I am a potato," I replied. They became stunned and then started laughing. "I am serious," shouted Francis Drake, only to freeze in fear as I looked at her with my activated mystic eyes. "Don't dare raise your voice on me." "Okay," I said, and she nodded her head like a frightened chicken. Well, I am not the one to like getting commanded, thus she needed it. It became silent until Artemis said, "Uncle Poseidon, you look really hot in this way. Your well-defined muscles. Heh, I am pretty sure any woman will fall for them." Orion glanced at her Yandere lover strangely and then at me. Lord Poseidon, I feel honored to meet one of the big 3-inch, he said. I gave him a nod and then glanced at Uraili. She yelped in surprise and then stood up, fidgeting her fingers. She said, I am one of the 3 triplet divine goddesses. My name is Uraili. Her eyes glanced at me and then turned away shyly. I used my skill world records and found out that all 3 of the Gorgon sisters have a crush on me. Uraili and Stheno are the ones with the biggest crush, while Medusa got the crush simply due to the fact her sisters have a crush on me. It is also the main reason that they harassed her in their later life, as fate Poseidon gifts Medusa with a Pegasus, something they are extremely jealous of. Whatever, I have got no interest in this girl, maybe in Medusa, but that's it. Still, it shows that my alternate selves do share some similarities with me. They have hots for Medusa after all. Then I glanced at Asterios, who flinched. Uraili hinted at him to speak and he said, I am Asterios, a monster. I smiled and replied, calling yourself a monster? That's something people avoid referring to themselves. You are a broken one, if I must say. He looked surprised, and I shift my attention towards Ritsuka, Mash, and Kyoheim, who flinched in fear. Ritsuka awkwardly says, nice to meet you, God Poseidon. I am Ritsuka Fujimaru, she is Mash and she is Kyoheim. I sat up and said, now, let's get over this awkward mood, okay? I am feeling bored. How about you guys show your spirit through a party? All is on me, just make sure to not cross the line and you will be good. They nodded, still scared of me. I just sighed and used food item creation on a huge level as a wide variety of delicious food manifested before us. What the dash, said Mash gobsmacked. Others had the same look. Artemis dug in, followed by Francis Drake, and then the others. The mood slowly started getting better as everyone started enjoying the party. David sulked in the corner as everyone forgot about him. I enjoyed feasting on varieties of megalodon dishes and some jellyfish stew. Artemis came and sat beside me. She looked at me with stars in her eyes. Uncle Poseidon, amazing. I think I like this version of you more than that grumpy old geezer one. Hee hee, food is also delicious, right dear, she said. Orion nodded and replied, as expected of one of 12 gods of Olympus, and one of the big 3. I said, good, you understand that I am not your father Teddy. I smiled, seeing as he flinched, obviously. How can I? A teddy bear? Can dare of claiming to be the son of God Poseidon, he said, trying to butter me up. Artemis hugged my hand between her breasts and pouted, that's not good, Uncle Poseidon. Why are you doing this? Isn't dear your son? This makes me your daughter-in-law as well, she said. I replied bluntly, he is the son of an alternate version of me and you are the daughter-in-law of that same alternate version of me, thus you aren't my niece. She pouted again and asked me with a pitiful face, can I be your niece? You are much better than my Uncle Poseidon, I replied again. Nope. Tears appeared in her eyes and she asked me again, please, I replied with a deadpan look, nope. Her dam of tears broke as she started crying. I ignored her, and the atmosphere, which had started getting better, returned to 0. This *T isn't for me, I thought, grumbling, and jumped off the boat, surprised everyone. Then I dived deep into the ocean till I reached the ocean bed. I laid on it, experiencing the cool water brushing my skin. I closed my eyes, falling to sleep. To be continued. Chapter 34, Betrayal. Poseidon POV. I got back up the ship early morning, content with the sleep I had the previous night. My eyes fell on them, who had gathered together to make some plans. I am back, I said, garnering their attention. Artemis looked at me and pouted, then hugged Teddy Orion so strongly that the poor bear's body stretched and looked away. I rolled my eyes at her tactics and asked, what all you are doing? Uraili came forward and said, Lord Poseidon. We are planning on how to get back at those Argonauts and finish the rest of them off. Everyone nodded, and I replied, what is there to plan? With me, it will be as easy as handling some kids. Uraili nodded, agreeing with my words and acting simpy. She said, yup. With Lord Poseidon with us, defeating those arrogant Argonauts will be simple. Well, Ritsuka hesitated. Suddenly Teddy Orion was shot with an arrow, alerting everyone. An enemy attack, said Ritsuka, surprised. I looked in the direction of the island from where it was shot, and suddenly an arrow aimed at me arrived. I casually caught it with my hand to see tens of arrows flying towards me. I silent casted a spatial spell, freezing every one of them in their tracks. Artemis suddenly came in front of me, shielding me, and said, Atlanta. What are you doing? Attacking my uncle like that? I glanced at Atlanta kilometers away, looking at me with hatred. Seeing Artemis shielding me, she gritted her teeth and put her bow down. Who was that? Asked Mash. Teddy Orion took the liberty of explaining and said, a Greek archer class servant, Atlanta. Artemis nodded and said, she's a believer of mine. When we got summoned first we met her and later parted ways as she had something to search. Still that bad girl. Attacking my uncle and dear like that, she pouted. Can we trust her? She attacked High Lord Poseidon after all, said Uraili with doubt. I said, this will be the second time I met her. The first time I met her in Singularity 1 as she was one of the servants my subordinate summoned. Mash gasped and said, that means, I nodded and replied, she hates me as I helped Jalter commit those atrocities, though I doubt she knows my real identity. Then what to do? Asked Ritsuka. I said, let's go on that island. Despite the advantage we possess now, the thing she is guarding is a game changer. It will be bad if that were to fall in the possession of Argonauts. Others nodded, hearing that, and we set sail to that island. Once arriving, we went inside the jungle and encountered the chaste huntress. She glared at me with unconcealed hatred in her eyes. You bought our dash. She froze in fear as I glared at her. Finish saying what you want and you will be going back to the throne of heroes right this moment. Everyone became tense hearing that. Artemis grabbed my hand and said, leave it, uncle. Although she is a bad girl, she doesn't deserve this. Glancing at Artemis who looked at me with a cute expression, I sighed and deactivated my mystic eyes. Seriously, it makes me surprised how different the Artemis of my world and she is. They seriously don't share a bit of similarity. One from my world is a man-hater with a bitchy attitude while she is a cute airhead. A smile came on Artemis's lips seeing that I spared Atlanta, who by now had fallen on the ground breathing heavily while sweating wildly. Artemis looked at her and said, Atalanta, what you did is bad manners, so don't repeat it, okay? She glanced at me and clicked her tongue. If Lady Artemis says so, then I shall suppress my hatred. I ignored her, and she stood up and said, follow me, I have found the Ark of Covenant. Everyone hearing that started murmuring and following her. I followed her as well. Suddenly she grabbed Teddy Orion and then glanced at me. She started talking with him. Their voice was very low, but I was easily able to hear them. Why Lady Artemis is protecting that bastard? She asked him. Teddy Orion panicked and grabbed her mouth. Don't insult him. If he gets angry then we are finished, he replied. She sighed and said, fine, I will refrain from insulting him verbally. Now tell me, who is he? Teddy Orion glanced at me and finding that I have a normal expression sighed in relief and said, who is he you are asking? Seriously, from your earlier attraction you don't know? Artemis directly mentioned her relationship with him as well. She grunted and said, I wasn't paying attention. Now listen to me, you damn teddy bear, quickly tell me who is. I don't like mind games, he nodded and said, very well, listen to it well, he is the king of the 7 seas, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, and one of the big 3, god of the seas. Poseidon. And he is my dad as well, though currently, he doesn't want to admit it. He looked at her with pride. My eyebrows twitched hearing that as I wondered whether to stab him or not. Atlanta became shocked and was about to shout when Teddy Orion stopped her from screaming and said, don't shout. She nodded and sweated, one of the 12 god of the Olympus. And Poseidon to the boot, sh*t, she said. Suddenly a room appeared before us. We have reached somewhere, said Francis. We stopped and looked at a suspicious box in the front of the room. That is the Ark of Covenant, said David. Others looked at him with curious faces. He laughed awkwardly and said, now, I think it's time to tell you all the truth and reveal my true name. Then he began explaining how he is the king of Israel, his true name is David and that box is his noble phantasm. He got burned by Kyoheim in the middle much to my amusement, and then continued with his explanation. Finally when he had finished explaining I said, now let's destroy this thing. Eh? I don't think that's possible. If anyone touches him then he or she will die, not to mention it absorbs magical attacks, he said sweating. I moved forward and everyone panicked. Yo, you can't do that. Didn't you hear him right now? If a god was to touch then the singularity will be destroyed, said Francis Drake. Atlanta came forward, aimed at me, and gritted her teeth. What are you planning right now? B*****. I get it was your plan all along. You want to kill all of you Guck. She couldn't complete his words as I grabbed her neck tightly choking her. She struggled to break my grip but failed. Everyone's faces became pale seeing that. I silent cast the maximized greater creation item and created a D+ rank trident in my hand, then aiming it towards the Ark of Covenant I threw it with all my strength, striking the noble phantasm with the speed of lightning. It destroyed it while getting destroyed itself in the process. Everyone looked at the destroyed Ark of Covenant with shock. It's destroyed, said Mash. David looked at me holding Atlanta's neck tightly, and said, Lord Poseidon, why don't you dash? I glared at him and tightened my hold on Atlanta's neck, then I glanced at others and said, is there anyone else who wants revenge? Come right now, I am getting tired of this sh*t. They flinched, and Kyoheim snorted and said, leave her now. I looked at Asterios and asked, how about you? Didn't my alternate self is the reason for you being a monster? He shook his head and said, I don't blame you for that. Then I looked at Kyoheim at whom Mash and Ritsuka looked surprised and said, so it's only you then? A/N, Poseidon cursed a king for being unable to sacrifice a bull for him. His curse made his wife lust animals and she mated with a bull to give birth to Asterios. Still that king was cucked by a freaking bull. Ritsuka grabbed Kyoheim and said, Kyoheim do not. She looked at me with anger and said, but dear. That man nearly killed you last time also he committed such atrocities. Meanwhile I smacked Atlanta on the wall. She cried in pain as her head started bleeding. Artemis came forward and I asked, want to stop me? She shook her head and glanced at Atlanta. I want to free her of pain. I threw Atlanta at her feet who looked at Artemis in disbelief. WH. Why lad, why Artemis? She questioned. Artemis kneeled and said, Atlanta your hatred has blinded you, and uncle won't spare you now, so I am giving you a quick and painless death. She killed her next moment. Everyone was silent not knowing what to do. Kyoheim glanced at me, and then at frightened Ritsuka. She sighed and said, I apologize. I looked at her and said, you are forgiven. She breathed in relief and so did everyone. I doubt they will open up to me now, but in the first place, it wasn't my intention to get friendly with them. As long as they can help me accomplish my goal that's enough. Third POV. Why? Why Medea? Jason shouted looking at Hector and Medea in disbelief. Medea giggled and said, Master Jason, if the singularity is destroyed that would mean everyone will die as well, with no one left alive you will be unrivaled. A smile came on her lips. Jason took a step back and then glanced at Lef. It's you. How dare you manipulate me? He charged at Lef with killing intent. Lef muttered, Medea, finish him, and the next moment Jason was stabbed by Medea from the back who teleported near him. She giggled and said, take the heart, come forth one of the 72 demon gods. Jason cried in pain as his body twisted and formed into a horrific creature. Ha ha. I can't believe it. The king has favored me. To think he will be the one manifesting. Demon god Phornius, he said. Hector glanced at the monstrosity uninterested, and said, they have a proper divine spirit, see god Poseidon accompanying them. Lef stopped hearing that and said, it doesn't matter, god or not. Every one of them will have to kneel before the might of a demon god. He smiled and said, it would seem they will be sailing back on the sea. Medea, go and lay the trap from them, it would be their graves. She nodded and glanced at the monster. Don't worry Master Jason, after the world is destroyed we would stay together forever, she said happily. Then she went to guide Ritsuka's gang towards the trap. To be continued. Chapter 35, Meeting the Fake King of Mages. Poseidon POV. I looked at the sea calmly while enjoying the cool air brushing my body. Others were behind me and they too were ready for battle, though some wariness towards me can be seen in their eyes except Artemis, who as a qualified airhead could care less about such things and was enjoying playing with Teddy Orion, who looked as if he had lost all his self-respect. I saw something in the distance and got ready for the battle. Something is in the distance, said Francis Drake, alerting others. Artemis looked in the direction and said, it's a ship. Others nodded, hearing that took a battle stance. The ship came closer until we could see Medea and Hector on it. Fire the cannons, Francis said with a smirk. The cannons appeared and the crew started firing the cannons at their ship. Meanwhile she summoned her own cannons which came out of some portals and started firing at their ship simultaneously. Artemis too shot a barrage of arrows at them. Seeing such a terrific combo of attacks, Medea did nothing but smile cutely, and the next moment fog covered our entire ship. What happened? Said Ritsuka. I grinned and said, it's time to end the final boss. The fog cleared, revealing the ship in an entirely different location. At a distance floated Aragnot's ship. What the hell is that? Cursed Francis, seeing a huge tentacle. It had eyes embedded in it which looked in our direction with focus, and its body swayed as if inviting us to our deaths. I jumped onto the sea and said, stand back, I will handle this. Others looked at me skeptically. Artemis cheered me, go uncle and show that monster what you have got. Teddy Orion too cheered, show them what you have got, dad. I clicked my tongue hearing his words, and shot a magical arrow at Teddy which pierced him. He cried out surprised, and I said, it seems you need some funeral, Teddy. Orion hid behind Artemis shuddering in fear. Please I won't do it again, he said stuttering. I ignored him and shifted my focus on the demon god Phornius. Suddenly a man who looked like some joker with a long green cap came in front of me. You are here, filthy god, now bow and fall before the power of my king. The power of the demon gods, he said haughtily with an arrogant smile plastered on his face. I glanced at him with a mocking smile and said, you are saying that to god of the ocean, while in ocean. His smile vanished. I covered the entire body of the demon god Phornius with water and then increased the water pressure by thousands of times. The great pressure forcibly solidified the water as it became solid and froze the so-called demon god. Then I willed it to crack and it cracked into millions of pieces, killing Phornius and Jason inside it. Lef turned back and his eyes widened, seeing the dead demon god, and his eyes widened in shock. He trembled and said in disbelief, impossible. Ho how, I appeared next to him and pierced my trident through his chest. He coughed blood and looked at me with hatred. See you later, Joker, I said, and soon his body disappeared. Then I turned towards Medea, who flinched, and Hector. Using grasp with both my hands and not giving Medea a single chance to break it, I finished them off. The group behind me looked speechless at the anticlimactic ending, while I looked satisfied with my divine strength. As the system said in the beginning, due to changing the power system, my divinity has gotten stronger as well. For previous me it would have been impossible to do this, I thought. I returned back on the ship. Others looked at me scared of my strength. Francis Drake asked me in disbelief, you can do that? I nodded and said, never underestimate a god's divine authority. Artemis suddenly jumped on me and hugged me tightly. That was awesome. You were so cool and defeated that monster so easily, uncle. You are stronger than my uncle Poseidon, she said excitedly. I separated her body from me, and said, don't hug me like that. She pouted and hugged my hand between her massive chest and said, I will do it. You are my uncle and father-in-law, so I have every right to do that. Teddy Orion looked at her with a sigh. I decided on something and said, very well, I will give you the position of being my niece on one condition. Her eyes glistened and she asked, on what condition? Tell me, I will do it. Teddy Orion put his hand on his head and said helplessly, don't agree on anything like that before listening to the condition, idiot. We ignored him and I said, if you want me to be your uncle then fine, I will be your uncle, but you will be only my niece. You won't be the niece for my other self from now onwards. That's easy. I agree. From now on you are my only uncle Poseidon, she said cheerfully like a kid who had got candy. I chuckled seeing her cuteness, then I glanced at Ritsuka and Mash. Lord Poseidon, we have recovered the grail, so it is time to go, he said. I nodded and others looked satisfied. It was fun with sailing me, right? Francis Drake questioned and everyone except me replied, Aye. Captain, she smiled. Euriley suddenly came near me and requested, can you lower your face, Lord Poseidon? I knew what she was going to do and lowered my face. She kissed me on the cheek, surprising everyone, and then blushed heavily. Then thank you for saving us, she said. Asterios behind her looked too shocked. Euryale then ran towards and grabbed his hand, breaking him from the trance, and said, "Let's go, Asterios." He nodded, still in shock as they disappeared. I cleaned my cheek and Artemis said, "Anyway, uncle, it's time for me and dear to leave. Also do visit me sometime." Then she glanced at others and said, "It's time we leave, but remember that Moon Goddess will be waiting at the end of the sky." She then quickly disappeared. Teddy Orion sighed and moved towards the Mash and said, "Now she is gone. Hey Mash, how about a parting kiss dash?" He wasn't able to complete his words when Artemis reappeared and grabbed him tightly. A scary smile formed on her face and she said, "It's time to leave, darling." Then both of them disappeared. Francis Drake and Ritsuka said the final words while I waited alerted. Mash saw this and asked, "Is there any problem, Lord Poseidon?" I remained silent with a serious face, making them worried. "Here he comes," I thought as I silent chanted a 10th tier spell time stop which drained 1/5 of my entire mana. Then I quickly walked near him and grabbed his hand, and willed for the spell's effect to wear off. Francis Drake suddenly jumped, making distance, and looked at us. "What the dash?" King of Mages looked at me with surprise and then glanced at me holding his hand and said, "You insolent being." He used some of his power and glared at me. I felt a huge pressure on me, and the wooden floor below me cracked. I used Investigator on him to gauge his strength and the result was, he has broken all limits. He wasn't matured by any means but was nearly there, though for my estimate some more 100 years or so will be needed for him to fully mature as a beast of the humanity. He had a form of universal level omniscience and was able to access all the powers of Solomon. As a Grand Caster his Saint Graph was at the next level, and the authority he possessed as a beast made him undefeatable against any normal servant, divine spirit, grand servant, and his strength was top among all the current immature beasts. He teleported away from me and said, "Not bad for a divine spirit." Then he looked at the Ritsuka and explained his identity to all of us. Then he said mockingly how it is when that Ritsuka and Chaldea aren't a few feet underground by now. He said, "Now, let me ask you, what do you think you are doing?" He then continued with his villain speech about how it was useless of them to restore the singularities, as unless he is defeated, which is impossible, they can't save mankind. He told them to give up as it was futile to fight. I chuckled, garnering everyone's attention, and said, "Spare them of your grand threatening speech, O King of Mages. Humanity is one stubborn species. When it comes to their survival they can go against even gods and show surprises that one won't even think of." He looked at me and said, "I don't know why a divine spirit has been involving himself in the singularities, but I am ready to show your place if you don't accept my mercy." I silent chanted time stop and then punched him with my whole strength. Once the effect of the spell wore off, his body was thrown away like a rag doll. He quickly teleported, getting back his balance, and glared at me with anger. "You dare!" I released my entire mana and divinity. The sky became dark as black clouds covered them, and the waves on the sea became turbulent. Just in a few seconds the entire atmosphere of the ocean changed. I looked at him with a bloodthirsty smile and said, "You want to know how it feels to be beaten up?" He glared at me with anger and then used his omniscience aka EX rank clairvoyance, but suddenly his eyes widened before he quickly recovered his calm expression. He looked at me and said, "I shall waste no time here any further. Rejoice, Poseidon. I shall spare you as of now," and then disappeared. I snickered and thought, he was too shocked to see that his omniscience doesn't work, and fled away while saying as if he was the one who won, "Pathetic." I glanced at the shocked Ritsuka, Mash, Kyoheim, and Francis Drake. Without saying anything I returned back to my body, ready to hoard all my rewards. I heard the voice of Ritsuka before I disappeared. I returned back to my body in the divine throne, and the moment I opened my eyes I was greeted by Jalter, who was looking at me perversely while rubbing my hair as my head lay on her lap. She shrieked in surprise seeing my eyes open suddenly. I got up and she asked me surprised, "Lord Poseidon, it has been just a minute till you have descended." I calmly replied, "As I told you, Throne of Heroes is free from the restraints of time. Still there is a small delay before descending and ascension, that is why it took 1 minute." She said surprised, "Is that so?" Then I smirked and asked, "What were you doing?" She blushed hearing that. Fidgeting her fingers nervously she answered me, I was. Since you were gone, I decided to take care of your unconscious body, and seeing your sleeping face I couldn't control myself and decided to kiss you, but thinking that it might anger you I refrained from doing it and started doubting what to do when you opened your eyes, suddenly surprising me. I pushed her body against the wall, surprising her. Then I went near her ear and bit it gently. She shuddered and then I said, "It seems someone wants a treat." She gulped her saliva, knowing what is going to happen next. I grabbed her breasts and started fondling them, getting a moan from her. I smirked, ready to make love with her. Chapter 36, The Buffed King of Monsters. Poseidon POV. After spending a few days banging Jalter, I decided to check all my rewards. Currently, Jalter is sleeping as she is mentally tired and needed some rest to cope with the extreme physical and mental pleasure she was exposed to continuously without a break. I glanced at the holographic screen and said, "Give me all the rewards." Master. Congratulations on completing the quests, Save the World, and I Don't Give a Fuck King of Mages. Quest, Save the World O. Triniacal King of the Ocean. Completion condition, you are the god of the ocean. As it is Okeanos singularity, it is you who calls the shot, not some pesky demon gods. Kill Lev and finish off his horde of demons summoned in this era. Reward, A contracted divine beast which is extremely suitable for you. Penalty, no loyal beast for you. Completion status, 100%. You have been rewarded with a buffed up divine Godzilla. Quest, I don't give a fuck King of Mages. Completion condition, the fake King of Mages thinks of you as a weakling, show him how greatly mistaken he is and the consequences of not putting yourself in his eyes. Note, this is a conditional quest, as there are chances of Solomon not appearing in the singularity, thus it will only be activated if Solomon appears. To complete this quest you have to make Solomon retreat no matter the method. Completion rate, 100%. Reward, anti-magic knowledge. You have been rewarded with the knowledge of anti-magic. I look surprised seeing the rewards. In the first quest that I took the divine beast wasn't specified, while in the third quest, which is this conditional quest, the reward wasn't shown, and it is definitely a pleasant surprise to see that the reward is the knowledge of anti-magic, while any other person will be bitter that it is just the knowledge, but I knew the wonders of anti-magic, which is the bane of all magic. It is worth more than retreating Solomon, so the fact I got knowledge is definitely something worthwhile. Anyway, I am too excited to get my divine beast, and thus without waiting any further, I claimed the rewards. A bright egg appeared before me and broke into pieces, and a small chibi Godzilla came out from it. It saw me and its eyes started shining, walking towards me with its small feet. It cutely roared, "Roar!" I smiled and knelt to its level and rubbed its head. It purred like a cat enjoying my touch and then rubbed his head against my hand. I took it into my arms and then looked at it like how a Pokemon master looks at the first Pokemon he or she gets. "Roar!" It roared cutely. I chuckled and said, "To think that the king of monsters will be this cute." It roared again as if he understood me, seeing that I got an idea and used my investigator skill on him, comprehending his language in mere seconds. "Mama. Mama," it said. I wondered for a bit if the system had given him some basic knowledge, which might be the case. A/N, he will change and start calling him Papa in the future, so don't worry. Then I analyzed him, checking his status, and what I saw baffled me. Status. Name, Godzilla. Species, Divine Titan Lizard. Gender, none. Familiar bond level, 30%. Age, 0 days. Strength, E-A++. Endurance, E+, EX. Agility, E-E+. Magical energy, E-EX. Luck, A. NP, not applicable. Personal skills. Divinity, E+, A+. King of Monsters, -EX. Authority of Lightning, A. Magical Nuclear Fusion Reactor, E-EX. Nuclear Breath, -A+. Magical Nuclear Breath, -EX. Red Lotus Flame Mode, A++. Divine Magical Lotus Flame Mod, EX. Dragon Slayer, E-EX. Compatible classes, not applicable. I smiled seeing his status, as it was totally worth doing that quest. His abilities were simply ridiculous, and when he was too mature and gained that much strength, I doubt that even Bull of Heaven will be his match. He roared, saying, "Food. Food," after hearing that I got a question in my head, as in Throne of Heroes any servant doesn't need food or even rest. Still, considering that he isn't an official servant, without waiting further I summoned a dozen of fishes in front of him. Chibi Godzilla salivated cutely, and then started munching down the fishes as if they are chips. After finished it went to sleep without any care in the world. Nice, I thought, looking at the cute sleeping lizard. "My lord, what is that?" Jalter asked me from behind, glancing at the sleeping king of monsters. I said, "He is my new familiar, Godzilla." She replied, "Oh." Then she came forward and looked at the sleeping cute monster. She touched it and said, "His skin is surprisingly hard but smooth at the same time." She looked at me with curiosity and I said, "I got it after recovering the singularity." She nodded and said, "It's like my Fanfur then." I nodded and said, "You can say like that, though unlike Fanfur he is a newborn." She stood up and said, "My lord, how about we have a feast? Though if that's not to your liking I can go to my training." I nodded and said, "Let's have a feast then, Jalter." After that we feasted on a variety of lavishing dishes created by me using magic as always. Once finished we both went to our training. This time my goal was to learn some 11th tier spells and anti-magic. I delayed learning of the martial arts style. I got even further as I desired to learn magic first. The chibi Godzilla woke not long after and came running after me, panicking when he didn't see me when he woke. Once he found me, funnily enough he stuck to me like glue, not wanting to leave. I handled the situation well and created dozens of big fishes for him to chew while he relaxingly sat and watched me training with curious eyes. Days passed like this, and Jalter came to like Chibi Godzilla as well, who by now started calling her mama instead of me and started calling me papa. I also started training him shortly after 3 weeks of birth, as system told me he can start training by then without any problem. Although once fully matured he would be very strong, the only way to bring out his full potential was to train him, and I did just that. I got busy with me training both Jalter and Godzilla respectively. I taught Jalter Yggdrasil magic and she wanted to learn highly destructive spells of fire element and thunder element, so I went with her desire. Though I made sure to teach her other handy spells and some holy related spells, as these spells might prove useful to her against a future enemy. Thus as this time started passing, our days were filled with amusement as well, since Jalter and I had long sex sessions lavishing feasts that would make any Artoria a loyal subordinate if I were to give it to them. My new status looked like this. Status. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/Divine Spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Magical energy, EX. Luck, N/A. Since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, the chance is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm A. Personal skills. Merciless, EX. Investigator, EX. Mana Heart, EX. Anti-Immortality Tuki, EX. Divinity, A+. Water Battle God Aura, A. Mystic Eyes of Terror, A. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood A. Flow, C. Water/C. 100 Pieces Water Strike, B. Absolute Counter, A. Deprivation Sword Kingdom, A. Tier Magic, EX, up to 10th tier. Anti-Magic, A+. Silent Casting, EX, up to 10th tier. Multicasting, EX, can be used on any magic no matter its power as long as a user has appropriate mana and control. Maximized Magic, A++, up to 10th tier. Super tier spells. Creation, A+. Fallen Down, A+. Shub-Niggurth, EX. Summoning of an Avatar of the God, EX. The End of the Time, EX. Dark Dream, A++. Megiddo God's Wrath, B. Compatible classes, Lancer, Saber, Caster, Avenger, Ruler, Grand Caster, Candidate currently, Grand Lancer, Candidate currently. My magical abilities had reached enormous levels during all the time I trained for it. With 6 super tier spells all at the level of magic, I have become one of the strongest caster class servants. Funnily enough, there are 50 super tier spells and I can learn all of them, only time and patience are needed for me to learn them. Any 100 level top tier Yggdrasil player has 30 super tier spells in his arsenal, showing how strong they are, but again this magic comes with its own disadvantages, since unlike other spells they are needed to be properly chanted and some items might be needed in advance to prepare them. But their power is next level. Let's go on the abilities of every super tier magic spell I have learned. The first is super tier spell creation, and unlike its name suggests, it doesn't let me create any material one would think, but rather it's an AoE spell that can change the entire terrain of several square kilometers to tens of kilometers depending on usage of the amount of mana. The second super tier spell, Fallen Down, is like Ether Ion or Incineration from Fairy Tail and Tensura respectively, capable of burning the target with a blue beam into cinders and is super effective against undead creatures. Nothing is needed to be said for the third super tier spell. The fourth one summons Seraphim from the first sphere and is strong enough to go against the likes of Ains. The fifth one, called the End of the Time, is a powerful time-type attack spell that takes the target to its point of death by either aging him, her, or returning it before the point of her birth. The sixth spell traps the person into a dream that is said to be so cursed and horrific that the target mostly dies. Other than this, I have learned anti-magic as well, and with my unique skill Investigator I can use it for specific attacks. Now, there is a quest that I am quite interested in, and it would seem I have to visit the fourth singularity for her. Chapter 37, The King of the Storms ** bonus chapter *. Poseidon POV. I have to leave, I said, looking at Jalter. She looked at me with expectations in her eyes and asked, "Then can I come with you, my lord, to serve you?" I shook my head, disappointing her again, and said, "This time I am going for even shorter duration of time and only in the search of a new subordinate." She frowned and asked me, "A new subordinate?" I replied in affirmation, "Yes, a particular servant has caught my eyes like you had caught mine before." Hearing that, she asked me curiously, "Who it is, lord?" I replied, "You might know about her. She is King Arthur, and the particular version I am after is called King of the Storms." "It's her." "Wait a minute, her?" she asked me, baffled. I chuckled and said, "Yes, you have got it right, that version of King Arthur is a female." Her eyes widened and she looked at me with a sad look. "I see," she said. I came near her and flicked my finger on her forehead with some force. "Ouch," she said, grabbing her forehead, in the middle of which a red spot had formed. "What are you thinking, Jalter?" I questioned her. She gulped her saliva and said, I am just nervous that after my lord gets a new servant he will give me less importance." Then she looked away in shame for even saying those words, a weird contrast if I must say. I placed my hand on her soft cheek. She looked into my eyes and I said, "Don't ever think like that again. You are more important to me than her." Her expression became lively and she replied cheerfully, "Yes, she is a person with feelings, and despite not creating problems for me at any time and putting my feelings above hers, I will need to take her feelings and emotions into consideration as well, not to mention as I am the person who is by now almost everything to her, such a worry was expected of her." Then I looked at the mission I had taken, which was perfect for both my subordinate hunting and future harem wish. "You have taken the quest, the lord." Completion condition, get 5 powerful subordinates. Reward. Completion rate, 20%. Bonus quest, make all 5 subordinates extremely loyal and devoted to you. Reward. Completion rate, 20%. Bonus quest, all 5 subordinates are your harem members. Reward. Completion rate, 20%. Bonus quest, all 5 subordinates consider you as their only true god from their very being. Reward. Completion rate, 20%. Note, a familiar, pet, or a living weapon won't be considered a subordinate. It was a ready-made quest for someone with my goals and ideals. Fateverse is full of waifus and there are tons of powerful ones. I am after the ones who don't have a moral barrier as they are most annoying to deal with. Despite knowing that something is detrimental to us, they will put their nose in them if it means saving others without expecting anything in return. Thus, neutral and evil-aligned servants are more suited to be my harem members, and thus I am after the version of King Arthur who is known to be the tyrannical king. Her Lancer version escaped the fate of becoming an emotionless divine spirit. I looked at Jalter and said, "Take care of me." She nodded happily and guided me to her lap. She hugged my head into her chest and said, "Have a nice trip, dear." I smiled and decided to descend, leaving my body in the divine throne, and descended into the 4th singularity. I opened my eyes to see myself on the top of a building. I looked around to see London City covered in a white fog. I quickly silent chanted, making myself undetectable. Then I chanted a spell which would guide me to the King of the Storms, but it failed. I frowned and then sighed. It would seem this dense fog is preventing the effect of my spell from taking place, I thought. Thankfully I had a unique skill, investigator, and using it I started searching for her. Leaping from one building to another, I continued my searching for another hour when I finally found her. There she is, I thought, looking at the woman with pale blonde hair and skin. She is clad in dark indigo and black armor with draconic features. She held the holy lance in her hand firmly. The biggest and most appealing feature of her would be her huge firm boobs swaying as the horse she was riding walked forward. Her eyes contained madness as the result of madness enhancement. I leaped on the ground and she quickly pointed her holy lance in my direction with wariness. "Who is it?" she asked with arrogance present in her cold voice. I quickly used anti-magic on her, not giving any chance to her to dodge my attack, and successfully managed to erase the madness enhancement. She grunted, holding her head, and then calmed down. I ended the effects of the spells and appeared before her. She looked at me and asked, "You, who freed me of this disgusting effect, tell me what you want." I smiled and said, "It's simple, I want you to become my subordinate." Her expression became cold, and she started laughing and said, "Amusing proposal. I had expected many things, but I never thought of you offering me to be your subordinate." I summoned my trident and said, "So do you agree?" She snickered and said, "I believe that stronger have the right to decide others' fates, thus if you prove to me that you are worthy of being my king, then I will gladly become your servant." She paused for a bit and continued, "But if you prove to be weak, then I shall torture you before killing you like a worm for even daring to offer me to be your servant." "Fine," I replied. Then a bloodthirsty smile appeared on my face. I activated my mystic eyes and glanced at her, and she replied, "That trick won't work." The next moment I charged at her, but she blocked my stab with her lance and then used mana discharge to attack. I used anti-magic to nullify her attack and then used chain lightning spell at her. Her body trembled from the aftershock a bit, though her magic resistance managed to nullify most of it. I used Amphitrite and she used her lance to block them. Her horse jumped back as she made some distance and said, "Not bad, but if you think with this you can become my king with this much strength, then you are completely mistaken." I nodded and said, "It's time I finish this." She smirked and said, "Really? If that's what you want then." Sacred Lance, removing restraints, thrust, and feast. 13 fangs. Rangaminiad. A blackish aura appeared around her. Meanwhile I silent chanted one defensive spell after another rapidly and augmented dozens of defensive spell all the way from the 1st to 8 tiers. The dark aura rapidly started swirling around her body, taking the shape of a storm and swirling horizontally, then its angle changed perpendicularly towards me, and a huge burst of storm strikes me. I remain unmoving, taking the attack head on. Once the attack settled down, she looked at me and her eyes widened. "You are unharmed," she said in disbelief. Her eyes gazed on my body, not seeing any visible harm, not even a single scratch, which further increased her shock. That's the expression I wanted, I thought. I deliberately took her attack head on to make her realize the difference between us, though that was certainly impressive, I thought. It drained me 1/3 of mana casting all those spells, and even then I simultaneously used aura to strengthen my defense and used anti-magic against her noble phantasm. That's her full power when her noble phantasm is weakened to A++ from its peak EX rank. Despite this fog providing a pseudo-mana source to all servants, not having a master certainly weakened her. I then chanted, "Come forth from the heavens and beyond. Strike down the enemy before me. Fallen down." A huge blue beam manifested above the sky, piercing the clouds. Artoria positioned her lance above and said with apparent panic in her voice, "Rangaminiad." The blue beam struck her, and she tried repelling it with her noble phantasm, but she wasn't able to use the full chant, and neither she had enough mana, so her attack was easily vanquished by the blue beam, which struck her, incinerating the surrounding, while I remained safe from its effect due to anti-magic barrier around me. When it comes to abilities, then anti-magic isn't that strong against them. Like against a noble phantasm it barely does anything, but when it comes to magic then anti-magic can go against even the likes of the strongest of them. After it was made for this, so it was easily able to repel the spell's effect. The attack finished vaporizing the entire area, destroying 1/5 of the entire London. I looked at the place where the beam struck down, searching for her body, and found her, though her current state was something expectedly horrendous. Her skin had charred, her horse had turned into dust, and her muscles were melting. Her face was lacking any muscles, showing bare bones, her proud breasts had vaporized and very few muscles remained on her body, which started turning into golden particles. I quickly used Flames of Phoenix on her. Flames of Phoenix covered her dead body, and started healing her injuries, preventing her demise and resurrecting her from the jaws of the death. Then I took out her body from the rubble to a princess carry and then created a bed and placed her unconscious body on it. I used a spell to wake her. Her eyelids fluttered as she opened her eyes, then she looked at me, and asked, "What happened? How I am unharmed?" That attack should have clearly. She looked around, seeing everything vaporized. I said bluntly, "You weren't unharmed, you had died and I had to resurrect you." She became silent and looked at her lance. "I see," she said, standing up from the bed, then kneeling before me and said, "I have completely lost against you, and as promised I surrender myself to you." Her head bowed down before me, showing her sincerity. I touched her hair and played with them. She remained silent, not speaking anything, and I said, "From now onwards you are mine." "Okay," she nodded and replied, "Yes, I belong to you, my liege." I looked satisfied and asked, "System, join her mythical realm with mine." "Okay, master. It will consume 4.563% of your current merits. Do you want to proceed?" "Yes," I replied. "Done. Her realm has been added to yours." Then I looked at the King of the Storms and said, "Stand up, Artoria, it's time we leave." She stood up surprised and said, "You know my real name, my liege?" I replied, "Obviously, would I not know the name of the one whom I seek as my subordinate?" She shook her head and said, "I didn't mean that, my liege, but not many know my real name." I said, "Whatever, we can have a talk about this later on. For now, we should leave." She nodded and asked me in curiosity, "To where?" I replied, "Back to the throne of heroes." Her eyes widened and she said, "But my liege dash." I interrupted her and said, "Just believe in me, okay?" She paused and replied, "Then I shall follow your orders." I grabbed her hand and she showed not a bit of hesitation, holding my hand tightly. "System, take us back," I ordered, and our bodies started turning into golden particles, returning back to my divine throne. Chapter 38, Jalter's Win. Poseidon POV. I returned back to my divine throne with Artoria. Upon my return I was greeted by a happy smile on Jalter's delicious lips. "Welcome back, my dear," she said with a soft voice. Her hands ruffled my hair with care. "Where are we?" asked Artoria behind us, confused by the fact that it isn't the same old mythical realm she is used to. Jalter glanced at Artoria and her eyes narrowed. With a smile she asked, "Are you the new subordinate of my lord?" Artoria looked towards me, then she glanced at the woman on whose lap my body rested. She looked at her and replied, "Yes, I am Liege's knight." I stood up from Jalter's lap. I introduced Artoria to Jalter first. "Jalter, she is Artoria, a Lancer version of the legendary King Arthur and Lord of the Storms." Then I introduced Jalter to Artoria. "Artoria, she is my first subordinate and my lover, Jalter, the altered version of Jeanne d'Arc." Both of them stared at each other, gauging each other's strength and attitude. I frowned and said, "You can do this later by a spar. For now, behave yourself." They remained silent for a bit and then replied respectively, "Sorry, my lord, forgive me for my impudence, my liege." I became satisfied with their replies and their attitude. Then I said, "Artoria, Jalter, let's go. We still have to introduce you to the Godzilla." "Godzilla?" asked Artoria, puzzled. I replied, "It is my familiar and a divine beast." Hearing that, she replied with an "oh" voice, then her eyes widened in surprise. "A divine beast?" she asked me, astounded by the fact that I had divine beast as my familiar. Jalter frowned, seeing her surprised, and said, "It is that surprising? My lord is a god, so that shouldn't be too surprising, I think." Artoria looked at me baffled and asked, "Yo, you are a god?" Hearing that, my eyebrows twitched. It would seem she didn't know that I was a divine spirit, aka god, till now. I assumed that she had felt my divinity and should be aware of this fact, but I was proved wrong. I replied in affirmation, "Yes, I am god. My name is Poseidon and I am god of the ocean, water, earthquakes, and horses, lord of the seven seas, god of the gods, tyrannical king of the ocean are my few titles." She gasped in astonishment and then knelt suddenly. I am sorry for my previous actions," she said. I asked her, "You have already apologized. Can I know why are apologizing to me again unnecessarily?" She looked at me with her beautiful light yellow eyes with unconcealed worry and said, "I had disrespected a god, a divine being. I consider such a thing as a grave crime." Interesting, I didn't know about that, and this is something really surprising considering her tyrannical personality. I chuckled amused and said, "Stop with this, it doesn't fit your personality, King of Storms." She blushed lightly and said, Okay. Jalter meanwhile looked at Artoria with a skeptical look. We moved outside Jalter's castle and were greeted by the sight of a big black-scaled lizard towering above us. Godzilla looked at me with affection visible in his eyes and roared, "Roar!" The wind pressure hit us, cooling our bodies a bit. Artoria looked at the king of monsters stunned, and so did Godzilla on finding Artoria beside me. Papa. Who is this? He asked me with curiosity hidden in his eyes. I replied, she is my new subordinate, Zill, her name is Artoria Pendragon. He turned his head cutely and said, so a new mama. I chuckled, and replied, you can think of it like that. Artoria blushed hearing my words and then asked surprised, he can talk. Why her reactions are so later? I wondered. I nodded in affirmation and Godzilla roared in dissatisfaction, father and mother have taught me, don't consider me a dumb being, he said. Artoria looked at him speechless earning the ire of the king of monsters. Why you are silent? He asked. She sighed and replied, I didn't mean to insult you, anyway, I am king of storms, king of Britain, Artoria Pendragon. Oh. You have 2 titles as a king. Nice. I also have the title of king of monsters, he said cheerfully. Artoria became silent and then looked at me for help. I said, learn how to deal with it, Godzilla is one cheerful lad. Godzilla nodded and said, Papa is right. I am quite energetic, let me show you. Roar, he released a magical nuclear breath horizontally away from us splitting the ocean in 2 till the end of the realm. Artoria looked at the casual display of power stunned, unable to speak. Godzilla meanwhile looked proudly and at me with anticipation in his eyes. I replied, that was a strong breath Godzilla, nice job, anyway your current size is a bit problematic, care to get a bit smaller? It nodded satisfied and then turned into its chibi form. A/N, in original Japanese media Godzilla is referred to as a gender-neutral being, and in English movies, as he, but Godzilla's current gender is undefined so I went this route, though I do plan for him to get a gender a lot later on, and well all know what its true gender is gonna be, till then it will be referred as he or it, as why not she when it is going to be a she since it a rule of English to take anything as he with undefined gender. Then it cutely came at me, I took him in my hands and it rubbed its head against my chest. Roar, Papa, it said in a cute voice. Jolter looked at Artoria and said, hey, why don't we spar now? Artoria looked at the person who challenged her with a desire to prove herself in front of me and said, sure. We went ahead on 100 meters wide flat land I created earlier for the spar. I glanced at the 2 who were ready for a fight, and Chibi Godzilla excitedly moved to and fro and said, you can do it, mama. Jolter nodded and summoned her holy flag. Artoria summoned her horse and got on top of it, and summoned the holy lance on her hand. Both of their eyes looked at each with utter seriousness. I waved by hand signaling the start of the spar, and Jolter charged at Artoria breaking the sound barrier and attacking with her holy flag. The King of Storms parried her attack easily with her lance. Jolter again stabbed at her and Artoria blocked it. Clang clang. The sound of their weapons colliding filled the area. They attacked each other with ferocity and intent to strike the other down. Artoria had the advantage of being on a mount which made her attack more fluent. The battle continued on like this till the situation changed when Jolter started using her sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk. Artoria had to take a defensive position due to the fierce sword attacks of Jolter. Seeing the situation disadvantageous for her she used her noble phantasm, Sacred Lance, removing restraints, thrust and feast. 13 fangs. Rangaminiad. A dark storm attacked Jolter who smirked seeing the approaching adversity. All evil is here, and the time for revenge has come. This is the roar of my soul that was polished by hatred. La Grandement du Haine, she chanted. Her flag shined brightly and stopped the attack of Artoria at its track. Artoria's eyes widened seeing her strongest attack being stopped that easily and Jolter returned her attack back at her with a boost in its power. Artoria quickly tried moving away but she wasn't able to escape the range of the attack shot at her, and then the result was as expected, she lay on the destroyed ground after the aftermath of the attack. Her body was bruised and she grunted in pain. Jolter wins, I declared and Jolter looked at me with a look saying, praise me. I glanced at defeated Artoria who slowly stood up, her all wounds healed in a blink of the eye automatically. She is unable to bring forth the full power of the Holy Lance, I thought. She is the Lancer version of Artoria who escaped the fate of becoming a goddess and losing all her emotions and nearly all her memories. But that came at a price. She isn't able to use her Holy Lance to its full extent and her personality has taken a huge turn from the benevolent king doing its best for her people to the one who rules with tranny. I will need to solve this issue for her somehow in the future. For now, making her learn Yggdrasil magic and improve her raw skills will be enough to cover up most of her current weaknesses. Jolter came near me and glanced at my hand. Realizing what she wants I patted her and she giggled. Artoria came near us as well. She glanced at the person who defeated her in bafflement. Jolter ignored her and focused on my touch. My hand moved towards her soft cheeks and I started rubbing them slowly. She grabbed my hand and closed her eyes enjoying the moment. Artoria looked at me with an awkward look and coughed garnering attention. She turned towards Jolter and said, I lost, and miserably to make it worse, I must admit I had been too overconfident in my strength. Jolter nodded and said, I have been personally trained into the shape, by Lord, so that is to be expected. Artoria nodded in understanding completely missing the hidden erotic double meaning in her words. Artoria looked at me and then performed a knightly bow and requested, my liege, I know it is too much to ask of you, but please train me to be someone worthy of being your knight. I replied, very well, then I will train you. Chibi Godzilla interrupted us and said, Papa, food. His stomach roared mightily making all of us laugh at the situation. I summoned a mountain of fish in front of him, Godzilla salivated, and then jumped on it and started eating it without any care in the world. After that, we decided to have some food as well. Artoria, when tasted the food I created, went on an eating spree, plate after plate, forming a large tower of plates completely devoid of food. Even Jalter was surprised by Artoria's hunger, which seemed infinite with a bottomless stomach. Once Artoria has finished eating 300 plates worth of food, she burped satisfied. Her eyes glistened and she looked at me with affection, "My liege." That was extremely delicious. She gave me a thumbs up showing how much she loved the food, as one would say, no matter the world, no matter the class, no matter the version, no matter the size of her chest, Artoria will always be Artoria. To be continued. Chapter 39, Poseidon's Past Part, Deepak. Deepak POV. The world is unfair. The most obvious thing that anyone can think of, and now you must be thinking, hey, you got to know about it now only. Uft, this is one of the most hilarious and heartless truths everyone will come to realize as they will grow up. For instance, you will be never treated equally. From your birth it was decided that you will be treated as some worthless shit or some good booze. You might have a sibling who will get more love and care than you do for doing nothing great but shitting all day, while you might achieve great things and still be treated like some third-rate shit. There will be guys with parents who would care about their children's personal feelings, and some who will be in the delusion of being all-knowing, that they know what is best for children. From birth you will be compared with others, your skin, your gender, your sex appeal, your cuteness, your beauty, your behavior, your talents, everything will be compared with others for obviously no other reason than being feel-good on some steroids. For me, it was the same, an innocent who was just born and then got the burden of his parents' dream. My dream never mattered to others, even my parents. It was either to be a doctor, engineer, or some other shit. Here in Asia, parents have got a nice delusion that become an engineer or doctor your life will be set. They will force you to study, and things become worse when they think you should do nothing but eat, sleep, study, and shit. A continuous hellish cycle where your dreams and feelings will be trampled on by some harsh words and their dreams which they never got to achieve. They will be open hypocrites and continuously hurt your feelings over and over again without a single guilt but with a delusional thought, I am doing best for my child. From small things to big things you will be compared and ordered around like some slave. They will ask you to study, and when you try to explain what you have studied they will be like, oh, don't try to teach me. I know things better than you. The biggest hypocritical lie they ever spout in our faces is like a spit of saliva. Funny, right? Well, the most amusing part hasn't even come yet. When you are not on your best behavior and even utter a slightly disturbing word, they will be like, where are your manners? Is that what you have learned in school? School. Oh, they do think schools teach us manners. Other than making us study some useless shit that isn't even practical, they barely do anything else. Now, what's hilarious? If you misbehave in school, the teacher would be like, is that what your parents taught you? Funny, right? No one is willing to teach us any manners correctly other than forcing us with their ideals, and then they will quest self-righteously on our face, where are your manners? Just like that, for every small thing they dislike they will slap on our faces how it is bad. Want an example? I always was an environmentalist and often suggested to my parents to help the environment. But they were like, plants. Why would you care about them? Why would waste money on useless things like them? Yes, even if you have some good qualities but your parents don't like them, then it will be no more than a bad quality in their eyes. It was the same for me, for my entire life. I didn't even realize when my entire childhood passed and I was in college doing a medical degree. It was hard. The teacher taught us in some incomprehensible Hebrew of his own. Never bothered explaining them practically and then scolded us for not paying attention when we failed to answer something or even ask our doubts. The first year of my college was the same year when my sister died out of cancer. It was a great shock for me. My entire life I have been jealous of her because of the better treatment given to her by her parents. She caused so much understanding between me and others and blamed me for her faults on me, which ended up with me getting scolded and beaten a lot of times. But you know what? I loved her. It was hard to not love her when in this cruel world she was one of the few people who genuinely gave a shit about me. Maybe it was that time when I decided to become a doctor, not to set my life but to help the people and families getting destroyed by this curse called cancer. After that I never gave care to what others wanted from me. I learned what I wanted, not bothering a bit about my marks and shit. It was hard, especially hard for me to live all those days working and studying cancer the entire night and day out. But yes, I managed to do it. I become a doctor known for the advancement in medicines in curing cancer. Don't get the idea that I made an almighty cure for the cancer. It wasn't the case. I just made therapies and invented new cures which had a better chance of saving cancer patients compared to previous ones. It wouldn't be wrong to say I advanced cancer-related medicines over several decades in my career. When I thought my all major problems are now gone, I didn't know what a big joke was going to play out of me. Let me ask you. Why do you bother taking all this injustice? Why? It's pretty simple. We have to live. It's for our life that we bear the wrong and injustice done to us. But what if the very life we all hold dear is on the line? Come on. Let's get going, an officer said to me with disgust on his face, hitting me with a stick to make me walk faster. I remained silent on the beating he gave me and walked faster. I was wearing a shirt that showed my identity as a criminal. My hands were cuffed and my whole body had red marks from the beatings they gave me. Now it is the question, how a prestigious and successful doctor who gave his life for people suffering from cancer and was regarded as a messiah by the masses became a heinous criminal now lead to his death. Simple, I am pissed. Yes, I who gave his entire life for the betterment of the world is now regarded as a heinous pissed by the same world. The funniest thing is that I haven't even ped anyone. Now, how was I put here? It was about 5 years ago when a minister's daughter proposed her love to me. I was baffled and confused about what to do. I had a love story of my own which ended with me getting a rejection from the girl I loved. I did what I had to do, I rejected her, though I made sure to do it nicely. After all, only a person who had experienced some misery can understand the pain of the other going through the same. But things went unexpectedly wrong. That girl threatened me and insulted me in front of everyone. I slapped her, yes, I had to do it, and the next thing I knew I was beaten by the crowd and got in jail for slapping a woman publicly. Can you believe it? That woman insulted me for obviously a petty reason, and then it was me who got in jail for that. I must say, the judicial system is really good and delusional. Thankfully I got out of jail not long ago as my one colleague had appointed a lawyer for me, and coming out I thought things will return to normal. Oh man, how wrong I was. The woman whom I rejected and had slapped me charged me with PE case. Things went further downhill when many of the female nurses and doctors whom I had worked with charged me with using my position and forcing them with sexual favors. Damn, I did make out with some of them, but it was with consent and they were the ones who King approached me first. Essentially with some proof of my sexual adventures with few of them with whom I actually make love, I was charged guilty of paying tens of women, when the real number was just 4, and that with consent. No, the proof wasn't absolute and had many holes in it, but all it took was some tears from those women to put the public against them. Do you know what the worst thing about popularity is? The more popular you are, the more people will hate you once your image is damaged. Things were the same, and even the family of those patients who were saved by my curing methods showed sympathy for those women who were never ped in the first place and hatred towards me, their savior. In months my reputation was in ruins, and the only people who still supported me, my parents, died in an accident. Accident. This is what the media and police told me, but I knew better than anyone that it was a pre-planned murder. The minister whose daughter I supposedly ped was after my neck. Using his political power he almost had me in his grasp when I managed to retaliate using my own power and position. If I had tried my best with my power and position, it wasn't impossible to get away with this PE case. But by the end of 1 year, I was exhausted and mentally broken. I had lost every single person who cared about me in this world. My other relatives and friends had already bailed out to avoid a bad reputation. I wanted everyone to regret every injustice they did to me, for everything they did to my life after what I gave them. They threw away me like trash after my use was over. I wasn't some great political guru, no gangster, no terrorist, but I was a doctor, a biochemist, and many more. Did I tell you that I had mastered several medical fields to find the cure for cancer? I used all my knowledge and took inspiration from the earliest epidemic that struck the world and reaped the life of over 5 million people and started creating a virus, a bioweapon, and amazingly I succeeded. I had created a virus that would increase the chances of cancer by tens of thousands of times and was highly contagious. Even I couldn't believe that I had created something so deadly. Thus after arranging everything I was ready to die. I had given the hope of living long ago. What was left of this life anyway? Everything was gone, my family, my reputation, and all that I had worked hard for. So how should I die? I wondered for a few days. By suicide. Or by some other means. In the end, I chose to die at the hands of the police. As for why? Just to spite them, that they are gonna get hell for killing me. Maybe it is crazy of me, maybe extremely nonsensical of me, but I don't think I have got a stable mind now. Stand there, an officer ordered me. I stood there and then they aimed their guns at me. I sighed. So here it is, the end of my useless life, I thought saddened. I never achieved one of those childhood dreams. If there is another life, I hope I get all of them, I thought. I wanted a harem, power, and so many other things. I wonder if I could have achieved them if I used my position and power as the genius doctor, but again, this life is as good as destroyed, and I am tired of living, yet I want a new chance to start fresh, a contradicting thought, don't you think, right? Goodbye motherfuckers, and this shitty world. I will be better of dash. Bomb bomb. Tens of bullets pierced my body and I fell down. My consciousness faded into the void, as I took my last breath. What the hell? I regained my consciousness and the next moment I heard something incomprehensible and then felt extreme pain. I was fading, but something was different, and I didn't know that time. I had got my wish, I had got a new start, but someone is different entirely. Meanwhile on Earth no *@ A new pandemic broke out, a deadly virus spread out faster than buggity around the world and created an extremely dangerous situation. The number of cancer patients reached astonishing tens of millions in a single year and just continued increasing. The only cure was Deepak's created medicines and his name got the spotlight again. Not long after, a shocking revelation of the R*PE case on Deepak was revealed. The people were stunned by the innocence of Deepak, and once the proof was verified everyone was speechless. The woman who accused Deepak of R*PE, along with his parents and other women, was arrested immediately. The people questioned the judiciary and the media questioned the public, and a wave of shame spread over all those who supported these people. Things happened after that and doctors found a new strain of the virus in the people who accused Deepak. Things even got crazier and the fact that Deepak is behind this virus was revealed. 10 years passed and the pandemic erased half of the entire populace. No cure was able to be made for the virus, which was an extremely strong bioweapon. Time passed like this, and in 50 years only 1 million people survived. By the end of an era, the humanity was wiped out. The preparator of this, unknown to what he had caused, was enjoying his second life. Moral of the story: don't fuck with others unnecessarily, you will be fucked up. Chapter 40, The Journey of the Fifth Singularity. Poseidon POV. I have taken a new voluntary quest which is offering me quite a good reward. You have taken the quest, no need for the protagonist. Mission objective: restore the fifth singularity. Completion condition: you must restore the fifth singularity in protagonist's stead. Note, the protagonist and his gang won't be able to come to the fifth singularity due to the system's courtesy. Reward: EX rank Noble Phantasm upgradation and 500% boosted merits. Penalty: no rewards will be granted. Bonus objective: take several servants in your team to complete this objective. Reward: Mystic Eyes upgradation to jewel rank. Penalty: no reward will be granted. Bonus objective: don't lose a single servant in your team and restore the singularity with an absolute majority in strength. Reward: evolution of mana heart. Penalty: no reward will be granted. There is also an opposite quest in which I have to kill all the servants wanting to restore the singularity. It has some good rewards as well, but its best reward is gluttony skill, and obviously, it isn't from Tensura, otherwise I would have taken that quest without a doubt. It is from a world named Berserk of the Gluttony, and it is the ability of its main character. While powerful, it has a huge drawback, and the reward while boosted from the original isn't a perfected version, thus I didn't choose this quest and instead opted for this one. My, Jalter, and Artoria's strength had increased rapidly during the past 6 months. I had finally started learning the water stream rock smashing fist martial arts as well. It has a plethora of useful abilities that I can use and execute in the battle, though for a weapon-oriented guy like me, it can be said as tertiary in importance. Anyway, this time I decided to take Jalter and Artoria with me to help in my quest. They will help to fill the necessary number of servants needed for the bonus quest. So I will be coming this time, my lord, she asked me in happiness. I nodded, then I turned to Artoria and said, likewise you will be assisting me too. She nodded in obedience through excitement and a glint of determination could be seen in her eyes, and after that, I held both of their hand and commanded the system to make us descend. The next moment we were in the middle of the battlefield. System, you could have sent me before or a bit later anywhere else, so why do you have to send me in the middle of the warfield here stupidly? I asked, not liking the fact that I am at the same place and time the Ritsuka and gang were supposed to arrive in this singularity. The system replied, you took the responsibility to restore the singularity in the protagonist's stead, so you were sent here in his stead, thus you were sent at the same time and in the middle of the fight. I sighed and replied, fine. After that I looked around the battlefield. The American soldiers armed with modern weapons were rapidly firing bullets at the enemies. Artoria and Jalter meanwhile had encircled me the moment we got here, protecting me from any stray celts that would come my way. I looked around searching for the servant who is supposed to be there, but not being able to find her in this chaos I sighed and said, what a disturbance. Artoria, Jalter, kill all those celts. Hearing they nodded, Artoria replied in a way a proper knight would, as you command, my liege. Hearing that, Jalter replied as well, they will be turned into dust for getting in your way, my lord. Thus, both of them attacked the Shadow Celt soldiers. Artoria this time being able to use her full power due to the contract between us used her EX ranked Noble Phantasm, annihilating more than 70% of the celts and clearing all the dust in the process, while Jalter using AoE magic finished the rest of them. The process was too quick and baffled all the American soldiers. What? A soldier fell on the ground in shock, others too looked at us skeptically. Are they on our side? A soldier questioned. Ignoring their comments I searched for the servant and found her. The silvery pink-haired girl was treating an injured soldier. She was dressed in a red coat with a black skirt with residential trim with white boots and gloves. She was none other than the Angel of Crimea, Florence Nightingale, nursing the injured soldiers. Jalter and Artoria looked in the direction where I am looking and found the Nightingale. A servant, asked Jalter. I nodded and replied, we will be getting her on our team. They nodded. I had already told them a bit about it earlier so they didn't question me. Anyway, we went to meet her. Hey, our lord wants to talk with you, Jalter said in an arrogant tone as always. Nightingale ignored her and continued bandaging the injured soldier. Jalter's eyebrows twitched seeing that and she stabbed the soldier she was nursing suddenly, killing him off. Nightingale paused and then looked at Jalter with a glare. The next moment she punched at her, breaking the sound barrier, and I stopped her attack, grabbing her fist, saving Jalter from getting hit. A huge air pressure got created by that and the ground below us cracked. Jalter and Artoria got ready in the battle position. "What have you done?" Nightingale asked in anger. I replied, "How about we stop this? My subordinate is kind of hot-headed, you see. She didn't listen to me and again attacked me and I stopped it. What a pain," I thought, wondering if I should kill her. She is an impressively strong berserker, and if I want to complete that bonus objective, getting more servants is necessary. "Get back," I ordered both of my subordinates, who looked at Nightingale with a look as if wanting to eat her alive. They both got back hearing my order. I looked at the dead soldier. Nightingale, on the other hand, released a barrage of punches at me. I swiftly nullified them using the flowing fist martial art, surprising her. Then I used a resurrection spell on that soldier, reviving him. "Arg," he grunted, and Nightingale looked back in shock. She then abandoned the fight and quickly checked him. "He is completely healed," she said, baffled, then looked at me with curiosity and asked, "You did that?" I nodded speechlessly, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly came and grabbed my hands. Then she asked me with intense curiosity in her eyes, "How did you do that?" "You revived him," I replied calmly. "I am here to talk something important. How about we move to a calmer place?" She pouted and demanded, "No. Tell me first." I replied, "I will only tell you if you listen to me." She stopped and said, "Okay. But you have to tell me." Her eyes shined as she looked at me with a begging look. I nodded in affirmation. "So you are a god?" she asked calmly, and I nodded. Jalter and Artoria looked dumbfounded at Nightingale's lack of reaction hearing that. "Yes, I am Poseidon, the god of the seven seas, and I am here to restore this singularity," Artoria said. "My liege is searching for helpers in achieving his goal, and thus we want you to join us." Nightingale replied in a blunt tone, "Nope, I have patients to nurse and take care of." Jalter's eyebrows twitched as she glared at her. "My lord, this bitch is going too far. Please give me permission to show her place right now," she said to me telepathically. I said, "No need. Also, Jalter, be in control. We don't need any unnecessary enmity now." She nodded, calming herself down. I said to Nightingale, "If we restore the singularity, then the war will end and so no more people will get injured." Her eyes shined hearing that, and she said with determination, "Why didn't you tell me earlier then?" "I will join you," I nodded satisfied. She continued, "Can you teach me how you saved that soldier?" She looked at me expectantly. "You ungrateful SW-." Jalter stopped seeing me looking at her. She flinched and looked below. "Forgive me for impudence, lord." I gave her a nod, making her breathe in relief. Then I looked at Nightingale, who had grabbed my hands and looked at me cutely. She is surprisingly cute, I thought, amused by Berserker's state. "I will," I replied. A happy expression came on her face. She started waving my hand rapidly and said, "Thank you." Then she gave me a kiss on the cheek, baffling the two women behind me. I said, "Now, how about we make a plan?" Jalter and Artoria looked at the map I had created. "My lord, that bitch is infuriating. She isn't giving a bit of respect to you and even dare to kiss you in front of us," Jalter said. Artoria nodded in agreement and said, "She isn't even attending the meeting for some worthless peasants." Hearing their words, I replied, "Don't fret over such matters. She is a berserker and making strategies isn't her thing." They nodded in reluctance. I said, "Now, let me explain about the singularity and its situation. Firstly, we are in the American continent, and currently, it is in the midst of a war. There are three factions fighting for supremacy. The first faction is in possession of the Holy Grail and they want to rule the singularity. Their leader is Medba, spoiled bitch, a servant in short, and their strongest servants are Cu Chulayan and Arjuna. As for others, they are too weak and can be easily disposed of. The second faction, whose leader is Thomas Alva Edison, had taken the alias of President King, wants to save America from the Celts, and then make America the only nation to survive incineration using the Holy Grail. Karna and Helena Blavatsky are two noteworthy servants under him. Then comes the third faction. It can be said they are currently the weakest faction. They are composed of servants who do not agree with the ideology of either of the two factions and have united to form a resistance against them. They are the only ones who want to restore the singularity. Their leader is Geronimo, and Rama and Skathak are their strongest servants. Jalter said, "Interesting, my lord." Artoria said, "Indeed, if there is something amusing that I find would be how a famous servant of ancient Indian origin is in every faction." I replied, "Well, that's an interesting coincidence, though it matters little to us. We will be taking the third faction under us and restore the singularity by destroying the other two factions." "Understood," Artoria replied, and Jalter nodded. We got ready to leave, and not long after Nightingale joined us. "I have finished giving all the instructions to Dr. Benjamin Rush. Now we can leave," she said excitedly. Jalter grunted hearing that. Apparently she doesn't like Nightingale for obvious reasons. Artoria was cooler with the situation though. I summoned a horse for me and Jalter using my divine authority. Artoria had her own horse, so I didn't summon any extra for her and Nightingale, as she didn't know how to ride a horse. I got on top of my summoned horse, and Jalter sat behind me and grabbed my chest. Taking advantage of the situation, she started caressing my chest and sniffed me perversely from behind me. Artoria looked with jealousy at her from her own horse. Nightingale meanwhile asked troubled, "Can I follow you on foot?" I shook my head and said, "They are powerful summons, and despite being weak in battle power, their speed is nothing to scoff off, so get on Artoria's horse." She pouted and replied, "Fine," then got on the top of Artoria's summoned horse. Then I commanded the horse to start running, and it charged rapidly forward and started running on the air as if it was solid. Artoria's horse did the same and followed us. In a few seconds, both the horses had broken the sound barrier. Meanwhile, I used magic to search for Geronimo's group, and getting the direction they are located, we turned towards their direction. Chapter 41, Aroused Artoria. Third POV. Inside a white tent, on top of a bed lay a handsome man with red hair. A painful expression can be seen on his face. If one was to look carefully, then he would find a huge wound on his chest at the location of his heart. On looking closer, one could see half of his heart missing and had stopped beating long ago. Even then he was still miraculously alive. He kept muttering repeatedly, "Sita, Sita, Sita." "Is he the person?" asked Nightingale, the warrior of Apaches, who nodded in affirmation with worry. Nightingale quickly came beside Rama and analyzed his wounds, which shocked her. "How is still alive?" A question involuntarily popped into her mind, then she proceeded with the treatment. Using her abilities as a servant capable of healing a nearly dead person, she tried healing his wound in the chest but failed to do so. Her eyes widened seeing that, but she didn't lose hope and kept trying. Unfortunately, no matter how strong her healing abilities and the number of times she heals the wound, the heart returns to the state of being injured. What? Just what had happened to him? She asked Geronimo, who sighed and replied, "The one leading the Celt faction, the altered form of the son of the Celtic god of Ireland, Luff, Cu Chulayan, he is the one who wounded him with his notorious cursed spear." Nightingale, hearing that, became worried and confused on what to do. "It isn't done yet," Jalter said as she barged inside the tent and glanced at the still wounded Rama and understood everything in a glance and said haughtily, "You aren't able to heal him, huh? So much for being the Angel of Crimea. Get on the side. I will show you how it is done." Nightingale gritted her teeth and quietly got on the side. Jalter came beside Rama and glanced at his wound. Then with a smirk she used a 5th-tier healing spell on him, but soon frowned as it was unable to heal him. What?" she said, baffled. She tried again but got the same result. Seeing this, her face reddened in shame. Poseidon came inside and saved her reputation by saying, "He is hit with a curse that prevents healing. Use a holy spell to neutralize it." Seeing that her lord has come inside to help her, all her worry vanished, and with a smile, she used a strong holy spell to neutralize the effect of the curse and then healed him successfully. "See. It is nothing to be big," she said proudly, though her voice was lower than before. Geronimo looked at her speechlessly and Nightingale looked curious by the spell she used. "Jalter, it seemed you need to be punished for acting so stupidly. How about I spank you during our next session?" Poseidon told her telepathically. Jalter flinched, but then her face turned into deep red and she said, "If my lord desires to do that, then I don't mind." Poseidon nodded with a grin. Artoria meanwhile had come inside the tent as well, unaware of their dirty chat. "Huh. I am healed finally," Rama said, getting up in joy. Then he looked at the new faces he didn't recognize and asked them, "Are you the ones who healed me?" Jalter replied coldly, "Unless that dog died out of some coincidence, then yes, we are the one who healed you." Rama clicked his tongue and said, "Is that the way you talk to the king of Kos Dash?" He stopped seeing a trident pointed at his neck. Geronimo got cautious seeing that. Jalter smirked and got behind Poseidon. Then taking her tongue out, she looked mockingly at Rama. Artoria remained silent while Nightingale tilted her neck in confusion. "Listen to me. I don't care whether you are some mighty king or some avatar of the god. It matters little to me. I am here for a simple purpose, to gather some temporary subordinates to restore the singularity. So my question is, are you willing to be my subordinate?" Rama looked at the dirty blonde-haired man and then frowned till his eyes widened in shock. "That feeling. I can know the meaning of that even in my dreams." "You are a deva," he said, surprised, while Geronimo too got baffled hearing that. Poseidon replied, "If you are referring to a god, then yes, I am a divine spirit, aka god. My name is Poseidon, the god of the ocean and water." Rama tilted his head in confusion and then said, "I have never heard of that name in my life, though I do have some brief knowledge about you granted to me by the Grail. You are an Olympian deva." Poseidon nodded and said, "So what's about your reply?" "My goal is to restore the singularity and I want you as a subordinate. I can promise you that you would definitely meet Sita if..." His words successfully enticed Rama. Becoming a subordinate is nothing but a sort of mockery for him, who is an avatar of Vishnu, a great god, and the proud king of Kosala, but if it means that he can meet Sita once again, then he won't mind even working under someone taking his pride on the side. For him Sita was his everything. He is for Sita, and Sita is for Rama. This is just how strong their bond is. A/N. They share the same spirit origin. He looked at Poseidon with a complicated look and then said, "Fine, I will assist you, but let it be heard. If you dare try to dirty my hands or try to do anything to Sita, I will separate your head from your body." Poseidon grinned hearing that and said, "Not that I need you to do anything like that. I have 2 of my loyal subordinates here. If there is anything I want, they will do it." He then patted Jalter's head. Artoria got in front to be patted as well, and seeing that Poseidon ruffled her head as well. Rama means that felt an invisible arrow piercing his heart, seeing someone happily showing their love to their spouse. In the end, he decided to sleep to rest a bit and ignore someone else's blatant show of love. After all, he is mentally tired by the torment of the intense pain in the past few days. Chapter 42, An Uncanny Meeting. Third POV. Geronimo drove the cattle cart through the barren land, and Poseidon, Artoria, and Jalter were seated on the cattle cart he drove, while Rama and Nightingale were seated in the cattle cart following from behind. "So when we will reach there?" Artoria asked Geronimo while looking at the scene of Jalter hugging Poseidon while sitting beside him with jealousy. Poseidon's eyes were closed and anyone can understand he was taking a nap. Rama looked while gritting his teeth from the cattle cart behind the one Poseidon, Jalter, and Artoria were seated. As the blatant show of someone's love just hurt him, it made him remember the happy moments he spent with Sita and the fact he was the one who ordered her to leave the kingdom just hurt him more. Nightingale sat with a normal expression, not a bit affected by others' mood. Geronimo replied, "We should be there anytime soon." She nodded hearing that, and continued waiting. After 15 minutes they reached their destination. "We are here," Geronimo said. Jalter pouted hearing that, and said, "So early, ****." She rubbed her cheek against his abs and said, "My lord, we are here." Artoria's eyebrows twitched seeing her shameless skin touching. Poseidon's eyelids fluttered as he opened his eyes. He took a yawn and said, "That was a good nap. Anyway, we are here." Jalter nodded while still hugging his hand. They got out and found a board at the entrance of the village which was glittery with the words, "Broadway in session," plastered on them. "This doesn't seem something of this era," commented Artoria. Rama nodded and said, "It's obvious. It must be the work of those servants Geronimo told us about." Poseidon looked at the board amused and said, "Jalter, it seemed we will be meeting someone familiar." Jalter frowned hearing that and asked him, "Someone familiar?" He nodded in reply and said, "Let's go then." As they entered the town they heard the extremely jarring voices of two people. "Who the hell is singing this evil rhyme?" Rama said covering his ears in pain. Poseidon used silence cutting off all the sound and said, "Now we should go and meet those tone-deaf singers." They finally saw them. One was a girl with blonde hair of short but curvy stature with pale skin, yellowish blonde hair with intake, and bright lime green eyes. She was dressed in a revealing red and white dress with long poofy sleeves, a transparent front, a leotard, and knee-high golden armored boots. She was none other than the most famous saber-face Nero Claudius. /N. Her photo. The other was a young fair girl with mid-back length pink hair tied with purple ribbons and light blue eyes. She had a slender figure and is clad in a cybergoth lowly dress with white detached sleeves, with a circular skirt and several belts on the top connected to her collar that covers her chest area. She was wearing knee-high shoes with two sharp spikes. She had long pink claws instead of fingers. Her most prominent features are the dragon horns, and the protruding dragon fangs, along with a long draconic tail and pink scales scattered throughout her body. She was none other than Elizabeth Bathory, who was singing in the worst tone possible. Suddenly she opened her eyes surprised by the lack of sound. Nero too opened her eyes and got surprised by finding a woman in front of her looking very similar to her. "Are they Chaldea that Elizabeth told me about?" She wondered and then looked at her friend to see her growling. Her eyes were red and a look of hatred could be seen on her face. Nero became surprised. "It's you," Elizabeth growled with anger on her face, and the next moment she charged at Poseidon with the intent to kill him. /N. Some funny reactions of MASH. Poseidon POV. "It's you," Elizabeth growled like an angry dog before me and charged at me with killing intent. Jalter came in front of me quickly and blocked her attack, and then punched her in the guts throwing her meters away. "Elise," shouted Saber in worry as she quickly ran towards her fallen body. "Haha. I see, it's you," Jalter said with a cruel smile. Artoria meanwhile had a confused look on her face. "You bastards," groaned Elizabeth in pain. She stood up slowly while trembling in anger. "What's going on?" Rama asked as he took out his weapon. Geronimo and Nightingale had got a brief idea after that exchange that the servant in front of them had bad blood with the Poseidon or Jalter. "Elise. What happened?" asked Nero confused and worried for her. Elizabeth growled and said, "You see that blonde-haired bastard and that white-haired bitch? They killed me in the first singularity." Nero got cautious hearing that and took out her sword. "I see, but didn't you told me that they let those Chaldea guys go?" Elizabeth grunted and said, "Even then. It didn't changes the fact that the dash." Her voice stopped as she held her neck in agony. "Elise," said Nero worried, then she glanced in front and saw Jalter's hand in a position as if holding something. She tightened her grip with a cruel smile on her face, and Elizabeth's eyes rolled up as she wasn't able to breathe and her magical energy had stopped flowing. /N. They don't need to breathe, but since the heroic spirits are made on the basis of living organisms, it can halt their magical energy, and yes, they can survive for a long duration without breathing. But Jalter's magic isn't just choking Elise, but halting her magical energy as well, thus she is choking, which wouldn't have happened in normal cases. "Stop it," shouted Nero with a begging expression. Poseidon said, "She attacked us first without any warning, and then threatened to kill us while slandering me and my subordinate. Tell me, why should I stop?" he said, and put his hand on Jalter's shoulder and rubbed it softly. She smiled and tightened her grip even further. Nero couldn't refute them. Still, she wasn't going to give up this easily. "Leave her. I promise that I will make her mind right," Poseidon said. "You will have to join us as my subordinate till the restoration of the singularity." Nero replied, "Umo. Okay, I will do it." Poseidon hearing that commanded Jalter. She nodded obeying him and left Elizabeth, who fainted after getting free. Nero seeing this breathed in relief and then glanced at Poseidon's emotionless face, and Jalter beside him who did everything as his herald. Just who are they, she thought. What happened? Ugh, Robin Hood asked as he slowly stood up and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar faces. "I have the same question," said Billy the Kid. To be continued. Author's note, I am at my physical limit, so a small chapter, just wish I don't get sick. P.S. Here is the Nero you have been wishing for, guys. Also, How was the chapter? Please don't mention the fact it was small, I mean it's obvious. Chapter 43, The Celt Servants. Poseidon POV. There are things that needed to be done in the singularity for me to achieve my goals, and one of them will be defeating the two other factions. We are currently assaulted by the Celt servants under Medb and Cu Chulayan. They had surrounded us and then tried using a noble phantasm to separate us, but with me using the 10th tier spell creation they failed to achieve that. TSK, he negated the effect of my noble phantasm. It would seem things aren't going too boring as I expected. A man with a broad chest and purple hair said. Another man with long blonde hair going all the way down to his waist looked at me and said, it would seem you are the divine spirit Lady Medb has told us about. I looked at them mockingly and said, let me guess, you three are boy toys of that slut. Their expression changed into one of fury. Haha, you sure have some guts, said Fergus. It would seem we will need to have your heads, for insulting us, said Finn. I looked at them as if looking at some idiots. Well, if you three are so nice to offer your lives to me, then how can I be so heartless to refuse it? I said with a playful smile. What do you mean? Said D'Armuid as he got in a battle stance holding both of his spears. Rama, Nightingale, Artoria, Jalter, and Nero, demolish them. I ordered my subordinates who without waiting any further charged at them. Their eyes widened as they finally understood the situation they are in. They are really stupid, I guess. Meanwhile, Geronimo, Billy the Kid, and Robin Hood remained at their place confused. Both of them knew I had taken over the resistance as their leader, and since I didn't order them they didn't know what to do in the current situation. I glanced at them and commanded, you three go ensure there aren't any hidden threats. They nodded hearing that, and quickly went to do the job I gave them out of nowhere so they don't feel left out. Then I shifted my focus back on the battles unfolding before my very eyes. Nightingale and Nero fought against the guy who I will call a bulldozer. His noble phantasm demolishes terrain, after all, thus such a crude name fits him well. On the other hand, Artoria and Jalter fought against Finn, beating him into a pulp, and Rama battled against the Mastercon, D'Armuid. The battle seemed more like one-sided bullying than actual battles, as Celts were fighting against servants who were stronger than them in every aspect. Third POV. Nightingale gave a jab in Fergus's stomach, and Nero attacked him with her sword. Their coordination wasn't anything special, but slowly they were gaining an upper hand against him. Seeing the situation disadvantageous for him, Fergus decided to use his noble phantasm, Spiral, ready. Let me show you the true rainbow, Calidbalg, shouted Fergus as his noble phantasm demolished the entire terrain. The situation changed quickly and both of them fell into an unfavorable situation. Damn it, Nero said, annoyed with the constant destruction of the terrain. Nightingale narrowed her eyes and looked at Fergus, who laughed like a madman. Then she jumped on top of him, ignoring all the attacks for noble phantasm as if her skin was made up of Nemean lion's hide. What? Shouted Fergus in disbelief as Nightingale punched him with her full strength. By the nick of the time he managed to evade her attack successfully. Nightingale glared at him and said, I get it now. You Celts are pathetic diseases, and you spread this disease to other people, the disease called war. You ambushed us and your intent should have been battling against us, but you have destroyed the entire town where innocent people live for no reason other than finding this conflict amusing. Fergus replied, annoyed, this is a battle, bloodshed, and destruction are bound to happen, and if those people can blame anyone, then that should be themselves. Their own weakness, for being pathetic, for being unable to save their town. Nightingale's eyes turned red hearing that, and Fergus's fate was sealed at that moment. I see, it seems you are needed to be cured. Nightingale's pledge, she said, activating her noble phantasm. A giant figure of a woman wearing a nurse's uniform manifested above her and attacked Fergus, who tried defending himself but suddenly fell on the ground feeling extremely weak. He understood the ability of Nightingale's noble phantasm in a second, feeling his own abnormality. A noble phantasm that nullifies the combat ability, he said, baffled. Then he glanced at her and smirked. So what, you won't be able to ever defeat me like this, he said, Umo. It seems you have forgotten me, Nero said, charging at Fergus, whose face became pale seeing her. Behold my glory. Hear the thunderous applause. Sit down and praise my golden theater. Kingdom of heaven and hell. My heaven, reconstructed. This is where the limelight shines, she said, the chant necessary to use her noble phantasm. The reality marble materialized as a theater, trapping Fergus inside it. The next moment Nero slashed his body several times, injuring him severely, and then red petals followed her attack, finishing him for good. Umo. That's what you get for fighting against me, she said with pride filled in her voice. Nightingale came beside her and asked, I had already used my noble phantasm on him. Why did you use yours? Nero replied very seriously. How can I kill him in such an unrefined way? He should have died in a way which foretold his departure in the form of a dazzling art. Nightingale tilted her head in utter confusion, while Nero looked as if she had won the Holy Grail war and not killed a servant who was completely powerless. Jalter and Artoria fought against Finn. Unlike Nightingale and Nero, Jalter and Artoria were at a clear advantage, and not long before Finn was beaten black and blue and plummeted to the ground. You are pathetically weak, commented Jalter. Finn coughed out blood and then stood up slowly. Two beautiful ladies are beating me instead of some burly guys. I guess it isn't half bad, all things considered, he said. Artoria scoffed and said, Are those your last words? Finn grinned and said, It seems I have to use my trump card now. Now is the time for a glorious victory. This is the one blow that has slain fallen gods. Taste it with that body. Maka Luin, a swirl of water surrounded him, then all the water focused on the tip of his spear and got released as a beam of highly condensed water with magical energy. Jalter looked at the attack with a scoff and then said, La Grandement du Haine. Her holy flaws shined brightly and absorbed the attack, leaving Phin shocked, then returned the attack with strength befitting of an EX rank noble phantasm and obliterated half of his body. Phin fell down on the floor and said, so it has come to this dash. His mouth stopped as Jalter impaled his core with her holy flag. Pathetic, said Jalter. Artoria came beside her and said, as the liege said, other than the names he had mentioned, others are so weak that they can be disposed of easily. She nodded, agreeing with her. Rama battled against D'Armwood with an obvious advantage. Let me ask you one thing before we battle at our full power. Have you heard of any girl known as Sita? He asked him. D'Armwood ignored him and it strikes him with both of his spears. Rama, seeing this, quickly summoned Trishula of the Shiva in his another hand and successfully blocked D'Armwood's attacks, who quickly made the distance between them. Not bad. Also not heard of that girl you are speaking of, D'Armwood said. Rama gritted his teeth and said, if that's the case, then I shall waste my time no longer on you. D'Armwood's eyes narrowed hearing that and he prepared to attack him with his noble phantasms. Witness my power. The immortal blade that even the Rakshasa king succumbs to takes form. Take this. Brahmastra. His sword floated above him and started spinning at rapid speed. Red lightning crackled around it as its center turned pitch black as it rotated thousands of times per second. D'Armwood didn't stay still and said, revealing noble phantasm. Drill. Gi dirge. Gi bid. He stabbed at him, aiming for his heart and neck simultaneously. Rama, seeing this, quickly used Trishula in his hand to block the former attacks and kicked against the latter, successfully parrying it. D'Armwood's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief could be seen on his face. I'm impossible. You blocked a noble phantasm with your bare legs. Rama smirked and threw Brahmastra at him and said, I know a bit about martial arts as well. You bastard, he shouted as his body disintegrated from the impact of the godly weapon. He then fell on the ground groaning, damn, that took a lot out of me. Using two noble phantasms simultaneously is really a bad idea, he said, lamenting how he used his second noble phantasm to summon unnecessarily an extremely strong noble phantasm where any D-rank noble phantasm would have done the job. A/N. His second noble phantasm lets him summon noble phantasms from Hindu mythology. Poseidon POV. The battle finished in mere minutes and as expected we emerged victorious. All of the servants returned back with tired looks. Nice. We have defeated 3 of their servants while not taking any casualties ourselves, said Nero merrily. Jalter said, as those weaklings could have done anything to us, and even if that dog had come here he would have been helpless against the Lord. Now that we are free from any disturbances, I want to know who are you, said Nero, pointing her fingers at Poseidon, who said, well, I am god of the 7 seas, the lord of water, and one of the 12 Olympian gods. People know me as Poseidon, but you might know me as my Roman alias, Neptune. Nero froze and remained unmoving for a few seconds before her face contorted in surprise. What? Chapter 44, I want him. Third POV. Med stood by the side of the Cu Chulin's throne looking teasingly at the brown-skinned men. Come on, Arjuna. What have you been waiting for? I have already given you permission. I can be all your tonight. You can use my body to your heart's content, she said with a smirk. Arjuna remained still with a stoic face and replied, my queen, I appreciate your intentions, but I am already married and have no intentions to betray them. Med clicked her tongue and said, bah. You have said that thing 10 times in a row. Also, weren't you married to 4 women? Hee hee, you are indeed a playboy despite your innocent look, Arjuna. You must be quite experienced in this, right? So there is no need to worry about such things. You have to spend just one night with me. She walked towards him and showed him a bit of her cleavage. A/N, as you have guessed, she is a SL*T. Arjuna quickly looked away, and Meb smiled playfully and then opened her dress showing her bare breasts. Arjuna blushed, getting a glimpse of the real deal from the corner of his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes and said, my queen, please take care of your decency. Meb's smile widened when suddenly her expression froze. I see they have been killed, she muttered. She quickly wore her clothes and said, Arjuna, you can open your eyes now. He opened his eyes hearing that and asked, my queen, what happened? Meb grunted and said, it would seem the 3 servants sent to intercept those resistance guys have been killed. Cu Chulain Altar, who was sitting on the throne till now, silently opened his eyes and said, it should be the work of that divine spirit. Med nodded and said, hee, I have seen how he looks, and can't say I am not impressed. An aura of a warrior reeks out of him, his perfectly lined muscles, his handsome body, and that bold expression on his face. I wonder how it would be like to ride on top of him. A perverse expression appeared on her face as she giggled. Cu Chulin's and Arjuna's faces remained unchanged by her statement, as they were well aware of her personality, especially the mad dog who died in his life due to her. Cu-chan, promise me that you won't kill him and chain him so I can enjoy the taste of him. She licked her lips. Cu Chulain Altar said, if that's what you wish, then fine. A feverish smile appeared on her face as she thought of being pounded by Poseidon. Yes, she didn't consider at all that they will lose despite the disparity of the number of servants between them and the resistance. It was simple for her. She had Arjuna, a powerful demigod capable of annihilating low-level to mid-level divine spirits on his own, and coupled with the great supply of mana from the Holy Grail, he could even fight against top-level divine spirits, or so they thought. On the other hand, Phew Chulian was the greatest disciple of one of the greatest god-slayers to live, thus he was like the bane of all divine spirits, and Poseidon being a divine spirit further riled up their confidence. They weren't exactly wrong, as Phew Chulian was the strongest servant in the singularity in the original. In this singularity, his abilities weren't just at 100% but beyond that, being boosted by Holy Grail. But they didn't consider the prowess of a top divine servant like Poseidon, who was a main god, and main gods of every pantheon were notoriously famous for having some OP bullsh *T abilities, and to make it worse, he wasn't any Poseidon, but the one whose prowess kept increasing without any limit. They didn't know that time they were about to get an unexpected surprise, for better or worse. "So you are God Neptune?" asked Nero, looking at Poseidon with shining eyes. Even if Neptune's importance in Rome was much lesser as compared to the importance of Poseidon in Greek, in later parts of Roman history, when overseas trade became extremely important for the empire and horse racing became one of the most loved pastime sports for royals, his importance increased considerably in the Roman Empire. "Are you deaf or what? My lord has told you 2 times that he is the god Neptune you know of," said Jalter with an annoyed tone. "Omo. I did hear it well, but believing it is a bit hard for me," Nero said with a cheerful expression. Poseidon said, "Whether you believe or not is up to you. Also, Rama, I think it's time we get your wife." Rama stood up baffled and asked, "You know where Sita is?" He nodded in affirmation and said, "Although I am not sure, I can predict where she might be." Nero gasped and said, "I didn't know Lord Neptune was god of prophecies as well." Poseidon ignored her and said, "We shall leave tomorrow." Rama came near him and said, "We should leave now." Artoria narrowed her eyes and said, "Do not forget, Rama, my liege is currently your lord, thus you can't order him and deny his wishes." Rama gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Tell me where she is. I will save her myself." Geronimo couldn't stay silent as he could sense that situation might turn bad and said, "Rama, I know you are in a hurry, but we should rest for a bit and then go to find Miss Sita together." Rama became silent. He considered himself indebted to Geronimo, as when he lost his life nearly to the mad King Chulian, it was his people who acted as meat shields so they can save his life from the Phew Chulian, and it was also him who treated him and did his best to keep him alive despite the foolish and reckless move he made which costed the lives of many of his people. I apologize for my reckless behavior," he said with shame filled in his eyes. "Although I had been single my entire life, I can understand your feelings, Rama, so there is no need to apologize for," said Nightingale with smile. He sighed and looked at everyone, feeling blessed that he met such kind servants willing to go that far for him. Poseidon glanced at Geronimo and said, "I think it's time we meet up with the rest of the servants in the resistance." Others looked at him confused except for Geronimo, who had a wry smile on his face. "What are you speaking of, Lord Poseidon? It is just us, otherwise we wouldn't have been so helpless against Phew Chulian." Geronimo stood up, garnering everyone's attention upon himself, and said, "Let me explain. I met a few other servants while exploring. They were 2 men and a woman, who claimed herself as the queen of the land of the shadows. I did invite them and they told me about Chaldea and how they will be acting separately, as they wanted to make something sure before acting." "And you didn't tell us about that?" Robin Hood asked with a glare. Geronimo sighed and said, "They told me to keep their identity and presence a secret till they decided to involve themselves, since they can be used as a surprise against the other 2 factions. Billy the Kid replied, "I see, then I guess what you did does make sense." "Now that you have mentioned Chaldea, why aren't they here in this singularity?" asked Nero with curiosity. Others froze and frowned hearing her words. "Chaldea should have arrived in this singularity by this point," said Geronimo. Poseidon calmly said, "They won't arrive in this singularity as something is preventing them from doing so." "What did you say?" shouted Elizabeth, surprising everyone. "You woke up." "Umo," said Nero merrily. Elizabeth gritted her teeth looking at Poseidon, and then shuddered seeing 2 women glaring at her with hostility. "I have listened about everything you all talked and I have decided to put my hatred aside for the better of the humanity," she said, sweating as Jalter and Artoria looked at her with extremely dangerous faces. "Umo. That's a good decision. Also, you didn't tell me that the person who killed you in the first singularity is Lord Neptune," said Nero. Elizabeth stopped, and then her eyes widened. Neptune. "You mean one of the 12 main gods of Olympus and one of the big 3, she shouted with astonishment as she glanced at Poseidon. "You didn't know?" asked Robin Hood. She shook her head and replied, "Obviously not. All I knew was that he was a divine spirit." Poseidon chuckled at her stupidity. Then he stood up as everyone became quiet and said, "We will rescue Rama's wife Sita and then meet the other 3 servants who are a potential ally. After that we will destroy both the factions." They nodded hearing his words. He then looked at the sky and said, "Also, I think it's time I use that." Others looked at him confused while a look of excitement appeared on Poseidon's face. "I wonder if the impact will be strong enough to erase a continent," he thought as he pondered about using the orbital weapon. To be continued. Chapter 45, Queen of the Land of the Shadows. Poseidon POV. We made our way to Alcatraz Island, the place where Rama's wife is supposed to be trapped, and as expected she was in the prison trapped beneath the huge building. Again, things weren't supposed to be this simple and we were assaulted by some weak giants who were quickly demolished by Nightingale. Haha. It seems you all are here, Amun laughed as he revealed himself before us. I glanced at the Dragon Slayer with an uninterested look. He is less powerful than Siegfried overall and that guy is nothing but a hollow man with no ambition of his own. He was easily killed by me in the Fate Apocryphal world, thus this guy in front of me while boosted by the power of the Holy Grail is no threat to us. I intend to no longer delay things, thus I used the 9th tier spell Grasp, and killed him by destroying his heart, and before everyone's bewildered look he fell on the ground and died. What just happened? Rama asked with astonishment in his voice and then glanced at me. I said, I have killed him, go and save your wife. He nodded ignoring the fact that I killed a powerful servant in seconds. Others looked at me with shocked looks. Jalter giggled at their expressions and said proudly, why surprised? My lord is stronger than you expect. Artoria nodded with arrogance and said, he had defeated me in the past with a single attack, and came out unscathed from the full-powered blow of my strongest attack that time. They are quite good subordinates, aren't they? Always praising me in front of others needlessly, I thought amused. Nero looked at me with shining eyes, and came in front of me with an excited look. Momo. Lord Neptune, how did you defeat him? She asked me with intense curiosity. I replied, it seems you missed to see how I did it. You can see it in future when I use that spell again. She nodded not disheartened and said, Momo. But make sure to remind me when you are gonna use that spell again. I nodded and she gave me a thumbs up. Nightingale came near me and asked with a stoic face, when are you gonna teach me that magic which healed a person from death? She asked me with anticipation in her eyes. I replied, how about I teach you after we gather with the other 3 servants? She nodded satisfied. Okay, but don't forget to teach me that magic, she said. I nodded and then looked at others who seemed shocked by our small talk. Ma magic. Did you say magic that resurrects people? Said Elizabeth. I ignored her. Come on, answer me, she said. I kept ignoring her, not answering her query. She pouted angrily and then clicked her tongue. Humph. I don't care whether you tell me or not, she said in a Tsundere-like tone. Well then keep that way. I don't mind it, I thought, and then shifted my focus to Rama, who had a weakened Sita on his back and walked towards us. Miss Nightingale. Sita is a bit injured here, can you help me? He asked with worry and affection in his tone. Nightingale nodded and replied, then beginning treatment. Rama laid Sita on the ground and grabbed her hand. I am here, Sita, finally I am here, he said as tears gushed out of his eyes. Lord Rama, don't cry, Sita replied weakly. Nightingale quickly started using her healing abilities on her, and not long before she was able to walk just fine. I looked at the romantic scene of 2 lovers meeting each other after eons with a bit of warmth in my eyes. Love sure affects even the cruelest of tyrants, huh? I thought. Jalter grabbed my hand and looked at me with pure affection and obsession. I glanced at her and gave her a small smile. She smiled sweetly, while Artoria behind us gritted her teeth in jealousy. I have been ignoring her advances as my inner sadistic wanted her to beg me to fuck her. It is messed up, but that's just how I am. In one moment I can be a generous lover, and in another moment a sadistic lover. We finally meet, Queen of the Land of Shadows, I said looking towards the purple-haired woman. Her body had seductive curves and her face was a work of art. The fact she was an extremely stronger warrior further aroused my desire of getting her as mine. Yes, this was the first time that I desired someone and wanted to approach first. My relationship with Jalter, it was rather slow and began with her approaching me. But when I looked at this woman who fit my every liking and expectation of what I wanted for a woman to have as my lover, my desire to get her was aroused. She noticed the way I looked at her and chuckled. That is rather a dangerous look you are giving me, Lord Poseidon. I smiled and said, Queen of Shadows, your title doesn't betray your prowess and I can't say I am not attracted towards you. Others looked at me baffled. She replied with a smile, you are straightforward, aren't you? I like straightforward people, I smiled and said, yes, I want you to be mine. Everyone gasped hearing that. A playful look appeared on the scat hacker's face and she said, what about your lover? She glanced at Jalter who grabbed my hand tightly. She is indeed my lover, but where it is said I can't have multiple lovers, I said. She asked me, you are very bold, Lord Poseidon, even if it's not a suitable time to propose to me considering the current situation. I can't say I don't like your straightforwardness. Answer my this question and I shall give you a chance who is better, she or me. Hearing that Jalter started trembling, I glanced at her and then at scat hack. I replied resolutely, Jalter is better. She stopped in surprise and then looked at me playfully. Era, weren't you supposed to call me better to impress me? Also if she is better then why do you want me, she said. I looked at Jalter whose eyes were moist. Silly girl, I thought, and then patted her head. I shifted back my focus on the Queen of the Land of Shadows and said, I want you, as I like your personality, your spirit, your body, I want all of them to be mine, whether you are better than anyone or not matters little to me. She said, I am liking you more and more, but I have to deny your proposal. I have a mad disciple to stop and my biggest wish is to die. You wouldn't want a dead lover now, would you? I came closer to her and said, if you want to die then I will kill you, and then revive you. She flinched seeing my eyes though she regained her composure. Era, I never had met such an obsessed person, she said amused, then glanced at Jalter. You said your lover is better than me. How is that so? I said to her. Jalter has a cute face. She loves me. I love her. She has a very likable personality. She is very devoted towards me. her body is extremely voluptuous, and her chest is bigger than yours. Lastly but not the least, she is stronger than you. All the other servants looked at me speechless. Jalter meanwhile looked at me with a foolish love-struck look, and Scathach started laughing hearing that. Haha, I have never met a person like you who would praise his lover so boldly, without any qualms, although I might agree with some points that you have said, like her chest. Calling me weaker than her is quite insulting to me. She looked towards Jalter and said, how about we both fight? I like warriors and battles, and now that someone has told me that there is a woman stronger than me, I am very interested in battling you. I want to confirm that what he speaks is the truth and is not a lie of a foolhardy lover. Jalter smirked and said, then bring it on, we shall fight tomorrow and let everyone see who is stronger with us. Scathach nodded and then glanced at me. Is it fine with you, Lord Poseidon? I nodded in affirmation. It's fine, also that will give Jalter quite a bit of training fighting against you. Her eyes narrowed. You are too arrogant. I shall see if your words are true, and then if they aren't, then sorry. I don't like fools, she said with a smirk. I turned backward and said, sure, then I walked outside leaving her inside. Third POV. What just happened? Sita asked speechless. Jalter followed Poseidon outside as soon as she left, and Artoria as well, leaving the rest of them inside. I didn't expect that from you, Lady Scathach, said Nikola Tesla. Li Shuan remained silent. Scathach giggled and said, he is a very interesting divine spirit, the most interesting person I met as well. You are seriously thinking of his proposal? Asked Elizabeth. Scathach nodded, surprising her, but why? How can you like such a heartless man? He had killed many innocents, asked Elizabeth. Scathach glanced at her and said with a nostalgic look, heartless huh? I don't think I am any different than him. I have killed so many beings, humans, monsters, and gods, that I have lost count of how many beings I have killed till now, so his past deeds do not bother me. Elizabeth gritted her teeth. She glanced at Nero and asked, Nero, do you think that way as well? Nero frowned and said, indeed. Why would you consider others' personalities and deeds if you love them? Love is like a beautiful flower that can bloom in the most unexpected situations. Sita nodded and said, you said right. The personality of the person whom you love matters very little. She then glanced at Rama, who flinched. What do you mean, Sita? He asked, feeling suspicious about her words. Sita chuckled and replied, oh, Lord Rama. You don't have to feel embarrassed about it. I can still remember your personality clearly when we meet at first. Rama blushed in embarrassment. Sita. You promised me that you would never speak of it in front of anyone else, he said. Sita chuckled and hugged him. You are cute as always, she said. He blushed and sighed. Fine, I don't care about it anymore. I am just happy that you are with me. Sita blushed and said, oh. Lord Rama, and hugged him tightly. Rama hugged her as well. Robin Hood clicked his tongue seeing them. Suddenly all of them felt a huge surge in mana and came out to see what happened. What I am seeing? Asked Robin Hood surprised. Artoria and Jalter stood behind Poseidon, who was chanting some spell. Dozens of magical circles had surrounded him as huge amounts of mana escaped from his body. Lady Jalter. What is Lord Poseidon doing? Asked Geronimo. She replied with a grin. Lord Poseidon is preparing a powerful weapon to strike down the armies of those factions. See it. This is the power of my lord. Her face twisted in arrogance. Scathach looked at Poseidon seriously. He is a caster, she asked them. Jalter replied, nope, Lord Poseidon is a lancer, and caster is rather his tertiary forte. Everyone gasped hearing that. Tertiary, you say? Are you kidding me? Said Nikola Tesla. As a caster servant he well knew what Poseidon was doing was simply can be said monstrous. Suddenly his magical circles expanded and hundreds of new ones formed encircling him within, then a beam of light shot at the sky, piercing through the skies. Poseidon opened his eyes, and an excited look appeared on his face. It is done. Sword of Damocles is currently above us, ready to shoot at our enemies whenever I desire, he said. Other glanced at the sky and could see a new bright twinkling dot. What was that? Asked Scathach. Poseidon glanced at her and replied, it was the magic of the gods. His answer was vague. Scathach smiled and muttered, looking above. Interesting. Her eyes narrowed. He is stronger than expected. According to my memories and what others had told me, he is a main god of his pantheon. So is he as strong as Lord Odin? She thought, looking at the back of Poseidon. Lover, huh? I never had one. Still, it will be interesting if I get one now, she thought. Chapter 46, Artoria's Declaration of Love. Third POV. The next day began, and the scheduled battle between Jalter, the Dragon Witch, and the Queen of the Land of the Shadows was about to start. Jalter, win this one. I give you permission to go all out, said Poseidon. Jalter nodded and glanced at the Scathach, who did a bit of stretching. Are you ready? She asked. Jalter smiled and replied, Lord has ordered me to win this one, and thus I shan't hold myself back. Scathach narrowed her eyes and said, is that so? I hope you don't regret it, because I won't be holding back at all. The match began and Jalter charged at Scathach. She swung her sword horizontally, and Scathach parried it using her Gi-Balg alternative. Both of them started exchanging moves at a speed that the naked eye couldn't see. Tens of strikes were parried and blocked every second at such speed and precision, creating an illusion of a beautiful deadly dance. Jalter was at a disadvantage in the beginning as her skills were quite inferior to Skathak's, but rapidly the battle started falling towards Jalter's favor as she silently cast one spell one after another, boosting all her parameters to the level of A+++. Skathak could feel the strength of Jalter becoming stronger every second as she augmented spells one after another. Even then Skathak managed to parry all of her attacks swiftly. Suddenly she changed her tactic from defensive to aggressive and started to do more deadly moves. She stabbed Jalter's heart, who managed to teleport tens of meters away by the nick of time. Skathak looked at her and said, "I can get where you was getting that confidence from. Your magecraft abilities are surely impressive, and they are at the level of magic." Jalter unsummoned her sword and then summoned her holy flag. She said, "We both are lancers and thus I shall battle you with my own lancer." Skathak smiled at her stupidity and then they charged at each other. Suddenly a spear of thunder manifested at Jalter's free hand and she threw it at Skathak at the speed tens of time faster than sound, but Skathak dodged it and then stabbed towards her. Jalter, seeing her attack failed again, attacked with several fireballs. Skathak waved her fingers using the primordial runes, and the shots of water nullified Jalter's magical attacks. Both of them attacked at each other with stabs and magical spells one after another. Suddenly Skathak launched herself towards Jalter, breaking the sound barrier while flying. Jalter's eyes narrowed and she tried teleporting again to put up a distance between them, but Skathak easily predicted the place where she will reappear and attacked there. Jalter barely managed to block her attack. Skathak grinned and then ferociously attacked Jalter while midair, who started getting wounded. Her clothes got torn as blood leaked from the wounds on her stomach, hands, and legs, but Jalter ignored her wounds and retaliated against Skathak's moves with an equal amount of ferocity and silently chanted some healing spells which healed her rapidly as all her injuries were gone in a blink of an eye. Skathak squinted her eyes seeing this, and she didn't expect Jalter to have such healing abilities. Interesting, my wisdom of Dun Skaith didn't foretell about these abilities of hers, and her parameters all have reached EX rank, she thought, and then decided it was time to use her noble phantasm. Jalter quickly teleported away, creating some distance between them, and Skathak used it to her advantage, not following after Jalter. Here I go. Stab and penetrate. Thrust and drill. Gi-Balg alternative, she used her noble phantasm. Jalter, seeing it, didn't stand still and quickly chanted, La Grandement du Haine. Skathak approached at a speed that could be said incredulously fast and struck Jalter several times with her spear, after which Jalter's body unwillingly got pinned in the air, and Skathak threw her spear at Jalter. Boom. A huge sound resounded and the shockwave of the aftermath broke everything in a 200 meters radius. Skathak's eyes narrowed as she looked at Jalter, who was still alive, but a huge part of her stomach could be seen missing. She grabbed the part of her injured stomach and quickly cast a powerful healing spell. Skathak didn't waste time and quickly used her second noble phantasm, Gate of Sky. It had rather a small chant, but its power was not to be underestimated. The whole sky became purplish as a huge gate manifested and then opened. On the other side, a desolate land completely devoid of a life form can be glimpsed upon. A black twister formed on its entrance and then a vacuum appeared as it tried sucking everything on its range. Jalter was sucked into the gate helplessly and disappeared. Skathak breathed heavily and then looked at the main spectator, Poseidon, mockingly. She lost, she said, and the next moment she was stabbed through a lance in her heart. Pug. WH. What? Skathak said, bewildered. You have lost, said Jalter from behind with an arrogant smirk. Skathak's consciousness quickly faded as her body started disappearing. Poseidon quickly used a resurrection spell on her, reviving her. Upon her revival, the first thing Skathak did was to ask Jalter how she defeated her. It's simple. I used a holy spell which would protect me from the deadly aura emitting from the land of shadows and dimensional lock on you. Thus when I got inside the gate, the spell teleported me behind you, while I didn't suffer from any damage, she replied. Skathak paused and sighed deeply. It would seem I have become overconfident on my wisdom of Dun Seth and foresight, she said. A/N. I don't get why her wisdom ability is shown to be EX ranked in almost every fanfic when it's merely A+. It can show every servant's parameters, abilities, and noble phantasms, and also give her short glimpses of the future and tell whether if a particular servant can survive against her any attack or not, but it has its limits. I mean, letting her know whether a person is from a different verse or reality is too far-fetched. It might be able to tell her whether a person is from a different timeline, but that's it. Jalter quickly came and hugged Poseidon. Lord, I won, she said while inhaling Poseidon's scent. Poseidon nodded and caressed her back. Yes, you won, you are a good girl, he said, causing Jalter to giggle like a child who was happy to be praised by her parent. Artoria meanwhile clenched her fist seeing this. Other servants meanwhile looked at Jalter speechlessly, especially Elizabeth. Just how much she had changed, thought Elizabeth as she looked at the servant that made her remember the cruelty of the person known as the dragon, which who knew neither love nor compassion. No, she hasn't changed, but rather dash, she thought, glancing at Poseidon. How was it Li Shuwen? Asked Nikola Tesla to the red-haired man standing beside him. It was certainly impressive. Both of them surpassed my assumption of what their real strength is, he replied, looking at Skathak and Jalter. They are monsters, he thought. Then he glanced at Jalter, who was rubbing her head against Poseidon's hard chest. She is completely love-struck, he thought, and then shifted his focus to Artoria, on whose face a look of jealousy had appeared as she looked at the couple. Is there any reason why he hasn't taken her as his lover? I can feel it that she isn't weak, and her strength can easily qualify as one of the strongest servants present here, he thought, unaware of Poseidon's plans for Artoria. Now, Skathak, I hope you remember my proposal, said Poseidon as he caressed Jalter's back, who shivered at his gentle touch. Scat smiled and said, I will consider it. Still, we will have to defeat my disciple first before anything else. Poseidon sighed and replied, fine, but remember it well, one day you will be mine. She nodded, amused while seriously considering his proposal. He is a total mystery for me, my wisdom doesn't work even a bit on him, unlike Jalter, and since his subordinate defeated me, he is definitely stronger than everyone here else without any doubt, possibly stronger than my disciple. She thought a bit odd of Poseidon's prowess. Chapter 47, You Lose, Mr. President. Poseidon POV. The last night was amazing as I consolidated my relationship with my cute Artoria and we both made love with each other passionately. The day is night, and now awakened from my brief nap I glanced at the sky. An extremely bright star hung in the sky that was still visible when the sun has almost come out. It was none other than Sword of Damocles, an orbital weapon summoned or created by the super-tier spell called Sword of Damocles. It could destroy fortresses with relative ease, classifying it as anti-fortress noble phantasm level. It might be far-fetched to call it capable of annihilating a continent, for now, at least. I have plans to improve all my spells once I have Yggdrasil magic at my grasp. Again, if the spell was to be used in a lower classified world like an Earth without superpowers or magic bullshit, without any doubt it could destroy an entire continent. It seems you have awakened early, said Queen of the Land of Shadows. I glanced at her with a small smile and said, we don't need to sleep, Scat. She came beside me and said, indeed it's true, for beings like us, servants, divine spirits or gods, sleep is not necessary, yet it's helpful in relieving some stress. I nodded in agreement. Also, as expected of a Greek god, you spend the entire night doing those activities with both of those women, right? She asked me with a playful look. I nodded without shame and said, they are really lovely women. She looked at me and said, to be honest, I want death more than anything. Your love proposal wasn't really surprising for me, considering you are a Greek god and the knowledge of you guys have given me a gist of your personalities. But, for some reason, you don't feel like an actual Greek god, or like how I assumed you to be. I looked at her and said, I get from where you are getting it. Those legends of us showed us like some thirsty men not caring about women's feelings and are ping them to vent our lust, right? But I am different. I consider only getting intimate with women that I consider worthy to get my love. You are arrogant, nothing surprising considering you are God, but this perk of yours is really attractive for some reason, she said with a smirk. I looked at her petite figure and said, are you inviting me, Scat? She came near me and said, it depends, you are a mystery for me, even your abilities are a complete mystery out of my wisdom. Maybe seeing an anomaly like you in this dull life of mine is what makes me attracted towards you. Even, so I won't call it love, it is rather curiosity. I see. I didn't expect you to fall for me in such a short time either. We have years to make progress, so there is nothing to worry about, I said. A woman who is curious about some men means chances of her falling in love is extremely high with that said man. I thought, satisfied with my progress. After that, we parted and let other servants wake up so we can form a plan for the next course of our actions. So who is going to take the lead? Asked Nikola Tesla, glancing at everyone. Is that even a question? Of course it will be my liege, said Artoria with a serious look. If one was to focus on her, then they would find sneaking glances on me. I find this behavior of hers really cute. After hearing her words, everyone shifted their focus on me. I said, I have a plan here ready in my mind. We would first finish off the faction of Thomas Edison. The plan for that is pretty simple. Jalter, Artoria, Scat, Rama, and Nightingale will be our main fighting force, whereas Li Shuwen, Sita, Nikola, Billy, Robin Hood, and Geronimo will fight against weaker opponents. Keep a lookout for surprise attacks from Thomas's side and help the main force if the need arises. Boom. A simple and direct plan. I like it, but where do me, Elise, and you fit in this plan, said Nero with a cheerful look. I said, I will look over the entire fight, and you, Nero, and Elise will be stationed out of the fight to protect us from any surprise attack from Kelt's side. Elise grunted dissatisfied and asked, that's it? It is almost same as doing nothing. I ordered sternly. It's not a request but an order. She growled dissatisfied, only to be glared at by two Yandere scaring the hell out of her. I agree, she said, flinching. Nero too nodded. I grinned and said, before that thought, we will demolish their strength as much as we can, using the Sword of Damocles, and I will also destroy any armies getting near the refugee encampments. You thought about it, not gonna lie. I doubted whether a god will care about mortals. Again, you have no reason to restore the singularity and still you are doing it. Really an enigma, you are Lord Poseidon, Scat said with an amused smile which ticked off Jalter and Artoria wrongly. I could care less though, as she didn't mean to insult me and only speak the natural thought process of someone having experience with divinities and their personalities. We all arrived near Thomas's castle, and a red dot in the distance radiating immense magical power came towards us. Go, I ordered, and the next moment all the top servants went to stop the assault of the Karna. Funnily enough, Jalter stood in front of me like a shield, and surprisingly Artoria stood in front of me as well. Jalter glanced at Artoria and asked, why are you here? Go and fight as my lord had instructed. Artoria looked at her and said, I am here to shield my liege from any stray attack that might come his way. Jalter said haughtily, hearing her, with my noble phantasm I am the best choice to protect my lord. Artoria snorted and said, so what? With my determination, devotion, I am even willing to use my flesh as his shield. It puts me way higher than you. Jalter glared at her and Artoria did her back. Nero meanwhile grabbed my hand and asked me, Lord Poseidon, aren't you gonna stop their fight? Her words made me decide to stop their fight as I was amused enough by their bickering. It's really amusing and satisfying to see two women fight for me, even in the smallest of matters. A/N, Poseidon is just built differently with weird taste skull. I calmly said, Jalter, Artoria quit slacking off. Both of them stopped in their places and replied simultaneously, yes, while Nero looked surprised at how easily they stopped fighting. Whoa, how did you do that? Asked Billy the Kid looking at me with a fanatic look. Other men too looked at me with curious looks, to stop the battle of the two women this easily. I can't believe it, I would see the impossible happen someday, said Robin Hood with an exaggerated expression on his face. I ignored them, Lord Poseidon, should we begin our fight? Asked Sita looking at me for my reply. I sighed and replied, well, go on. They nodded and then quickly ran towards the castle while defeating the soldiers clad in mecha armors on their way. That means we should begin with our job as well. The only thing I am sad about is you didn't use the sword of Damocles here, Lord Poseidon. I would have liked to watch how a weapon like a star would have engulfed and annihilated this castle, said Nero. Lady Nightingale was quite adamant on not using that as people here will be killed unnecessarily and she wants to see if she could heal Thomas's mental problem, said Elizabeth. Ignoring them, I used God's eye to map the area, and then begin with the raining down blasts on the Celt servants moving near the refugee encampments from hundreds of miles away. Whoa! Did you look at Elise? How pretty is that attack descending on from miles away? Asked Nero with shining stars pointing at the small dots of attacks miles away descending on a patch of the nearest Celt army. Elise glanced at it and said, it's really amazing. Meanwhile I had finished up destroying all the Celt armies nearing the refugees. Then I shifted my focus back on the battle. Rama and Skathak battled against Karna, who was at an obvious disadvantage yet still showed extreme battle proficiency and managed to hold against both of them. Jalter and Sita fought against Helena, who was helped by brainwashed soldiers clad in mecha armor made by her. Normally, they could have easily killed all of them and defeated her, but since the majority of the servants under me are goody two-shoes, they decided to spare these brainwashed soldiers. Thus, it proved to be time-consuming for both of them to fight against her while trying their best to not kill the soldiers. It is truly a hassle, but it is necessary to complete my quests, and as long as they complete I could care less about the method. Artoria, Nicola, and Nightingale fought against the Lionkin *** President King, while they can be said to be the same thing considering Thomas has become a lion. The rest of the servants battled against the brainwashed American soldiers clad in mecha armor and defeated them while making sure to not kill them. Nero and Elise quickly went to their job as well. Everything was going well till I sensed a huge amount of mana appearing under my sense. Suddenly, a smile curled on my face seeing this least expected development. Lord Poseidon. I am being attacked by Celt servants, said Nero giving me a telepathic message. I quickly said to every servant under me, listen to me, Celts are attacking us, and it would seem they have some surprise. I then flew on the sky and glanced at the servants who weren't supposed to be in this singularity amused. Finally, something to quench my boredom, I thought as I excitedly looked at the servants that I had never met before. Third POV. You lose, Mr. President, said Nightingale looking at the half-dead Lionkin *** President King, Thomas Alva Edison. Nicola sighed seeing his current state, and said, his mind has been polluted. Nightingale nodded, and the next moment punched his head with full strength, bursting his head and finishing him off. He has been cured, she said, causing Nicola smiled wry, and Artoria looked at this emotionless. Let's not waste any time, we shall go and fight against those new servants, she said, and other two nodded. To be continued. Chapter 48, The Celts, American King, and Chaldea. Third POV. Meb was facing a dilemma currently. All of her servants that she had summoned with the exception of Arjuna and Cu Chulain had been killed by the resistance. Although she had extreme confidence in Cu Chulain now knowing that his master and some new servants had joined the resistance as well, she couldn't help but get worried. Cu-chan. Are you sure that you can defeat all of them? She asked the Cu Chulain altar seated on the throne. He opened his eyes and looked at her. He replied, I am not sure. The resistance, which was supposed to be the weakest faction, now has a divine spirit, an avatar, a powerful berserker, my master, and other two powerful servants. Not to mention other servants which, while weak, their huge number can prove to be a fatal disadvantage for us. Meb turned her face towards the handsome chocolate-skinned Arjuna, who sighed and said, my queen, while I am confident enough in obliterating other weaker servants, I doubt fighting against Rama, and that Deva will be any easy. She grunted and pouted her cheeks hearing his words. Fine. You too. I will summon new servants to aid us, she said. After that, she began the summoning ritual and a group of new servants appeared before her. She glanced at each one of them and her eyes twinkled seeing two of them. See that Cu-chan? It is my love for you that I have summoned two other Cu-chans, she said excitedly looking at the two blue-haired figures. The younger one, as soon as he saw Meb, said, what the hell? I am summoned by this bitch. Meb, who was dancing in joy, stopped and then looked at Cu Chulin's kid version. Then she hugged him out of nowhere and shouted, so cute. The poor kid struggled as she hugged him tightly. Then she hugged him in her bosom. Fuck off, bitch. Stop hugging me this tightly. I am cute huh, he said as he was further pressed into Med's breasts. Meanwhile, the Cu Chulian prototype's eyelids twitched furiously as he looked at his alternate version seated on the throne. Is that fucking me? He said cursing directly. Cu Chulian Alter rubbed his forehead in desperation and said, you had to go and summon my other versions huh? You fucking idiot. Oh. Cu-chan if you look at me like that I would get wet, Meb said in a sultry tone leaving the poor kid Cu Chulian who fainted and fell on the ground helplessly. Cu Chulian Alter sighed and said, if you want me this much then I would rabbit you the entire night, but for now let other servants introduce themselves. Cu Chulian prototype stepped forward and introduced himself. Let me go first, as you can guess, I am Cu Chulian a Lancer class servant. Now there are many things I want to ask but I shall let the other servants finish their introduction before that. After him a white-haired female servant stepped forward, she had a single ponytail hanging behind her. I am Archer class servant Tomo Guzan, she said. Her ruby-red eyes shined with excitement glancing at the new faces before her. Then the next servant stepped forward who had a mask on his face, a small patch of white hair on the corner of his head swayed as he walked and introduced himself to her. I am Saber class servant Sigurd, he said giving a small introduction of himself not fond of the idea explaining anything about him in detail. Med made an face then her eyes got a glint as she glanced at him and asked, do you have any relationship with Siegfried? Sigurd flinched garnering everyone's attention, he replied coldly, Siegfried, you can say we are the same, yet separate entities. Med nodded happily and didn't ask him any further aware of his foul mood. Then she glanced at the other servant who stepped forward a boy of small stature, he had a bit of an androgynous face, pale yellowish green hair, two goat-like horns stood on the corners of his head, and orangish eyes that showed his purity. Med licked her lips seeing him, and with a smile asked, who you might be cutie, he replied, I am Archer class servant, Paris, innocence shined in his eyes. Then the last servant stepped forward, she had black hair and was wearing a tight white-colored uniform, I am Lancer class servant Qin Liangyu, at your disposal master, she said with enthusiasm and unusual loyalty towards Med despite only meeting her just now. Cu Chulian kid stood up and glared at Med who just giggled at her. What a hassle, anyway as you all can guess I am Cu Chulian, though I would prefer if you would call me Satanta, also unlike these two oldies I am Saber class servant, he said with pride in his voice. The older Cu Chulian's eyes twitched seeing their bratty younger self. Cu Chulian Proto laughed and said, haha, I could remember my younger self, how naive I was back then, also you haven't gotten beaten half dead by Master right? Satanta frowned and said, why would Master beat me that much? He started going through his future memories and then shuddered, damn it. My older self, you couldn't show some self-restraint, he said realizing his older self *ped someone and in the result was beaten brutally till he nearly died by Scat Hacka's hand. Cu Chulian prototype laughed loudly seeing Satanta, then his eyes became serious as he glanced at his alter version. Now that everyone had finished introducing themselves, I need some answers, he said. Cu Chulian grinned and said, well, then go ahead. On the other hand, Lion King aka President King aka Thomas Edison was frowning because of the fact that Chaldea hadn't appeared in the singularity yet. Did Tesla give us false information, he muttered. Karna came near him and said, possibly, I did tell you not to believe in his words naively, Edison. Come on Karna, knock it off. I know you want the better for us, but I don't think Tesla did lie to us, Helena said. She was a servant who had a good friendship with both Edison and Tesla from her life, other than that she also considered a majority of the Indian servants in a favorable light, as she considered India a place as her second home or to be more precise the spiritual home of her soul. Thus, it can be said she had good relationships with both the servants present in the room. Thomas nodded hearing her and said, no matter how annoying that bastard is, it is unlikely for him to lie, his pride won't allow it. Thus, Helena I request you to make contact with the Chaldea. Helena sighed and said with an annoyed look, that's too much of you to ask me Edison. I could have easily hacked into their network if they were present in the singularity but without any pathway, it is almost impossible to create contact with them. Thomas looked at her with pleading look and said, please, Helena, she grunted and said with a pout, fine. But don't expect it to work, Edison. He smiled and said, you try, that much is enough for me. Then he glanced at Karna and said, till she tries to create a contact can you keep a lookout around the base? Karna, those Celt armies have been getting really crazy, they might shamelessly attack us without any warning. Karna nodded fully agreeing with his master, and then went outside to keep a lookout for any surprise attacks. The past few days have been especially hectic for Chaldea. It began when they attempted to ray-shift Ritsuka, Mash, and Hector to the fifth singularity. The ray-shifting failed surprisingly. They did a recheck of the ray-shifting system and found some little issues they fixed and tried to ray-shift them again but the result was same, they couldn't ray-shift. It created a small panic among the staff and after repeated failed attempts of ray-shifting humanity's last master and his servants to the fifth singularity they found the fault. To be more precise, Da Vinci-chan found it, and the result is that they are being blocked. Someone or something is blocking them from ray-shifting into the fifth singularity. She concluded it was the work of some powerful noble phantasm or even one of the five true magic as only they were capable of blocking something as advanced as ray-shifting which was nearly at the level of the five true magics. While disheartened they didn't give up and now it marks the fourth day of their failed attempts to ray-shift in the fifth singularity. Romani Archman sighed tired glancing at the screen. Da Vinci placed a cup of coffee on his table and said with a smile, you should take some rest, Romani, you are tiring yourself, and it's the same for you Ritsuka, she glanced at the black-haired boy who was half-asleep sitting not far away. He opened his eyes suddenly hearing Da Vinci call his name and said, Wah. I see, I am tired as well. He looked at Da Vinci. Mash and Kiyohime worriedly surrounded him. Dear, you want me to sing a lullaby for you to sleep? Do you want to sleep in my lap? Asked Kiyohime. Mash blushed hearing her and said seriously, Senpai, if you want I can do it as well. Obviously she didn't want to lose to Kiyohime even if she didn't understand a bit about her feelings. The tired Ritsuka didn't give a sh*t about them and said, what are you two bickering? I can't sleep now. Not till this matter is resolved. The other two looked at him as if looking at their hero. Hector, who was standing not far away, clicked his tongue seeing their little drama. Suddenly the huge holographic screen in front of them started buzzing crazily. What's happening? Said a Chaldea staff shocked. Everyone started checking the systems for any error. The buzzing stopped and the face of a lion appeared on the screen. Nice to meet you, Chaldea. I'm the President King, said Thomas with a smile that looked more of a smirk. What the fuck? Am I hallucinating? Said Romani as he rubbed his eyes. Da Vinci slightly punched his head and said, you aren't dreaming, Romani. Then he looked at the person on the screen. Who? You might be, he asked, confused and cautious. Thomas laughed a bit and then said, oh yes, you don't know about me, let me explain you my situation first. Then he began with his explanation and told them about the current situation of the fifth singularity, how he is the leader of the faction fighting to save America and the reason he contacted them was to ask why aren't they in the singularity by now. Romani sighed and said, we really want to send Ritsuka, from our side, but something is preventing us from doing so. Do you have any idea on who might be behind it? Others had hope in their eyes since surprisingly they had gotten in contact with someone important in the singularity, thus they might be able to solve this problem. Thomas pondered for a bit and said, there are few I can think of being capable of doing such a thing. The three names that come to my mind will be Celt faction's leader Siyu Chulayan. Ritsuka's eyes widened as he heard that. Even Mash had a shocked look hearing that. See, sir is an enemy, she said with disbelief in her voice. Thomas continued, second will be Lady Scathach, and the last one should be the divine spirit summoned in this singularity who is currently leading the resistance. A divine spirit? Is what you said true? Asked Romani with utter seriousness. Everyone was surprised by such a turn of effects. Thomas nodded and said, as much as I know, a divine spirit was summoned in the singularity with two servants that seemed very loyal towards him. He is also currently leading the resistance from my sources. Da Vinci asked him, Sir Edison, can you tell us about how he looks? Thomas replied, he has dirty blonde hair, an exposed chest full of muscles, and well, nothing else comes to my mind. Everyone gasped hearing that. Ritsuka's face became a bit pale and he said, and no doubt about it. He is Poseidon. Da Vinci nodded and said with a calm look, unlike others, it might be him, although my brain points out that it is definitely him. We still can't let go of the fact that it might be caused by someone else. Romani sighed and said, he was the only one we have met till now capable of rendering the ray shift useless. Is it like the first singularity? Asked Mash, questioning herself and everyone. Others gulped hearing it. Thomas understood from seeing the looks on their faces that they had quite a history with the divine spirit summoned in the singularity. Also he became disappointed seeing that they feared him. Again, it didn't change his plans of allying him with them. After all, any help is better than none. Sir Thomas, can you kill Poseidon? Asked Romani with a serious look. Thomas was about to reply when he suddenly stood up and glanced at the side. I will talk later on. It would seem I have some guests. Then the camera switched towards the opposite direction, showing a room filled with mecha-like soldiers standing against three servants. The faces of two servants surprised everyone as the Chaldea knew about them very well. It was Artoria, aka King Arthur, whom they had met in the first singularity. If her suspiciously current attire and those big breasts were to be taken out of the equation, no doubt she was the same servant, or at least of the same origin as the King Arthur they encountered in the Phew singularity. Beside her stood a woman servant they didn't know, and a man they knew very well. He was none other than Nikola Tesla, one of the enemy servants they had faced in the previous singularity. Next moment the screen went dark as the silence reigned over the command room. Ritsuka gritted his teeth and Mash looked at him worriedly. Senpai, she muttered. After that nothing needed to be said. Hell broke in Chaldea. Is that him? Asked Siyu Chulayan prototypal, looking at the dirty blonde-haired man floating in the air. Yes, replied Siyu Chulayan Alter as his eyes narrowed. He is very strong, he thought as he confirmed just by looking at him that Poseidon was stronger than him. It is like an instinct he had acquired after all those years in his life to tell it at a glance if the person is strong or not. He is strong, said Sigurd glancing at the divine being. It is better that way. At least summoning you all won't go to waste, said Siyu Chulayan Alter with a smirk. Siyu Chulayan Proto and Siyu Chulayan Alter got ready for the battle as well. Sigurd too summoned his sword while Qin Liangyu got ready in a battle stance with her spear. It was all clear that the strongest servants of the Celt side except Arjuna intended to finish off the strongest threat in the singularity as quickly as possible, who was none other than Poseidon. While Arjuna, Satanta, Paris, and Tomo Guzan lead the huge Celt army created by Meb to keep the rest of the servants busy as long as possible. Poseidon's face twisted in bloodlust as he looked at all the servants ready to give their all against him. I hope you all don't disappoint me, he said with a grin. Don't worry, we will make sure to destroy you into pieces, said Siyu Chulayan Alter, as he could feel anticipation in his heart. This is new, for the first time I am looking forward to battle, he thought amused. Chapter 49, Poseidon v/S the Celts. Poseidon POV. I summoned my trident and started spinning it at a high speed with the intent to gather water around it, but frowned seeing all the moisture in the atmosphere around the 30 kilometers vanishing like it was never present in the first place. I glanced at the smirking Chilean altar and then glanced at the preparator, Sigurd, understanding that he had used his noble phantasm to vaporize all the moisture present and break the hydrogen-oxygen bonds between them. I shrugged and started channeling my divinity, gathering water around my trident, ready to attack, and then I charged towards the strongest servant present while coating my entire body in battle aura, at an impressive speed. Other servants didn't stay still and reacted to my advancement as well. Sigurd attacked me with hundreds of beams of condensed sunlight which turned into nothing the moment they touched the layer of aura empowered by my divinity. Liangyu threw her spear at me with her entire strength and I narrowly dodged it while Chilean prototype who had arrived near me thrust his spear aiming at my heart. I parried it quickly with my sword that I summoned at the exact moment and then reached near my target, who smiled and parried my attack with his spear, and the next moment my divinity vanished. Your divinities have been sealed using the power of a true miracle, the system announced. I grunted and teleported away, trying to create some distance between us only to meet with the double attacks of Sigurd and Liangyu. They managed to wound me slightly and I teleported again to escape the thrust of the hound. Don't give him any chance to rest, shouted Chilean altar with a commanding tone. Meanwhile, I teleported again, and this time they didn't get a chance to attack me, giving me the chance to silently cast some spells: maximized greater strength, maximized greater haste, maximized greater vitality, maximized greater dexterity, boost aspect of elemental, maximized energy immunity sun, energy immunite. I chanted till the three servants had arrived near me. I had already summoned my sword and coated it, blocking the Liangyu attack, then I blocked Sigurd's attack with my trident and cast a defensive spell to block Chilean prototype's attack. During this time Chilean altar had successfully used his noble phantasm, Karuid Koinjin. I used an 8-tier AoE spell, Cry of Banshee, throwing them off guard for a second and then taking advantage of the chance I attacked the three of them. I swung my sword at Liangyu, ripping apart her chest from her shoulders and dividing her left breast into two halves, and I kicked away Chilean prototype away with my superior prowess and thrust my trident at Sigurd, who blocked it barely. Lin Qingyu grunted in pain and then thrust her spear at me and I parried it with my sword and she quickly went backward, creating distance between us. I heard a huge sonic boom as Chilean altar, now dressed in the skeleton of the sea monster, his strength and endurance were astonishing EX rank. I tried to block it with my trident but failed to do so and was thrown back where Chilean prototype was ready and used his noble phantasm, stabbing me through my heart. I coughed a bit of blood and teleported away while I felt 80% of my mana being drained. I quickly used a healing spell that restored my entire heart and it started beating again, pumping mana into my blood and absorbing mana more than twice as fast as before. I quickly used Grasp Heart with maximized enhancement, killing Sigurd, who was off guard, and then I charged toward Liangyu and thrust my trident, separating the head of the wounded servant. Her green eyes glanced at me with shock as her body rapidly disappeared into golden particles which vanished into nothing. Chilean prototype had reached me by then and used his Ki Bulg again with the intent to stab me. I avoided it with my current insane speed for a brief moment and separated his head from his body with my sword. Now it was a one-on-one battle. I glanced at Chilean altar, who grinned maniacally and dashed towards me with astonishing speed, breaking supersonic. Thankfully, while his strength was greater than mine, his speed wasn't, and thus I managed to dodge his attack while unsummoning my sword and attacking him with a powerful thrust from behind him and pierced his heart. He moved his hand erratically toward my head and again I escaped from his clutch, but as if he didn't want to lose, moved his other hand as well, which I managed to evade as well, but a kick from his leg twisted backward and threw me off guard. He swirled 180 degrees in midair and grabbed my hands, then with his entire strength he ripped them apart. A/N. His strength can beat the likes of Herc and Artoria simultaneously, but that isn't surprising, rather it is said his strength is enough to destroy the world. Then he kicked me in the air thousands of meters above, completely abolishing kilometers of the area around us through intense shockwaves. I cast a fly spell, got back my balance, and quickly chanted heal, which drained another chunk of my mana, completely restoring my arms. Chilean altar jumped towards me, arriving near me in less than a 2/5th of a second. I used a 9th tier spell called Obsidian Sword with maximized magic enhancement, and then I blocked his attack with my trident, which had been weakened severely after his heart was pierced, making our current strengths not far apart from each other. The spell took effect as a black obsidian sword floating above me appeared. Like a rocket it shot at Chilean altar, who dodged it narrowly, but it was futile as the sword changed its direction and pierced through his back, dividing his entire body into two halves. Then he fell on the ground and I landed softly, glancing at him. I quickly used True Death spell on him, erasing the shred of life still hanging despite his pitiful body due to his tenacious vitality and endurance. I breathed in relief seeing his body vanishing into nothing, and then checked it other servants are still alive, and to my pleasure no servants were alive. I started taking deep breaths, trying to replenish my mana as rapidly as possible, inhaling the mana in my lungs. Shortly, another servant Arjuna arrived, firing a barrage of arrows at me. I dodged them while my enhancements near the end. I glanced at him as he used his weaker noble phantasm to fire a shot clad in flames. It gracefully pierced the air as it moved towards me, and before it could hurt me I had teleported out of its range and used Grasp Heart on him. Unfortunately, his B-ranked divinity shrugged it off without maximized magic enhancement. A/N. He took a risk since even without maximizing enhancement it had a 30% chance of killing him and his all physical enhancements have worn off with him having low amounts of mana. I clicked my tongue in annoyance as my all enhancements wore off, as his arrow hit the place I was at before vaporizing everything within in a diameter of 50 meters and creating a deep crater in the ground. His eyes followed to where I had teleported, and he shot an arrow again clad in flames, which was none other than his noble phantasm, Agni Gandiva, towards me. It is supposed to be an A-rank noble phantasm but after being boosted by a command spell it was around A+, making it impossible for me to use nullify its entire damage, but not caring about it I summoned my sword and used absolute counter while jumping towards him. The arrow hit my sword releasing a scorching hit melting everything near. I grunted in pain as the magical energy burned off my skin and then nerves freeing me of the pain. I managed to partially reflect it which I used to get a speed boost and aimed myself towards him and then shot myself. He looked at me baffled unable to react as I impaled his chest with my trident destroying his heart. But to make sure he dies I cut off his head with my sword as he glanced at me with stunned eyes. I smiled cruelly. Now fuck off, I said mockingly as his body rapidly turned into golden particles disappearing from the world. Then I fell on the ground and managed to land properly. I breathed heavily completed drained out of mana. My lord, Jalter teleported from 100 meters away as soon as she glanced at me and then looked at my burned body in horror. She clicked her tongue and used a healing spell to restore me. Then she hugged me tightly weeping. Sniff, I am so pathetic I couldn't even arrive at the time, she said with guilt. I hugged her tighter enjoying the feeling of her hard nipples and soft breasts pressing against my chest despite the fabric coming between our bodies. I rubbed her back and said, yes, you are pathetic to not even arrive in time, but well it had been more pathetic for me to need your help to deal with them even after my strength. I sighed checking for how much longer my divinity would be sealed, and well it will be for then 10 minutes. Third POV. Arjuna before the battle managed to talk with his queen to let him fight Karna and keep the rest of the servants busy while others dealt with Poseidon. Knowing his history with Karna, Siyu Chula in altar and Medb agreed, and to take his place Qin Liangyu, a certain oddball with unusual loyalty towards Medb, volunteered and she agreed as while not a top-class servant like Arjuna she leaned on the stronger side of the spectrum. Before that, some preliminary planning was still needed, and Sigurd the silent guy gave a fantastic suggestion. I have a proposal, why don't we use command spells to seal his divinity? With this, we will be able to win the fight easier and faster. Others looked at him astonished. He glanced at everyone in confusion and asked, what? A/N. This shows possessing a skill related to wisdom doesn't mean that you must have common sense, lol. Impressive. That's a smart suggestion. Still, how that came into your mind? Medb asked him. He replied, my mask grants me wisdom which should be around a rank. Everyone's eyes shined hearing that. Siyu Chula in prototype smirked and said, we will be an idiot if we didn't put that wisdom of yours in proper use. Medb licked her lips, and Sigurd sighed but went along with them. Then he made some strategies that were best to keep the enemy servants busy as long as possible. Also he selected the best servants for it and even made it versatile by making several new plans. Then the time came, and they barged into the battle of the Resistance v/S Lion King's faction. They were supported by the huge army of Celt warriors created by Medb. The battle raged on both fronts. Arjuna, who was excited to fight Karna again, was disappointed to find him dead by the time. Again he was battling against two of the strongest servants present in the singularity, and Skathak was alone enough to defeat Karna. Thus when Helena was defeated and Sita came to help her dearly, his fate was doomed and he died. Arjuna obviously was disappointed and angry by this and decided to fight against the perpetrators behind Karna's death. Rama and Sita were exhausted from using their noble phantasm. Normally Rama's noble phantasm would have been enough to defeat Karna, but he wasn't at his strongest with being a saber instead of archer, making his noble phantasm much weaker, requiring Sita's help to finish Karna off. Thus, it was Skathak who fought against Karna, but he was surprised to find that she gracefully deflected his barrage of arrows like nothing with her lance, so she's the one Siyu Chulian told me to be wary of, truly strong. Thankfully I have my first noble phantasm ready. Sigurd's suggestion is indeed helpful. He thought using his noble phantasm Pashputo on her, a single unit noble phantasm which was very powerful against divine beings and could be considered an anti-divine weapon. Skathak was taken by surprise by his attack, and more than 90% of her organs turned into dust while she lay near death's bed. Arjuna sweated, drained of a lot of mana. How tenacious her vitality is. She is still alive, he thought glancing at her. Not wanting to waste time any further he decided to kill her, but Rama, who had recovered a bit along with Sita, kept him from finishing her. Soon a woman on a horse appeared whose attack annoyed him to no end. Meanwhile, everyone could feel the shockwaves from the battle between Poseidon and other servants, which broke a record when a huge shockwave strong enough to uplift the area around several kilometers reached them, and it would have killed off the weaker servants if not for Artoria, who used her holy lance to subside the storm created by the strong shockwave. That was dangerous, Arjuna thought seriously. Arjuna, I order you now. Go and kill that fucking bastard now. He heard the angered scream of Medb in his head and then felt empowered by the command spell. Did he really? He thought as his eyes widened, having understood the reason behind Medb's anger. Skathak, laying on the ground, laughed mockingly and said, you all have lost, I can feel it. He is no more along with that other one, and soon the small one will die as well. Her voice was firm as if she didn't spoke about her closest disciples, rather of strangers. Arjuna quickly flew away, breaking the sound barrier after Poseidon to complete his queen's orders. Jalter, who saw that, quickly ordered everyone, "Nightingale, you heal Lady Scathach. And Artoria, handle those new servants. I will go after him," she said, worried about her lord. Artoria gnashed her teeth hearing her order, as she wanted to help Poseidon instead, but considering the severity of the situation she followed her orders, just once, for this once, she thought as she glanced at Jalter flying away, who was nowhere near as fast as January 5th th of Arjuna's speed. Then she glanced at the green hair and blue-haired servants with killing intent and charged at them, not wanting to delay the battle any longer, displaying immense magical abilities along with her superb physical might. Chapter 50, A War That Has Been Won. Poseidon POV. How my divinity has been sealed off, a question that made me disturbed. Divinities are way above something that could be within mortal bounds. A true miracle might be able to bind weakly to medium ones, and considering my current divinity is considerably weaker than my true form, it is possible for them to seal it. As for how did they seal with command spells, which only is near the level of true miracle but not at the level of a true miracle? Simple, that med bitch must have used the Holy Grail to make them stronger and rise their rank to the level of a true miracle, aka true magic. But in the end, her servants had been crushed and her only hope, Arjuna, had died through my hands. I can already imagine the look on her face, worthy to be called an angry, despaired look. Jalter sat by my side. She was hugging my hand while on guard, ready to defend from any surprise attack. We had already telepathically communicated with others and told them of our circumstances. The war was almost over with us winning. It was already an established fact, as not after long other servants came around us. "Damn, this area had been clearly demolished to such a level," said Billy the Kid with an excited look as he glanced at the area around us. The avatar of the god too commented as he glanced at me, "Truly worthy of being a top deva." Some admiration could be seen on his face, and it wasn't limited to him only. Others shared a similar look, though some showed hints of fear in their pearl-like eyes as well. Meanwhile, Artoria had taken my second arm within the grasp of her bountiful chest, not letting it go. It would seem their love and affection for me was ever flowing as ever, not minding to do intimate gestures under the eyes of the others. The Queen of the Land of the Shadows approached me with a smile curled on her lips. She said, "You truly are a warrior that I cannot fathom even with my wisdom." I stood up with my two Yandere subordinates standing up as well, having no plan of breaking the intimate hug between us. I felt my divinity returning, making me sigh in relief. Even in a sealed state, I wasn't reduced to a semi-divine spirit, rather only my divine authorities became unusable, or to be more precise, I couldn't channel my divinity, which clearly showed how strong a complete divinity truly is. I looked at the scarlet-haired woman in front of me with unhidden desire, the desire to get her and make her mine forever. She smiled, seeing that she was the type to like straightforward action on the premise the person had the strength to back up those actions. I asked her, "What about my proposal?" She glanced at my muscles with a flirty smile. "You are still on that? Well, I accept, though you need to make sure to kill me a lot of times," she said. Her words were definitely insane, but at the end that's just how heroic spirits are. Each of them is unique or broken in their own way, and Scathach, the Queen of the Land of the Shadows, was no exception. She was a broken woman craving for death. I can literally see Jalter and Artoria look at her with cold, hostile gazes. I said, "Let my hand go," and they reluctantly let the hold of my hand go on hearing my blunt words. I knew it was just their obsession with me, which didn't want any other woman to get a piece of me. It was justified, and their actions were fully justified, but in the end, it was useless. I was meant to have a harem of my choosing, and that was something I wasn't gonna let go of. If they disagreed strongly, I will make them accept it. After all, it is love and obsession, and such deadly plays were a part of it. Now enough of my self-monologue with my views of this harem part. It was time to win this already won war, to kill the last one remaining of the enemy forces. "Now that we have caught up a breather, we should finish her," I said, getting approving glances from all of them. "She still has a bit of the Holy Grail left. I wonder what will she do now. Her servants are all lost and even her plans are foiled," said Scathach with an amused smile on her face. I focused in a particular direction. My eyes like hawks saw the figure of the said woman from miles away, who was seething with rage. She was using the last of the power remaining in that golden cup from Age of Gods to create another fresh batch of Celt army. It would seem that was her last-ditch effort. I placed my palm in her direction and silently chanted a thunder spell, which the next moment vaporized her heart and scorched her skin and muscles. "Well, that was anticlimactic," said Nero, knowing very well what just happened. "The vestiges of the pure mana still remain in the Holy Grail, which flew towards me at a sonic speed due to the courtesy of my physics spell that I cast, and it flew in my hands as I grasped it. Glancing at the Holy Grail, I said in my mind, 'Absorb it for merit points.'" "Done. Your merit points have increased by 1.7868320%, the system replied. I remained unfazed by the low amount of merit points I gained from the omnipotent wish-granting machine, a name that was totally humorous. I sighed and looked at the servants. "Well, it would seem that this singularity will collapse soon," I said, earning a small grunt from the seventh avatar of Vishnu, obviously displeased by this. Sita gripped his palm and said, gently soothing him, "Lord Rama, it is already a miracle and blessing that we could meet each other after so long, not to mention spend time together and clear out our grievances, although saddening we shouldn't stretch the life of this singularity any further, for it can spell doom to entire humanity." Rama became silent and replied in a low voice, "You are right, Sita." Still, she smiled and said, "There are still singularities left, right?" Even if we cannot meet in these two, there are other timelines. His mood became better hearing that, and then he glanced at the black-skinned men, Geronimo and Nightingale. I would like to thank you both, as well as you Deva of another region. If not for you, I would have never had the chance to meet my beloved again, he said and bowed and continued. I King of Koshala will be grateful to you forever. His words contained sincerity. I couldn't help but smile a little at this, earning shocked looks from others, Jalter and Artoria included. As selfish as I might be, there is a thing that had not changed inside me, stemming from my Deepak side and Poseidon side as well. I don't like bad endings, and if I can get to see one happening to other, in front of me without sabotaging mine, it is quite pleasing to my eyes. After all, the beauty of a good ending is truly understood by those who had met a bad ending. Especially me, who had met a double bad ending, which made me chuckle slightly as I thought about it. Elizabeth stepped forward and glancing towards me said, I see. You aren't as bad as I thought you to be. I don't know what reasons you had to step in this war, to save humanity, maybe because of her, nonetheless it doesn't change the fact you had saved humanity. Oh, you are quite lucky that my mood currently is quite pleasant, otherwise that head of yours had rolled on the ground like some ball, I said bluntly, stunning her. She quickly took refuge behind her blonde bombshell friend, who replied, Umo. I enjoyed this battle and competition between me and Elise as well. The only regret that I hold is that I was unable to meet Chaldea. I guess it's time for us to leave, said Nightingale, glancing at the disappearing landscape with a smile, glad that the war and bloodshed had stopped. Then she glanced at me with an angry look. Well, I didn't forget it, I said, and then her anger disappeared as a grateful look appeared on her face. Thank you, she said before vanishing. I forwarded my hand towards the scat hack, who held it and looked at me with curiosity. So how you are gonna do this? I know you had joined your throne with those two. Still, technically speaking, I am still a living being, she said. I gave her a mysterious smile, and said in my mind, system, do it. Your 13.45467% merit points had been consumed. Lady Scathack had been added to the Throne of Heroes, as well as her mythical realm had been joined to yours. In addition, a gateway to the Land of Shadows had been formed between your Throne of Divine and it. I glanced at the screen, pleasantly surprised, before we all vanished. Back on Poseidon's Throne of Divine. After returning, I told Artoria and Jalter to show Scathack, who wanted to tour the place without using her wisdom, and they also wanted to see the gateway formed between here and the Land of the Shadows. Meanwhile, I sat on the throne, in the castle that had formed after Jalter's mythical realm merged with mine. Show me the rewards, I ordered the system. Ding. You have completed the quest, no need for the protagonist. Mission objective, restore the fifth singularity. Completion condition, you must restore the fifth singularity in protagonist's stead. Note, the protagonist and his gang won't be able to come to the fifth singularity due to the system's courtesy. Reward, EX rank Noble Phantasm upgradation and 500% boosted merits. Congratulations. Your trident had evolved to EX rank and has gained the below-mentioned abilities. Penetration, EX rank. Activation chant, penetration. Full chant, let my trident pierce through that glory you speak of. Let every shield, barrier, and obstacle be equal before it. For I shall penetrate your very soul. Penetration. Type, anti-unit. Note, can even penetrate complex dimensional spaces. Advantages, it can even penetrate Avalon's defenses, something that EA can't achieve even in normal conditions. Disadvantages, has no particular power attack. Having penetrated doesn't mean that the enemy will die, it will depend on the user, the force of the attack, and his skills to kill the enemy. A swirl of water, A+. Activation chant, Stravalos 2 Neru. Full chant, not applicable. Type, anti-fortress. Note, you can blast a beam of water infused with pure divine energy and men with extreme speed. Advantages, it has a similar strength to Excalibur's beam, and infused with divinity it has the capability of doing more damage than it. Disadvantages, a strong defense even below the level of Avalon can block it. Can't be used simultaneously with penetration. Ding. Due to meeting some conditions, you have got a third Noble Phantasm. World of Water, EX rank. Type, anti-unit, anti-army. Note, a Noble Phantasm realized by your soul, creates a reality marble which materializes your very soul. It increases your rank as a servant by 1 or 2 depending on mana usage. Advantages, all your parameters, increase by a single rank or twice. Absolutely increases all your abilities by a single rank. You can use your other Noble Phantasms as well, and if supplied with enough mana the rank of your Noble Phantasm also increases. It also decreases the ranks of servants weaker by you or without any ability to resist the law of the reality marbles by once. If they are demonic in nature their rank is decreased by twice, and if they are weak against water, their rank drops by thrice. This Noble Phantasm also can't be stolen as it is the materialization of your very soul. Disadvantages, weak against anti-world Noble Phantasm. Congratulations. Your merit points have increased to 1,273% of what it was before. A/N, for example, if his merit points were 1, then it should be 12.37 now. You have completed both bonus objectives. Congratulations. Your mystic eyes have been increased to jewel rank. Note, increased range, proficiency, and power. Congratulations, your mana heart has evolved into transcendent mana heart. Note, your mana's heart pumps mana as pure as the holy grail in your entire body. You currently possess 1567 times the mana of peak human from Age of Gods, and your mana regeneration had increased to 10 times compared to before. As for self-regeneration of mana's heart in case it is damaged has increased by thrice and it is more steady or capable of neutralizing any damage below A rank. Advantages. Even in a world with shallow mana like the modern Magus world, you will still have mana as pure as Holy Grail, though the mana regeneration will be slower than normal. In fact, even in a world without mana your heart will condense and create mana from various other energies, though the mana regeneration speed will be a lot slower for obvious reasons. Meanwhile, in an area with dense mana both your mana recovery and quality will even increase further. Disadvantages. Your mana heart still can be damaged and destroyed, its speed of recovery remains the same in a normal, low, and dense mana region, and slows down in a no mana region. I glanced at the screen with a sigh. It would seem I have already surpassed the limits of my old world, I thought, amused. To be continued. Chapter 53, 52, Can You Give Me Some Time, Bonus Chapter. Poseidon POV. I ate an apple as I glanced at the portal in front of me. The appearance of a dark, barren dead land blooming with spirits and undead kind was clearly visible in my eyes. I glanced at the purple-haired woman who looked at the other side with a relieved smile. I asked her, amused, "You still care about such a desolate place?" She glanced at me with a small pout and replied, "Well, indeed. As barren as it may be, it had been my home for more than 2,000 years. I didn't have the luxury to live in a castle like you." A slight hint of jealousy was visible in her voice. I chuckled and patted her head, causing a slight blush to adorn her face. "So cute," I muttered, my voice clearly heard by her. She smiled and replied, "I don't remember ever being called cute." "Well, people most love to call me a savage god slayer. The last praises I remember were from the time when I was a queen. Still no one dared to call me cute." I smiled and said, "Well, I doubt they had even a shred of bravery to call you that." I approached and hugged her lightly. Her blush deepened slightly, and then glancing at me said, "Poseidon, is it okay if I call you that?" I nodded and replied, "It's fine, you can call me by my name or use dear, or hubby, though my other two wives still refer me by my lord." After hearing my words carefully she said, "Their love and devotion is really something else. I won't lie, even I feel a bit scared of that love they hold for you in their heart. It's so pure, primal, and dark." "You will be the same as them with due time, scat hack," I said as my grip over her waist became tighter. She said, "Perhaps, but that's for the future and I want to talk with you about something else." To be honest, I did accept your proposal, as you clearly suited my every need, everything that I could hope of my lover. No, you are better than that. I feel a bit overwhelmed, afraid that I might not be up to your expectations. I stopped her by putting my finger on her lip. Then looking at her with narrowed eyes, "I can listen to your words as long as you want me to, but I know there is something important you want to say, so I would like you to tell me about it first." She nodded and said, "Well, I am really new to this love thing. My current feelings are a bit of love and mostly admiration and infatuation for you. I wanted to take it a bit slow, get stronger, and then challenge you." I asked her, "Challenge me?" She nodded and said, "As a warrior, nothing would be more honorable for me to become your wife and vassal after losing to you in a fight, but as things are now, I am no match for you and it will clearly hit my pride to lose miserably to you, and not satisfy you in a fight. That's why, can you give me some time?" Her eyes looked at me with expectation. She didn't know how cute she looked in her current situation. I patted her head, releasing my grip over her waist. We separated slowly as she lowered her head shyly, a clear indication of the growth of feelings she held for me. I said, "I have lived more than 13 billion years, do you think a few months or even a few years would matter to me? I would use this time to get closer to you, slowly creep into your heart till you can think of nothing but me. In the end, I will dominate in you both the fight and in the bed, and you will never escape from my clutches." Scat hack. Her body shivered to hear that as a smile came on her lips. "That's kind of exciting to hear, hee. Then wait for it, for my love. I will give you the best fight you can ever hope for, and in the end, my target won't be just becoming your lover, but to defeat you," she said with determination oozing out of her. I patted her head and said, "Nothing less I expect from you, scat hack." Then I glanced at my left, finding Godzilla looking at us with focus. He trembled seeing me looking at him. I almost felt stupid, thinking how he can act so dumbly. I knew of his presence from the moment he started watching us with various invisible spells on him. Then I glanced at the two women who had flushed faces, which turned into embarrassment. Scat hack looked at them amused. Godzilla turned into his chibi form, becoming visible, then coming towards me on his small feet he said, "Daddy. It's not my fault. Mama Artoria and Mama Jalter wanted to do dirty things, and forced me." He then quickly shifted the entire blame on both of them. I glanced at the two of them who had become visible. Artoria asked me, "You were aware of us the entire time?" I looked at her as if looking at someone stupid. "Of course, I just ignored both of you and now I want to know your intentions behind peeking at us secretly, while enhancing your peeking abilities using Zill," I said, causing them to become panicked. I already had a gist of their reasons behind it. To be honest, I was a bit surprised by their perverse intentions. Jalter quickly said, "My lord, it's all Artoria's fault. She enticed me, seeing that when you and Scathach will make love, despite us not being involved, it will be still pleasurable seeing you fucking someone while masturbating." She pointed towards Artoria, who looked as if a big betrayal had stuck her. "You traitor," she muttered with slight hatred present in her voice. I sighed and said, then flicking my finger on both of their foreheads and giving Godzilla one as well using a psych spell, then I said, "No use lying to me, to be honest. I don't understand what gives you the confidence that you will be able to fool with such blatant lies." Their eyes became moist hearing that. Artoria knelt and said, "My liege, forgive me for committing such a crime, please punish me." Jalter too quickly followed after her action. I glanced at them, tilting my head, and then with a smirk on my face I said, "Well, then I will punish you during the sessions." Their faces became red hearing that. I continued, "Still, don't try to do such a stupid thing again, otherwise I will shorten the length of our sessions." Their faces became pale hearing that. "Don't worry, we won't do it again," they replied simultaneously. Then glancing at Chibi Godzilla, who started sweating, I said, "Well, I forgive you as well." He became relieved hearing my words. Then Scathach said bluntly, "Well, that was overdramatic." I nodded, agreeing with her. "I mean what I can do. I am suffering from success." A few months passed, and Scathach started learning the Yggdrasil magic like Artoria and Jalter, and to say she was surprised will be an understatement, as she commented on how the system of magic I learned was more versatile compared to the primordial runes and how it approached the level of true magic just in a few tiers, after which the level of true magic went further ahead and many different fields of it were present. She started to learn all the spells as if she was hungry for them. She also started integrating them into her battle style, often sparring with Jalter and Artoria, which increased her prowess considerably in the span of the last few months. Artoria also started increasing her mastery over the Holy Lance Rangaminiad. Since she didn't ascend to godhood like her other version, she has considerably less control over it as compared to her Lion King version. But she would be sure to surpass her. Once she had mastered it completely, she can ascend to godhood, not losing her memories like her Lion King version, and in a way she will become stronger, as she won't become God's Rangaminiad but someone who became goddess by mastering Rangaminiad. Well, in the last few months, I finally started learning the Water Fist martial type. To be honest, it would be more of an auxiliary ability assisting my battle style than a main means to battle. Still, the various martial arts would increase my versatility and strength considerably, and there is nothing wrong with me completely mastering it even if I was to use as an auxiliary support. I am still working on my meta enchantments though. Status, I called out in my mind, wishing to see my current status. Status. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/Divine Spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Magical Energy, EX. Luck, N/A. Since Master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, the chance is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm, EX. Personal Skills. Transcendent Mana Heart, EX. Merciless, EX. Investigator, EX. Anti-Immortality Tuki, EX. Divinity, A+. Water Battle God Aura, A. Mystic Eyes of Terror, A+. Amphitrite, Wrathful Wave, C. Chione Tyro Demeter, Divine Lightning Falling into the Rough Sea, B. Medusa Elope Demeter, 40 Days and 40 Nights Big Flood, A. Flow, C. Water Slash, C. 100 Pieces Water Strike, B. Absolute Counter, A. Deprivation Sword Kingdom, A. Tier Magic, EX, up to 10th tier. Anti-Magic, A+. Silent Casting, EX, up to 10th tier. Multicasting, EX, can be used on any magic no matter its power as long as a user has appropriate mana and control. Maximized Magic, A++, up to 10th tier. Triplet Maximized Magic, C+, up to 4th tier. Super Tier Spells. Creation, A+. Fallen Down, A+. Shub-Niggurth, EX. Summoning of an Avatar of the God, EX. The End of the Time, EX. Dark Dream, A++. Megiddo God's Wrath, B. Water Fist Style, C. Noble Phantasm. World of Water, EX. Penetration, EX. Stravalos 2 Neru, A+. Compatible classes, Lancer, Saber, Caster, Avenger, Ruler, Grand Caster, Candidate currently, Grand Lancer, Candidate currently. It's my current status, much grander than before and extremely pleasing to look into. I watched my status for self-satisfaction rather than to actually view my abilities, as I had remembered every single of my abilities, including magical spells, I mean how I am to perform them if I didn't remember them. Thus it was more of personal satisfaction that I felt from seeing my status than the actual desire to see it for information. Anyway, this is another time for me to descend into a singularity, and this time it will be the 6th singularity, the same singularity where the Lion King is present. I had already talked about it with the other 3. Artoria was slightly surprised to hear that there is another version of her in this timeline. Thus she joined in my task, alongside Jalter. Scathach though refused to come, as her reasoning was that she would barely get any fight in the singularity according to my words that I told them, and the only worthy opponent present in the singularity will be either taken care of by me or by Artoria, who was excited to plummet the face of her alter self into the ground. A/N. Now don't ask me about Ozymandias, he is the incarnation of a god, and asking a god slayer if she will face him as a worthy opponent. Are you joking with me? Although her answer was completely reasonable, it dissatisfied Artoria and Jalter, especially Jalter, who asked her with a scrutinizing gaze, Scathach, you are supposed to be Lord's support like us, then why are you denying to help him? She replied, I am still not his vassal, and wife, once I am his wife I will of course accompany him regardless of the objective. She frowned hearing that. I stopped her and glanced at Scathach and asked with a smirk, you will do anything I ask you to do by then? She blushed lightly, understanding where I am going, and then she gave me a determined nod and replied, yes, anything. I whistled hearing that and said, well, then let's go, for us it might be a few weeks, still it will be a few minutes to you, okay? She nodded, then Artoria and Jalter came beside me and hugged my hands, after which both of us teleported into the singularity. To be continued. Chapter 54, 53, it is time for the new Argonauts. Third POV. A day has passed in Chaldea, after the previous accident where they got to know the situation in the fifth singularity. After that, several attempts to make contact with Thomas Edison through the channel he contacted them were made, but in the end, it failed. By then they had already guessed what has happened in the singularity and what was Thomas's fate. Ritsuka came into the command center yawning lightly. Even after sleeping properly for more than 10 hours he was still feeling sleepy, which showed his lack of sleep in the past few days. Masha's and Kyoheim's conditions were much better compared to his being demi-servant and proper servant respectively. Da Vinci had her gauntlet in her hands, she was wearing her iconic dress, and as she walked her bountiful chest swayed slowly up and down. Feeling well, Fujimaru, she asked the boy in front of him, who nodded. Nice, then we will be going to sixth singularity today. I have checked it, there is no blockade as it was in the fifth one, so we got to hurry. He nodded hearing her words. Yesterday, hours after their talk with Thomas, the fifth singularity vanished itself, much to their surprise. It was quite shocking for a singularity to be resolved with their involvement. Their questions were answered by none other than the beautiful universal genius Da Vinci, who said that it was because of Poseidon. She calculated it in her mind and said for some reason Poseidon saved this singularity. Due to lack of information she couldn't point out why he saved the singularity, but from how much they got to know through Thomas, she was about 98.97% sure that it was Poseidon, though his reasons for doing it remained unknown. Again, she had calculated it should have been something or someone else who blocked the ray shift other than Poseidon. If not for the fact that they knew her true identity and she had been a major help through her genius, they would have doubted her calculations, which seemed as if her mere predictions. But in the end, they accepted her predictions about what happened, as even Dr. Romani knew that the rate of Da Vinci's predictions being wrong was abysmally low. She was a universal genius for a reason. Thus done with the fifth singularity, even if they didn't do anything in actuality, they finally had a good rest and were ready for the next singularity. This time Ritsuka was ray-shifting with Mash, Kyoheim, Hector, and surprisingly Da Vinci. It was Da Vinci who insisted on accompanying them as she wanted to know the reason for the foundation value of this specific singularity being EX, as according to her it should be lower than the seventh singularity in normal cases. Thus unable to hold back her curiosity, she decided to join Ritsuka as well. Will that be all right? Asked Ritsuka with a nervous look, glancing at Da Vinci, whose breasts never stopped swaying. She stopped causing her breasts to sway alluringly and said, I am interested in what makes the foundation value of this singularity EX. So I will leave the entire command of the Chaldea to you, Romani. She glanced at Dr. Romani Arkhams, whose eyebrows twitched hearing her words. He straightened up her back and giving them a thumbs up he said, do not worry, leave everything to this doctor. She suddenly said, by the way, if he gets crazy then do make sure to tie him with a rope. Then she nodded to herself for giving such a smart suggestion, while the orange-haired man looked at her speechlessly. Mash coughed and said, I think we should leave. She nodded and said, yup, it's time for ray shift. Ritsuka sighed hearing her, and then entered the ray-shifting capsule along with others. Obviously the little guy Pho followed them as well, and after checking everything is right, Romani ordered the staff to start ray-shifting, and then in a few seconds they were transported in the singularity. I hope this time it will be easier for them, thought Romani, then remembering the vestige of Poseidon and the EX rank foundation value of the singularity, his cheerful mood vanished in a second. He could only wish that they don't encounter a monstrosity like Poseidon or some other powerful being in the singularity. Asterisk cough, Ritsuka coughed while trying to get out of the sand. The first thing he found after being ray-shifted that he was above a few meters in the air. The next thing he knew that his face got embedded on the sand. After taking out his face from the sand he started coughing. Dear Senpai, the voices of the Kyoheim and Mash rang out as they called his name and got beside him. After checking him and confirming he was really right, they breathed in relief. Ah. What a nice view, said Da Vinci, glancing at the vast expanse of sand in front of her. Others' eyebrows twitched hearing her words. Hector grunted, glancing at the huge desert in front of him. He and others knew very well that this journey was going to be hard. After all, nothing ever had good came out of walking barefooted in the desert. Poseidon POV. After teleporting in the desert alongside Jalter and Artoria, the first thing I did was to survey the surrounding lands, after ensuring that Camelot City, Sun King City, and the hidden place of the assassin-class servants are quite far from where we have descended. After that I used super tier spell creation to change the entire terrain, using more than 3 square kilometers of land as a base. I created huge walls of stone around it to create an enclosure, and then I changed the entire barren land inside to green grasslands. Artoria and Jalter looked at me with reverence as I lived up to my name and title of a god and changed the entire terrain of the place from desert to grasslands using true miracles. Then I used the 10th tier spell Create Fortress with maximum enhancement to create a giant fortress in the middle of the place. After that, I proceeded to use the greater create item with multicasting enhancements coupled with thought acceleration, filling the fortress with all the necessary items at once. By now I had drained barely 10% of mana. It showed just how much mana I had. I glanced at the green grasslands with satisfaction, though some final touching was still missing, so using magic I created a fairly wide and deep furrow on the ground, then using my divinity I filled it up with water. Finally, using nature-related spells I filled up the 1/3 of the remaining grasslands with trees. Jalter and Artoria looked at the place with shining eyes, as the previously barren desert present here had turned into a paradise. Finally, satisfied with my work, I decided to set up small defensive measures. Using the territory creation ability of the caster class, I took control of the changed terrain and then used the 10th tier spell, Mirror World, to hide the entire place under illusion. My liege, this is really amazing, Artoria said, coming beside me. She continued, this reminds me of a place, Avalon, the distant utopia once I dreamt of. Jalter also approached me, and standing beside she asked me for orders. My lord, what to do next? I glanced at the fortress and said, let's go in the fortress and prepare for the summoning of the servants. They nodded, hearing my words. I have already informed them that I will be summoning some servants to assist me in this singularity. After all, it's both for my quest and my leisure, since I really have no plans to do any menial tasks. Getting in the fortress, we came inside what seemed like a hall. It was decorated with golden banners, and in the end of the hall stood a great throne. I quickly approached the throne and sit on top of it. Making myself comfortable, I glanced at my status. Name, Poseidon. Race, God/divine spirit. Age, 13.9 billion years. Strength, C, A+. Endurance, C, A. Agility, B, A++. Magical energy, EX. Luck, N/A. Since master is a singularity and free from time, space, and fate due to being the owner of the system, the chance is not applicable. NP, Noble Phantasm, EX. Personal skills, class restrictions have been applied. Authority of the water, A. Authority of the ocean, B. Authority of the horses, C. Transcendent mana heart, EX. Merciless, EX. Investigator, EX. Divinity, A. Mystic Eyes of Terror, A+. Tier Magic, EX, up to 10th tier. Anti-Magic, A+. Silent Casting, EX, up to 10th tier. Multicasting, EX, can be used on any magic no matter its power as long as a user has appropriate mana and control. Maximized Magic, A++, up to 10th tier. Triplet Maximized Magic, C+, up to 4th tier. Super Tier Spells. Creation, A+. Fallen Down, A+. Shub-Niggurth, EX. Summoning of an Avatar of the God, EX. The End of the Time, EX. Dark Dream, A+. More. Megiddo God's Wrath, B. Class Skills, Caster. Territory Creation, EX. Item Creation, A+. Noble Phantasm. World of Water, EX. As expected, my current status is lower as compared to my original one. This time, after confirming the difficulty of this singularity shouldn't be that high, I had asked system to change my class when I am summoned, and place the class restriction on top of it, which will do two things. Firstly, I will get a boosted amount of merit points. Secondly, since my abilities will be restricted, I will be able to test how will I fare without my physical skills and abilities. Though I can boost my basic parameters all the way to A+ rank, I will refrain from doing so unless necessary, as only then I will be test myself. To be honest, I really don't like fighting nerf, but for extra merits I am doing it, obviously after making sure that I am still the strongest person in this singularity, otherwise I wouldn't have done it even for the extra merits. Anyway, other than that, my reason for creating a huge safe haven upon getting here when I could have worked with a small fortress stems from my quest that I have chosen. I have no liking in playing Messiah, especially for humanity. But when the rewards are too good, I couldn't stop myself from accepting these quests. You have taken the mission, a safe haven. Objective, create a huge and paradise-like haven in the world of desert, where people had lost the hope of their life. Save more than 2,500 people and give them a refuge in your paradise during the duration of your descent. Current completion rate, 50%. Reward, 1 out of 5 th part of the perfect divine realm. You have taken the mission, no more legendary knights. Objective: create a group of powerful servants or people and take them under your command, let them clash against the Knights of the Round Table and win this battle without your direct intervention. Note: you can personally fight against their leader, the goddess Rangaminiad, without affecting the quest, or can assist your servants without participating directly in the battle. It doesn't matter if the servants on your side dies during the course of the battle, as long as a single one remains alive while the entire Round Table except Lion King is wiped out, the quest will be considered completed. Completion rate, 2.5%. Reward: Apostle Bestowal. These are the 2 voluntary quests that I have taken for this singularity. The first one is simple and its reward is extremely lucrative. Even if it's just 1/5 of the perfect divine realm that I once envisioned. Its cost is more than what even I can afford with my current merit points. The second quest's reward grants me the ability to create apostles. Now it might be stupid in one way considering I should be able to create apostles being God. Even if the gods of my previous world didn't have this ability, the gods of this ability did have the ability to give a divine protection to someone, but apostle bestowal is a perfect version of it, and it also boosts my growth depending on my apostle's growth, and does a lot more. So I chose this voluntary quest as well. Other than these quests there are none that catch my eyes, though due to my class restrictions I am pretty sure to get enough merits out of this singularity, and there are involuntary quests as well, which I might complete gaining extra rewards. My lord, it is done, said Jalter, disrupting my thought. I glanced at the floor seeing several magical circles laid on it. This was my preparation for the second quest, to summon a group of trustful servants. Since I am not in the possession of Holy Grail, such preparations are needed, and since this is a singularity and not a Holy Grail war, I can summon several servants at once without a problem. I wasn't in the possession of command spell which was necessary for the summoning of the servants either. I had established an enhancement between me and Jalter and Artoria which let them use my mana to refill theirs, acting like master servant mana transfer despite me not possessing command spells previously. It has been case till now. I sighed and asked in my mind, System, give me some command spells. Master. Given. Your 0.05567% merits have been consumed. 3 command spells appeared on my hand, including a few extra which covered my region below the elbow. I stood up from my throne and walked near the drawn circles. Artoria and Jalter quickly got a bit away from the circles. I muttered, it is time for the new Argonauts to appear. To be continued. Chapter 55-54, Familiar Faces. Poseidon POV. I have planned to use myself as the summoning catalyst. Essentially one can summon servants related to the person if that person was to use him or her as the summoning catalyst. Despite my being from a different verse, I did have met a variety of servants and had a great impact on them during my journey, so I can theoretically summon any servant I have met for enough time. Other than that, using my authority as divine spirit I will narrow down the list of summonable servants to ensure that I summon only the specific ones that I have in mind. No normal servant can do this, only a top divine spirit like me can pull this off, similar to how Artemis forced herself to be summoned with Orion's spirit origin. I started chanting, let the silver and iron be the. Smoke rose up in the room as the figure of the servant summoned in the room became clear. I heard a voice, I ask of you, are you my master? Lord Poseidon, gasped the femboy looking at me, then he looked around to find the similar faces much to his surprise. Well, what is happening? Asked Atlanta frowning as her eyes glanced at a particular person. Haha, can't believe I am seeing you again, Atlanta, said Achilles with a smile glancing at his crush, who grunted in displeasure. Hey, Mr. God, what's the meaning of this? Why you have summoned us, eh? Father, said Mordred in disbelief as her eyes fell on the figure of her father, King Arthur. Her body trembled in shock as she glanced at her father, who had more changes than she would have ever thought, especially on her chest part, as her eyes almost bulged out seeing those humongous pieces of flesh. I sat on my throne glancing at everyone that I have summoned. Most of them belong to the world that I visited first after becoming a divine spirit, that is none other than Fate Apocrypha world. I remained silent watching the drama unfolding before my eyes with amusement. Is that you, father? Asked Mordred gulping in nervousness and excitement. Artoria replied in a cold voice, indeed, it's me, my idiotic son. Mordred shuddered to hear such a cold voice from her father, which was laced with slight killing intent, even if her tone was cold, just the words that she heard filled up her with joy. After all, Artoria referred her as her son, something she had never done once alive. The eyes of the other servants fell on the Jalter as well, who slowly approached me and stood beside the throne holding the evil flag. Is that Eugene? What's with that look though? Asked Astolfo. Jalter's face morphed into one of displeasure hearing that, and then she replied, I am not the one you are thinking of, I am a totally different version of her, and my name is Jalter. I am Lord Poseidon's confidant. Is that so? He asked tilting his head, then glancing at her with scrutinizing eyes, he said, oh, you are right, unlike the holy vibe Jean has got, you have got a totally opposite vibe of her, an evil vibe. She snorted and said, well, it's better you understood that quickly. Mordred asked Artoria skeptically, Fath father, what is with your current attire? She replied coldly, I became like this after you betrayed me. A pang of guilt hit Mordred's heart as she heard the accusation, then she replied, but I didn't want it to be like that. I just wanted you to recognize me as your son, Artoria sneered and said, by betraying me, rallying my own army and knights against me and then killing me with your sword. Mordred's head lowered upon hearing that as she clenched her fists. I apologize for my actions, I know that what I have done is irreversible and unforgivable. That's why please separate my head as a punishment. She knelt on one leg, and lowered her head closing her eyes accepting her fate. She wanted to be punished for the sins she had committed against her king and her father. Artoria glanced at her with an emotionless face and then said, stand up, Mordred, I do dislike you for what have you done, but it was me who didn't make things clear first. And I am what now, because of your mistake, so I won't punish you, but I won't forgive you either, you will have to earn my forgiveness. Mordred hearing her words looked at her with determination and said, don't worry, I will earn you forgiveness no matter what it takes. After that she stood up. Then she glanced at me and then, hey, missed, ouch, she wasn't able to complete her words as a fist landed on her head. Artoria glared at her and said, refer my liege with respect. Mordred rubbed her head and then looked at me in confusion. Then she glanced at her father and then me, then Artoria and then me again, after she said, Wait, what's the meaning of ouch? Artoria again hit her on the head and said, I won't repeat again, call Lord Poseidon with respect Mordred. Her voice was cold and her current expression showed as if the previous conversation between them had never occurred in the first place. Okay, said Mordred accepting her father's orders despite not knowing what is going on. The hall was filled with voice and chatter of the summoned servants. A person came forward and clapped his hands garnering everyone's attention, then glancing at everyone he said, please, everyone be quiet for a second. Then he glanced at me and gave a small bow. Lord Poseidon, I would like to know what's happening and your reasons for summoning us. I simply said, Jalter, explain it to them. She nodded and said, as you say, my lord. Then shifting her focus on the summoned servants she started explaining them everything about singularities, how the Knights of the Round Table along with another King Arthur have appeared in this singularity and are committing atrocities. Our goal is to simply gather the refugees and finish off the Round Table and their knights, and restore this singularity. After Jalter finished explaining they understood the reasons for me, summoning them in this singularity as my servants. Now introduce yourselves, said Jalter. Chiron was the first one to reply. I am Archer-class servant, Chiron at your service, Lord Poseidon. Next was the femboy, I am one of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne, Astolfo. At your service, Lord Poseidon. Achilles stepped forward after him, and said, the famous Greek hero, Achilles, at your service, Lord Poseidon. Atalanta followed after him and said, Atalanta, chaste huntress, at your service, Lord Poseidon. Mordred stepped forward and said, well, the strongest knight of the Round Table, and the son of King Arthur, the rightful heir of England, Mordred Pendragon, at your service. Finally, my eyes landed on the last person who was behind everyone wearing a dark blue robe. She walked forward and said, Caster-class servant, Medea at your service. I gave a small nod and then said, any questions? Chiron nodded and asked me, Lord Poseidon, as Miss Jalter said, you intended to summon all the Greek servants belonging to Argonauts, so why Jason, especially Hercules is missing? Medea flinched and gritted her teeth on hearing the words Jason, then she said, Lord Poseidon, I would like to thank you for killing that bastard in the previous singularity when I was summoned as my younger self. Everyone except Jalter and Artoria hearing that became surprised. I said, well, Jason is a completely useless servant, and I have no liking for Hercules with what happened in the Great Holy Grail War. He gave me an understanding look well aware of what had happened. Mordred raised her fists and said, indeed, that cockroach bastard proved to be quite a hindrance back then to you. I nodded and then asked, now, will you all assist me in my quest? They nodded, well, we might be enemies back then, but right now you are our master, so it's only natural we assist you, right Atalanta, said Achilles. Atalanta glanced at me and said, Lord Poseidon, previously you have stopped me from getting the Holy Grail, but this time despite the fact I won't get the Holy Grail, it doesn't change the fact we will be saving children so I will assist you. Artoria frowned and said, if you don't want to help then say it, my lord isn't requesting you, but asking you, and he can summon someone else in your stead if you don't want to assist him. Atalanta became silent upon hearing that. Medea said, I have always disliked gods, due to what happened with me, but you killed that bastard Jason when I was in my stupidest form possible, thus I will like to assist you best of my capabilities as to express my gratitude. I gave a small nod and then said, for now, you all take a round of the fort and the area around us, after that I will assign you all your specific tasks that you all have to do. They nodded, and Astolfo said excitedly, whoa. This is going to be quite exciting. Fighting alongside friends, only if Miss Jean were here, it would have been much better. Jalter's eyes narrowed hearing that. My memory went to the figure of the girl that had confessed her love to me. I had met Jean again after Fate Aposipa's events but she was a totally different one, belonging to Grand Order timeline. I shook my head and then said glancing at them, well, since now you all are here, under me, I name your group Neos Argonauts. Hearing that all of them except Mordred had an excited look. After that, they came outside the fortress to see the paradise-like land. They were quite surprised. Admiration and awe appeared in their eyes towards me, as Jalter briefed them on how everything here was created by me on a barren desert. Third POV. Finally. A human settlement, said Ritsuka relieved as he glanced towards the houses. Mash looked around the place, frowned, and said, why is there no one present here? Kaioheim, Hector, and Da Vinci caught up with the weirdness as well. They started exploring the settlement and in the end find no one present in the place. It's an abandoned settlement, said Mash with apparent disappointment in her voice. Ritsuka sat on the ground and took the water bottle and started gulping down the water in his throat. He glanced at the orangish sky, which told how it was evening. After drinking the water, he looked at Da Vinci, who glanced at the pieces of furniture with interest. Is there something the matter, Da Vinci-chan? He asked her. She nodded and said, there are a good amount of scraps present here. There are even scraps of metal and other few things. I have got a nice idea which would make our traveling much easier. Hearing her words, everyone became a bit excited. What idea? Asked Kyoheim. Da Vinci turned around, and her breast swayed slightly, much to the envy of the green-haired woman. Da Vinci said, if we can gather up enough scraps. No, even with this much scraps I can make up a rideable vehicle. Mash, and everyone became excited hearing that. Ritsuka asked, really? Da Vinci nodded with pride oozing out of her and said, hee, don't underestimate me, a universal genius Fujimaru. If I have said something that I can do, then that naturally means that I can do it. Mash, Ritsuka started clapping their hands. Kyoheim snorted and Hector remained silent. Still, he was slightly excited as he didn't like the prospect of crossing the huge desert on foot, despite being a high-ranking heroic spirit. Well, we should rest today here, and tomorrow you all will assist me to realize the idea that I have in my mind, then we will move towards the direction of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, where the main citadel is located, Da Vinci said. Everyone nodded, agreeing with her words. Kyoheim quickly set up a campfire, and they started preparing food from raw ingredients. Thankfully, Da Vinci modified Mash's shield long ago, so that it can ray-shift food items, medicines, and other necessary things. Thus they had no shortage of food and water, and do not have to fear running out of these necessary items. Thus after having a hearty dinner, they slept in the abandoned settlement. To be continued. Chapter 56-55, The Sixth Singularity, Divine Realm of the Round Table, Camelot. Poseidon POV. The Sixth Singularity, the Divine Realm of the Round Table, Camelot. In this timeline, two major events happen, making it a singularity. Firstly, the Bedivere of the Knights of the Round Table didn't return Excalibur to the Lady of the Lake, because of which Artoria became unable to die and became a wandering ghost. Rangaminiad was still in her hand, and after 1500 years she succeeded in becoming a divine spirit, but in the process, she lost most of her memories and human emotions. My Artoria has the same backstory as hers, but there is a slight twist. Instead of ascending to godhood and losing all of her memories, she managed to prevent her ascension and resurrect again with her memories intact. But it came with a cost as well. It simply made a realist from the idealist she used to be, coupled with betrayal and a realist king who knows how dirty the world is. You get a tyrannical king, which is basically her. Now, the second reason for the timeline becoming a singularity is that someone from the Crusaders got the Holy Grail and used it to terraform the entire place into the desert and bring the Holy Land down. In their greed they ended up summoning Ozymandias, who took the Holy Grail from them and killed them. Then he became hellbent on creating his own kingdom and summoned a few more servants to assist him in his task. Meanwhile, Goddess Rangaminiad summoned servants consisting of the Knights of Round Table except for Bedivere and Gahalad, whom she had forgotten completely. Then she told her plans to save humanity from incineration by preserving the purest souls of humanity. There was also a third group consisting of 2 assassin-class servants and an archer-class servant who made a small refugee for the people. All of these events took half a year before Chaldea's arrival. Now comes me and my subordinates, who arrived a few weeks before the Chaldea. My plan was similar to the Sun King, Ozymandias' plan. To create a safe haven for the place, the only difference would be that my place has more water and is greener compared to his. After summoning the Neos Argonauts and letting them get familiar with the surroundings, I quickly assigned each of them a role. Artoria is supposed to be the main handler of the haven and commander of all the servants, equivalent to Jalter. Now I choose Artoria as she had been king once, and despite how it played out in the end, she was a capable king who knew how to handle a populace and servants under her very well. Jalter, on the other hand, was the main commander for the battle. She also summoned Fanfur again, in this singularity, making her a strong attacker and defender. Then Atlanta and Achilles are concerned with gathering the refugees and taking them safely here. Chiron and Mordred were the first lines of defense in this place, and Astolfo and Medea had been assigned to handle the refugees. Now, other than sitting on the throne all day, ordering Artoria and other servants a few things, having a lavishing breakfast and dinner with them, and having some quickies with Jalter and Artoria, I have not done really anything else. I just watched, satisfied with how the Neos Argonauts alongside their 2 commanders quickly gathered more than 2,000 refugees and quickly assigned all of them some roles. Just a few days ago, I noticed that Chaldea finally arrived in the singularity. I have the intention of taking their group under me as well, as my quest demands it. Not to mention my merit points will get a slightly higher boost with him, aka protagonist, under my command than just him being present in this singularity. I made sure to deactivate my protagonist killer ability, otherwise, if he was to die then I would lose a free merit booster. In my view, they are going towards the Holy City on top of a vehicle made by Da Vinci. Other than that, a certain archer is present in the city as well, while a certain king simp is walking towards that place as well. I wondered if I should send a servant to make them join me. In the end, I decided to leave them as it is. In the end, to seek refugee and help, he and his group will come to me anyway. I sighed and stood up from my throne, slowly walking towards the outside. In the path, some of the people from the refugee, chosen by Artoria to help her in handling the huge number of people, knelt before me as soon as they saw me. I was not surprised by this, as both of my women have already told them to bow or kneel respectfully before me, and they agreed it happily. As for them, I am their new lord, their savior. The tales of me being a god have been already known by the current refugee, and the tales of a god giving refugee to people in his self-made haven have already spread quite a bit outside my territory. I continued walking and came outside, then I floated up in the sky to a certain height and then stopped, looking down at my entire territory and the people present. Someone suddenly informed me of my presence, then other people looked above me. Soon, all of them knelt on their knees, and some of them started crying, and all of them began thanking me wholeheartedly for saving them. Even if they were to know that I had a reason for saving them, they still would have thanked me with this vigor. After all, no matter the reason, I have saved their lives, and in a world that was already barren and hopeless, this was a miracle for them. I glanced at them with indifference, then I shifted my focus in a certain direction. I silent chanted the 9th tier spell, God's Eye, a name which certainly suited it, and thus vision in my eyes magnified thousands of times as I looked at the holy city. Then I focused for more, my vision passing through the walls, and reached the room where goddess Rangaminiad was seated. A frown suddenly appeared on her emotionless face, and then she glanced in my direction. With a rush of divinity, she destroyed my spell. I wasn't angry or disappointed by this, as despite being a 9th tier spell, it was fairly easy to nullify it if one knew how to do, and with divinity, it is certainly possible to block it or even destroy it. A small smile appeared on my face, as excitement filled my heart. I am really excited to see how this will fare. A battle between two king of knights, each of them being altars, and lancer-class servant, the clash between two holy lances, the clash between two ideals. It will be certainly interesting to see it unfold with my very eyes, I thought. Third POV. Goddess Rangaminiad was sitting on her throne as usual, her face emotionless and deprived of any humane expressions. In front of her, her knights knelt with utmost devotion and loyalty present in their eyes. They were none other than Agravain, Mordred, Tristan, and Gawain. Everyone from the knights who chose to follow her was present except Lancelot, who was on a small expedition to get more refugees. She thought with a frown and glanced at her left as she could feel someone spying from that direction. She quickly used a gush of her divinity, creating cracks on the spell, and then destroyed it, creating a mirror cracking sound. The knights present in the room became alert seeing this. She signaled them to remain calm and said, "Some unknown entity again tried to peer at us, but it failed like before." All of them became except Mordred became calmer hearing her words. Mordred, meanwhile, "That insolent fool has repeatedly tried to spy on us with whatever ability he has. Father, let me go and kill that mongrel for stepping out of his boundary." Agravain rolled his eyes hearing her and asked, "Mordred, how can you even kill that person if you don't know who it is?" She grunted hearing that and said, "So what? I will still kill that fool." Agravain wanted to say more when Artoria said, "Be silent." As soon as they heard her calm and emotionless words, they became silent unhesitantly. Artoria glanced at them and asked, "Did you get any information about that new rising faction?" Gawain shook his head and said, "I would like to apologize on behalf of us, my king, but sadly we couldn't gather much information about them other than that they are taking refugees and offering them a safe haven. Should I let Lancelot pursue them to their place?" Artoria replied, "Well, it's unnecessary, though there is something I need to inform you all." Her words garnered their attention, and she continued, "I have confirmed, there is another me present in this singularity." The gasps of her knights rang in her ears. Tristan, who was blind by now, asked her with disbelief present in his voice, "How is that possible? My king, you are currently in front of us. How can there be another you present?" She replied, "For the past few weeks I have been having a weird feeling. When I tried to understand its cause, then I got to know, it is from an invisible connection between me and my newly summoned other self, who belongs to another timeline. Her presence is towards the direction from where we have been tried to be spied. Thus, I assume she is within the new faction that we have got news of." Her words made everything clear, yet more doubts filled up in their minds. They were slightly shaken by the prospect of another King Arthur currently present in the singularity. If she was like her younger self, then what reaction she would have seen to the atrocities they are committing was yet to be known. Nervousness appeared on their faces. Gawain asked her, "Then, what should we do, your majesty?" She glanced at him and said, "Even if an alternate self of mine is present in this singularity, it has very little to do with us. Let her as be. I don't know if she is trying to preserve humanity like us or not, but unless they contact us we will ignore them. After getting in contact we will understand whether to work together with them or destroy them." All the knights nodded hearing that. Still to be true, they didn't want to fight against the other Artoria. Even if she was another version of her king, she was their king as well, so it will put them in quite a difficult situation if they were to fight against her. No one of them wanted for such a situation to occur. Thus they decided to ignore her presence for now. Her answer satisfied her, and she gave a small nod. The other knights hearing Mordred's reply too became firm in their actions, and resolutely said that they will serve her only in the end. The reason behind Mordred's firm reply unknown to other knights was quite simple. In the end, the Artoria before her, goddess Rangaminiad, let her call her father, and she recognized her as her son, as this was the most logical thing to do for her. Thus, this version of Mordred who got the liberty to call Artoria father didn't care about another Artoria who would possibly even disdain to call her son. For her, the father who recognized her was more important than the father who doesn't recognize her. In the end, it was because of her own simp nature. To be continued. Chapter 57-56, What are you doing with my father? Third POV. Mordred using her sword cut a number of trees into small sticks. The process was very quick. Everyone seeing her cutting the wood was dazzled by her precision and speed, so they couldn't help but clap. She smiled, glancing at the refugees who have started living in the haven created by Poseidon. It had been a few weeks since she had been summoned in this world. At first, when given the duty to guard the haven from outsiders, she was excited. She wanted to prove to her father that she was still worthy of being her knight. Alas, after not coming across a single intruder approaching the haven whom she can defeat and show her prowess to her father, she decided to help Astolfo and Medea with their work. She had just come to the small camp made near the fortress, where she found that some wood was needed for cooking the food. Well, at first when she had come outside after being just summoned a few weeks, she was indeed a bit impressed by the haven created by Poseidon. Still, it wasn't at that level of others as at first. She didn't take the fact that there is only desert outside seriously, but when she climbed up the small hills which acted as a wall separating the haven and outside, she truly understood what miracle Poseidon has caused. The haven was surrounded by steep and thin hills, which looked more like a wall than natural hills. There was a only small passage that allowed the natural entry of people inside. A huge gate was made in that place to control the usage of the passage, and it was guarded by the servants in a cycle to make sure that the gate was guarded all the time. Next comes the inside of the haven, which mainly consisted of open grasslands. A medium-sized lake was the main source of water in the haven. The water was crystal clear and its taste was also delicious that even Mordred found it quite pleased to drink it. There was a huge fortress in the middle, which looked more like a combination between a castle and a fortress. This was also where Poseidon resided, where all the servants rested and had food together. To be honest, as servants, they didn't have any requirements for food. After all, Poseidon had an abnormally huge amount of mana, as he was able to supply all the servants with sufficient mana for them to display their true prowess. But being offered a meal, to satisfy their mind and body, they didn't refrain to eat the food provided by Poseidon, and that was the best decision they had made, as the food was extremely delicious, especially for Mordred, who was well aware of the taste of the food that she was served when she was alive. If she had any problem with Artoria, then it would be the disgusting food they were offered. Just remembering the taste of the soup was enough to make her shudder, even the bread, which was so hard to chew as if it was made of stone and not flour. So after tasting the delicious food that Poseidon summoned as if they were nothing, she became the second best eater after Artoria. It was quite surprising for every servant to see Artoria finish 50 plates of food and Mordred 35 plates of food every time. Mordred felt proud of this, as this showed she was indeed the son of King Arthur and have followed in the steps of her father. Nextly, 1/3 of the land in Haven was filled with varieties of trees which were quite useful, as they could not only get wood for fuel and building but also fruits and other things. Poseidon did create a huge amount of flour, vegetables, and spices using his magic for the sustainment of the refugees. But that was only enough for each of them to have their fill. Even then it was a luxury to the refugees, as they not only got a variety of food items, but also 2 times. Again, they had to cook it themselves, so the wood was needed, and for anything extra, they would have to search for fruits. When Mordred came today inside to check what was going on and to pass the time, she found they were in need of large amounts of wood for fuel and building. Normally she wouldn't have done such a menial task, but to impress her father she decided to lend a hand in Astolfo's job, who was going to cut the wood for them. After all, she had barely got to do anything of worth till now, and it was frustrating her. Thus in the end she decided to do something, least after all having some achievements even small is better than having none. Now, finished with cutting the wood, she asked Astolfo, "So, how it is going on?" Astolfo glanced at refugees who have started preparing for making the food and said, "It has been going well till now, thankfully due to Miss Artoria's governance. She was smart enough to establish a chain of command after recruiting literate refugees and other helpful people. The current situation is very good. By the way, shouldn't you be guarding the border?" Mordred grunted and said, "There is no stupid mongrel coming here and approaching this place so that I can show him his place and impress my father, though it's just a matter of time before I earn my father's forgiveness." Astolfo nodded hearing that and then asked her, "Say, Mordred, are you okay with fighting against the other Artoria?" She stopped and glanced at him with narrowed eyes, and then replied, "I don't know what the other father has exactly become. It might be my mistake that she had turned to be so. But I knew my father." She took the burden of the entire Britain on her shoulders, until the end, she was there standing valiantly against me, the rebel, like a true king. If what Lord Poseidon has said is correct, then unfortunately she is no longer the person she used to be, and it's my destiny to fight against her. She paused for a moment and continued, "I have already promised my father, and no matter who the enemy might be, even if it's another father, I will still earn the forgiveness of my king." Astolfo nodded happily hearing this. He had long been accustomed to Mordred referring Artoria as the father, and her as her son. It was confusing at first but nothing too difficult. Mordred then decided to meet Artoria, as there was something she wanted to talk about. She searched for her but didn't find her anywhere. in the end, she decided to get into Poseidon's private chamber and ask where her father is. She approached the gate of his chamber. She found a small enchantment preventing the voice from leaking. Using mana burst she ignored it, and then went inside the enchantment. Redheart, ah, Redheart, yes Redheart, I am your bitch, Redheart, ah, Redheart. Mordred's face dropped down upon hearing that voice. The sound of flesh slapping and colliding with each other filled the place. The gate of the private chamber Poseidon was open. No, it can't be father, there is no way it is her, she thought, trying to assure herself that it was the voice of Jalter rather than her father, but it was only a delusion she was trying to weave for the sake of her sanity, as she was well aware that it was her father, Artoria's voice. Her heart started pounding loudly as if was about to burst out of her chest. She tremblingly peeked inside the room, and the sight made her body stunned. Poseidon was dogging Artoria from behind, and her breast swayed with every movement of Poseidon's hips. He was squeezing her big breasts from behind, and playing with them as if he owned them. Such a sight made Mordred unable to react for a moment. Then her heart started pounding crazily as she looked at how Artoria moaned erotically being fucked by Poseidon from behind. His hands freely played with her chest and sometimes smacked her juicy butt, creating a red handprint on top of it. Artoria said some words that Mordred hadn't even dreamt of hearing from her mouth. The image she had of Artoria in her mind started crumbling down as a side of her that she had never seen before. At first, shock struck her, then it turned into disbelief, and then into anger. How dare he do that to father? She thought angrily, as in her eyes Poseidon was insulting Artoria, which wouldn't be the case in pure lovemaking. Thus to her, it seemed as if Poseidon was defiling her. Then remembering the stories of Poseidon being pissed, she was sure what had transpired here. She quickly summoned her sword and red lightning cracked around her. Glancing at Poseidon with bloodshot eyes she shouted, "What are you doing with my father? Bastard!" They stopped and Artoria's face became surprised hearing Mordred's voice. Poseidon simply glanced at her with a small smile as if amused by her reaction. Then Mordred charged with a single intent in her mind, and that was to slice down the god in front of her. She was so angry that she didn't think about the repercussions of her actions and the fact that she might have misunderstood the situation. Alas, it was too late of her to think that now. As she charged at Poseidon she was stopped in her tracks by none other than her father, Artoria, who blocked her sword with her holy lance that created a sonic boom almost destroying the chamber. Mordred looked stunned at Artoria, wondering why she had stopped her, but seeing her intensely cold and angry look she froze in fear. Father, she muttered knowing that she had messed up, and the next moment the holy lance pierced through her stomach. She vomited some blood, trembling to stand up. She asked her, "Why?" Artoria replied coldly in a mocking tone, "Why? You dared to raise an arm against my liege, just give me one reason to not kill you right now." Hearing her words she quickly replied with anger, He is defiling you." A slap landed on Mordred's face causing her to fall on the ground on her butt. "You idiot, we and Poseidon are lovers, so we were just making love," she said. Mordred paused in disbelief, then she glanced at Poseidon who had already come behind Artoria and hugged her. Artoria blushed and didn't resist him bit. It didn't take long for Mordred to understand what kind of relationship Artoria and Poseidon have. She was still shocked by this and said, he was insulting you." "No one does that to their lover." Artoria's face became slightly red with embarrassment and she replied, we were just role-playing." Mordred's eyes widened hearing that, then she chuckled in amusement. "How stupid I am," she thought, closing her eyes, as her body started turning into golden particles. In fact, she still didn't like the fact another person had that kind of relationship with her father, but it was understandable. Her father, in the end, was a woman and it wasn't wrong for her to form that type of relationship with a male, and Poseidon, despite his personality, was a perfect person for her father to seek love from. In a way their current personalities matched very well. Not to mention she had no right to intervene in Artoria's love life, not after she had done in her life. As she thought she was to vanish, a green light fell upon her, healing the grave wound. She glanced at the person who had healed her, and he said, "Now get out." She wanted to say something but in the end, she decided to leave the room, after which the moans of Artoria filled up the room. Mordred blushed and then quickly left the place. After that she started breathing heavily and thinking about the implications of their relationship. Remembering the smile of Artoria when Poseidon snuggled from behind, she thought, that smile, it was genuine. She couldn't remember the last time she had seen Artoria smile. When Artoria was king she had rarely smiled, remaining like a machine and perfect king who never smiled, and after meeting her being summoned, she had seen only a cold look on her beautiful face. As long as she is happy, I don't have any problems, she thought. After all, wasn't it her wish that she can become king so her father can live life like a normal girl? Love someone and have a family. Even if her wish was answered in another way, as long as her father was happy it didn't matter. Still, I need to apologize to her, she thought as her face became pale, remembering that she had further angered Artoria and Poseidon's current emotions towards her were unknown. Still, knowing that he didn't let her die, she became relaxed. It was truly a hectic day for the legendary night of betrayal. To be continued. Chapter 58-57, The Cruelty of the Lion King. Third POV. In the middle of the vast desert, a wooden vehicle never seen in this era was moving rapidly towards the holy city. The vehicle was driven by none other than Da Vinci, and Ritsuka alongside Mash, Kyoheim, and Hector was sitting in the back. "I can't believe that you made this out of scraps," said Ritsuka, enjoying the air brushing against his skin. Da Vinci giggled and said proudly, never underestimate this universal genius. Your lovely Da Vinci-chan can do almost anything. They smiled wearily. Kyoheim snorted as she still disliked Da Vinci, who had two amazing huge breasts, and Hector remained silent, though he was indeed grateful to Da Vinci, who made this so-called modern vehicle after it worked like a magical ship, moving on its own. We should be near the Holy Citadel by now according to the coordinates, but it's not here, said Mash. Are our coordinates wrong? Asked Ritsuka. Da Vinci replied, I don't think so. Instead it should be caused by what had turned this place into desert, which should be Holy Grail. They nodded, hearing that, and understood everything at once, just like the third singularity in which the world was almost covered in the ocean. This singularity was covered by sand. Suddenly a view of a grand tower appeared in front of them after the car traveled above a sand dune. Da Vinci stopped the vehicle and they got to see a grand city, with huge towers clearly not belonging to this era. The city was surrounded by huge walls, and on the outskirts, the remains of a city could be seen. So this is the Holy City? Asked Mash, uncertain what to make out of this scene. Kyoheim said, according to the people we met on the way, there are 3 cities that remain in this barren world, the last hope of humanity. First is this holy city, second is the city of the Sun King, and lastly is the newly appeared haven made by a god. The words God made everyone silent. To be honest, they already had a guess who it might be, although there were chances that it might be another god, but other than 2 Gorgon sisters, Artemis, they have only met Poseidon in previous singularities, not to mention his intervention in 3 of the singularities was really suspicious. Thus it was obvious who it might be. After a bit of talking, Romani decided it was better for them to visit the holy city, as it was not only nearest to them, but also to avoid meeting Poseidon for now. If they can understand the situation in the holy city only, then they should decide on how to approach Poseidon. Senpai, Mash said, glancing at Ritsuka, who nodded. After that Da Vinci drove the vehicle to the holy city, stopping it before the city's gate. They got inside the city to inspect the situation from the people, but most of the people denied them to tell anything in anger. One even tried to kill Ritsuka, only to be beaten down by Kyoheim. They sighed and continued investigating when Da Vinci's and Hector's eyes fell on 2 people talking to each other. I wonder if I could listen in as well, Da Vinci said, approaching them. She smiled beautifully, keeping her gauntlet on the table. Hector silently followed her and then glanced at the 2 servants, out of which one had already exposed his identity as the great Persian hero, Arash, and the other servant who gave out his fake name, Lucius. He glanced at both of them, assessing their danger level. Oh, who you might be, miss? Asked Arash, with his signature smile. Da Vinci waved her hair and said, the great genius, Leonardo da Vinci, a member of the Organization for the Preservation of Human Order, Chaldea. Hearing her words, Hector couldn't help but facepalm. Who the heck gives out their identity so casually? He thought, glancing at the gender-bended beauty with a sigh, wondering if her EQ went to her 2 big breasts. Chaldea? Arash asked, glancing at them skeptically. She said, that's the organization that's here to restore this destroyed place. Then she leaned a bit towards them and said in a low voice, I am the same as you, a servant. Hector again had the urge to facepalm himself. What is the use of leaning and telling it in a low voice when is everyone gonna hear it anyway? Whoa, sounds like a big deal, said Arash. Then he glanced at Hector and asked, and who you might be? Hector shrugged, not wishing to tell anything about himself, but Da Vinci quickly replied with a smile, he is Hector, and he is one of the servants of my stalwart master, alongside other 2 who are here. Hector, hearing that, wanted to ask Leonardo if she is really normal. Alas, he didn't know how abnormal this gender-bended beauty was. Master. I guess I would like to meet him, he said. She nodded and then asked him, we suspect that the key to this incident lies within the holy city, so how do we get in there? He sighed and started explaining her everything he knew, from how the holy city was formed to how the gates opened on the full moon night, and it happened that the gates of the holy city will open tonight as well. After that, Lucius left 2 of them, and soon Arash left as well. Meanwhile, Ritsuka, Mash, and Kyoheim met a mother and child who were extremely hungry, and he helped them. Then they reunited with Hector and Da Vinci and got to know about the holy selection. Finally, they waited till midnight before the entrance of the holy city. Finally, the gates of the city opened and they entered with other refugees. Ritsuka, Da Vinci, Mash, and Kyoheim entered the holy city while Hector remained outside, as the situation was very suspicious and thus he was there to give them help to retreat if the situation arises. Thus, the group entered, and Bedivere, disguised in a robe too, entered with them. All of them glanced at the soldiers stationed near the wall, fully clad in metal. It didn't take a second for Da Vinci to recognize them as golems. Once all of the refugees have entered, the gates closed, and then all of them looked forward to see a blond man clad in armor standing in front of them. He said, welcome, candidates of the holy section. I am one of the knights of the round table, Gawain. Our holy city, Camelot, is the perfect utopia, a millennial kingdom filled with pure white. Beyond these gates behind me, a paradise awaits. Let's appeal to the king's magnanimity. He raised his hands, and people gasped in joy hearing his words. Suddenly he turned backwards and knelt on the ground. Then above him on the fortress, fires lit up on torches as a person fully clad in metal armor appeared in front of everyone. She said in a clear feminine voice, those who can be led to the farthest end are few. Humans are bound by the chain of fate, thus I will make this selection. She raised her hand, and her palm shone brightly in golden color, and 4 beams of light appeared on 4 people present below. She continued her speech, souls that have not been tainted, free of any wickedness and corruption. Humans are born of eternal and immutable purity. I extend an invitation to only these 4, go forth and collect them, Sir Gawain." Then she left. Gawain stood up from his position and turned around to face the crowd, then he said, "Everyone, I am afraid of the decision that I am about to make, but this is also necessary to ensure the continuity of mankind. Right now, the holy selection starts." As he finished his words, the golems quickly took a battle stance and started approaching the scared crowd. A barrage of arrows from all sides rained upon the crowd, piercing their mortal bodies and harvesting their lives. People started panicking and running to save their life, but it was futile as golems started swinging their weapons, harvesting the lives of people who managed to survive the rain of arrows. "This is bad, we have to retreat." "Mash, Kyoheim, I leave Fujiwara to you," said Da Vinci, understanding the situation. Although they had Kyoheim and Hector together with them, it was no way near to facing the legendary Knights of the Round Table. Thankfully it was enough for them to make a safe retreat. They nodded and started getting back. Suddenly their eyes fell on the pair of mother and son who they had helped earlier. A golem was approaching them and was about to swing its axe down on her. The breathing of Fujiwara's group stopped for a second. As they helplessly watched the heavy axe fall on them, the mother took her son in a hug, covering him with her body in a futile attempt to save him. This also fell under the eyes of Bedivere, who clenched his fists. He closed his eyes, not being able to bear the scene of their death, but suddenly a huge sound rang through the place. Clang. Everyone glanced to find the golem being cut in half by a person standing in front of the mother and son pair. It was a person of small stature wearing a slightly feminine armor. Her pink hair waved through the air, and he announced himself, "I am Astolfo, one of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne." Then he turned towards Gawain and threw his lance with his full strength. Boom. His lance pierced through the air like a cannon and flew beside the Gawain's cheek, striking the wall behind him. Suddenly silence filled the place. As the arrows stopped pouring down and the metal knight golem stopped, it was Gawain's doing, who stopped it with a signal of his hand. Then he glanced at the pink-haired paladin. Astolfo said, "To commit such atrocities, I wonder if this is chivalry you Knight of the Round Table speak of. There was a time I admired you. I grew up hearing the story of the legendary King Arthur and his brave knights, but now that I meet you and see this, all I can say is you have strayed from the path you used to walk on." Gawain grunted and asked him, "Let's stop this nonsense. Astolfo, you are a servant belonging to the newly appeared third faction, right? So let me ask you, what's that king desires?" That's the real reason he stopped this chaos. He wanted to talk with a person that he had suspicions about belonging to the third faction, where the another King Arthur was present. Astolfo said, "King? You mean by Miss Artoria?" Gawain's eyes narrowed on Astolfo's casual use of their king's true name. Bedivere, who heard their words, was confused and his eyes narrowed hearing the true name of his king. Astolfo continued, "I belong to Neos Argonauts, the group of servants led by the Lord Poseidon, King of Storms, and the Dragon Witch. I was here to meet the legendary Knights of the Round Table, and to say I would be disappointed will be an understatement. To raise your sword against innocent, you have tarnished the names of all the knights." Gawain frowned and raised his hand in anger. "I won't take this nonsense anymore. I just want to know what the king desires. If you don't wish to talk, then I will finish you." Astolfo paused and said, "The King of Storms, Lady Artoria, is fed up with the atrocities you all have committed, tarnishing the name of Knights of the Round Table, thus alongside her son, Mordred, and us. She will destroy you all, and that person, who is pretending to be the king." Gawain's expression froze upon hearing his words. The fact that Astolfo implied that the King Arthur they are following is a pretender hit him greatly. Although his loyalty is firm, the weirdness of King Arthur, who has a complete change in her personality, really made him suspect that Astolfo's words were really right. How should he choose? A king that has changed so much that she had become almost unrecognizable, or a king who he has yet to meet? Yes, she is supposedly closer to the one he knew about. He put his sword down and took a deep breath. The memories of him slaying his younger siblings flashed through his mind, and his grip on his sword became tighter. "No matter how she has become, it's my fault that king has become like this, so I will follow her till the end," he thought with the guilt. Then he glanced at Astolfo and said in a resolute voice, "Kill them." Boom. The gates busted open as Hector used his weaker noble phantasm Durindana Spada to destroy the metal gates. The rain of arrows again started pouring down on the refugees, who quickly started escaping from the front gate. Ritsuka and his team quickly shielded the mother and son and tried to escape together when the flying body of Astolfo passed near them. They glanced at saw Gawain's sword shining brightly as he glanced at Astolfo, who had crashed on the wall just near the entrance. Ritsuka glanced at Mash, who nodded and quickly came in front of Gawain, who just casually grabbed her shield, and then threw her away along with her shield. Then he glanced at Ritsuka and others with the intent to kill them. He raised his sword, wanting to finish them all at once. "I won't let you harm them," said Bedivere as he blocked Gawain's sword with his own sword. The eyes Gawain widened in shock. "Impossible. Why are you here?" He quickly got back and asked, "Are you with the other king?" Bedivere replied, "It doesn't matter on whose side I am, all that I know that the Knights of the Round Table have strayed from the path of justice and humanity, so dash." Gawain didn't listen any longer and started swinging his sword. Bedivere also started deflecting his blows and attacking him back. "Trap of Argalia," chanted Astolfo as his lance started shining brightly. Bedivere quickly moved out of the way, and the shot of condensed mana hit Gawain, vaporizing a huge part of his stomach, and making him fall on the ground. Astolfo glanced at him, pointing his lance at his fallen body. Gawain looked at his adversity with clenched fists. "I can kill you now, and end your path of teacher now, but I am sure that Lady Artoria would want to kill you herself, or at least see you die in front of her, he said, and then unsummoned his lance. He glanced at Bedivere, who after eyeing Gawain from the corner of eyes, nodded at them. Astolfo summoned his hippogriff and got on top of it. After that all of them quickly escaped from the place. Gawain looked at the scene helpless, as under his very eyes, the enemies he had sworn to kill escaped. To be continued. Chapter 59-58, Da Vinci-chan is a pervert. Poseidon POV. I glanced at the servants in front of me arguing. I sighed loudly, and that was enough for the room to be silent. Chiron said, "Lord Poseidon, Astolfo, after hearing about the massacre that Knights of the Round Table had been committing, under our noses he left the haven on his hippogriff." Others glanced at me for my reaction. After all, what Astolfo did was somewhat equal to betrayal. I glanced in a direction and used God's Eye spell to see Astolfo along with Ritsuka and the gang heading toward my city. Though from behind they were followed by Lancelot and his personal army. Then I glanced at all the servants present in the hall except Jalter, who had gone to challenge the Sun King and finish their group so we can take the rest of the refugees that I need from them. It also was a means to train Jalter, as going against top-class servants would increase her coordination of magic and physical attacks considerably. Anyway, back to the current situation. I can see the army of Lancelot approaching rapidly their group. To be honest, with their current matchup they won't lose against even the likes of Lancelot, as they had two powerful servants, a genius servant, a human having Excalibur, and extremely durable master, Ritsuka. Let's not forget about the femboy, who had quite a bit of tricky abilities. I glanced at the green-haired man and threw a disc at him. He caught it and looked at it confused. "Achilles, go and get Astolfo and the group they are with back here," I ordered. He nodded and asked, "Lord Poseidon, what about this disc though?" I replied, "That's a mass teleportation instrument. Just break it and everyone under a certain radius will be teleported here." His eyes glistened hearing that, and an excited smile came on his face. He kept it carefully in his pocket, and after I gave him the general directions, summoning his chariot, he quickly left for the femboy. I glanced at Artoria, who was standing beside me, and said, "Get ready, you will meet someone familiar." She frowned hearing my words, and asked, "Someone from the Knights of the Round Table?" A/N, this is for pussies. Artoria currently views her knights as former subordinates and acquaintances, nothing less, nothing more. I gave a small nod, not explaining it any further. She became silent, almost losing her entire interest. It would seem the importance of Knights of the Round Table has almost faded in her heart. Third POV. Astolfo alongside the Ritsuka's group walked through the dusty sand towards the direction of Poseidon's abode. They had made quite a distance between them and the holy city, thus they were relaxed and had finally begun talking with each other. "So we are going towards the haven created by Poseidon?" asked Mash. Astolfo nodded with a cheerful smile present on his face and said, "You will be definitely surprised. That place is quite beautiful and green." "Is that so?" asked Ritsuka, earning another nod of affirmation from the femboy, who was on top of his hippogriff, gliding slowly through the low attitude. Bedivere glanced at him and asked, "Is that true, that King Arthur is with you?" He paused for a second and then, glancing at him, he signaled his hippogriff to land on the sand and said, "Indeed, Lady Artoria had been handling the entire place on behalf of Lord Poseidon." Hearing that, a feeling of excitement and anticipation appeared in his eyes. Although he knew from Merlin that the other Artoria was not the King Arthur knew, and it was mostly likely the Lion King who was his king, still the thought of meeting another King Arthur, who should be similar to his old king, made him excited. There were a lot of things he wanted to talk with Artoria. "Say, Da Vinci-chan, should we really go towards the haven of Poseidon and not the Sun King's place?" asked Ritsuka skeptically. Da Vinci sighed, well aware of his fear towards the King of the Seven Seas, and said, "Well, it's not like we have a better option," and despite what had transpired in the first singularity, it was him who saved us in the third singularity, and even resolved the fifth singularity, which we weren't able to race fit you all, thus allying with him and the Neos Argonauts, who have several servants, and another King Arthur will ensure the chances of our winning. "What if it's Poseidon who has Holy Grail?" asked Mash. Da Vinci replied, "He doesn't possess the Holy Grail. According to the information I have gathered back there in the Holy City, it is most probably the Sun King who is in the possession of the Holy Grail." They were gobsmacked by such a firm answer from the universal genius. Bedivere said, glancing at them, "Although I don't understand your fear of Lord Poseidon, I think he should be a kind person. After all, he did send Astolfo to help us." The femboy stopped hearing his words, and then chuckled nervously. Guys," his voice stopped everyone, as they glanced at his nervous face. Then, taking out his tongue, he said, "Actually, I am here against the orders of the Lord Poseidon." They became shocked hearing that and gasped. Mash questioned him with a fearful look on her face. "Wait, does that mean you betrayed him?" Astolfo almost stumbled hearing her words and shouted, retorting, "Of course not. I have just left the place without his knowledge. After all, he had strictly forbidden us from leaving the haven. But well, don't worry much about it. Me and Poseidon are like buddies. He would just give me a small punishment, probably, like cutting off a limb or 2 inch, he said, puffing his non-existent chest. Hector almost got a heart attack hearing his words. Fuck, will I have to face the wrath of the god Poseidon again? He thought, shuddering as he recalled Poseidon's wrath in the Okeanos singularity. Suddenly they heard the voice of footsteps approaching them. They stopped, and Bedivere said with a sigh, "It's most probably another of the Knight from the Round Table, and this time he or she is accompanied by an army of soldiers." What to do now? Kyoheim asked, getting ready to battle. Da Vinci said, glancing at the refugees that were following them. Well, it wouldn't be difficult to escape from them on my vehicle and following Sir Astolfo, who is on top of his hippogriff, but it's impossible to escape without leaving the refugees, she said. They understood what was going to happen next, and quickly all of them got in a defensive posture. Soon the servant following them, Lancelot, and the army following behind him became visible in front of them. Suddenly a condensed mana shot tore through the sand, passing near their place. Everyone got ready for the battle. Everyone protects the refugees, said Ritsuka, as he got ready to boost Mash, Kyoheim, and Hector. Suddenly above in the sky green thunder cracked. They glanced behind to see a blitz of green lightning approaching them. What the dash, said Mash as it passed above them and then slowed down near the Knight of the Lake, revealing its true identity. Lancelot glanced at the green-haired man, riding the chariot with narrowed eyes, as his instincts told him that the servant in front of them was not easy to defeat target. Achilles, after glancing at Lancelot, stopped his carriage in front of the Ritsuka's group, and Hector was the first one to call his name. Achilles, he said, glancing at his biggest rival in his life, and also the person who had killed him during the Trojan War. How are you, bastard? Asked Achilles with a smirk, earning the displeasure of the Hector, who replied, well, this old man is fine, though remembering the stories of how you disgraced my corpse by hanging it to your chariot and dragging it around while slaughtering the Trojan army makes me stab your heel with my lance. Also, I can proudly say that my younger brother gave you a suitable death for those sins. A smile came on his lips as he mentioned Achilles' most disgraceful incident, which was none other than his death by the arrows shot at his heel by Hector's younger brother Paris. A/N, we met him in the previous singularity. Achilles' eyebrows twitched hearing his shameful past, which became the basis of a catchy phrase that was used for years to come. Not to mention he was already quite angry and displeased by the presence of the Hector, who had killed his best friend Patroclus when he was alive. He grunted and glanced at the Lancelot, who shot another slice of condensed mana using his divine sword. He quickly deflected it using his chariot and then said, consider yourself lucky, Hector, for now. Then taking out the disc Poseidon gave him, he quickly broke it, and then a huge light fell on all of them present in a certain area. Thankfully their group was huddled close to each other, thus leaving no one. Lancelot, seeing this, quickly tried to attack them again, this time aiming directly at the core of their group, but the attack passed through the place as they teleported away, leaving Lancelot with a frown on his face. What? Where are we? Said Hector, shocked by the sudden change in the surrounding. It wasn't him, but everyone was also surprised by the change in their surroundings. It's mass teleportation, said Da Vinci, surprised. Her eyes held a curiosity wanting to devour the knowledge behind the miracle that has just occurred. Achilles grinned proudly as if it was his work, not the disc given to him by Poseidon. Everyone who understood the implications of Da Vinci's words couldn't help but be gobsmacked. Meanwhile, the other refugees who didn't understand their words completely still expressed their shock and surprise, calling it the miracle of God, which ironically was closest to the truth. Suddenly a man appeared before them. He held a bout gently in his hand, and his long dirty green-brownish hair cascaded down his waist. Hector gently expressed his surprise after seeing the greatest teacher of the Greek heroes, Sir Chiron. His voice contained a hint of respect. He is Chiron, Romani said as a holographic screen appeared in front of Ritsuka, who asked him curiously, Chiron is the name of a Greek hero, right, Professor? Romani nodded and said seriously, but his importance extends more than you think, Fujimaru. He was a proper divine spirit until his death, and he was also the teacher who taught many great Greek heroes, like Achilles and Heracles. His words finally made Ritsuka understood the importance of the figure that has appeared before them. Teacher, I did as the Lord Poseidon ordered me to. I returned with this pink-haired femboy and this group of refugees, said Achilles with an expecting look. Chiron nodded and said, you did excellent, Achilles. Now I think you should let their group enter the haven and rest while taking Astolfo to Lord Poseidon for his judgment for his impromptu leave. Astolfo shuddered to hear his words and ignored the fact that he called him a femboy, which was true. He said, hey, Chiron. Can you tell Lord Poseidon that I dash? He paused as Achilles grabbed him by his clothes, and said with a bone-chilling smile, not a chance, bastard. Get ready to face Lord Poseidon's wrath. He gulped and looked at the others for help, but they turned their heads away, not wanting to be involved. He quickly looked at the Bedivere as his last hope, who said, to face the consequences of your actions. It's something that every knight should adhere. He lost his entire hope as Achilles smiled evilly. Where is the haven anyway? Asked Kyoheim, glancing at the barren desert around them. Chiron smiled and moved back. His body sunk into a watery substance and then disappeared. Everyone became surprised seeing that, and Achilles said, follow me, bastards, let me show you the glory of our god, and the Neos Argonauts. They followed them, and entered through the watery wall that acted as an illusion to find a big gate in front of them surrounded by hills on both sides working as walls. Everyone gasped surprised. After that, they entered further inside to see another surprise. The place inside was full of greenery, lake and forest, which was nothing short of a miracle in this deserted world. After that, refugees separated from Ritsuka's group, gathering with the rest of the refugees while others followed Achilles to the inside of the giant fortress. Finally they entered the hall, and Bedivere's eyes widened seeing the person standing beside the blonde-haired man sitting on the throne. The familiar face, even if her attire was different, even the aura around her was different, even if she had those big hanging pieces of **** breasts. He could recognize in her a glance that the person standing in front of him was none other than his king. He quickly knelt, and then said, "My king." Artoria glanced around him, her eyes widening slightly before they returned to normal. Bedivere, hearing the familiar yet cold voice of his king, he trembled in excitement and joy, his eyes became moist as he glanced at the majestic figure of his king. He wanted to say something when Achilles threw Astolfo in front of Poseidon and giving a small bow of courtesy he said, "I did as you instructed me, Lord Poseidon, and got this troublemaker here, along with the refugees and these Chaldea guys." He nodded, and then glanced at Astolfo who rubbed his butt, and then seeing his face, quickly sat on the floor while sweating. He then glanced at Ritsuka's team who too started sweating, seeing his eyes that already had a natural effect to instill fear in others. The next moment everyone left shocked, as Da Vinci quickly approached Poseidon, and stopped just before he started analyzing his body. With a perverse look, she started touching his abs and inhaling his addicting scent. Mash and others' faces froze seeing Da Vinci ogling Poseidon so openly. Impressive. "How do you have such a perfect figure?" Da Vinci asked him as her eyes were glued to his perfect manly body. Finally, Mash and others were made to remember a terrifying fact. That Da Vinci-chan is a pervert. To be continued. Chapter 60, 59, Only I Am Allowed to Ogle the Lord Poseidon, Bonus Chapter. Third POV. Silence. Silence permeated the entire hall as everyone breathed slowly, their hearts pounding rapidly looking at the bravery of Da Vinci who was ogling Poseidon in front of everyone. But it didn't last long, as an influx of mana gushed out of the king of the Stroms, her eyes remained fixed on Da Vinci who had the courage to ogle Lord Poseidon, her Lord Poseidon in front of her. Her breathing became rapid, scaring Bedivere who shivered to see the raged look of Artoria. He had never seen her king this angry in his lifetime. Artoria's face twisted in anger, pure anger, as she said in a bone-chilling cold voice, How dare you ogle him?" Da Vinci stopped and then glanced at the king of the Stroms, Artoria with a playful look, my, getting angry when he doesn't care about being ogled, and again it's not like I cannot ogle him. Artoria replied, "You can't, only I am allowed to ogle the Lord Poseidon." Her loud and bone-chilling voice reached everyone's ears, and the mana around Artoria became more turbulent, creating cracks in the floor. Mordred, who was standing while leaning on the wall left of the throne, shuddered and sneakily tried to leave lest she suffers the wrath of her father. Even Bedivere quickly took some steps back, completely ignoring the implications of Artoria's words, and Romani fainted seeing the scene on the screen in Chaldea. Artoria summoned her divine lance in her hand, gripping it tightly, and everyone held their breath expecting the worst, just when Artoria's anger was to erupt in the form of a divine attack. Slap. Poseidon bitch-slapped Da Vinci who was just ogling him a few seconds ago. Her figure got embedded in the wall, with her upper half inside the thick wall, and her butt facing outside. Then he said in an emotionless voice, "I have got no interest in gender-bended old men, so don't dare to touch me again. Otherwise I will use your soul as fuel to light up a torch that will cause you unimaginable pain as bits of your soul burn out till your ultimate end." His words made everyone shiver, and Artoria saw that her lord had already punished the sinner, thus there was no need for a judgment, which made her calm down. The serious and dangerous atmosphere also calmed down considerably. Ritsuka finally breathed in relief, and then glanced at the Da Vinci embedded in the thick wall, trying her best to get out. Not even a shred of pity appeared in his eyes seeing her miserable state. Mash had the same reaction, while Hector and Kyoheim gave a barrage of curses in their mind, fed up with the big-chested universal genius. Poseidon glanced at Astolfo, who shuddered and said, Lord Poseidon, you see, as the paladin it is my job to help the people in need, and after hearing about the atrocities the Knights of the Round Table had been committing for Miss Atlanta, I was unable to stop myself from helping them." He tried his best to sound that it wasn't his mistake but rather the mistake of Atlanta and Knights of the Round Table. Although previously he did say in front of Chaldea that almost Poseidon will separate his limb or two as punishment, bravely when faced with the actual situation he couldn't help but get scared at the prospect of getting a punishment far worse than that. Poseidon calmly gave his judgment, not even a bit affected by Astolfo's passionate words, "You won't be getting any food from me now onwards." The face of the femboy became pale, as he faced the biggest adversity of his life, the worst result he could possibly have imagined. He let out a scream, "No. Please Lord Poseidon, anything but that. I am willing to sacrifice my limbs," he said. Everyone except the servants of Neo's Argonauts looked at the scene dumbly, not understanding what's going on. According to their common sense, shouldn't getting limb cut off is a worse punishment than getting no food? Not to mention, servants didn't require any food in the first place, just mana was enough to fulfill their requirements, aka their nourishment. But how could they understand the pain of a person belonging to the medieval era losing his chance to eat and relish the lavishing dishes created by Poseidon, even if he was not Artoria or one of the Knights of the Round Table? For him this fate was worse than his limbs being chopped off. "Silence," said Poseidon, not having any interest in listening to the complaints and banter of the femboy. He continued, "Astolfo, you well knew the job I had assigned to, and even the order that I gave you all, to not seek other factions unless I order you to. You went against my command and left the haven. It is akin to treason and betrayal, thus this punishment is befitting of your crimes." Astolfo fell on the floor unconscious. It seemed as if he lost the entire reason to live. In fact, if he knew the punishment was going to be this, he wouldn't have left the haven, abandoning his code of honor. After all, for him such a punishment was akin to torture. Poseidon then ordered Achilles to take Astolfo out of the hall, and he obliged dragging away the unconscious femboy like a sack of potatoes and giving a wink to the Hector which foretells of the difficult situation they were going to face. Artoria glanced at Mordred who was near the gate, creeping away like a snake making sure to not create even a single noise. Mordred, her voice alarmed her, and quickly turning towards her, she gave her a knightly salute and replied, "Yes, Father." Artoria cast a glance at her most loyal knight and said, "Take Sir Bedivere with you." She nodded hearing that and glanced at him with annoyance. Bedivere looked at Artoria, gripping his metal right arm with his left arm, and said, "My king, I dash." Artoria interrupted him and said, "I shall talk with you later on. For now, leave the hall." Her voice was cold and commanding. She nodded and went out alongside Mordred who started asking him a barrage of questions once they left. Then she glanced at Ritsuka's group who gulped their saliva in nervousness. A holographic screen appeared in front of them, showing the face of Romani Archman who wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Haha, nice to meet you, Lord Poseidon. Also I apologize for the behavior of Leonardo." Poseidon just gave Leonardo who was still struggling to get out a glance. He deliberately didn't stop her from ogling him as the situation proved to be quite amusing to him, and the jealous reaction of Artoria satisfied his ego. Again this proved how different Poseidon is built. He said, "Well, as long as she doesn't try to ogle me, it's good, otherwise she might get stabbed by a certain holy flag or get impaled by a certain divine lance. A/N, again, I am telling you that Poseidon is just built differently, skull. Leonardo who was embedded in the wall shivered after hearing his words. Her mind finally registered the stupidity she had done. Again, she couldn't help herself after seeing Poseidon's perfect body which was nothing short of a miracle in person. Her mind went into curious mode disregarding all sense of danger she had put herself in by ogling him. Poseidon then said, "Anyway, if you want to stay here then you will have to follow my orders and remember that after staying here if you were to disregard my orders then get ready for punishment and I can assure you it wouldn't be like the one Astolfo has received." They nodded hearing that, and Romani sweating heavily asked him, "Lord Poseidon, if it is not too much of me can I get the information related to singularity? As you can see only after considering all the things we can give you a clear answer." He glanced at Artoria who nodded and started explaining the situation of the singularity in detail, from the summoning of Ozymandias to the formation of Neos Argonauts, and their mission while other factions stance in the situation. They were surprised by the info as it gave them much needed information, and it also broadened their knowledge about all the factions present in the singularity. "So which faction is strongest?" asked Mash curious. "Is that even a question? Obviously my liege's faction, Neos Argonauts is the strongest one, followed by Knights of the Round Table, the Sun King, and the group of assassins," said Artoria annoyed by their question. She nodded not wanting to displease the king of the knights any further. Romani sighed and glanced at Ritsuka who nodded and stepped forward before Lord Poseidon, then gave him a small respectful bow and said, "Then we will follow you." Poseidon nodded not a bit affected by the situation. Hector suddenly coughed garnering attention, then he asked, "Lord Poseidon if may I?" Earning Poseidon's nod, he gave a deep bow and said, "I apologize for my actions in the third singularity." "You are forgiven." Hearing the divine voice, relief washed through his body, he thanked him and returned to his earlier position. After that, they thanked Poseidon, took out Da Vinci from the wall, and then left the place to gather with the rest of the servants. Meanwhile seeing that the hall had become empty Artoria decisively approached Poseidon and got on his lap with lust visible in her eyes. Poseidon asked amused, "What about your knight? You do know that he has been searching for you for the past 1,500 years, right?" Artoria kissed his cheek and said, "He can wait, the importance of pleasuring my liege compared to him is incomparable." That's the answer he wanted to hear, as it satisfied his ego and gave him delight. Then he said, "Well, Artoria, I doubt we will be able to engage in debauchery though, as she had returned and you know what she will demand after coming to me." She froze, and then clicked her tongue in annoyance, clearly not liking the fact that the dragon which had returned. She quickly rubbed her cheek against Poseidon's like a cat and started sucking his nape giving him love bites. A shadow passed by the windows on the right side of Poseidon. Ritsuka and his group got out of the fortress relieved that all the things had been settled. Suddenly Mash said, "Astolfo mentioned 3 people back then, Lord Poseidon, King of Storms who should be Sir Arthur, then who is the Dragon Witch?" They paused, a bad feeling washed through their minds. Suddenly Da Vinci muttered, Dragon Witch, hey. Isn't that the alias the people used for the evil Gene d'Arc in the first singularity? Fear appeared on the Ritsuka, Mash, and Kyoheim's faces as they recalled the cruelty of the Jalter and the crushing defeat they experienced in the end. As if they were cursed, a shadow of a dragon passed by them. They looked above to see a dragon landing in front of them, above which Jalter was seated, her clothes dripping in the blood, and a bone-chilling smile plastered on her face. They cursed their shitty luck and prayed to their respective gods to save them from the cruel Jalter, who quickly teleported to the throne room not batting an eye. After all, just thinking about how much Artoria must have monopolized her lord, made her red from envy, not to mention she wanted to go and throw herself in his arms right now, so some unimportant people didn't matter much to her. Thankfully due to that the poor Ritsuka's group got to breathe in relief. "Is it me or after meeting Lord Poseidon we had been living in fear?" asked Kyoheim. Mash quickly forcefully closed her mouth. "Miss Kyoheim, please don't say such things." To be continued. Chapter 61, 60, Side Chapter The Fall of the Sun, Bonus Chapter. The cruel sun was casting its light all over the desert, scorching every bit of sand possible, making it more difficult for the remaining humanity to survive. But at a certain place, in the middle of which was a giant pyramid, telling the glory of ancient Egypt, the rays of the sun were gentle and mild. Surrounding the glorious pyramid were the houses made of stones, and on the edges of the place there were pieces of farms illuminated and fed by the sun itself. In the pyramid, inside the throne room, on top of the throne sat the incarnation of great Ammonius Ra himself, his black skin remnant of the scorching heat it had tolerated in the past. In front of him stood Nitocris and Xuanzang Sanzang. The former informed him of the blooming development of his glorious kingdom that his magnanimity has created, while the latter had a bored look on her face. Suddenly Ozymandias signaled to Nitocris to stop and glanced above, his eyes peering through walls, falling on a figure high above in the sky riding on a dragon. His eyes narrowed in caution as the figure got bigger and closer. Suddenly the roof of the throne broke, revealing the outside view, and the figure of a dragon was revealed before them, which roared loudly announcing its master's arrival. Nitocris and Xuanzang Sanzang got in a defensive stance, the former's expression being serious while the latter was excited, as if she had finally found a way to escape the boredom she had been bearing till now. Ozymandias looked at the pinnacle of phantasmal beasts with not a single hint of fear, as killing the mighty dragon in front of him would but a mere task for him who is the incarnation of Ammonius Ra himself. Still, his eyes got narrowed as they landed on the figure sitting on top of the dragon, who slowly got up from the back of the dragon and landed inside the throne room in front of him. Her blonde white hair cascaded down her waist, and her beautiful yellow eyes sparked a sudden interest in him. Overall she was a beauty, one that even made him question who he might choose if she and Nefertari were to put in front of him. Still, such thoughts didn't linger for much longer, as he gazed at the intruder with slight anger. Nitocris, her beautiful servant who he had summoned to assist her, was the first one to question the intruder. "Who are you? And how dare you break into the pyramid built by the Pharaoh himself?" she asked with anger and wariness, as unlike her pharaoh she doubted that it would be easy for her to face off against the mighty dragon which bore its fangs, clearly displeased by the lack of disrespect shown to his master by Nitocris. A/N, her EX rank skill makes every dragon a simp for her, lol. "Who I am you question? Well, my name is Jalter, though to make it easier for you, I am the altered version of Jeanne d'Arc and a better one at that, and I am here on behalf of my lord," she said. When her identity as the altered version of Jeanne d'Arc, the famous saint of the Christians, was revealed, anger and hatred appeared in the eyes of the Sun King and Magic Queen towards her. "Oh, a servant of that god, who preaches his religion everywhere disregarding other gods, as if they are mere imaginations," he asked in a mocking tone. The memories of the 10 plagues of Egypt resurfaced in his mind, increasing his hostility towards Jalter. The woman in question instead glanced at him with a cold look, not a bit affected by his insult towards Yahweh, as she hated him as well. She said, "Well, firstly I am not the servant of that god, and secondly I am here for a simple reason: either you bow to my lord, or get destroyed like the fading sand that your tomb has been built upon." Her voice had no hint of respect towards the incarnation of Ra, and neither towards Yahweh, and by the way she dared to call out the magnificent home of Ozymandias a tomb, it showed just how much lack of respect she had towards the incarnation of the chief god of Egyptian pantheon. It also showed beautifully how her love, admiration, respect, and loyalty only extended to her lord, Poseidon. Ozymandias got in a comfortable position on his throne. Fed up with her insult, he ordered his 2 servants, "Kill her." His words sparked the start of the battle. Fanfur roared loudly, wanting to separate the head of the filthy human in front of him. Suddenly another roar shook the skies, as the Sphinx sleeping below on the sand in front of the entrance of the kingdom built by Ozymandias had already woken up. On the order of his master, the incarnation of Horus flapped his wings, flying toward the mighty dragon. The pinnacle of phantasmal beasts and the divine beast of great Egypt met each other, and their bodies clashed, creating shockwaves that were enough to uproot the entire pyramid if not for the divinity of Ozymandias and its special nature as being a noble phantasm, and in a single hit, the fanfur was thrown off the pyramid, which showed the clear difference in the might between the two. Ozymandias smiled lightly, as if already sure of his victory. Nitocris didn't sit idle and quickly used a barrage of necromantic magecraft at Jalter, who got affected by them. A feeling of weakness spread all over her body. Meanwhile, the sexy monk created a horde of her copies and all of them attacked at Jalter. The battle looked one-sided, but it was soon proved to be false as Jalter using her sword parried all the attacks of the Sanzang. Then a holy light washed away all the spirits affecting her, returning all her parameters to their actual value. Meanwhile, outside, Fanfur stood up from the ground it had crashed upon. Below him laid splattered bodies of the people who were unlucky to be squashed by his gigantic body. He looked at dead bodies with a nervous look, well aware of the orders of his master, to ensure the lives of refugees as it was the request of her god. Then he glanced at the Sphinx who landed in front of him and roared loudly, his red eyes fixed on him. Suddenly dozens of light appeared on Fanfur and then disappeared. The mighty Fanfur roared, feeling the rush of the power inside him which had increased his prowess by several times. Its vitality, defense, and speed all had been increased several folds to the courtesy of the delayed magic Jalter had cast on him earlier. Then it quickly flew above, challenging the Sphinx again with a roar, who was clearly enraged by the act of disrespectfulness shown by the weak lizard it assumed to be. Then it flew towards the Fanfur and crashed against its body. This time surprisingly Fanfur didn't even budge a bit, which stunned the former. The clear difference between the parameters was more than one assumed to be, and Sphinx was to be set a great example as Fanfare threw the former away like a cannon bolt with a single swing of his tail. Back in the pyramid, the scene of the injured Xuanzang Sanzang revealed who was bleeding heavily from the wounds inflicted on her by the dragon witch herself. Nitocris repeatedly shot necromantic spells at Jalter, who remained unaffected by being shielded by a holy light. The eyes of the Sun King became cold, as the holy light covering Jalter, while not the same as the servants of Yahweh, reminded him of all the atrocities the god had done on the people of Egypt. How his first son had died due to the God of the Bible's wrath, and how it broke the friendship between him and Moses. Jalter paused and said with a smirk, "This is my last warning, O King of Sun, before I end your so-called glory." Ozymandias, hearing that, started laughing, his laugh similar to a certain golden-haired demigod. His tone was also similar as he said, amusing, "You think that you alone can battle against me? The incarnation of the mighty Ra. Humph. For the disrespect you had shown to this king, I shall gouge out your eyes, and cut off your limbs before hanging you to the gate of the pyramid, then I shall ask Nitocris to burn your soul in a lamp, till I am satisfied." Jalter's expression became cold, and several lights shone on her, boosting her parameters to the extreme. The next moment the head of the Queen of Magic and the sexy monk separated from their body. It happened in a blink of an eye, and both of them didn't understand what happened till their head fell on the ground. Their bodies turned into golden particles before disappearing into the world. The blood dripped from Jalter's sword, which had achieved this wonderful act in front of the Sun King. Ozymandias' body started trembling in rage as the body of Nitocris disappeared in front of him. He stood from his throne glaring daggers at the dragon witch, and summoned his sword, charging towards her. Their swords met, and the shockwave of their clash completely crumbled down the throne room. Jalter glanced at him with a bloodthirsty look, surprised and excited by the fact that Ozymandias was able to compete equally in strength against her, who had all her parameters except mana in EX rank, something which should be enough to kill 10 normal Artoria Pendragons in a minute. But Ozymandias was able to achieve this impossible feat as he was being supported by a nearly infinite supply of mana, which was as pure as Holy Grail itself, not to mention his parameters were boosted by territory he was in, which acted like a reality marble. Roar asterisk, a loud painful roar of the Sphinx reached their ears, as Fanfare smashed his chest into a pulp using the force of his legs, and then burned his body into ashes. Ignoring that, they started exchanging moves. With every slash, parry, and block of their swords, the permade's wall nearby them crumbled. Jalter's parameters finally started showing their effect as she suppressed the Sun King in raw strength and approached his level of swordsmanship. Clang 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 clang. Seeing a sudden opening in the defense of Ozymandias, she cut her sword through the stomach of Ozymandias, inflicting a fatal wound on him, which further imbalanced him, giving her an opportunity to separate his head from his neck and spill his blood all over the destroyed room. She finally stopped her movements, breathing heavily. A feeling of victory washed over her, but that was short-lived, as the figure of the brown-skinned man reappeared before her. His eyes contained anger and his face had a mocking smile. "Did you think you can kill me that easily? Laughable, for me, who is a pharaoh, is immortal here in the land belonging to me," he said, and then raised his hands using his third noble phantasm, a bull el-hole, summoning a dozen of sphinxes, this time with the addition of a king species variant with gigantic size called Khafra Sphinx alongside a queen variant called Malika Sphinx. They cast over shadows below the kingdom, glaring at the lone dragon flying in the sky, who roared majestically, not a bit afraid of the divine beasts in front of him. This time Fanfare had a determined look, not wanting to disappoint his master as he had done in the Orleans Singularity. Still retaining the meta enhancements cast on him by Jalter, it flew toward the horde of sphinxes, breaking the sound barrier. With a single swipe of his claw, it separated the head of a normal sphinx and finished off another with a swing of his tail. Then opening its mouth, it roared, spewing out the fire that burned 1/4 of the sphinxes in front of him and scorched the land and buildings below them, turning the normal humans to ashes. It then grunted and roared mightily again, flying towards the sphinxes. This time the king sphinx blocked him and clashed against his body, throwing it a bit backward. Fanfare glanced at the Khafra Sphinx, whose prowess was no less than his boosted self, and Malika Sphinx, who assisted the latter. He roared and clashed against both of them at the same time, which resulted in a stalemate. Soon being surrounded by the other sphinxes, it fell to a disadvantage as sphinxes cut out pieces of flesh, breaking through his dragon scales. It somehow broke out from their clutches, and taking advantage of its fast speed, it flew away, creating a distance between them, then quickly turned towards them and glanced at the Khafra Sphinx flying towards him. Then gathering every bit of mana it had in its veins and dragon heart, he opened his mouth and threw a roar of hellish flames at the group of sphinxes. A/N, Fire Dragon's Roar. Mwahaha asterisk cough. The sphinxes were unable to escape from the wide-ranged attack of the Fanfare, and normal sphinxes turned into ashes, including Malika Sphinx. Only Khafra Sphinx survived the onslaught, but it didn't come out unscathed. Its body, skin and muscles melted in many places, showing the bones deep inside him. It still roared, flying valiantly towards the adversity before him. But Fanfare, despite almost being out of mana, still had the enhancements and quickly finished off the king of sphinxes without much trouble. Meanwhile, inside the pyramid, Jalter and son Ozymandias had clashed with each other several times, each resulting in the latter's death. But Ozymandias, as if he was the mighty king of mega cockroaches, revived after his every death with a new vigor that had started wearing down Jalter. Ozymandias, seeing that Jalter had gotten tired from their fight, took the opportunity and used his first noble phantasm. I shall give you a reward, lightless one. Look on my works, ye mighty, and bow down. My infinite brilliance. The sun descends here. Ramesseum Tentiris. As he chanted, a bright yellow ray fell on his body. His body started hovering above as the surroundings changed. The destroyed room was no more to be seen, as they were in space with the sun shining brightly above Ozymandias, casting a bright yellow ray on him. Everything was similar to the manifestation of the reality marble. The land below the Jalter also changed, as now she stood above a blue pyramid. Knowing the danger she was in, she also began chanting, all evil is here. The time for me to protect my Lord's glory has come. This is the roar of my soul that was polished by devotion. La Grandement du Haine, she finished chanting, and the darkened holy flag in her hand started shining brightly. Then the huge blue pyramid she was on started ascending, and a similar-sized blue pyramid started descending on her with supersonic speed. She was between those two, the target to be killed and crushed by the clash of the two mighty Egyptian pyramids. She quickly raised her noble phantasm, ready to face the adversity with all she had got. The two pyramids clashed with each other, and Jalter used her noble phantasm with all her might, trying to nullify its attack, but in the end, Ozymandias' noble phantasm was much stronger than hers, and she failed to absorb more than 70% of its attack and was crushed between the two pyramids. A huge blast appeared as both the pyramids crumbled on each other, and Ozymandias watched it with a calm expression. Then the surroundings returned to the destroyed room. His eyes widened as he glanced at the heavily injured Jalter still standing alive in front of him. He asked her, "What was your name again?" She replied, standing barely, "Jalter." Then she used her holy flag to support her heavily injured body and continued, "I am Lord Poseidon's eternal servant." He smiled and said, "Jalter, very well, I shall remember your name for giving me such a good fight, consider it an honor." She smiled and said mockingly, "Look at you, believing that you have already won." Suddenly all her wounds started healing at a rapid pace, making her return to her previous state in a few seconds. She smiled, feeling the constant supply of pure mana she was getting from her lord, and then she said, "You said you are immortal within your land, right? Then I shall destroy this very land you walk upon." Ozymandias' eyes narrowed hearing that, and then he looked above through the broken roof, seeing several meteorites falling towards his mighty city. It made him remember the 10 great plagues of Egypt, and fear appeared in his eyes. But he quickly calmed himself and summoned his third and final noble phantasm, Mesektet, the solar ship of the Dark Knight. And as to why he didn't use the solar cannons of pyramids itself, it was simple. It would take a lot of time to operate the pyramid and use its solar cannon, so he summoned the ship used by Ammonius Ra himself, and quickly jumped on it. After that, he glanced at the several meteorites and used the noble phantasm to shoot several powerful beams of light at the meteorites and vaporized them into dust, showing the might of his noble phantasm. Boom. He heard a loud voice and glanced back to see in disbelief that his pyramid had crumbled down. He glanced at the perpetrator, clicking his tongue. Jalter had also mastered her noble phantasm quite a bit, and now she can store the absorbed attacks for a longer period of time, unlike before when she had to release them just after absorbing them. Thus she used the 10th tier spell, Meteorite Strike, as a decoy to destroy his pyramid, which she had suspected to be the cause behind Ozymandias' unusual immortality. She was right, and Ozymandias felt a feeling of weakness wash over him, as he lost his nearly infinite supply of mana, which he was getting through the combined mechanism of his noble phantasm and the power of Holy Grail he possessed. He glanced at her angrily, and unleashed a single superpowered beam of light at her, which was equal to an A+ noble phantasm. Jalter again used her noble phantasm and successfully absorbed the entire attack, and then reflected it with a power equal to A++ noble phantasm at Ozymandias, who quickly jumped off his ship to avoid being killed by her attack, and his ship soon got vaporized by its own attack, ironically. Then the final battle between them ensued, and both of them clashed with each other with the last of their strengths. This time, Jalter had an absolute advantage, and she easily separated Ozymandias' both hands and beheaded him. Ozymandias glanced at Jalter with fear as his head was separated from his body, and he died, returning to the throne of heroes. Jalter breathed heavily and glanced at the beautiful sunset. She smiled victoriously. She had done it. The sun had fallen down. To be continued. Chapter 62-61, Bedivir's Apology, Bonus Chapter. Poseidon POV. I looked at the Jalter who had appeared before me. Her armor was covered in the blood of a god, who was none other than the incarnation of Ammonius Ra himself. Her clothes were reeked of blood, her face was also covered in blood. It told me about the battle that happened. Jalter had single-handedly fought against one of the strongest servants in all his glory and defeated him. Although the constant supply of pure mana from me played a part in her victory, it was undeniable that the feat she had achieved was worthy of praise. Artoria got up from my lap reluctantly and stood beside me like the loyal knight she is. Jalter knelt before me and looked at me with a smile that would have caused anyone chills on their spine, as it looked quite scary with her blood-covered face, but me, it looked cute, as her obsession and love for me leaked out through her smile that looked quite pleasing to a Yandere lover like me. "My lord, I didn't disappoint you this time, and I have emerged victorious," she said with pride and anticipation for my recognition of her achievement and praise. Artoria suddenly asked, "Where are the refugees?" She became stunned and then glanced at us dumbfounded. It was evident in the midst of the battle she forgot about the people gathered by the Sun King, and they met their ultimate demise, becoming collateral damage of the fight. Her face became pale, and she started trembling with moist eyes. Her face fell down, realizing she had failed me. I stood up from the throne and started chuckling amused. Then I said, "Stand up." She did as I said, and looked at me with a guilty expression. I suddenly smashed my lips on her lips, and wrapped my hand around her sexy waist. Red heart slurp, red heart slurp, red heart chew, red heart slurp, red heart. We shared a passionate kiss, our tongues battled each other for saliva, and we tasted each other's saliva with relish. Then after a few minutes we broke our kiss, separating our lips with a thin lining of saliva. Her face had a blush as her yellow eyes looked at me with love. I caressed her cheek and then pinched it lightly. "You are very cute, my Jalter," I said, and her blush deepened. Then I glanced at Artoria, who quickly came towards me. I raised my hands towards her head, and she understood the meaning of it. She leaned her head towards my hand, and I started patting her. She enjoyed the head pat she was receiving. Then I hugged her by her waist as well. Both of their heads leaned against my chest and they glanced at me with cute expressions. "You two are very cute. Remember that you two are my woman, and you have to accompany me for eternity, so don't care much about small failures, okay?" I said, and both of them nodded. I then broke our hug and glanced at the outside sky. Finally glancing at Jalter, I used cleanse spell on her, and Asu had got a bit of blood from her. Then I telepathically told every servant, "Come in the dinner hall for the dinner." Every servant except Astolfo should be present. Then I said, "Let's go to the dining room." The eyes of Jalter and especially Artoria glistened hearing that. They nodded, and then we went to the majestic dining room I had created. Yes, I had created a separate dining room for us to dine lavishly, not bothering to create homes for the refugees. Well, this is me, selfish Poseidon, not a foolish saint. After entering the room, I sat on the most majestic chair made up of the rarest materials possible, in Greek style. The chairs beside me were further on the left and right, and Artoria and Jalter sat on the first chair of their row. I quickly created a huge number of food items, filling up the empty plates using magic, and then the alluring smell of the food reached our noses. Artoria had a predatory look seeing the food, and then taking a bite of the chicken from a plate, her eyes shined brightly and she gave me a thumbs up. Soon the other servants except Astolfo joined us, all of them, even Medea, salivated seeing the food. Thus after thanking me they dug in the lavishing dishes. Mordred was the third most gluttonous after Artoria and Jalter present here. I glanced at my two women pleased. After all, women and food, which man doesn't like it? Of course, I like them. Third POV. Astolfo ate the food of the refugees with a sad face. Ritsuka and Mash looked at him awkwardly, wondering just how many screws were loose in Astolfo's head. He glanced at them and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Only if you knew the taste of the food Lord Poseidon created would you have understood my pain." They sighed and continued eating. Meanwhile, Bedivere, who was in deep thought, didn't focus on the food. Soon when he caught a glimpse of the night of betrayal coming out of the dining hall with a satisfied look rubbing her tummy, he quickly abandoned the food and went to her. Then approaching her he said, "Sir Mordred." She glanced at him and said, "Yes, what do you want from me, Bedivere? Father had said he will meet you later on, so saying anything to me will be useless." He said, "I am not about that matter. Actually I want to ask about King's weirdness." Mordred understood him and said, "Well, it might be surprising, but Father is Lord Poseidon's lover." The former froze hearing that. Disbelief appeared on his face as he recalled the yanderish words of his king. Mordred interrupted him and said, "Is that true?" "Of course. I have personally seen it with my eyes. Their intimate moments something which only two lovers do." A blush came on her face as she remembered the erotic scene of Artoria and Poseidon making loving. Bedivere was quick to catch on the hint given by Mordred, and his world almost collapsed hearing that, but he regained his balance and said, "Thank you." Mordred nodded, not a bit interested in dwelling in a chat with a fellow knight despite the circumstances, and left the place. Bedivere waited for the entire night, and only the next day he was able to meet Artoria. "My king," he knelt, glancing at Artoria, who sighed and said, "I am no longer the king of Britain and king of the knights, thus there is no need to refer to me as your king, as such thing is meaningless." He paused and glanced at her, clenching his right hand, which was covered in a transformed Excalibur. Artoria glanced at it, understanding its true identity in a second. It was the same with me. Bedivere of my timeline never returned the Excalibur to the Lady of the Lake, but unlike my counterpart, I managed to resurrect without losing my memories using Rongo Aminiad, she said. A feeling of guilt washed over the knight as he heard this and said, I apologize, please forgive me, my king." Artoria looked above in a certain direction and said, "It might be a mistake, might be something that shouldn't happen, but I don't regret it. After all, I was able to meet him due to this mistake." He glanced at her face to see a small smile, and he became stunned. From his memories there were very rare cases when he had seen his king smiling, not to mention till now he only saw a cold and unapproachable look on Artoria before him. His eyes followed the direction Artoria was looking to, and he found the floating figure of Poseidon above them. He then glanced at her smile, which despite so many years hadn't changed a bit. A relief washed over him and he thought, even if she suffered this much, I am glad that she had found happiness after her death. Then Artoria looked at me with the same cold look on her face and asked, "So what do you want to do now?" I am not your king and your king has already lost her sense of identity and become someone else. He replied, I shall follow you, and Lord Poseidon till I return this back to my king, and beg for forgiveness. She nodded and said, I see, then welcome to the Neos Argonauts. He smiled, even if the name is different, if the person is fundamentally different, he will once again get the chance to follow his king and save the other. Poseidon POV. The time started passing, and in the blink of an eye the stability of the singularity had become so worse that it started crumbling down. It was the work of none other than the lance that shines at the end of the world itself. Nothing much happened in the past few days other than the threesome of me with Artoria and Jalter, which lasted for quite a while. Anyway, the final battle is on the nigh, and I am interested in the battle between my Artoria and the Lion King. Both Jalter and Artoria have worked quite hard to increase their prowess in the past few years, and both of them have mastered high-level Yggdrasil magic. Though they haven't mastered as diverse spells as me, their magical prowess was nothing to scoff as they qualified amongst the top caster class servants. Hey system, show me their status. First show me Jalter's. I asked the system as I wanted to look upon the hard work of both my women. Okay master. Here it is. Status. Name, Jalter. Affiliation, devotee, servant, lover, and personal bitch. Too kinky. Strength, A. Endurance, B. Agility, A. Mana, A+. Luck, A. Noble Phantasm, EX. Personal skills. Avenger, B. Self-replenishment, A. Self-modification, EX. Dragon Witch, EX. Fire Dragon Sword Style, A. Tier Magic, EX, up to 9th tier. Silent Casting, EX, up to 9th tier. Multicasting, B, 3 spells at once. Maximized Magic, A+, up to 9th tier. Class Skills. Magic Resistance, A. Noble Phantasm. Lugrandment du Hain, Anti-Army EX. A/N. I haven't stated the use of her new skills as they are self-explanatory, but if you want to check the use of her original ones, then check out Chapter 31, I will of course upload a new status sheet later on, maybe a week later. Jalter had mastered Yggdrasil magic up to the 9th tier alongside silent casting up to the same tier, and maximized magic enhancement as well, though she couldn't master multicasting up to my level despite her efforts, and yes, she can retain these magical abilities due to the courtesy of it being a magical system derived from me. Although I haven't created this magical system, in this verse I am basically who introduced this magical system, making me its creator in this world, and since I can use this magical system without any class restrictions due to the courtesy of the system, she can use them as well, until I take off this little anti-class protection off from her willingly. System, now show me Artoria's status, I asked system. Yup, here it is. Status. Name, Artoria Pendragon. Affiliation, loyal knight, servant, devotee, lover, and personal bitch. Again too kinky. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, C. Mana, A. Luck, A+, D. It has changed due to meeting you. Noble Phantasm, EX. Personal skills. Breath of the Red Dragon, EX, an upgrade to Mana Burst. Charisma, B, E. Due to your influence her charisma had regained a large portion of her original capability. Protection of the ends of the world, A. Tier Magic, A+++, up to 7th tier. Silent Casting, A+++, up to 7th tier. Multicasting, C, 2 spells at once. Maximized Magic, B+, up to 7th tier. Class Skills, Lancer. Magic Resistance, A. Noble Phantasm. Invisible Air, Anti-Unit C. Rangaminiad, Anti-Fortress EX. Artoria also learned a specific category of spells just like Jalter. Still, she learned most of the parameter enhancement spells, including healing spells, and 2 to 3 spells of other necessary categories, though she focused most on learning heavily destructive elemental spells. Now, she started learning Yggdrasil magic later than Jalter, so her abilities are way lower than Jalter's. I smiled seeing the EX rank in her Noble Phantasm section, as even after being brought to her full power compared to her masterless state in London Singularity she can only use up to A+++ power of her Noble Phantasm previously, but after working very hard on improving control over her Noble Phantasm, she can bring out more of its power, making it gain the prowess of EX rank Noble Phantasm. It can even become stronger, and definitely Goddess Rangaminiad is the pinnacle of the version of King Arthur who can truly bring out its true terrifying power. Chapter 64, 63, The War Has Begun. Poseidon's POV. I glanced at the holy city far away. The time had come for me and my servants to invade the place and kill the goddess Rangaminiad. During this time many changes happened due to my intervention from the original plot. Firstly, I got the Holy Grail from the Sun King Ozymandias that Jalter had forgotten to collect from him. The poor her had totally forgotten about it, and, when I reminded her about it her expression was quite funny, though I didn't want to bully her so I just collected it from the place where once the mighty kingdom of Egypt stood. The Holy Grail was covered in sand, as if it was no divine artifact capable of fulfilling any wish, including making anyone immortal or granting anyone divinity, but a relic of the past, forgotten by the fading time. I quickly took it and stored it. After that, I focused on getting the required number of refugees for my quest, and achieved it shortly. Now, all there is to this singularity is to get rid of the Lion King and her knights. Again, I ignored the small group of assassins, simply because I have no desire to fight their leader, a grand assassin. While I am nerfed, I will probably get a reward by killing the only grand assassin who is present in this singularity, but again I am not too greedy for extra rewards, when it means risking my potential reward. Anyway, it's time to end the Knights of the Round Table for good and get over this singularity. Thus, I summoned all the servants in the throne room. Once they appeared alongside the group from the Chaldea, glancing at them I said, as I have said previously, today is the day we battle against the Lord of the End of the World, and her loyal knights and crush them. They glanced at me excitedly. Bedivere had a determined look as he glanced at the Artoria standing beside me. I stood up from the throne, looking at the pink-haired shield girl. I asked, "Is your group ready?" They gave me a nod. Ritsuka suddenly asked me, "Lord Poseidon, who will look after this haven?" I glanced at him and replied, "Well, after we are done with the Lion King and her knights, this singularity will vanish. Thus there is no need for anyone else to look after this haven. Still, the group of people chosen by Artoria will handle this haven during our absence, which should be 1 day long." Even if he expected this kind of answer, Ritsuka seemed disappointed, probably by the fact that all the people he had met would disappear or get to their original place once this singularity disappeared. Meh, not that I care. Anyway, I quickly silent chanted a 9th tier spell, Gate, a stable teleportation spell that creates a spatial gate connecting two places. Theoretically, it can create a spatial channel between any two places, no matter the distance, as long as sufficient mana is used in creating the gate to achieve a spatial channel between the two places. Thus once the gate appeared, everyone who didn't know about it looked at it a bit startled. Of course, our Gand caster on a mission aka orange-haired Dr. Romani didn't forget to appear on a hologram in front of the pink-haired shield girl, aka Mash, and say, "This is a work of a true miracle. It is an extremely stable spatial channel between two places like a wormhole." Obviously this made everyone gasp in surprise. They glanced at me impressed, and with reverence in their eyes. Astolfo asked me, "Lord Poseidon, you are a magician?" I glanced at him. It wasn't just me, but everyone looked at him with an expression, "Are you stupid?" After, even if they haven't seen my attainments in the path of the magic, everyone here knew that I was a magician, though not the magician defined by the clock tower who possesses one of the true magics, but rather who can perform true miracles without possessing a true magic. Astolfo glanced at everyone nervously and asked, a bit surprised, "Is it me only that didn't know about it?" Everyone nodded, making him look in disbelief. I chuckled and then went through the gate. Jalter followed after me, and Artoria as well. After that the rest of them came through the gate as well, and once all of them have arrived here I closed the gate. Then I glanced at the holy city in front of us, casting a variety of spells using silent enchantment of myself. I floated a bit above and said, "Well, I will try something which should be enough to alert them and make them come out. After that I will leave the battle to you guys." They nodded. Mordred said confidently, "Then leave those bastards, and other me to me, Lord Poseidon. And Father, by slaying those who slander your honorable name I shall prove it to you, that I am worthy of being your heir." Artoria glanced at her idiotic son with a sigh and just gave her a small nod, which was more than enough to encourage the father simp. While this little drama happened, I silent casted the 10th tier spell, Meteor Fall, and just after a few seconds, a huge meteorite appeared thousands of meters above in the sky. It covered the entire sky above us as it moved towards the holy city, threatening to vaporize it from the face of the earth. I smirked seeing this and thought, the game begins now. Third POV. The servants under Poseidon glanced at the huge meteorite above them horrified, because the huge meteorite, which was burning bright due to the air friction moving towards the holy city at an extreme pace, looked as if a god's wrath had descended on the glamorous city standing in front of them, and this was truer than ever. Ritsuka, Mash, Da Vinci, Kyoheim, Bedivere, and Hector alongside the servants under Poseidon except Jalter and Artoria couldn't help but gulp in fear, seeing the terrifying attack that Poseidon had unleashed on the Knights of the Round Table and their king, wondering if they can even survive against this divine attack that seemed to have the ability to end all of them in a single hit. But the truth was of course not what they were expecting, as the king of the end of the world quickly came out of the throne room. Being on top of a white horse that jumped hundreds of meters above towards the approaching adversity in front of her, she unleashed the EX-rank noble phantasm, the lance that shines at the end of the world, Rangaminiad, whose attack manifested as a huge stripped golden cone in the sky, which moved towards the meteorite. As the two attacks met head-on, an extremely bright light appeared in the sky covering the dazzling everyone below. Even servants were no exception as they closed their eyes to avoid a temporary blindness. Once the bright light subsided, they opened their eyes to find themselves inside a thick barrier made by water, and when they looked outside their faces became pale. As far as they can see, the land below them had been destroyed by several meters, and if not for the barrier made by the divinity of Poseidon, even they would have found it difficult to survive the aftermath. Once Kyoheim glanced above at the sky, she became astounded. What is that? Everyone looked above to find a big hole in the blue sky which showed darkness and starry sky of the space. In simple words, the clash of the two attacks had created a hole in the atmosphere, though miraculously enough the holy city still stood proudly without a single dent on its buildings or towers due to the courtesy of the Lion King. The woman in question floated in the sky, sitting on top of her white horse looking at the invaders below her with a scrutinizing gaze. When her eyes fell to her other self, her face froze, and then her eyes became narrowed and she said, I see, that's the decision you have taken, my other self. I thought even if we are not to be completely similar, there will be still a common thing we can agree upon. Alas, it was just my wishful thinking. Her voice was neither loud nor low, still it was clearly heard by Artoria below her, who summoned her own mount, a black horse, and mounted on top of it. She replied, Shut up, you who don't even possess the memories of being king of Britain is simply a fake, who is not me yet acknowledges herself as the king of the Knights of the Round Table. Let me show you the consequences of dishonoring my name. Her horse jumped up and started running on the sky as if it was a unicorn and not a horse. She got on the same altitude as the Lion King, and glanced at her with killing intent. I see, to think it will be you the biggest thorn in my path to save humanity. It was unpredictable for me, but well then I shall do my duty as God and kill you, she replied, glancing at the Artoria. Suddenly the gates of the holy city opened as a huge army of soldiers being led by Lancelot and other knights came out. They glanced at the servants in front of them and then at the other King Arthur who was on their side with reluctance. They did hear what they had said and had some doubts about whom to help, but it was only momentarily as they could see the other King Arthur too is a different version from what they remember and their loyalty still is towards the Lion King. A/N. I will refer to the goddess Lancer version of Artoria as goddess Rangaminiad, lord of the end of the world, or Lion King and our Poseidon's lover. Artoria is simply Artoria or King of Storms. Thus, they waited for her orders to proceed with the situation they found themselves in. Goddess Rangaminiad gave a loud and emotionless order, attack them, my knights. As her words reached their ears, they began their assault on the Neos Argonauts. Jalter who was on top of Fanfur snorted glancing at Artoria facing the goddess Rangaminiad, and then summoning her dark and holy flag she said, I, the commander of the Neos Argonauts, on behalf of our lord, order you all, to kill those knights who speak of justice. The water barrier protecting them vanished, as Poseidon floated up in the sky creating a bit of distance between them, as he was just an onlooker for most of the part, and the only opponent that needed his attention would be goddess Rangaminiad whose terrifying divinity equal to a high god can be felt by him. There were reasons goddess Rangaminiad who held the EX rank noble phantasm Rangaminiad was way stronger than the Artoria Pendragon, who was the king of storms, and the tyrannical king of Britain who held the EX rank noble phantasm Rangaminiad as well. Firstly, goddess Rangaminiad was obviously a complete divine being, way above any demigods or heroic spirits. Her divinity of the end of the world, manifested from the Holy Lance was nothing to scoff off. Poseidon asked the system to let him see her status and was surprised by her status. Status. Name, goddess Rangaminiad, Artoria Pendragon. Affiliation, enemy. Mood, wants to kill her other self, and destroy you. Strength, A. Endurance, A+. Agility, B. Mana, EX. Luck, A. Noble Phantasm, EX. Personal skills. Divinity, A. Authority of the end of the world, A+. Protection of the ends of the world, EX. Class skills, Lancer. Magic resistance, A. Noble Phantasm. Rangaminiad, Anti-World EX. She didn't have many skills and abilities to say but whatever she possessed was extremely strong. Firstly her parameters were all a rank, except her agility which too was a boosted parameter, and her magical energy was EX rank, second highest after Poseidon. Secondly her divinity was A+ rank which was higher than the current Poseidon, and since she had this much being a divine spirit, it meant as a god she had at least A++ rank of divinity and maybe even higher. Nextly, she possessed an unique authority, which was quite strong no matter how you looked, and she possessed protection from the end of the world itself, which was EX rank contrary to Artoria's which was only a rank. Lastly she had power to fully unleash the power of Rangaminiad which was at the level of anti-world phantasm. No, due to its nature it was an anti-world noble phantasm. It clearly showed that the prowess of the Lion King was infinitely closer to the current Poseidon. Even then Poseidon wasn't too worried, as Artoria could use spells to boost her parameters way above what Rangaminiad had. Obviously the latter could too be increased her already boosted parameters by a single rank by using her divinity to strengthen her still. Poseidon who had boosted his parameters on the realm of the EX rank in the past was well aware of the advantage of Artoria who had mastered Yggdrasil magic to 7th tier. Since the goddess Rangaminiad didn't have EX rank magic resistance Artoria was at a great advantage again. Overall goddess Rangaminiad was stronger than Artoria. An excited smile curled up on Poseidon's lips as he was to witness the legendary battle between two kings of knights.